Lost Illusions. Introduction. The longest without exception of Balzac's books, and one which contains hardly any passage that is not very nearly of his best illusions Perdue suffers, I think a little in point of composition, from the mixture of the Angoulême scenes of its first and third parts, with the purely Parisian interest of un grand homme de province, it is hardly possible to exaggerate the gain in distinctness and lucidity of arrangement derived from putting Les Deux Poets and Eve et David a much better title than that which has been preferred in the edition definitive together in one volume, and reserving the greatness and decadence of Lucien de Rubempré for another. It is distinctly awkward that this should be divided, as it is itself an enormous episode, a sort of hero dotian parenthesis, rather than an integral part of the story. And as a matter of fact, it joins on much more to the splendeurs et misères des courtisans than to its actual companions. In fact, it is an instance of the somewhat haphazard and arbitrary way in which the actual division of the comedy has worked, that it should, dealing as it does wholly and solely with Parisian life, be put in the scenes de la vie de province, and should be separated from its natural conclusion, not merely as a matter of volumes, but as a matter of divisions in making the arrangement. However, it is necessary to remember Balzac's own scheme, especially as the connection of the three parts in other ways is too close to permit the wrenching of them asunder altogether. And finally, this caution, given all that is necessary, can be done by devoting the first part of the introduction entirely to the first and third, or Angoulême parts, and by consecrating the latter part to the egregious Lucien by himself. There is a double gain in doing this, for independently of the connection, as above referred to Lucien, has little to do, except as an opportunity for the display of virtue by his sister and David Séchard, and the parts in which they appear are among the most interesting of Balzac's work. The idyllic charm of this marriage for love combined, as it is with exhibitions of the author's power, in more than one of the ways in which he loved best to show, it has never escaped attention from Balzac's most competent critics. He himself had speculated in print and paper before David Séchard was conceived. He himself had, for all maniacs, all men of one idea, the fraternal enthusiasm of a fellow victim. He could never touch a miser without a sort of shudder of interest, and that singular fancy of his for describing complicated legal and commercial undertakings came in too, nor did he spare in this wide-ranging book to bring in other favorite matters of his, the hoberer squirean aristocracy, the tittle-tattle of the country town, and so forth. The result is a book of multifarious interest, not hampered, as some of its fellows are, by an uncertainty on the author's part, as to what particular hare he is coursing. Part of the interest, after the description of the printing office and of old Séchard's swindling of his son, is a doubling, it is true, upon that of Lamue's du department, and is perhaps a little less amusingly done, but it is blended with better matters. 6 Du Châtelet is a considerable addition to Balzac's gallery of the aristocracy, in transition off the Bonaparte parvenus, whom perhaps he understood even better than the old nobility, for they were already in his time, becoming adulterated and alloyed, or than the new folk of business and finance, for they were, but in their earliest stages, nor is the rest of the society of Madame de Barget an inferior. But the real interest both of Les Deux Poets, and still more of Eve et David, between which two be, it always remembered, comes in the distinguished provincial lies, in the characters, who gave their name to the last part. In David, the man of one idea, who yet has room for an honest love and an all-deserved friendship. Balzac could not go wrong. David Séchard takes a place by himself among the sheep of the comedy. Some may indeed say that this phrase is unfortunate, that Balzac's sheep have more qualities of the mutton than innocence. It is not quite to be denied, but David is very far indeed from being a good imbecile like César Birotteau, or a man, intoxicated out of common sense, by a passion respectable in itself, like Goriot. His sacrifice of his mania in time is something, nay, it is very much, and his disinterested devotion to his brother-in-law does not quite pass the limits of sense. But what shall we say of Eve? She is good, of course, good as gold, as Eugenie Grandet herself, and the novelist has been kind enough to allow her to be happier. But has he quite interested us in her love for David? Has he even persuaded us that the love existed in a form deserving the name? Did not Eve rather take her husband to protect him, to look after him, than either to love, honor, and obey in the orthodox sense, or to love for love's sake only, as some still take their husbands and wives, even at the end of the 19th century? This is a question which each reader must answer for himself, but few are likely to refuse assent to the sentence, happy the husband who has such a wife as Eve Chardon. The central part of Illusions Perdues, which in reason stands by itself, and may do so ostensibly, with considerably less than the introduction explanatory, which Balzac often gives to his own books, is one of the most carefully worked out and diversely important of his novels. It should of course be read before Splendeurs et Misères des Courtisans, which is avowedly, its second part, a small piece of Eve et David serving as the link between them, but it is almost sufficient by and to itself. Lucien de Rubempré, O la journalisme, would be the most straightforward and descriptive title for it, and one which Balzac in some of his moods would have been content enough to use. The story of it is too continuous and interesting to need elaborate argument for nobody, is likely to miss any important link in it. But Balzac has nowhere excelled in finesse and successive analysis. The double disillusion which introduces itself at once between Madame de Bargeton and Lucien, and which makes any redintegratio amoris of a valid kind impossible, because each cannot but be aware that the other has anticipated. The rupture it will not perhaps be a matter of such general agreement whether he has or has not exceeded the fair license of the novelist in attributing to Lucien those charms of body and gifts of mind, which make him, till his moral weakness and worthlessness are exposed irresistible, and enable him for a time to repair his faults by a sort of fairy good luck. The sonnets of Les Marguerites which were given to the author by poetical friends Gaudier, it is said supplied the Chaliper undoubtedly good and sufficient, but Lucian's first article, which is according to a practice the rashness of which cannot be too much deprecated given likewise, is certainly not very wonderful, and the Paris press must have been rather at a low ebb if it made any sensation, as we are not favored with any actual portrait of Lucian detection, is less possible here, but the novelist has perhaps a very little abused the privilege of making a hero like Paris handsome, and like Hector brave, or rather like Paris handsome, and like Phoebus clever. There is no doubt, however, that the interest of the book lies partly in the vivid and severe picture of journalism given in it, and partly in the way in which the character of Lucien is adjusted to show up that of the abstract journalist still farther. How far is the picture true, it must be said in fairness to Balzac, that a good many persons of some competence in France have pronounced for its truth there. And if that be so, all one can say is so much the worse for French journalists. It is also certain that a lesser but still not inconsiderable number of persons in England, really persons who, not perhaps with Balzac's genius, have like Balzac published books, and are not satisfied with their reception, by the press agree more or less as to England. For myself, I can only say that I do not believe things have ever been quite so bad in England, and that I am quite sure there never has been any need for them to be. There are no doubt spiteful, unprincipled, incompetent practitioners of journalism, as of everything else, and it is of course obvious that while advertisements the favor of the chiefs of parties and so forth are temptations to newspaper managers not to hold up a very high standard of honor, anonymity affords to newspaper writers a dangerously easy shield to cover malice or dishonesty. But I can only say that during long practice in every kind of political and literary journalism, I never was seriously asked to write anything I did not think, and never had the slightest difficulty in confining myself to what I did think. In fact, Balzac, like a good many other men of letters who abused journalism, put himself very much out of court by continually practicing it, not merely during his struggling period, but long after he had made his name, indeed almost to the very last, and it is very hard to resist the conclusion that when he charged journalism generally, not merely with envy, hatred, malice, and all uncharitableness, but with hopeless and pervading dishonesty, he had little more ground for it than an inability to conceive how anyone except from vile reasons of this kind could fail to praise Honore de Balzac. At any rate, either his art by itself, or his art assisted, and strengthened by that personal feeling which, as we have seen, counted for much with him, has here produced a wonderfully vivid piece of fiction on, I think inferior in success to hardly anything he has done, whether as at a late period a very well-informed, well-affected, and well-equipped critic hinted his picture of the Lucians, and the Laustos did not a little to propagate both, is another matter. The seriousness with which Balzac took the accusation perhaps shows a little sense of galling. But putting this aside, un grand homme de province, a Paris must be ranked both for comedy and tragedy, both for scheme and execution in the first rank of his work. The bibliography of this long and curious book, almost the only one which contains some verse, some of Balzac's own, some given to him by his more poetical Frencicupes, full 10 pages of Roman, 1,011 jols, record the first part, which bore the general title was a book from the beginning, and appeared in 1837 in the Scenes de la Vie de Provence. It had 5 chapters, and the original verse it contained had appeared in the Annales Romantiques 10 years earlier, with slight variants. The second part, Un Grand Homme de Provence, likewise, appeared as a book independently published by Souverain in 1839 in 2 volumes and 40 chapters. But 2 of these chapters had been inserted a few days before the publications in the Estafette here. Canales was more distinctly identified with Lamartine than in the subsequent texts. The third part, unlike its forerunners, appeared serially in 2 papers, L'État and Le Parisien, in the year 1843, under the title of David Séchard, O les souffrances d'un inventeur, and next year became a book under the first title only, but before this last issue, it had been united to the other 2 parts, and had appeared as Eve et David in the first edition of the Comédie. George Saintsbury, I, 2 poets, Lost Illusions Part 1, by Honore de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. Dedication to Monsieur Victor Hugo. It was your birthright to be like a Raphael, or a Pitt, a great poet, at an age when other men are children. It was your fate, the fate of Chateaubriand, and of every man of genius, to struggle against jealousy, skulking behind the columns of a newspaper, or crouching in the subterranean places of journalism. For this reason, I desired that your victorious name should help to win a victory for this work, that I inscribe to you a work which, if some persons are to be believed, is an act of courage as well as a veracious history. If there had been journalists in the time of Molière, who can doubt, but that they, like marquises, financiers, doctors, and lawyers, would have been within the province of the writer of plays? And why should comedy, qui castigat ridendo mores, make an exception in favor of one power, when the Parisian press spares none? I am happy, monsieur, in this opportunity of subscribing myself, your sincere admirer and friend. De Balzac, 2 poets. At the time when this story opens, the Stanhope Press and the ink distributing roller were not as yet in general use in small provincial printing establishments, even at Angoulême, so closely connected through its paper mills with the art of typography in Paris. The only machinery in use was the primitive wooden invention, to which the language owes a figure of speeched press groans, was no mere rhetorical expression in those days. Leather ink balls were still used in old-fashioned printing houses. The pressmen dabbed the ink by hand on the characters, and the movable table on which the form of type was placed in readiness for the sheet of paper, being made of marble, literally deserved its name of impression stone. Modern machinery has swept all this old-world mechanism into oblivion. The wooden press, which with all its imperfections turned out such beautiful work for the Elsevier's plant in Aldus and Didot, is so completely forgotten that something must be said as to the obsolete gear, on which Jerome Nicolas Séchard set an almost superstitious affection, for it plays a part in this chronicle of great small things. Séchard had been in his time a journeyman pressman, a bear in compositors' slang. The continued pacing to and fro of the pressmen, from ink table to press, from press to ink table, no doubt, suggested the nickname the bears. However, make matters, even by calling the compositors monkeys, on account of the nimble industry displayed by those gentlemen in picking out the type from the 152 compartments of the cases. In the disastrous year 1793, Séchard, being 50 years old and a married man, escaped the Great Requisition, which swept the bulk of French workmen into the army. The old pressman was the only hand left in the printing house, and when the master, otherwise the gaffer, died, leaving a widow but no children, the business seemed to be on the verge of extinction, for the solitary bear was quite incapable of the feat of transformation into a monkey, and in his quality of pressman had never learned to read or write. Just then, however, a representative of the people, being in a mighty hurry to publish the decrees of the convention, bestowed a master printer's license on Séchard, and requisitioned the establishment. Citizen Séchard accepted the dangerous patent, bought the business of his master's widow with his wife's savings, and took over the plant at half its value. But he was not even at the beginning. He was bound to print the decrees of the Republic without mistakes and without delay. In this strait Jerome Nicolas Séchard had the luck to discover a noble Marseillais who had no mind to emigrate and lose his lands, nor yet to show himself openly and lose his head, and consequently was fain to earn a living by some lawful industry. A bargain was struck. Roman 1,000 Leconte de Maucombe, disguised in a provincial printer's jacket, set up reed and corrected the decrees which forbade citizens to harbor aristocrats under pain of death, while the bear, now a gaffer, printed the copies and duly posted them, and the pair remained safe and sound. In 1795, when the squall of the terror had passed over, Nicolas Séchard was obliged to look out for another jack of all trades, to be compositor, reader, and foreman in one, and an abbé who declined the oath, succeeded the Comte de Maucombe. As soon as the first consul restored public worship, the abbé became a bishop at the Restoration. And in after days, the count and the abbé met and sat together on the same bench of the House of Peers. In 1795, Jerome Nicolas had not known how to read or write. In 1802, he had made no progress in either art. But by allowing a handsome margin for wear and tear in his estimates, he managed to pay a foreman's wages. The once easygoing journeyman was a terror to his bears and monkeys, where poverty ceases, avarice begins from the day when Séchard first caught a glimpse of the possibility of making a fortune. A growing covetousness developed and sharpened in him a certain practical faculty for business. Greedy, suspicious, and keen-eyed, he carried on his craft in disdain of theory. In course of time, he had learned to estimate at a glance the cost of printing per page or per sheet. In every kind of type, he proved to unlettered customers that large type costs more to move, or if small type was under discussion, that it was more difficult to handle. The setting up of the type was the one part of his craft of which he knew nothing, and so great was his terror lest he should not charge enough that he always made a heavy profit. He never took his eyes off his compositors, while they were paid by the hour. If he knew that a paper manufacturer was in difficulties, he would buy up his stock at a cheap rate and warehouse the paper. So from this time forward, he was his own landlord, and owned the old house which had been a printing office from time immemorial. He had every sort of luck. He was left a widower with but one son, the boy he sent to the grammar school. He must be educated not so much for his own sake, as to train a successor to the business. And Séchard treated the lad harshly so as to prolong the time of parental rule, making him work at case on holidays, telling him that he must learn to earn his own living, so as to recompense his poor old father, who was slaving his life out to give him an education. Then the abbé went, and Séchard promoted one of his 4 compositors to be foreman, making his choice, on the future bishop's recommendation of the man, as an honest and intelligent workman. In these ways, the worthy printer thought to tide over the time, until his son could take a business, which was sure to extend in young and clever hands. David Séchard's school career was a brilliant one. Old Séchard, as a bear, who had succeeded in life without any education, entertained a very considerable contempt for attainments in book learning. And when he sent his son to Paris to study the higher branches of typography, he recommended the lad so earnestly to save a good round sum in the working man's paradise, as he was pleased to call the city, and so distinctly gave the boy to understand that he was not to draw upon the paternal purse, that it seemed as if old Séchard saw some way of gaining private ends of his own by that sojourn in the land of sapience. So David learned his trade, and completed his education at the same time, and Didot's foreman became a scholar. And yet when he left Paris at the end of 1819, summoned home by his father to take the helm of business, he had not cost his parent a farthing. Now Nicolas Séchard's establishment hitherto had enjoyed a monopoly of all the official printing in the department, besides the work of the prefecture and the diocésaire connections, which should prove mighty profitable to an active young printer. But precisely at this juncture, the firm of Contet Brothers paper manufacturers applied to the authorities for the second printer's license in Angoulême. Hitherto, old Séchard had contrived to reduce this license to a dead letter, thanks to the war crisis of the empire and consequent atrophy of commercial enterprise, but he had neglected to buy up the right himself. And this piece of parsimony was the ruin of the old business. Séchard thought joyfully, when he heard the news that the coming struggle with the Cointets would be fought out by his son, and not by himself. I should have gone to the wall, he thought, but a young fellow from the Didots will pull through. The septuagenarian sighed for the time when he could live at ease in his own fashion, if his knowledge of the higher branches of the craft of printing was scanty. On the other hand, he was supposed to be past master of an art, which workmen pleasantly call typography, an art held in high esteem by the divine author of Pantagruel, though of late, by reason of the persecution of societies, yclept of temperance, the cult has fallen day by day into disuse. Jerome Nicolas Séchard, bound by the laws of etymology to be a dry subject, suffered from an inextinguishable thirst. His wife, during her lifetime, managed to control within reasonable bounds the passion for the juice of the grape, a taste so natural to the bear that Roman 1000 de Chateaubriand remarked it among the Ursine tribes of the New World. But philosophers inform us that old age is apt to revert to the habits of youth, and Séchard Sr. is a case in point. The older he grew, the better he loved to drink. The master passion had given a stamp of originality to an Ursine physiognomy. His nose had developed till it reached the proportions of a double great cannon. His veined cheeks looked like vine leaves covered, as they were with bloated patches of purple madder red and often mottled hues, till altogether the countenance suggested a huge truffle, clasped about by autumn vine tendrils, the little gray eyes peering out from beneath thick eyebrows like bushes covered with snow, were agleam with the cunning of avarice that had extinguished everything else in the man, down to the very instinct of fatherhood. Those eyes never lost their cunning. Even when disguised in drink, Séchard put you in mind of one of La Fontaine's Franciscan friars, with the fringe of grizzled hair still curling about his bald pate. He was short and corpulent, like one of the old-fashioned lamps for illumination that burn a vast deal of oil to a very small piece of wick for excess of any sort. Confirms the habit of body and drunkenness, like much study makes the fat man stouter, and the lean man leaner still. For 30 years, Jerome Nicolas Séchard had worn the famous municipal three-cornered hat, which you may still see here and there, on the head of the town crier in Autofthway. Places his breeches and waistcoat were of greenish velveteen, and he wore an old-fashioned brown greatcoat, gray cotton, stockings, and shoes with silver buckles to them, this costume in which the workman shone through. The burgess was so thoroughly in keeping with the man's character defects and way of life that he might have come ready dressed into the world. You could no more imagine him apart from his clothes than you could think of a bulb without its husk. If the old printer had not long since given the measure of his blind greed, the very nature of the man came out in the manner of his abdication. Knowing as he did that his son must have learned his business pretty thoroughly in the great school of the Didots, he had yet been ruminating for a long while over the bargain that he meant to drive with David. All that the father made the son of course was bound to lose. But in business, this worthy knew nothing of father or son. If in the first instance he had looked on David as his only child, later he came to regard him as the natural purchaser of the business, whose interests were therefore his own. Séchard meant to sell dear David, of course. To buy cheap his son therefore was an antagonist, and it was his duty to get the better of him. The transformation of sentiment into self-seeking, ordinarily slow, tortuous, and veiled by hypocrisy in better educated people, was swift and direct in the old bear, who demonstrated the superiority of shrewd typography over book-learned typography. David came home, and the old man received him with all the cordiality which cunning folk can assume with an eye to business. He was as full of thought for him as any lover for his mistress, giving him his arm, telling him where to put his foot down so as to avoid the mud, warming the bed for him, lighting a fire in his room, making his supper ready the next day, after he had done his best to fluster his son's wits over a sumptuous dinner. Jerome Nicolas Séchard, after copious potations, began with a now for business, a remark so singularly misplaced between two hiccups that David begged his parent to postpone serious matters until the morrow. But the old bear was by no means inclined to put off the long-expected battle. He was too well prepared to turn his tipsiness to good account. He had dragged the chain these 50 years, he would not wear it another hour. Tomorrow his son should be the gaffer. Perhaps a word or two about the business premises may be said here. The printing house had been established, since the reign of Louis Roman XIV, in the angle made by the Rue de Beaulieu and the Place du Murier. It had been devoted to its present purposes for a long time past. The ground floor consisted of a single huge room, lighted on the side next the street by an old-fashioned casement, and by a large sash window that gave upon the yard at the back. A passage at the side led to the private office. But in the provinces, the processes of typography excite such a lively interest that customers usually preferred to enter by way of the glass door in the street front, though they at once descended 3 steps, for the floor of the workshop lay below the level of the street. The gaping newcomer always failed to note the perils of the passage through the shop, and while staring at the sheets of paper strung in groves across the ceiling, ran against the rows of cases, or knocked his hat against the tie bars that secured the presses in position, or the customer's eyes would follow the agile movements of a compositor picking out type from the 152 compartments of his case, reading his copy, verifying the words in the composing stick, and leading the lines till a ream of damp paper weighted with heavy slabs and set down in the middle of the gangway tripped up the bemused spectator, or he caught his hip against the angle of a bench. To the huge delight of boys, bears, and monkeys, no wight had ever been known to reach the further end. Without accident, a couple of glass-windowed cages had been built out into the yard at the back. The foreman sat in state in the one, the master printer in the other. Out in the yard, the walls were agreeably decorated by trellised vines, a tempting bit of color considering the owner's reputation. On the one side of the space stood the kitchen, on the other the woodshed, and in a ramshackle penthouse against the hall at the back, The paper was trimmed and damped down here to the forms or in ordinary language. The masses of set-up type were washed inky streams, issuing, thence blended with the ooze from the kitchen sink, and found their way into the kennel in the street outside, till peasants coming into the town of a market day believed that the devil was taking a wash inside the establishment. As to the house above the printing office, it consisted of 3 rooms on the first floor and a couple of attics in the roof. The first room did duty as dining room and lobby. It was exactly the same length as the passage below, less the space taken up by the old-fashioned wooden staircase, and was lighted by a narrow casement on the street and a bull's-eye window looking into the yard. The chief characteristic of the apartment was a cynic simplicity, due to money-making greed. The bare walls were covered with plain whitewash. The dirty brick floor had never been scoured. The furniture consisted of 3 rickety chairs, a round table, and a sideboard stationed between the 2 doors of a bedroom, and a sitting room. Windows and doors alike were dingy with accumulated grime. Reams of blank paper or printed matter usually encumbered the floor, and more frequently than not the remains of Séchard's dinner. Empty bottles and plates were lying about on the packages. The bedroom was lighted on the side of the yard by a window with leaded panes, and hung with the old-world tapestry that decorated house fronts in provincial towns on Corpus Christi Day. For furniture, it boasted a vast 4-post bedstead with canopy, valances, and quilt of crimson serge, a couple of worm-eaten armchairs, 2 tapestry-covered chairs in walnut wood, an aged bureau, and a timepiece on the mantel-shelf. The Seigneur Rousseau, Jérôme Nicolas' master and predecessor, had furnished the homely old-world room. It was just as he had left it. The sitting room had been partly modernized by the late Mme. Séchard. The walls were adorned with a wainscot fearful to behold, painted the color of powder blue. The panels were decorated with wallpaper oriental scenes in sepia tint, and, for all furniture, 6 chairs with lyra-shaped backs and blue leather cushions were ranged round the room. The 2 clumsy arched windows that gave upon the Place du Murier were curtainless. There was neither clock nor candle, sconce, nor mirror above the mantel-shelf, for Mme. Séchard had died before she carried out her scheme of decoration, and the bear, unable to conceive the use of improvements that brought in no return in money, had left it at this point. Hither Pede titubante, Jérôme Nicolas Séchard brought his son, and pointed to a sheet of paper, lying on the table. Evaluation of plant, drawn up by the foreman under his direction. "Read that, my boy," said Jérôme Nicolas, rolling a drunken eye from the paper to his son, and back to the paper. "You will see what a jewel of a printing house I am giving you. 3 wooden presses, held in position by iron tie bars, cast iron plates. An improvement of my own, put in Séchard Senior. Together with all the implements, ink tables, balls, benches, etc. 1,600 francs. Why, father," cried David, letting the sheet fall, "these presses of yours are old sabots, not worth 100 crowns, they are only fit for firewood." "Sabots," cried old Séchard, "sabots, there, take the inventory, and let us go downstairs. You will soon see whether your paltry ironwork contrivances will work like these solid old tools, tried and trusty. You will not have the heart after that to slander honest old presses that go like mail coaches and are good to last you your lifetime, without needing repairs of any sort. Sabots, yes, sabots, that are like to hold salt enough to cook your eggs, with sabots that your father has plodded on with these 20 years, they have helped him to make you what you are." The father, without coming to grief on the way, lurched down the worn, knotty staircase that shook under his tread in the passage. He opened the door of the workshop, flew to the nearest press, artfully oiled and cleaned for the occasion, and pointed out the strong oaken cheeks polished up by the apprentice. "Isn't it a love of a press?" A wedding announcement lay in the press. The old bear folded down the frisket upon the tympan, and the tympan upon the form, ran in the carriage, worked the lever, drew out the carriage, and lifted the frisket and tympan, all with as much agility as the youngest of the tribe. The press, handled in this sort, creaked aloud in such fine style that you might have thought some bird had dashed itself against the window pane and flown away again. "Where is the English press that could go at that pace?" the parent asked of his astonished son. Old Séchard hurried to the second, and then to the third, in order, repeating the maneuver with equal dexterity, the third presenting to his wine-troubled eye a patch overlooked by the apprentice. With a notable oath, he rubbed it with the skirt of his overcoat, much as a horse-dealer polishes the coat of an animal that he is trying to sell. "With those 3 presses, David, you can make your 9,000 francs a year without a foreman as your future partner. I am opposed to your replacing these presses by your cursed cast-iron machinery. that wears out the type you in Paris have been making such a to-do over that damned Englishman's inventiona, foreigner and enemy of France, who wants to help the iron founders to a fortune. Oh, you wanted Stanhopes. Did you thanks for your Stanhopes that cost 2,500 francs a piece, about twice as much as my 3 jewels put together, and maul your type to pieces. Because there is no give in them, I haven't book learning like you. But you keep this well in mind, the life of the Stanhope is the death of the type. Those 3 presses will serve your turn well enough, the printing will be properly done, and folk here in Angoulême won't ask any more of you. You may print with presses made of wood or iron or gold or silver, they will never pay you a farthing more. Item, pursued David, £5,000 weight of type, from Roman 1,000 Vafflards, foundry Didot's apprentice, could not help smiling at the name. Laugh away, after 12 years of wear that type is as good as new, that is what I call a type founder. Roman 1,000 Vafflard is an honest man who uses hard metal, and to my way of thinking the best type founder is the one you go to most seldom. Taken at 10,000 francs, continued David. 10,000 francs, father, why that is 2 francs a pound. And the Messrs. Didot only ask 36 sous for their Cicero. These nailheads of yours will only fetch the price of old metal 5 a pound. You call Roman 1,000 gills, italics running hand and round hand nailheads. Do you Roman 1,000 Jill, that used to be printer to the emperor in type, that cost 6 francs a pound, masterpieces of engraving bought only 5 years ago? Some of them are as bright yet as when they came from the foundry. Look here. Old Séchard pounced upon some packets of unused sorts and held them out for David to see. I am not book learned, I don't know how to read or write, but all the same, I know enough to see that Roman 1,000 gills sloping letters are the fathers of your Messrs. Didot's English running hand. Here is the round hand, he went on, taking up an unused pica type. David saw that there was no way of coming to terms with his father. It was a case of yes or no, taking or leaving it. The very ropes across the ceiling had gone down into the old bear's inventory, and not the smallest item was omitted. Jobbing chases, wedding boards, pastapots, rinsing trough, and lye brushes had all been put down and valued separately, with miserly exactitude. The total amounted to 30,000 francs, including the license and the goodwill. David asked himself whether or not this thing was feasible. Old Séchard grew uneasy over his son's silence. He would rather have had stormy argument than a wordless acceptance of the situation. Chaffering in these sorts of bargains means that a man can look after his interests. A man who is ready to pay you anything you ask will pay nothing. Old Séchard was saying to himself, while he tried to follow his son's train of thought. He went through the list of odds and ends of plant needed by a country business, drawing David now to a hot press, now to a cutting press, bragging of its usefulness and sound condition. Old tools are always the best tools, said he, in our line of business. They ought to fetch more than the new, like Goldbeater's tools. Hideous vignettes representing Hymen and Cupid's skeletons, raising the lids of their tombs to describe a V or an M, and huge borders of masks for theatrical posters, became in turn objects of tremendous value through old Jerome Nicola's vinous eloquence. Old custom, he told his son, was so deeply rooted in the district that David would only waste his pains if he gave them the finest things in life. He himself had tried to sell them a better class of almanac than the double liégeois on grocer's paper. And what came of it? The original double liégeois sold better than the most sumptuous calendars. David would soon see the importance of these old-fashioned things when he found he could get more for them than for the most costly newfangled articles. Aha, my boy, Paris is Paris, and the provinces are the provinces. If a man came in from El Humo with an order for wedding cards, and you were to print them without a cupid and garlands, he would not believe that he was properly married. You would have them all back again if you sent them out with a plain M on them, after the style of your Messrs. Didot. They may be fine printers, but their inventions won't take in the provinces for another 100 years, so there you are. A generous man is a bad bargain driver. David's nature was of the sensitive and affectionate type that shrinks from a dispute and gives way at once if an opponent touches his feelings, his loftiness of feeling. And the fact that the old toper had himself well in hand put him still further at a disadvantage in a dispute about money matters with his own father, especially as he credited that father with the best intentions and took his covetous greed for a printer's attachment to his old familiar tools. Still, as Jerome Nicolas Séchard had taken the whole place over from Rousseau's widow for 10,000 francs paid in assignats, it stood to reason that 30,000 francs in coin at the present day was an exorbitant demand. Father, you are cutting my throat, exclaimed David. cried the old toper, raising his hand to the lines of cord. Across the ceiling, I who gave you life? Why, David, what do you suppose the license is worth? Do you know that the sheet of advertisements alone at 5 pence? A line brought in 500 francs last month, you turn up the books, lad, and see what we make by placards, and the registers at the prefecture, and the work for the mayor's office, and the bishop too. You are a Donothing that has no mind to get on you, are haggling over the horse that will carry you to some pretty bit of property like Marsac. Attached to the valuation of plant, there was a deed of partnership between Séchard Sr. and his son. The good father was to let his house and premises to the new firm for 1,200 francs per annum, reserving one of the 2 rooms in the roof for himself. So long as David's purchase money was not paid in full, the profits were to be divided equally. As soon as he paid off his father, he was to be made sole proprietor of the business. David made a mental calculation of the value of the license, the goodwill, and the stock of paper, leaving the plant out of account. It was just possible, he thought, to clear off the debt. He accepted the conditions. Old Séchard, accustomed to peasants haggling, knowing nothing of the wider business views of Paris, was amazed at such a prompt conclusion. Can he have been putting money by, he asked himself, or is he scheming out at this moment some way of not paying me? With this notion in his head, he tried to find out whether David had any money with him. He wanted to be paid something on account. The old man's inquisitiveness roused his son's distrust. David remained close, buttoned up to the chin. Next day, old Séchard made the apprentice move all his own household stuff up into the attic, until such time as an empty market cart could take it out on the return journey into the country, and David entered into possession of 3 bare unfurnished rooms on the day that saw him installed in the printing house, without 1 sou wherewith to pay his men's wages. When he asked his father as a partner to contribute his share towards the working expenses, the old man pretended not to understand. He had found the printing house, he said, and he was not bound to find the money too. He had paid his share, pressed close by his son's reasoning. He answered that when he himself had paid Rousseau's widow, he had not had a penny left. If he, a poor ignorant working man, had made his way, Didot's apprentice should do still better. Besides, had not David been earning money thanks to an education paid for by the sweat of his old father's brow? Now, surely, was the time when the education would come in useful. What have you done with your Poles? He asked, returning to the charge. He meant to have light on a problem which his son left unresolved the day before. Why had I not to live? David asked indignantly, and books to buy besides. Oh, you bought books, did you? You will make a poor man of business. A man that buys books is hardly fit to print them, retorted the bear. Then David endured the most painful of humiliations, the sense of shame. For a parent, there was nothing for it but to be passive, while his father poured out a flood of reason-sordid, whining, contemptible, money-getting reasons in which the niggardly old man wrapped his refusal. David crushed down his pain into the depths of his soul. He saw that he was alone, saw that he had no one to look to but himself, saw too that his father was trying to make money out of him, and in a spirit of philosophical curiosity, he tried to find out how far the old man would go. He called old Séchard's attention to the fact that he had never as yet made any inquiry as to his mother's fortune. If that fortune would not buy the printing house, it might go some ways towards paying the working expenses. Your mother's fortune, echoed old Séchard. Why, it was her beauty and intelligence. David understood his father thoroughly after that answer. He understood that only after an interminable, expensive, and disgraceful lawsuit could he obtain any account of the money which by rights was his. The noble heart accepted the heavy burden laid upon it, seeing clearly beforehand how difficult it would be to free himself from the engagements into which he had entered with his father. I will work, he said to himself, after all, if I have a rough time of it. So had the old man. Besides, I shall be working for myself, shall I not? I am leaving you, a treasure, said Séchard, uneasy at his son's silence. David asked what the treasure might be. Marion, said his father. Marion, a big country girl, was an indispensable part of the establishment. It was Marion who damped the paper and cut it to size. Marion did the cooking, washing, and marketing. Marion unloaded the paper carts, collected accounts, and cleaned the ink balls. And if Marion had but known how to read, old Séchard would have put her to set up type into the bargain. Old Séchard set out on foot for the country, delighted as he was with his sale of the business. He was not quite easy in his mind as to the payment, to the throes of the vendor, the agony of uncertainty. As to the completion of the purchase, inevitably succeeds passion of every sort, is essentially Jesuitical. Here was a man who thought that education was useless, forcing himself to believe in the influence of education. He was mortgaging 30,000 francs upon the ideas of honor and conduct which education should have developed in his son David. Had received a good training, so David would sweat blood and water to fulfill his engagements. David's knowledge would discover new resources, and David seemed to be full of fine feelings, so David would pay many a parent does in this way, and thinks that he has acted a father's part. Old Séchard was quite of that opinion by the time that he had reached his vineyard at Marsac, a hamlet some 4 leagues out of Angoulême. The previous owner had built a nice little house on the bit of property, and from year to year had added other bits of land to it, until in 1809, the old bear bought the whole and went thither, exchanging the toil of the printing press for the labor of the wine press. As he put it himself, he had been in that line so long that he ought to know something about it. During the first 12-month of rural retirement, Séchard Sr. showed a careful countenance among his vine props, for he was always in his vineyard. Now, just as in the old days, he had lived in his shop day in day out. The prospect of 30,000 francs was even more intoxicating than sweet wine already in imagination. He fingered the coin, the less the claim to the money, the more eager he grew to pouch it. Not seldom his anxieties sent him hurrying from Marsac to Angoulême. He would climb up the rocky staircases into the old city and walk into his son's workshop. To see how business went there stood the presses in their places. The one apprentice in a paper cap was cleaning the ink balls. There was a creaking of a press over the printing of some trade circular. The old type was still unchanged. And in the dens at the end of the room he saw his son, and the foreman reading books which the bear took for proof sheets. Then he would join David at dinner, and go back to Marsac, chewing the cud of uneasy reflection. Avarice, like love, has the gift of second sight, instinctively guessing at future contingencies, and hugging its presentiments. Séchard Sr., living at a distance, far from the workshop and the machinery, which possessed such a fascination for him, reminding him as it did of days when he was making his way, could feel that there were disquieting symptoms of inactivity in his son. The name of Cointet brothers haunted him like a dread. He saw Séchard's son dropping into the second place. In short, the old man scented misfortune in the wind. His presentiments were too well-founded. Disaster was hovering over the house of Séchard. But there is a tutelary deity for misers, and by a chain of unforeseen circumstances, that tutelary deity was so ordering matters that the purchase-money of his extortionate bargain was to be tumbled after all into the old toper's pouch. Indifferent to the religious reaction brought about by the Restoration, indifferent no less to the liberal movement, David preserved a most unlucky neutrality on the burning questions of the day. In those times, provincial men of business were bound to profess political opinions of some sort. If they meant to secure custom, they were forced to choose for themselves between the patronage of the liberals on the one hand or the royalists on the other, and love, moreover, had come to David's heart, and with his scientific preoccupation and finer nature, he had not room for the dogged greed of which our successful man of business is made. It choked the keen money-getting instinct, which would have led him to study the differences between the Paris trade and the business of a provincial printing house. The shades of opinion so sharply defined in the country are blurred and lost in the great currents of Parisian business life. Cointet brothers set themselves deliberately to assimilate all shades of monarchical opinion. They let every one know that they fasted of a Friday and kept Lent. They haunted the cathedral. They cultivated the society of the clergy. And in consequence, when books of devotion were once more in demand, Cointet brothers were the first in this lucrative field. They slandered David, accusing him of liberalism, atheism, and what not. How, asked they, could anyone employ a man whose father had been a Septembrist, a Bonapartist, and a drunkard to boot? The old man was sure to leave plenty of gold pieces behind him. They themselves were poor men with families to support, while David was a bachelor, and could do as he pleased. He would have plenty one of these days. He could afford to take things easily, whereas, and so forth and so forth. Such tales against David, once put into circulation, produced their effect. The monopoly of the prefectorial and diocesan work passed gradually into the hands of Cointet brothers, and before long David's keen competitors, emboldened by his inaction, started a second local sheet of advertisements and announcements. The older establishment was left at length with the job. Printing orders from the town and the circulation of the Charente Chronicle fell off by one half. Meanwhile, the Cointets grew richer. They had made handsome profits on their devotional books, and now they offered to buy Séchard's paper to have all the trade and judicial announcements of the department in their own hands. The news of this proposal, sent by David to his father, brought the old vinegrower from Marsac into the Place du Murier with the swiftness of the raven that scents the corpses on a battlefield. "Leave me to manage the Cointets," said he to his son, Don't you meddle in this business." The old man saw what the quintets meant, and they took alarm at his clear-sighted sagacity. His son was making a blunder, he said, and Séchard had come to put a stop to it. What was to become of the connection if David gave up the paper? It all depended upon the paper. All the attorneys and solicitors and men of business in El Humo were liberals to a man. The quintets had tried to ruin the Séchards by accusing them of liberalism, and by so doing gave them a plank to cling to. Séchards should keep the liberal business, sell the paper. Indeed, why, you might as well sell the stock in trade and the license. Old Séchard asked the quintets 60,000 francs for the printing business, so as not to ruin his son. He was fond of his son. He was taking his son's part. The vinegrower brought his son to the front to gain his point, as a peasant brings in his wife. His son was unwilling to do this, that, or the other. It varied according to the offers, which he wrung one after another from the quintets, until not without an effort, he drew them on to give 22,000 francs for the Charente Chronicle. But at the same time, David must pledge himself thenceforward to print no newspaper whatsoever, under a penalty of 30,000 francs for damages. That transaction dealt the death blow to the Séchard establishment, but the old vinegrower did not trouble himself much on that head. Murder usually follows robbery. Our worthy friend intended to pay himself with the ready money to have the cash in his own hands. He would have given in David himself, over and above the bargain, and so much the more willingly since that this nuisance of a son could claim one half of the unexpected windfall. Taking this fact into consideration, therefore the generous parent consented to abandon his share of the business, but not the business premises, and the rental was still maintained at the famous sum of 1,200 francs per annum. The old man came into town very seldom. After the paper was sold to the quintets, he pleaded his advanced age. But the truth was that he took little interest in the establishment. Now that it was his no longer, still, he could not quite shake off his old kindness for his stock in trade, and when business brought him into Angoulême, it would have been hard to say which was the stronger attraction to the old house, his wooden presses, or the son whom, as a matter of form, he asked for rent. The old foreman, who had gone over to the rival establishment, knew exactly how much this fatherly generosity was worth. The old fox meant to reserve a right to interfere in his son's affairs, and had taken care to appear in the bankruptcy as a privileged creditor for arrears of rent. The causes of David's heedlessness throw a light on the character of that young man. Only a few days after his establishment in the paternal printing office, he came across an old school friend in the direst poverty. Lucien Chardon, a young fellow of 21 or thereabouts, was the son of a surgeon major who had retired with a wound from the Republican Army. Nature had meant Roman 1000. Chardon Sr., for a chemist chance, opened the way for a retail druggist's business in Angoulême. After many years of scientific research, death cut him off in the midst of his incompleted experiments, and the great discovery that should have brought wealth to the family was never made. Chardon had tried to find a specific for the gout. Gout is a rich man's malady. The rich will pay large sums to recover health when they have lost it. And for this reason, the druggist deliberately selected gout as his problem. Halfway between the man of science on the one side and the charlatan on the other, he saw that the scientific method was the one road to assured success, and had studied the causes of the complaint, and based his remedy on a certain general theory of treatment, with modifications in practice for varying temperaments. Then, on a visit to Paris undertaken to solicit the approval of the Académie des Sciences, he died, and lost all the fruits of his labors. It may have been that some presentiment of the end had led the country druggist to do all that, in him, lay to give his boy and girl a good education. The family had been living up to the income brought in by the business, and now, when they were left almost destitute, it was an aggravation of their misfortune that they had been brought up in the expectations of a brilliant future, for these hopes were extinguished by their father's death. The great Desplein, who attended Chardon in his last illness, saw him die in convulsions of rage. The secret of the army surgeon's ambition lay in his passionate love for his wife, the last survivor of the family of Rubempré. Saved as by a miracle from the guillotine in 1793, he had gained time by declaring that she was pregnant, a lie told without the girl's knowledge or consent. Then, when in a manner he had created a claim to call her his wife, he had married her, in spite of their common poverty. The children of this marriage, like all children of love, inherited the mother's wonderful beauty, that gift so often fatal, when accompanied by poverty, the life of hope and hard work, and despair, in all of which Mme. Chardon had shared with such keen sympathy, had left deep traces in her beautiful face. just as the slow decline of a scanty income had changed her ways and habits. But both she and her children confronted evil days. Bravely enough, she sold the druggist's shop in the Grand Rue de El Humo, the principal suburb of Angoulême, but it was impossible for even one woman to exist on the 300 francs of income, brought in by the investment of the purchase money. So the mother and daughter accepted the position and worked to earn a living. The mother went out as a monthly nurse, and for her gentle manners was preferred to any other among the wealthy houses, where she lived without expense to her children, and earned some 7 francs a week to save her son the embarrassment of seeing his mother reduced to this humble position. She assumed the name of Madame Charlotte, and persons requiring her services were requested to apply to Roman 1000 postal Roman 1000 Chardon's successor in the business. Lucian's sister worked for a laundress, a decent woman much respected in El Humo, and earned 15 daily sous as MME Prier's forewoman. She had a certain position in the workroom, which raised her slightly above the class of working girls. The two women's slender earnings together with MME Chardon's 300 francs of rents amounted to about 800 francs a year, and on this sum 3 persons must be fed, clothed, and lodged. Yet with all their frugal thrift, the pittance was scarcely sufficient. Nearly the whole of it was needed for Lucien MME Chardon, and her daughter Eve believed in Lucien, as Mahomet's wife believed in her husband. Their devotion for his future knew no bounds. Their present landlord was the successor to the business for Roman 1000 postal. Let them have rooms at the further end of a yard at the back of the laboratory, for a very low rent, and Lucien slept in the poor garret, above. A father's passion for natural science had stimulated the boy, and at first induced him to follow in the same path. Lucien was one of the most brilliant pupils at the grammar school of Angoulême, and when David Séchard left, his future friend was in the third form. When chance brought the schoolfellows together again, Lucien was weary of drinking from the rude cup of penury, and ready for any of the rash decisive steps that youth takes at the age of 20. David's generous offer of 40 francs a month, if Lucien would come to him and learn the work of a printer's reader, came in time. David had no need whatever of a printer's reader, but he saved Lucien from despair. The ties of a school friendship thus renewed were soon drawn closer than ever by the similarity of their lot in life and the dissimilarity of their characters. Both felt high, swelling hopes of manifold success. Both consciously possessed the high order of intelligence, which sets a man on a level with lofty heights. Consigned though they were socially to the lowest level, fate's injustice was a strong bond between them, and then by different ways, following each his own bent of mind, they had attained to poesy. Lucien, destined for the highest speculative fields of natural science, was aiming with hot enthusiasm at fame through literature, while David, with that meditative temperament which inclines to poetry, was drawn by his tastes towards natural science. The exchange of roles was the beginning of an intellectual comradeship. Before long, Lucien told David of his own father's farsighted views of the application of science to manufacture, while David pointed out the new ways in literature that Lucien must follow if he meant to succeed. Not many days had passed before the young men's friendship became a passion, such as is only known in early manhood. Then it was that David caught a glimpse of Eve's fair face, and loved as grave and meditative natures can love. The et nunc et semper et in secula seculorum of the liturgy is the device taken by many a sublime unknown poet whose works consist in magnificent epics, conceived and lost between heart and heart. With a lover's insight, David read the secret hopes set by the mother and sister on Lucien's poet's brow, and knowing their blind devotion, it was very sweet to him to draw nearer to his love by sharing her hopes and her self-sacrifice. And in this way Lucien came to be David's chosen brother. As there are ultras who would fain be more royalist than the king, so David outdid the mother and sister in his belief in Lucien's genius. He spoiled Lucien as a mother spoils her child. Once under pressure of the lack of money, which tied their hands, the two were ruminating, after the manner of young men, over ways of promptly realizing a large fortune. And after fruitless shakings of all the trees already stripped by previous comers, Lucien bethought himself of two of his father's ideas. Roman 1000 Chardon had talked of a method of refining sugar by a chemical process which would reduce the cost of production by 1/2, and he had another plan for employing an American vegetable fiber for making paper, something after the Chinese fashion, and effecting an enormous saving in the cost of raw material. David, knowing the importance of a question raised already by the didots caught at this latter notion, saw a fortune in it, and looked upon Lucien as the benefactor, whom he could never repay. Anyone may guess how the ruling thoughts and inner life of this pair of friends unfitted them for carrying on the business of a printing house, So far from making 15 to 20,000 francs like Cointet Brothers printers and publishers, to the diocese and proprietors of the Charente Chronicle, now the only newspaper in the department Séchard's Sun, made a bare 300 francs per month, out of which the foreman's salary must be paid as well as Marianne's wages, and the rent and taxes, so that David himself was scarcely making 1,200 francs per annum. Active and industrious men of business would have bought new type and new machinery, and made an effort to secure orders for cheap printing from the Paris book trade, but master and foreman, deep in absorbing intellectual interests, were quite content with such orders as came to them from their remaining customers. In the long length, the Cointets had come to understand David's character and habits. They did not slander him now, on the contrary. Wise policy, required that they should allow the business to flicker on it, was to their interest indeed to maintain it in a small way lest it should fall into the hands of some more formidable competitor. They made a practice of sending prospectuses and circulars, job printing as it is caledto. The Séchards' establishment, so it came about that all unwittingly David owed his existence, commercially speaking, to the cunning schemes of his competitors. The Cointets, well pleased with his craze, as they called it, behaved to all appearance both fairly and handsomely. But as a matter of fact, they were adopting the tactics of the mail-coach owners, who set up a sham opposition coach to keep bona fide rivals out of the field. Inside and outside, the condition of the Séchard printing establishment bore testimony to the sordid avarice of the old bear, who never spent a penny on repairs. The old house had stood in sun and rain, and borne the brunt of the weather till it looked like some venerable tree trunk, set down at the entrance of the alley, so riven it was with seams and cracks of all sorts and sizes. The house front, built of brick and stone, with no pretensions to symmetry, seemed to be bending beneath the weight of a worm-eaten roof, covered with the curved pantiles in common use in the south of France. The decrepit casements were fitted with the heavy, unwieldy shutters necessary in that climate and held in place by massive iron crossbars. It would have puzzled you to find a more dilapidated house in Angoulême. Nothing but sheer tenacity of mortar kept it together. Try to picture the workshop lighted at either end and dark in the middle, the walls covered with handbills, and begrimed by friction of all the workmen who had rubbed past them for 30 years. The cobweb of cordage, across the ceiling the stacks of paper, the old-fashioned presses, the pile of slabs for weighting the damp sheets, the rows of cases, and the two dens in the far corners, where the master printer and foreman sate. And you will have some idea of the life led by the two friends. One day early in May 1821, David and Lucien were standing together by the window that looked into the yard. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and the 4 or 5 men were going out to dinner. David waited until the apprentice had shut the street door with the bell fastened to it. Then he drew Lucien out into the yard, as if the smell of paper, ink, and presses and old woodwork had grown intolerable to him, and together they sat down under the vines, keeping the office and the door in view. The sunbeams, playing among the trellised vine shoots, hovered over the two poets, making, as it were, an aureole about their heads, bringing the contrast between their faces and their characters into a vigorous relief that would have tempted the brush of some great painter. David's physique was of the kind that nature gives to the fighter, the man born to struggle in obscurity, or with the eyes of all men turned upon him. The strong shoulders, rising above the broad chest, were in keeping with the full development of his whole frame, with his thick crop of black hair, his fleshy, high-colored, swarthy face, supported by a thick neck. He looked at first sight like one of Boileau's cannons, but on a second glance there was that in the lines about the thick lips, in the dimple of the chin, in the turn of the square nostrils, with the broad, irregular line of central cleavage, and above all in the eyes, with the steady light of an all-absorbing love that burned in them, which revealed the real character of the man, the wisdom of the thinker, the strenuous melancholy of a spirit that discerns the horizon on either side and sees clearly to the end of winding ways, turning the clear light of analysis upon the joys of fruition, known as yet an idea alone, and quick to turn from them. In disgust, you might look for the flash of genius from such a face. You could not miss the ashes of the volcano, hopes extinguished beneath a profound sense of the social annihilation to which lowly birth and lack of fortune condemns so many a loftier mind. And by the side of the poor printer, who loathed a handicraft so closely allied to intellectual work, close to this Silenus, joyless, self-sustained, drinking deep draughts from the cup of knowledge and of poetry, that he might forget the cares of his narrow lot in the intoxication of soul and brain, stood Lucien, graceful as some sculptured Indian Bacchus. For in Lucien's face there was the distinction of line which stamps the beauty of the antique, the Greek profile, with the velvet whiteness of women's faces, and eyes full of love eyes, so blue that they looked dark against a pearly setting and dewy and fresh, as those of a child. Those beautiful eyes looked out from under their long chestnut lashes, beneath eyebrows that might have been traced by a Chinese pencil. The silken down on his cheeks like his bright curling hair shone, golden in the sunlight. A divine graciousness transfused the white temples that caught that golden gleam. A matchless nobleness had set its seal, in the short chin raised, but not abruptly, the smile that hovered about the coral lips yet redder, as they seemed by force of contrast, with the even teeth was the smile of some sorrowing angel. Lucian's hands denoted race, they were shapely hands that men obey at a sign, and women loved to kiss. Lucian was slender, and of middle height. From a glance at his feet, he might have been taken for a girl in disguise, and this so much the more easily from the feminine contour of the hips, a characteristic of keen-witted, not to say astute men. This is a trait which seldom misleads, and in Lucian it was a true indication of character, for when he analyzed the society of today his restless mind was apt to take its stand on the lower ground of those diplomatists who hold that success justifies the use of any means however base. It is one of the misfortunes attendant upon great intellects that perforce they comprehend all things both good and evil. The two young men judged society by the more lofty standard, because their social position was at the lowest end of the scale. For unrecognized power is apt to avenge itself for lowly station by viewing the world from a lofty standpoint. Yet it is nevertheless true that they grew, but the more bitter and hopeless after these swift soaring flights to the upper regions of thought. Their world by right. Lucian had read much and compared. David had thought much and deeply. In spite of the young printer's look of robust countrybred health, his turn of mind was melancholy, and somewhat morbid, lacked confidence in himself. But Lucian, on the other hand, with a boldness little to be expected from his feminine, almost effeminate figure, graceful, though it was Lucian, possessed the Gascon temperament to the highest degree, rash, brave, and adventurous, prone to make the most of the bright side, and as little as possible of the dark. His was the nature that sticks at no crime, if there is anything to be gained by it, and laughs at the vice, which serves as a stepping stone. Just now these tendencies of ambition were held in check, partly by the fair illusions of youth, partly by the enthusiasm which led him to prefer the nobler methods which every man in love with glory tries. First of all, Lucian was struggling, as yet, with himself and his own desires, and not with the difficulties of life, at strife with his own power, and not with the baseness of other men. That fatal exemplar for impressionable minds, the brilliancy of his intellect, had a keen attraction for David. David admired his friend, while he kept him out of the scrapes into which he was led by the fury francaise. David, with his well-balanced mind and timid nature at variance with a strong constitution, was by no means wanting in the persistence of the northern temper, and if he saw all the difficulties before him, none the less he vowed to himself to conquer, never to give way in him. The unswerving virtue of an apostle was softened by pity that sprang from inexhaustible indulgence in the friendship grown old already. One was the worshipper, and that one was David. Lucian ruled him like a woman sure of love, and David loved to give way. He felt that his friend's physical beauty implied a real superiority, which he accepted, looking upon himself as one made of coarser and commoner human clay. The ox for patient labor in the fields, the free life for the bird. He thought to himself, I will be the ox and Lucian shall be the eagle. So for 3 years these friends had mingled the destinies bright with such glorious promise. Together they read the great works that appeared above the horizon of literature and science, since the piece the poems of Schiller, Goethe, and Byron, the prose writings of Scott, Jean Paul, Berzelius, Davy, Cuvier, Lamartine, and many more. They warmed themselves beside these great hearthfires. They tried their powers in abortive creations, in work laid aside and taken up again with new glow of enthusiasm. Incessantly, they worked with the unwearied vitality of youth, comrades in poverty, comrades in the consuming love of art and science, till they forgot the hard life of the present, for their minds were wholly bent on laying the foundations of future fame. Lucian said, David, do you know what I have just received from Paris? He drew a tiny volume from his pocket. Listen. And David read as a poet can read, first André de Chénier's Idyll, near, then Le Malade, following on with the elegy on a suicide, another elegy in the classic taste, and the last 2 iambs. So that is André de Chénier. Lucian exclaimed again. And again, it fills one with despair, he cried for the 3rd time, when David surrendered the book to him. Unable to read further for a motioné poet rediscovered by a poet, said Lucian, reading the signature of the preface. After Chenier had written those poems, he thought that he had written nothing worth publishing, added David. Then Lucian in his turn read aloud the fragment of an epic called El Avugal, and 2 or 3 of the elegies till when he came upon the line. If they know not bliss is their happiness on earth. He pressed the book to his lips, and tears came to the eyes of either, for the 2 friends were lovers and fellow worshippers. Vinestems were changing color, with the spring covering the rifted, battered walls of the old house, where squalid cracks were spreading in every direction, with fluted columns and knots and bas-reliefs, and uncounted masterpieces of I know not what order of architecture erected by fairy hands' fancy, had scattered flowers and crimson gems over the gloomy little yard, and Chenier's Camille became for David the Eve whom he worshipped for Lucian, a great lady to whom he paid his homage. Poetry had shaken out her starry robe above the workshop, where the monkeys and bears were grotesquely busy among types and presses. 5 o'clock struck. But the friends felt neither hunger nor thirst. Life had turned to a golden dream, and all the treasures of the world lay at their feet. Far away on the horizon lay the blue streak to which hope points a finger in storm and stress. And a siren voice sounded in their ears, calling, "Come, spread your wings through that streak of gold or silver or azure, lies the sure way of escape from evil fortune." Just at that moment, the low glass door of the workshop was opened, and out came Cerizet. An apprentice David had brought the urchin from Paris. This youth introduced a stranger, who saluted the friends politely and spoke to David. "This, sir, is a monograph which I am desirous of printing," said he, drawing a huge package of manuscript from his pocket. "Will you oblige me with an estimate?" "We do not undertake work on such a scale, sir," David answered, without looking at the manuscript. "You had better see the Messrs. Quintet about it. Still, we have a very pretty type, which might suit it." Put in Lucian, taking up the roll. "We must ask you to be kind enough, sir, to leave your commission with us and call again tomorrow, and we will give you an estimate. Have I the pleasure of addressing Roman 1000 Lucien Chardon?" "Yes, sir," said the foreman. "I am fortunate in this opportunity of meeting with a young poet destined to such greatness," returned the author. "Mme de Bargeton sent me here." Lucian flushed red at the name, and stammered out something about gratitude for the interest which Mme de Bargeton took in him. David noticed his friend's embarrassed flush, and left him in conversation with the country gentleman, the author of a monograph on silkwork cultivation, prompted by vanity to print the effort for the benefit of fellow members of the local agricultural society. When the author had gone, David spoke. "Lucian, are you in love with Mme de Bargeton?" "Passionately. But social prejudices set you as far apart as if she were living at Pekin and you in Greenland. The will of 2 lovers can rise victorious over all things said." Lucian, lowering his eyes. "You will forget us," returned the alarmed lover, as Eve's fair face rose before his mind. "On the contrary, I have perhaps sacrificed my love to you," cried Lucian. "What do you mean?" "In spite of my love, in spite of the different motives which bid me obtain a secure footing in her house, I have told her that I will never go thither again, unless another is made welcome to a man whose gifts are greater than mine, a man destined for a brilliant future. David Séchard, my brother, my friend, I shall find an answer waiting. When I go home, all the aristocrats may have been asked to hear me read my verses this evening, but I shall not go if the answer is negative, and I will never set foot in Mme de Bargeton's house again." David brushed the tears from his eyes and wrung Lucian's hand. The clock struck 6. "Eve must be anxious. Goodbye," Lucian added abruptly. He hurried away. David stood overcome by the emotion that is only felt to the full at his age, and more especially in such a position as his. The friends were like 2 young swans with wings, unclipped as yet by the experiences of provincial life. "Heart of gold," David exclaimed to himself as his eyes followed Lucian across the workshop. Lucian went down to El Humo, along the broad Promenade de Beaulieu, the Rue du Minage, and St. Peter's Gate. It was the longest way round, so you may be sure that Mme de Bargeton's house lay on the way so delicious it was to pass under her windows, though she knew nothing of his presence, that for the past 2 months he had gone round daily, by the Palais Gate into El Humo. Under the trees of Beaulieu, he saw how far the suburb lay from the city. The custom of the country, moreover, had raised other barriers harder to surmount than the mere physical difficulty of the steep flights of steps, which Lucian was descending. Youth and ambition had thrown the flying bridge of glory across the gulf between the city and the suburb, yet Lucian was as uneasy in his mind over his lady's answer as any king's favorite who has tried to climb yet higher and fears that, being overbold, he is like to fall. This must seem a dark saying to those who have never studied the manners and customs of cities divided into the upper and lower town, wherefore it is necessary to enter here upon some topographical details, and this so much the more if the reader is to comprehend the position of one of the principal characters in the story Mme de Bargeton. The old city of Angoulême is perched aloft on a crag like a sugar loaf, overlooking the plain where the Charente winds away through the meadows. The crag is an outlying spur on the Périgord side of a long, low ridge of hill, which terminates abruptly just above the road from Paris to Bordeaux, so that the rock of Angoulême is a sort of promontory marking out the line of three picturesque valleys, the ramparts and great gateways and ruined fortress on the summit of the crag still remain to bear witness to the importance of this stronghold during the religious wars when Angoulême was a military position, coveted alike of Catholics and Calvinists. But its old-world strength is a source of weakness in modern days. Angoulême could not spread down to the Charente and shut in between its ramparts and the steep sides of the crag. The old town is condemned to stagnation of the most fatal kind. The government made an attempt about this very time to extend the town towards Périgord, building a prefecture, a naval school and barracks along the hillside, and opening up roads, but private enterprise had been beforehand elsewhere for some time. Past the suburb of El Humo had sprung up a mushroom growth at the foot of the crag, and along the riverside where the direct road runs from Paris to Bordeaux, everybody has heard of the great paper mills of Angoulême, established perforce 300 years ago on the Charente, and its branch streams, where there was a sufficient fall of water. The largest state factory of marine ordnance in France was established at Rueil some 6 miles away, carriers, wheelwrights, post houses, and inns, every agency for public conveyance, every industry that lives by road or river, was crowded together in Lower Angoulême to avoid the difficulty of the ascent of the hill. Naturally, 2 tanneries, laundries, and all such waterside trades stood within reach of the Charente, and along the banks of the river lay the stores of brandy and great warehouses, full of the waterborne raw material. All the carrying trade of the Charente, in short, had lined the quays with buildings. So the faubourg of El Humo grew into a busy and prosperous city, a second Angoulême rivaling the upper town, the residence of the powers that be, the lords spiritual and temporal of Angoulême, though El Humo, with all its business and increasing greatness, was still a mere appendage of the city. Above, the noblesse and officialdom dwelt on the crag. Trade and wealth remained below. No love was lost between these two sections of the community, all the world over. And in Angoulême, it would have been hard to say which of the two camps detested the other the more cordially under the empire. The machinery worked fairly smoothly, but the Restoration wrought both sides to the highest pitch of exasperation. Nearly every house in the upper town of Angoulême is inhabited by noble, or at any rate by old burgher families, who live independently on their income, a sort of autochthonous nation, who suffer no aliens to come among them, possibly after 200 years of unbroken residence, and it may be an intermarriage or two with one of the primordial houses. A family from some neighboring district may be adopted, but in the eyes of the aboriginal race they are still newcomers of yesterday. Prefects, receivers general, and various administrations that have come and gone during the last 40 years have tried to tame the ancient families perched aloft like wary ravens on their crag. The said families were always willing to accept invitations to dinners and dances, but as to admitting the strangers to their own houses, they were inexorable, ready to scoff and disparage jealous, and niggardly marrying only among themselves. The families formed a serried phalanx to keep out intruders of modern luxury. They had no notion, and as for sending a boy to Paris, it was sending him, they thought, to certain ruin. Such sagacity will give a sufficient idea of the old-world manners and customs of this society, suffering from thick-headed royalism, infected with bigotry rather than zeal, all stagnating together motionless, as their town founded upon a rock. Yet Angoulême enjoyed a great reputation in the provinces round about for its educational advantages, and neighboring towns sent their daughters to its boarding schools and convents. It is easy to imagine the influence of the class sentiment, which held Angoulême aloof from El Humo. The merchant classes are rich, the noblesse are usually poor. Each side takes its revenge in scorn of the other. The tradespeople in Angoulême espouse the quarrel. He is a man of El Humo, a shopkeeper of the upper town will tell you, speaking of a merchant in the lower suburb, throwing an accent into the speech which no words can describe. When the Restoration defined the position of the French noblesse, holding out hopes to them, which could only be realized by a complete and general topsy-turvydom, the distance between Angoulême and El Humo, already more strongly marked than the distance between the hill and plain, was widened. Yet further, the better families, all devoted as one man to the government grew more exclusive here than in any other part of France. The man of El Humo became little better than a pariah, hence the deep smothered hatred which broke out everywhere with such ugly unanimity in the insurrection of 1830, and destroyed the elements of a durable social system in France, as the overweening haughtiness of the court nobles detached the provincial noblesse from the throne, so did these last alienate the bourgeoisie from the royal cause, by behavior that galled their vanity in every possible way. So a man of El Humo, a druggist's son in Mme de Bargeton's house, was nothing less than a little revolution, who was responsible for it. Lamartine and Victor Hugo Casimir de Lavigne and Canalis Beranger, and Chateaubriand d'Avrigny, Benjamin Constant and Lamennais' cousin, and Michwal, the old and young illustrious names in literature, in short liberals and royalists alike must divide the blame among them. Mme de Bargeton loved art and letters, eccentric taste on her part, a craze deeply deplored in Angoulême. Injustice to the lady, it is necessary to give a sketch of the previous history of a woman born to shine, and left by unlucky circumstances in the shade, a woman whose influence decided Lucien's career. Roman 1000 de Bargeton was the great-grandson of an alderman of Bordeaux, named Murault, ennobled under Louis Roman XIII, for long tenure of office. His son, bearing the name of Murault de Bargeton, became an officer in the household troops of Louis Roman XIV, and married so great a fortune that in the reign of Louis Roman XV his son dropped the Murault, and was called simply Roman 1000 de Bargeton. This Roman 1000 de Bargeton, the alderman's grandson, lived up to his quality so strenuously that he ran through the family property, and checked the course of its fortunes. Two of his brothers, indeed great-uncles of the present Bargeton, went into business again, for which reason you will find the name of Murault among Bordeaux merchants at this day, the lands of Bargeton in Angoumois, in the barony of Rochefoucauld being entailed, and the house in Angoulême called the Hotel Bargeton, likewise the grandson of Roman 1000 de Bargeton. The waster came in for these hereditaments, though the year 1789 deprived him of all seigneurial rights, save to the rents paid by his tenants, which amounted to some 10,000 francs per annum, if his grandsire had but walked in the ways of his illustrious progenitors Bargeton Roman I, and Bargeton Roman II, Bargeton Roman V, who may be dubbed Bargeton the Mute by way of distinction, should by rights have been born to the title of Marquis of Bargeton. He would have been connected with some great family or other, and in due time he would have been a duke and a peer of France like many another. Whereas in 1805 he thought himself uncommonly lucky, when he married Emile Marie Louise Anais de Negrepellis, the daughter of a noble, long relegated to the obscurity of his manor house, Sion. Though he was of the younger branch of one of the oldest families in the south of France, there had been a Negrepellis among the hostages of St. Louis. The head of the elder branch, however, had borne the illustrious name of d'Espard since the reign of Henry Quater, when the Negrepellis of that day married an heiress of the d'Espard family. As for Roman 1000 de Negrepellis, the younger son of a younger son, he lived upon his wife's property, a small estate in the neighborhood of Barbizia, farming the land to admiration, selling his corn in the market himself, and distilling his own brandy, laughing at those who ridiculed him so long as he could pile up silver crowns, and now and again round out his estate with another bit of land. Circumstances unusual enough in out-of-the-way places in the country had inspired Mme de Bargeton with a taste for music and reading. During the Revolution, one Abbe Niaulent, the Abbe Rose's best pupil, found a hiding place in the old manor house of Escarbas, and brought with him his baggage of musical compositions. The old country gentleman's hospitality was handsomely repaid, for the Abbe undertook his daughter's education. Anais, or Nais, as she was called, must otherwise have been left to herself, or worse still, to some coarse-minded servant maid. The Abbe was not only a musician, he was well and widely read, and knew both Italian and German, so Emile de Negrepellis received instruction in those tongues, as well as in counterpoint. He explained the great masterpieces of the French, German, and Italian literatures, and deciphered with her the music of the great composers. Finally, as time hung heavy on his hands in the seclusion enforced by political storms, he taught his pupil Latin and Greek, and some smatterings of natural science. A mother might have modified the effects of a man's education upon a young girl whose independent spirit had been fostered in the first place by a country life. The Abbe Niaulent, an enthusiast and a poet, possessed the artistic temperament in a peculiarly high degree, a temperament compatible with many estimable qualities, but prone to raise itself above bourgeois prejudices by the liberty of its judgments and breadth of view. In society, an intellect of this order wins pardon for its boldness by its depth and originality, but in private life, it would seem to do positive mischief. By suggesting wanderings from the beaten track, the abbe was by no means wanting in goodness of heart, and his ideas were therefore the more contagious for this high-spirited girl, in whom they were confirmed by a lonely life. The abbe Niolant's pupil learned to be fearless in criticism and ready in judgment. It never occurred to her tutor that qualities so necessary in a man are disadvantages in a woman destined for the homely life of a housemother. And though the abbe constantly impressed it upon his pupil that it behoved her to be the more modest and gracious with the extent of her attainments, Emile de Negropellis conceived an excellent opinion of herself and a robust contempt for ordinary humanity. All those about her were her inferiors or persons who hastened to do her bidding, till she grew to be as haughty as a great lady, with none of the charming blandness and urbanity of a great lady. The instincts of vanity were flattered by the pride that the poor abbe took in his pupil, the pride of an author who sees himself in his work. And for her misfortune, she met no one with whom she could measure herself. Isolation is one of the greatest drawbacks of a country life. We lose the habit of putting ourselves to any inconvenience for the sake of others, when there is no one for whom to make the trifling sacrifices of personal effort required by dress and manner. And everything in us shares in the change. For the worse, the form and the spirit deteriorate together. With no social intercourse to compel self-repression, Emile de Negropellis's bold ideas passed into her manner, and the expression of her face, there was a cavalier air about her, a something that seems at first original, but only suited to women of adventurous life. So this education and the consequent asperities of character, which would have been softened down in a higher social sphere, could only serve to make her ridiculous at Angoulême so soon as her adorers should cease to worship eccentricities that charm only in youth. As for Roman 1000 de Negropellis, he would have given all his daughter's books to save the life of a sick bullock, and so miserly was he that he would not have given her 2 farthings over and above the allowance to which she had a right, even if it had been a question of some indispensable trifle for her education. In 1802, the abbe died before the marriage of his dear child, a marriage which he doubtless would never have advised. The old father found his daughter a great care now that the abbe was gone. The high-spirited girl, with nothing else to do, was sure to break into rebellion against his niggardliness, and he felt quite unequal to the struggle. Like all young women who leave the appointed track of woman's life, Nise had her own opinions about marriage and had no great inclination thereto. She shrank from submitting herself body and soul to the feeble, undignified specimens of mankind whom she had chanced to meet. She wished to rule. Marriage meant obedience, and between obedience to coarse caprices, and a mind without indulgence for her tastes, and flight with a lover who should please her, she would not have hesitated for a moment. Roman 1000 de Negropellis maintained sufficient of the tradition of birth to dread a mesalliance like many another parent. He resolved to marry his daughter not so much on her account, as for his own peace of mind. A noble, or a country gentleman, was the man for him. Somebody not too clever, incapable of haggling over the account of the trust, stupid enough and easy enough to allow Nise to have her own way, and disinterested enough to take her without a dowry. But where to look for a son-in-law to suit father and daughter equally well was the problem. Such a man would be the phoenix of sons-in-law. To Roman 1000 de Negropellis, pondering over the eligible bachelors of the province with these double requirements in his mind, Roman 1000 de Bargeton seemed to be the only one who answered to this description. Roman 1000 de Bargeton, aged 40, considerably shattered by the amorous dissipations of his youth, was generally held to be a man of remarkably feeble intellect, but he had just the exact amount of common sense required for the management of his fortune and breeding, sufficient to enable him to avoid blunders or blatant follies in society. In Angoulême, in the bluntest manner, Roman 1000 de Negropellis pointed out the negative virtues of the model husband designed for his daughter, and made her see the way to manage him so as to secure her own happiness. So Nise married the bearer of arms 200 years old already, for the barget and arms are blazoned, thus the first or 3 attires gules, the second 3 oxes' heads, cabos 2 and 1 sable, the third barry of 6 azure, and argent in the first 6 shells or 3 2. And one provided with a chaperone. Nise could steer her fortunes as she chose under the style of the firm, and with the help of such connections as her wit and beauty would obtain for her in Paris. Nise was enchanted by the prospect of such liberty. Roman 1000 de Bargeton was of the opinion that he was making a brilliant marriage, for he expected that in no long while Roman 1000 de Negropellis would leave him the estates which he was rounding out so lovingly. But to an unprejudiced spectator, it certainly seemed as though the duty of writing the bridegroom's epitaph might devolve upon his father-in-law. By this time, Mme de Bargeton was 36 years old, and her husband 58. The disparity in age was the more startling since Roman 1000 de Bargeton looked like a man of 70, whereas his wife looked scarcely half her age. She could still wear rose color and her hair hanging loose upon her shoulders. Although their income did not exceed 12,000 francs, they ranked among the half-dozen largest fortunes in the old city merchants, and officials accepted for Roman 1000, and Mme de Bargeton were obliged to live in Angoulême until such time as Mme de Bargeton's inheritance should fall in, and they could go to Paris meanwhile. They were bound to be attentive to old Roman 1000 de Negrepellis, who kept them waiting so long that his son-in-law in fact predeceased him, and Nye's brilliant intellectual gifts and the wealth that lay like undiscovered ore in her nature profited her. Nothing underwent the transforming operation of time, and changed to absurdities for our absurdities spring, in fact for the most part from the good in us. From some faculty or quality, abnormally developed pride untempered by intercourse with the great world becomes stiff, and starched by contact with petty things in a loftier moral atmosphere. It would have grown to noble magnanimity enthusiasm, that virtue. Within a virtue forming the saint inspiring the devotion, hidden from all eyes and glowing out upon the world in verse, turns to exaggeration with the trifles of a narrow existence, for its object far away from the centers of light shed by great minds where the air is quick with thought knowledge stands still taste, is corrupted like stagnant water and passion, dwindles frittered away upon the infinitely small objects which it strives to exalt herein, lies the secret of the avarice and tittle-tattle that poison provincial life. The contagion of narrow-mindedness and meanness affects the noblest natures, and in such ways as these men born to be great and women, who would have been charming if they had fallen under the forming influence of greater minds, are balked of their lives. Here was Mme de Bargeton, for instance, smiting the lyre for every trifle, and publishing her emotions indiscriminately to her circle. As a matter of fact, when sensations appeal to an audience of one, it is better to keep them to ourselves. A sunset, certainly, is a glorious poem, but if a woman describes it in high-sounding words for the benefit of matter-of-fact people, is she not ridiculous? There are pleasures which can only be felt to the full when two souls meet, poet and poet, heart and heart. She had a trick of using high-sounding phrases, interlarded with exaggerated expressions, the kind of stuff ingeniously nicknamed tartines by the French journalist who furnishes a daily supply of the commodity for a public that daily performs the difficult feat of swallowing it. She squandered superlatives recklessly in her talk, and the smallest things took giant proportions. It was at this period of her career that she began to typize, individualize, synthesize, dramatize, superiorize, analyze, poetize, angelize, neologize, tragedify, prosify, and colossify. Must violate the laws of language to find words to express the newfangled whimsies in which even women here and there indulge. The heat of her language communicated itself to the brain, and the dithyrambs on her lips were spoken out of the abundance of her heart. She palpitated, swooned, and went into ecstasies over anything and everything, over the devotion of a sister of charity and the execution of the brothers Fauchet, over Roman 1000 D. Arlincourt's Ipsibo Louis Anaconda, or the escape of La Valette, or the presence of mind of a lady friend who put burglars to flight by imitating a man's voice. Everything was heroic, extraordinary, strange, wonderful, and divine. She would work herself into a state of excitement, indignation, or depression. She soared to heaven and sank again, gazed at the sky, or looked to earth. Her eyes were always filled with tears. She wore herself out with chronic admiration, and wasted her strength on curious dislikes. Her mind ran on the Pasha of Janina. She would have liked to try conclusions with him in his seraglio, and had a great notion of being sewn in a sack and thrown into the water. She envied that blue stocking of the desert, Lady Hester Stanhope. She longed to be a sister of St. Camilla, and tend the sick and die of yellow fever in a hospital at Barcelona. 'Twas a high and noble destiny, in short. She thirsted for any draught but the clear spring water of her own life, flowing hidden among green pastures. She adored Byron and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, or anybody else with a picturesque or dramatic career. Her tears were ready to flow for every misfortune. She sang paeans for every victory. She sympathized with the fallen Napoleon, and with Mehemet Ali massacring the foreign usurpers of Egypt. In short, any kind of genius was accommodated with an aureole, and she was fully persuaded that gifted immortals lived on incense and light. A good many people looked upon her as a harmless lunatic, But in these extravagances of hers, a keener observer surely would have seen the broken fragments of a magnificent edifice that had crumbled into ruin before it was completed, the stones of a heavenly Jerusalem love, in short, without a lover. And this was indeed the fact. The story of the first 18 years of Mme de Bargeton's married life can be summed up in a few words. For a long while, she lived upon herself and distant hopes. Then, when she began to see that their narrow income put the longed-for life in Paris quite out of the question, she looked about her at the people with whom her life must be spent and shuddered at her loneliness. There was not a single man who could inspire the madness to which women are prone. When they despair of a life becomes stale and unprofitable in the present, and with no outlook for the future, she had nothing to look for, nothing to expect from chance, for there are lives in which chance plays no part. But when the empire was in the full noonday of glory and Napoleon was sending the flower of his troops to the peninsula, her disappointed hopes, revived natural curiosity, prompted her to make an effort to see the heroes who were conquering Europe in obedience to a word from the emperor in the order of the day, the heroes of a modern time, who outdid the mythical feats of paladins of old. The cities of France, however avaricious or refractory, must perforce do honor to the imperial guard, and mayors and prefects went out to meet them with set speeches, as if the conquerors had been crowned kings. Mme de Bargeton went to a redoubto given to the town by a regiment, and fell in love with an officer of a good family, a sub-lieutenant to whom the crafty Napoleon had given a glimpse of the baton of a marshal of France. Love, restrained greater and nobler than the ties that were made and unmade so easily in those days, was consecrated coldly by the hands of death on the battlefield of Wagram. A shell shattered the only record of Mme de Bargeton's young beauty, a portrait worn on the heart of the Marquis of Cant-Croix, for long afterwards she wept for the young soldier, the colonel in his second campaign, for the heart hot with love and glory, that said a letter from Nice above imperial favor. The pain of those days cast a veil of sadness over her face, a shadow that only vanished at the terrible age when a woman first discovers with dismay that the best years of her life are over, and she has had no joy of them when she sees her roses wither, and the longing for love is revived again with the desire to linger yet for a little on the last smiles of youth. Her nobler qualities dealt so many wounds to her soul at the moment when the cold of the provinces seized upon her, she would have died of grief like the ermine, if by chance she had been sullied by contact with those men whose thoughts are bent on winning a few sous nightly at cards. After a good dinner, pride saved her from the shabby love intrigues of the provinces, a woman so much above the level of those about her, forced to decide between the emptiness of the men whom she meets and the emptiness of her own life, can make but one choice. Marriage and society became a cloister for Anne. She lived by poetry, as the Carmelite lives by religion. All the famous foreign books published in France for the first time between 1815 and 1821, the great eschists Roman 1000 de Bonald and Roman 1000 de Maistre, those two eagles of thought, all the lighter French literature in short that appeared during that sudden outburst of first vigorous growth, might bring delight into her solitary life, but not flexibility of mind or body. She stood strong and straight like some forest tree lightning blasted, but still erect. Her dignity became a stilted manner. Her social supremacy led her into affectation and sentimental over-refinements. She queened it with her foibles after the usual fashion of those who allow their courtiers to adore them. This was Mme de Bargeton's past life, a dreary chronicle which must be given if Lucien's position with regard to the lady is to be comprehensible. Lucien's introduction came about oddly enough in the previous winter. A newcomer had brought some interest into Mme de Bargeton's monotonous life. The place of controller of excise fell vacant, and Roman 1000 de Barante appointed a man whose adventurous life was a sufficient passport to the house of the sovereign lady, who had her share of feminine curiosity. Roman 1000 de Chatelet began life as plain 6 Chatelet, but since 1806 had the wit to adopt the particle. Roman 1000 du Chatelet was one of the agreeable young men who escaped conscription after conscription by keeping very close to the imperial son. He had begun his career as private secretary to an imperial highness, a post for which he possessed every qualification personable, and of a good figure, a clever billiard player, a passable amateur actor. He danced well and excelled in most physical exercises. He could moreover sing a ballad and applaud a witticism. Supple, envious, never at a loss, there was nothing that he did not know, nothing that he really knew. He knew nothing, for instance, of music, but he could sit down to the piano and accompany, after a fashion, a woman who consented, after much pressing, to sing a ballad learned by heart in a month of hard practice. Incapable, though he was, of any feeling for poetry, he would boldly ask permission to retire for 10 minutes, to compose an impromptu and return with a quatrain flat as a pancake, wherein rhyme did duty for reason. Roman 1000 Du Chatelet had besides a very pretty talent for filling in the ground of the princess worsted work. After the flowers had been begun, he held her skeins of silk, with infinite grace, entertained her with dubious nothings more or less transparently veiled. He was ignorant of painting, but he could copy a landscape sketch ahead in profile, or design a costume, and color it. He had in short all the little talents that a man could turn to such useful account in times when women exercised more influence in public life than most people imagined. Diplomacy, he claimed to be his strong point. It usually is with those who have no knowledge and are profound by reason of their emptiness. And indeed, this kind of skill possesses one signal advantage, for it can only be displayed in the conduct of the affairs of the great. And when discretion is the quality required, a man who knows nothing can safely say nothing and take refuge in a mysterious shake of the head. In fact, the cleverest practitioner is he who can swim with the current and keep his head well above the stream of events, which he appears to control. A man's fitness for this business, varying inversely as his specific gravity. But in this particular art or craft, as in all others, you shall find 1,000 mediocrities for one man of genius, and in spite of Chatelet's services ordinary and extraordinary, Her Imperial Highness could not procure a seat in the Privy Council for her private secretary. Not that he would not have made a delightful master of requests, like many another, but the princess was of the opinion that her secretary was better placed with her than anywhere else in the world. He was made a baron, however, and went to castle as env extraordinary, no empty form of words, for he cut a very extraordinary figure. There Napoleon used him as a diplomatic courier in the thick of a European crisis. Just as he had been promised the post of minister to Jerome in Westphalia, the empire fell to pieces, and balked of his ambassade de famille, as he called it, he went off in despair to Egypt with General de Montrevaux. A strange chapter of accidents separated him from his traveling companion, and for 2 long years Sixte Du Chatelet led a wandering life among the Arab tribes of the desert, who sold and resold their captives. His talents being not of the slightest use to the nomad tribes. At length, about the time that Montrevaux reached Tangier, Chatelet found himself in the territory of the Imam of Muscat, had the luck to find an English vessel just about to set sail, and so came back to Paris a year sooner than his sometime companion. Once in Paris, his recent misfortunes and certain connections of long standing together, with services rendered to great persons now in power, recommended him to the president of the council, who put him in Roman 1000 de Barante's department, until such time as a controllership should fall vacant. So the part that Roman 1000 Du Chatelet once had played in the history of the imperial princess, his reputation for success with women, the strange story of his travels and sufferings, all awakened the interest of the ladies of Angoulême. Roman 1000, Le Baron Sixte Du Chatelet informed himself as to the manners and customs of the upper town, and took his cue accordingly. He appeared on the scene as a jaded man of the world. Broken in health and weary in spirit, he would raise his hand to his forehead at all seasons, as if pain never gave him a moment's respite, a habit that recalled his travels, and made him interesting. He was on visiting terms with the authorities general in command, the prefect, the receiver general, and the bishop. But in every house he was frigid, polite, and slightly supercilious, like a man out of his proper place, awaiting the favors of power. His social talents he left to conjecture, nor did they lose anything in reputation on that account. Then, when people began to talk about him, and wished to know him, and curiosity was still lively when he had reconnoitered the men and found them not, and studied the women with the eyes of experience in the cathedral for several Sundays, he saw that Mme de Bargeton was the person with whom it would be best to be on intimate terms. Music, he thought, should open the doors of a house where strangers were never received surreptitiously. He procured one of Miroir's masses, learned it upon the piano, and one fine Sunday, when all Angoulême went to the cathedral, he played the organ, sent those who knew no better into ecstasies over the performance, and stimulated the interest felt in him by allowing his name to slip out through the attendants. As he came out after Mass, Mme de Bargeton complimented him, regretting that she had no opportunity of playing duets with such a musician, and naturally, during an interview of her own seeking, he received the passport which he could not have obtained if he had asked for it. So the adroit baron was admitted to the circle of the Queen of Angoulême, and paid her marked attention. The elderly beau was 45 years old, saw that all her youth lay dormant, and ready to revive, saw treasures to be turned to account, and possibly A rich widow to wed, to say nothing of expectations, it would be a marriage. Into the family of Negrepellis, and for him, this meant a family connection with the Marquise d'Espard, and a political career in Paris here was a fair tree to cultivate in spite of the almond, unsightly mistletoe that grew thick upon it. He would hang his fortunes upon it, and prune it, and wait till he could gather its golden fruit. Highborn Angoulême shrieked against the introduction of a jower into the sanctuary, for Mme de Bargeton's salon was a kind of holy of holies. In a society that kept itself unspotted from the world, the only outsider intimate there was the bishop. The prefect was admitted twice or thrice in a year. The receiver general was never received at all. Mme de Bargeton would go to concerts and at homes at his house, but she never accepted invitations to dinner, and now she who had declined to open her doors to the receiver general welcomed a mere controller of excise here, was a novel order of precedence for snubbed authority. Such a thing it had never entered their minds to conceive. Those who by dint of mental effort can understand a kind of pettiness, which for that matter can be found on any and every social level, will realize the awe with which the bourgeoisie of Angoulême regarded the Hôtel de Bargeton, the inhabitant of El Humo. Beheld the grandeur of that miniature, Louvre, the glory of the Angoumoisin Hôtel de Rambouillet, shining at a solar distance. And yet within it, there was gathered together all the direst intellectual poverty, all the decayed gentility from 20 leagues round about. Political opinion expanded itself in wordy commonplaces vociferated with emphasis. The quotidian was comparatively Laodicean in its loyalty, and Louis Roman 18, a Jacobin. The women for the most part were awkward, silly, insipid, and ill-dressed. There was always something amiss that spoiled the whole. Nothing them was complete toilette or talk flesh or spirit, but for his designs on Mme de Bargeton Chatelet could not have endured the society. And yet the manners and spirit of the noble in his ruined manor house, the knowledge of the traditions of good breeding, these things covered a multitude of deficiencies. Nobility of feeling was far more real here than in the lofty world of Paris. You might compare these country royalists, if the metaphor may be allowed, to old-fashioned silver plate, antiquated and tarnished, but weighty. Their attachment to the House of Bourbon, as the House of Bourbon, did them honor. The very fixity of their political opinions was a sort of faithfulness. The distance that they set between themselves and the bourgeoisie, their very exclusiveness, gave them a certain elevation, and enhanced their value. Each noble represented a certain price for the townsmen, as Bambara Negroes, we are told, attach a money value to carry shells. Some of the women, flattered by Roman 1000 du Chatelet, discerned in him the superior qualities lacking in the men of their own sect, and the insurrection of self-love was pacified. These ladies all hoped to succeed to the Imperial Highness. Purists were of the opinion that you might see the intruder in Mme de Bargeton's house, but not elsewhere. Du Chatelet was fain to put up with a good deal of insolence, but he held his ground by cultivating the clergy. He encouraged the Queen of Angoulême in foibles bred of the soil. He brought her all the newest books. He read aloud the poetry that appeared. Together they went into ecstasies over these poets, she in all sincerity, he with suppressed yawns, but he bore with the romantics with a patience hardly to be expected of a man of the imperial school, who scarcely could make out what the young writers meant. Not so Mme de Bargeton. She waxed enthusiastic over the Renaissance, due to the return of the Bourbon lilies. She loved Roman 1000 de Chateaubriand for calling Victor Hugo a sublime child. It depressed her that she could only know genius from afar. She sighed for Paris, where great men live. For these reasons, Roman 1000 du Chatelet thought he had done a wonderfully clever thing when he told the lady that at that moment in Angoulême there was another sublime child, a young poet, a rising star, whose glory surpassed the whole Parisian galaxy. Though he knew it not, a great man of the future had been born in El Humo. The headmaster of the school had shown the Baron some admirable verses. The poor and humble lad was a second Chatterton, with none of the political baseness and ferocious hatred of the great ones of earth that led his English prototype to turn pamphleteer and revile his benefactors. Mme de Bargeton, in her little circle of 5 or 6 persons, who were supposed to share her tastes for art and letters, because this one scraped fiddle and that splashed sheets of white paper more or less with sepia, and the other was president of a local agricultural society, or was gifted with a bass voice that rendered si fiato in corpo like a war whoop. Mme de Bargeton, amid these grotesque figures, was like a famished actor set down to a stage dinner of pasteboard. No words therefore can describe her joy at these tidings. She must see this poet, this angel. She raved about him, went into raptures, talked of him for whole hours together, Before 2 days were out, the sometime diplomatic courier had negotiated through the headmaster for Lucien's appearance in the Hotel de Bargeton. Poor helots of the provinces for whom the distances between class and class are so far greater than for the Parisian for whom indeed these distances, visibly lessened day by day souls, so grievously oppressed by the social barriers, behind which all sorts and conditions of men sit crying raka with mutual anathemas and you alone will fully comprehend the ferment in Lucien's heart and brain when his inspiring headmaster told him that the great gates of the Hotel de Bargeton would shortly open and turn upon their hinges at his fame Lucien, and David walking together of an evening in the Promenade de Beaulieu, had looked up at the house with the old-fashioned gables, and wondered whether their names would ever so much as reach ears, inexorably deaf to knowledge, that came from a lowly origin, and now he Lucien was to be made welcome there. No one except his sister was in the secret Eve like the thrifty housekeeper and divine magician, that she was conjured up a few louis d'or from her savings to buy thin shoes for Lucien of the best shoemaker in Angoulême, and an entirely new suit of clothes from the most renowned tailor. She made a frill for his best shirt, and washed and pleated it with her own hands, and how pleased she was to see him so dressed, how proud she felt of her brother, and what quantities of advice she gave him. Her intuition foresaw countless foolish fears. Lucien had a habit of resting his elbows on the table. When he was in deep thought, he would even go so far as to draw a table nearer to lean upon it. Eve told him that he must not forget himself in those aristocratic precincts. She went with him as far as St. Peter's Gate, and when they were almost opposite the cathedral, she stopped and watched him pass down the Rue de Beaulieu to the promenade, where Roman 1000 du Châtelet was waiting for him, and after he was out of sight she still stood there, poor girl, in a great tremor of emotion, as though some great thing had happened to them. Lucien, in Mme. de Bargeton's house for Eve, it meant the dawn of success. The innocent creature did not suspect that, where ambition begins, ingenuous feeling ends. Externals in the Rue du Minage gave Lucien no sense of surprise. This palace, that loomed so large in his imagination, was a house built of the soft stone of the country mellowed by time. It looked dismal enough from the street, and inside it was extremely plain. There was the usual provincial courtyard, chilly, prim and neat, and the house itself was sober, almost convent-like, but in good repair. Lucien went up the old staircase with the balustrade of chestnut wood. The stone steps ceased after the second floor, crossed a shabby antechamber, and came into the presence in a little wainscoted drawing-room, beyond a dimly-lit salon. The carved woodwork, in the taste of the 18th century, had been painted gray. There were monochrome paintings on the frieze panels, and the walls were adorned with crimson damask, with a meager border. The old-fashioned furniture shrank piteously from sight under covers of a redandweight check pattern. On the sofa, covered with thin mattressed cushions, sat Mme. de Bargeton. The poet beheld her by the light of 2 wax candles, on a sconce with a screen fitted to it that stood before her on a round table with a green cloth. The queen did not attempt to rise, but she twisted very gracefully on her seat, smiling on the poet, who was not a little fluttered by the serpentine quiverings. Her manner was distinguished, he thought, for Mme. de Bargeton. She was impressed with Lucien's extreme beauty, with his diffidence, with everything about him. For her the poet already was poetry incarnate. Lucien scrutinized his hostess with discreet side glances. She disappointed none of his expectations of a great lady. Mme. de Bargeton, following a new fashion, wore a coif of slashed black velvet, a headdress that recalls memories of medieval legend to a young imagination to amplify. As it were the dignity of womanhood, her red gold hair, escaping from under her cap, hung loose, bright golden color in the light red, in the rounded shadow of the curls that only partially hid her neck. Beneath a massive white brow, clean cut and strongly outlined, shone a pair of bright gray eyes, encircled by a margin of mother-of-pearl. 2 blue veins on each side of the nose, bringing out the whiteness of that delicate setting. The Bourbon curve of the nose added to the ardent expression of an oval face. It was as if the royal temper of the House of Condé shone conspicuous in this feature. The careless crossfolds of the bodice left a white throat bare in half, revealed the outlines of a still youthful figure, and shapely, well-placed contours beneath. With fingers tapering and well-kept, though somewhat too thin, Mme. de Bargeton amiably pointed to a seat by her side. Roman 1000 du Châtelet ensconced himself in an easy-chair, and Lucien then became aware that there was no one else in the room. Mme. de Bargeton's words intoxicated the young poet from El Humo. For Lucien, those 3 hours spent in her presence went by like a dream that we would fain have last forever. She was not thin, he thought. She was slender, in love with love, and loverless and delicate. In spite of her strength, her foibles exaggerated by her manner, took his fancy for youth sets. Out with a love of hyperbole, that infirmity of noble souls, he did not so much as see that her cheeks were faded, that the patches of color on the cheekbone were faded and hardened to a brick red by listless days, and a certain amount of ailing health his imagination fastened at once on the glowing eyes, on the dainty curls, rippling with light on the dazzling fairness of her skin, and hovered about those bright points, as the moth hovers about the candle flame for her spirit, made such appeal to his, that he could no longer see the woman as she was her feminine exaltation had carried him, away the energy of her expressions, a little staled in truth by pretty hard and constant wear. But new to Lucian fascinated him so, much the more easily because he was determined to be pleased. He had brought none of his own verses to read, but nothing was said of them. He had purposely left them behind, because he meant to return, and Mme de Bargeton did not ask for them, because she meant that he should come back some future day to read them to her. Was not this a beginning of an understanding? As for Roman 1006 du Châtelet, he was not over well pleased with all this. He perceived, rather too late in the day, that he had a rival in this handsome young fellow. He went with him as far as the first flight of steps below Beaulieu, to try the effect of a little diplomacy. And Lucian was not a little astonished, when he heard the controller of excise pluming himself on having effected the introduction, and proceeding in this character, to give him Lucian the benefit of his advice. Heaven send that Lucian might meet with better treatment than he had done such, was the matter of Roman 1000 du Châtelet's discourse. The court was less insolent that this pack of dolts in Angoulême, you were expected to endure deadly insults, the superciliousness you had to put up with, was something abominable. If this kind of folk did not alter their behavior, there would be another revolution of '89. As for himself, if he continued to go to the house, it was because he had found Mme de Bargeton to his taste. She was the only woman worth troubling about in Angoulême. He had been paying court to her for want of anything better to do, and now he was desperately in love with her. She would be his before very long. She loved him. Everything pointed that way. The conquest of this haughty queen of the society would be his one revenge on the whole houseful of booby clodpates. Châtelet talked of his passion in the tone of a man who would have a rival's life if he crossed his path. The elderly butterfly of the empire came down with his whole weight on the poor poet, and tried to frighten and crush him by his self-importance. He grew taller as he gave an embellished account of his perilous wanderings. But while he impressed the poet's imagination, the lover was by no means afraid of him. In spite of the elderly coxcomb, and regardless of his threats and airs of a bourgeois bravo, Lucian went back again, and again to the house, not too often at first, as became a man of el humo, but before very long he grew accustomed to the vast condescension, as it had seemed to him at the outset, and came more and more frequently. The druggist's son was a completely insignificant being. If any of the noblesse men or women calling upon Nyes found Lucian in the room, they met him with the overwhelming graciousness that well-bred people use towards their inferiors. Lucian thought them very kind for a time, and later found out the real reason for their specious amiability. It was not long before he detected a patronizing tone that stirred his gall, and confirmed him in his bitter republicanism, a phase of opinion through which many a wood patrician passes by way of prelude to his introduction to polite society. But was there anything that he would not have endured for Naisfer? So he heard her named by the clan like Spanish grandees, and the old Austrian nobility at Vienna, these folk men and women alike, called each other by their Christian names, a final shade of distinction in the inmost ring of Angaumoisin aristocracy. Lucian loved Nyes as a young man loves the first woman who flatters him, for Nyes prophesied great things and boundless fame for Lucian. She used all her skill to secure her hold upon her poet. Not merely did she exalt him beyond measure, but she represented him to himself as a child without fortune, whom she meant to start in life. She treated him like a child to keep him near her. She made him her reader, her secretary, and cared more for him than she would have thought possible after the dreadful calamity that had befallen her. She was very cruel to herself in those days, telling herself that it would be folly to love a young man of 20 so far apart from her socially in the first place. And her behavior to him was a bewildering mixture of familiarity and capricious fits of pride, arising from her fears and scruples. She was sometimes a lofty patroness, sometimes she was tender, and flattered him, at first while he was overawed by her rank. Lucian experienced the extremes of dread hope and despair, the torture of a first love that is beaten deep into the heart with the hammer strokes of alternate bliss and anguish. For 2 months, Mme de Bargeton was for him a benefactress who would take a mother's interest in him. But confidences came next. Mme de Bargeton began to address her poet as Dear Lucian. And then as Dear without more ado, the poet grew bolder and addressed the great lady as nigh and there. Followed a flash of anger that captivates a boy. She reproached him for calling her by a name in everybody's mouth. The haughty and highborn Negropolis offered the fair angel youth that one of her appellations, which was unsoiled by use for him, she would be Louise Lucian, was in the third heaven. One evening, when Lucian came in, he found Mme. de Bargeton looking at a portrait which she promptly put away. He wished to see it, and to quiet the despair of a first fit of jealousy, Louise showed him Count Croix's picture, and told with tears the piteous story of a love so stainless, so cruelly cut short. Was she experimenting with herself? Was she trying a first unfaithfulness to the memory of the dead? Or had she taken it into her head to raise up a rival to Lucian in the portrait? Lucian was too much of a boy to analyze his ladylove. He gave way to unfeigned despair when she opened the campaign by entrenching herself behind the more or less skillfully devised scruples which women raise to have them battered down. When a woman begins to talk about her duty regard for appearances, or religion, the objections she raises are so many redoubts which she loves to have carried by storm. But on the guileless Lucian these coquetries were thrown away. He would have advanced of his own accord. I shall not die for you, I will live for you, he cried audaciously one evening. He meant to have no more of Roman 1000 de Count Croix, and gave Louise a glance which told plainly that a crisis was at hand. Startled at the progress of this new love in herself, and her poet, Louise demanded some verses promised for the first page of her album, looking for a pretext for a quarrel in his tardiness. But what became of her when she read the following stanzas, which naturally she considered finer than the finest work of Canales, the poet of the aristocracy? The magic brush light flying flights of song. To these, but not to these alone, belong my pages fair. Often to me my mistress pencil steals, to tell the secret gladness that she feels, the hidden care, and when her fingers slowly are at the last, of a rich future now become the past. Seek count of me, O love, when swift thick-coming memories rise. I pray of thee, may they bring visions fair as cloudless skies, of happy voyage o'er a summer sea. Was it really I who inspired those lines, she asked. The doubt suggested by coquetry, to a woman who amused herself by playing with fire, brought tears to Lucian's eyes, but her first kiss upon his forehead calmed the storm decidedly. Lucian was a great man, and she meant to form him. She thought of teaching him Italian and German, and perfecting his manners. That would be pretext sufficient for having him constantly with her, under the very eyes of her tiresome courtiers. What an interest in her life! She took up music again for her poet's sake, and revealed the world of sound to him, playing grand fragments of Beethoven, till she sent him into ecstasy, and happy in his delight, turned to the half-swooning poet. Is not such happiness as this enough, she asked hypocritically, and poor Lucian was stupid enough to answer yes. In the previous week things had reached such a point that Louise had judged it expedient to ask Lucian to dine with Roman 1000 de Bargeton as a third. But in spite of this precaution, the whole town knew the state of affairs, and so extraordinary did it appear that no one would believe the truth. The outcry was terrific. Some were of the opinion that society was on the eve of cataclysm. See, what comes of liberal doctrines, cried others. Then it was that the jealous Du Chatelet discovered that Madame Charlotte, the monthly nurse, was no other than Mme. Chardon, the mother of the Chateaubriand of El Humo. As he put it, the remark passed muster. As a joke, Mme. de Chander was the first to hurry to Mme. de Bargeton. Nice dear, she said, do you know what everybody is talking about in Angoulême? This little rimster's mother is the Madame Charlotte, who nursed my sister-in-law through her confinement 2 months ago. What is there extraordinary in that, my dear? Asked Mme. de Bargeton, with her most regal air. She is a druggist's widow. Is she not a poor fate for a Rubempré? Suppose that you and I had not a penny in the world, what should either of us do for a living? How would you support your children? Mme. de Bargeton's presence of mind put an end to the jeremiads of the noblesse. Great natures are prone to make a virtue of misfortune, and there is something irresistibly attractive about well-doing when persisted in through evil report. Innocence has the piquancy of the forbidden. Mme. de Bargeton's rooms were crowded that evening with friends who came to remonstrate with her. She brought her most caustic wit into play. She said that as noble families could not produce a Molière, a Racine, a Rousseau, a Voltaire, a Massillon, a Beaumarchais, or a Diderot, people must make up their minds to it, and accept the fact that great men had upholsterers and clockmakers and cutlers for their fathers, She said that genius was always noble. She railed at boorish squires for understanding their real interests so imperfectly. In short, she talked a good deal of nonsense, which would have let the light into heads less dense, but left her audience agape at her eccentricity, and in these ways she conjured away the storm with her heavy artillery. When Lucian, obedient to her request, appeared for the first time in the faded great drawing-room, where the Whistables were set out, she welcomed him graciously, and brought him forward like a queen who means to be obeyed. She addressed the controller of excise as Roman 1,000 chatelet, and left that gentleman thunderstruck by the discovery that she knew about the illegal superfetation of the particle Lucian was forced upon her circle, and was received as a poisonous element which every person in it vowed to expel with the antidote of insolence. Nise had won a victory, but she had lost her supremacy of empire. There was a rumor of insurrection, Amelie otherwise Mme de Chander hearkening to Roman 1,000 chatelets councils determined to erect a rival altar, by receiving on Wednesdays now Mme de Bargeton's salon, was open every evening, and those who frequented it were so wedded to their ways, so accustomed to meet about the same tables, to play the familiar game of backgammon, to see the same faces, and the same candle sconces night after night, and afterwards to cloak and shawl, and put on overshoes and hats in the old corridor, that they were quite as much attached to the steps of the staircase as to the mistress of the house. All resigned themselves to endure the songster chardonneret of the sacred grove, said Alexander de Brebian, which was witticism number 2. Finally, the president of the Agricultural Society put an end to the sedition by remarking judicially that before the Revolution the greatest nobles admitted men like Dulcos and Grimm and Crebelin to their society-men, who were nobodies like this little poet of El Humo. But one thing they never did, they never received tax collectors. And after all, Chatelet is only a tax collector. Du Chatelet suffered for Chardon, everyone turned the cold shoulder upon him, and Chatelet was conscious that he was attacked when Mme de Bargeton called him Roman 1,000 Chatelet. He swore to himself that he would possess her, and now he entered into the views of the mistress of the house, came to the support of the young poet, and declared himself Lucian's friend, the great diplomatist, overlooked by the short-sighted emperor, made much of Lucian and declared himself his friend to launch the poet into society. He gave a dinner and asked all the authorities to meet him, the prefect, the receiver-general, the colonel, in command of the garrison, the head of the naval school, the president of the court, and so forth. The poet, poor fellow, was feted so magnificently, and so belauded that anybody but a young man of 22 would have shrewdly suspected a hoax. After dinner, Chatelet drew his rival on to recite the dying Sardanapalus, the masterpiece of the hour, and the headmaster of the school, a man of a phlegmatic temperament, applauded with both hands and vowed that Jean-Baptiste Rousseau had done nothing finer. Sixth Baron du Chatelet thought in his heart that this slip of a rimster would wither incontinently in a hothouse of adulation. Perhaps he hoped that when the poet's head was turned with brilliant dreams, he would indulge in some impertinence that would promptly consign him to the obscurity from which he had emerged. Pending the decease of genius, Chatelet appeared to offer up his hopes as a sacrifice at Mme de Bargeton's feet. But with the ingenuity of a rake, he kept his own plan in abeyance, watching the lover's movements with keenly critical eyes and waiting for the opportunity of ruining Lucian. From this time forward, vague rumors reported the existence of a great man in Angoumois. Mme de Bargeton was praised on all sides for the interest which she took in this young eagle. No sooner was her conduct approved than she tried to win a general sanction. She announced a soirée with ices, tea, and cakes, a great innovation in a city where tea as yet was sold only by druggists as a remedy for indigestion, the flower of Angoumoisin. Aristocracy was summoned to hear Lucian read his great work. Louise had hidden all the difficulties from her friend, but she let fall a few words touching the social cabal formed against him. She would not have him ignorant of the perils besetting his career as a man of genius, nor of the obstacles insurmountable to weaklings. She drew a lesson from the recent victory. Her white hands pointed him to glory that lay beyond a prolonged martyrdom. She spoke of steaks and flaming pyres. She spread the adjectives thickly on her finest tartines, and decorated them with a variety of her most pompous epithets. It was an infringement of the copyright of the passages of declamation that disfigure Corinne, but Louise grew so much the greater in her own eyes, as she talked, that she loved the Benjamin who inspired her eloquence the more for it. She counseled him to take a bold step and renounce his patronymic for the noble name of Rubempré. He need not mind the little tittle-tattle over a change, which the king, for that matter, would authorize. Mme de Bargeton undertook to procure this favor. She was related to the Marquise d'Espard, who was a Blamont Chauvry before her marriage, and a persona grata at court, the words King Marquis d'Espard, and the court dazzled Lucien like a blaze of fireworks, and the necessity of the baptism was plain to him. "Dear child," said Louise with tender mockery in her tones, "the sooner it is done the sooner it will be sanctioned." She went through social strata, and showed the poet that this step would raise him many rungs higher in the ladder. Seizing the moment, she persuaded Lucien to forswear the chimerical notions of '89. As to equality, she roused a thirst for social distinction allayed by David's cool common sense. She pointed out fashionable society as the goal and the only stay. For such a talent as his, the rabid liberal became a monarchist in petto. Lucien set his teeth in the apple of desire of rank, luxury, and fame. He swore to win a crown to lay at his lady's feet. Even if there should be bloodstains on the bays, he would conquer at any cost, quibuscumque ves, to prove his courage. He told her of his present way of life. Louise had known nothing of its hardships, for there is an indefinable pudency, inseparable from strong feeling in youth, a delicacy which shrinks from a display of great qualities. And a young man loves to have the real quality of his nature discerned through the incognito. He described that life, the shackles of poverty, borne with pride his days of work for David, his nights of study. His young ardor recalled memories of the colonel of 26. Mme de Bargeton's eyes grew soft, and Lucien, seeing this weakness in his awe-inspiring mistress, seized a hand that she had abandoned to him, and kissed it with the frenzy of a lover and a poet in his youth. Louise even allowed him to set his eager, quivering lips upon her forehead. "Oh, child, child, if anyone should see us, I should look very ridiculous," she said, shaking off the ecstatic torpor. In the course of that evening, Mme de Bargeton's wit made havoc of Lucien's prejudices, as she styled them men of genius according to her doctrine. Had neither brothers, nor sisters, nor father, nor mother, the great tasks laid upon them required that they should sacrifice everything that they might grow to their full stature. Perhaps their families might suffer at first from the all-absorbing exactions of a giant brain, but at a later day they were repaid 100-fold for self-denial of every kind during the early struggles of the kingly intellect with adverse fate. They shared the spoils of victory. Genius was answerable to no man. Genius alone could judge of the means used to an end which no one else could know. It was the duty of a man of genius, therefore, to set himself above law. It was his mission to reconstruct law. The man who is master of his age may take all that he needs, run any risks for all, is his. She quoted instances: Bernard Palissy, Louis Roman, 11 Fox, Napoleon, Christopher Columbus, and Julius Caesar. These world-famous gamblers had begun life hampered with debt, or as poor men. All of them had been misunderstood, taken for madmen, reviled for bad sons, bad brothers, bad fathers. And yet in afterlife, each one had come to be the pride of his family, of his country, of the civilized world. Her arguments fell upon fertile soil in the worst of Lucien's nature, and spread corruption in his heart. For him, when his desires were hot, all means were admissible, but failure is high treason against society. And when the fallen conqueror has run amok through bourgeois virtues and pulled down the pillars of society, small wonder that society, finding Marius seated among the ruins, should drive him forth in abhorrence. All unconsciously Lucien stood with the palm of genius on the one hand, and a shameful ending in the hulks upon the other, and on high upon the Sinai of the prophets beheld no Dead Sea, covering the cities of the plain, hideous winding sheet of Gomorrah. So well did Louise loosen the swaddling bands of provincial life that confined the heart and brain of her poet, that the said poet determined to try an experiment upon her. He wished to feel certain that this proud conquest was his, without laying himself open to the mortification of a rebuff. The forthcoming soirée gave him his opportunity. Ambition blended with his love. He loved, and he meant to rise a double desire not unnatural in young men, with a heart to satisfy, and the battle of life to fight. Society, summoning all her children to one banquet, arouses ambition in the very morning of life. Youth is robbed of its charm, and generous thoughts are corrupted by mercenary scheming. The idealist would fain have it otherwise, but intrusive fact, too, often gives the lie to the fiction, which we should like to believe, making it impossible to paint the young man of the 19th century other than he is. Lucien imagined that his scheming was entirely prompted by good feeling, and persuaded himself that it was done solely for his friend David's sake. He wrote a long letter to his Louise. He felt bolder pen in hand than face to face in a dozen sheets, copied out 3 several times. He told her of his father's genius and blighted hopes, and of his grinding poverty. He described his beloved sister as an angel, and David as another courtier, a great man of the future, and a father, friend, and brother to him. in the present, he should feel himself unworthy of his Louis' love, his proudest distinction if he did not ask her to do for David all that she had done for him. He would give up everything rather than desert David Séchard. David must witness his success. It was one of those wild letters, in which a young man points a pistol at a refusal, letters full of boyish casuistry, and the incoherent reasoning of an idealist, a delicious tissue of words embroidered here and there by the naive utterances that women love so well, unconscious revelations of the writer's heart. Lucien left the letter with the housemaid, went to the office, and spent the day in reading proofs, superintending the execution of orders, and looking after the affairs of the printing house. He said not a word to David. While youth bears a child's heart, it is capable of sublime reticence. Perhaps too Lucien began to dread the Phocian's axe which David could wield when he chose, perhaps. He was afraid to meet those clear-sighted eyes that read the depths of his soul. But when he read Chenier's poems with David, his secret rose from his heart to his lips, at the sting of a reproach that he felt as the patient feels the probing of a wound. And now try to understand the thoughts that troubled Lucien's mind as he went down from Angoulême. Was the great lady angry with him? Would she receive David? Had he Lucien in his ambition? Flung himself headlong back into the depths of El Humo. Before he set that kiss on Louis's forehead, he had had time to measure the distance between a queen and her favorite. So far had he come in 5 months, and he did not tell himself that David could cross over the same ground in a moment. Yet he did not know how completely the lower orders were excluded from this upper world. He did not so much as suspect that a second experiment of this kind meant ruin for Mme de Bargeton. Once accused and fairly convicted of a liking for Canale Louise, would be driven from the place her caste would shun her, as men shunned a leper in the Middle Ages. Nyes might have broken the moral law, and her whole circle, the clergy and the flower of the aristocracy, would have defended her against the world through thick and thin, but a breach of another law, the offense of admitting all sorts of people to her house. This was sin without remission. The sins of those in power are always overlooked. Let them abdicate, and they shall pay the penalty. And what was it but abdication to receive David? But if Lucien did not see these aspects of the question, his aristocratic instinct discerned plenty of difficulties of another kind, and he took alarm. A fine manner is not the invariable outcome of noble feeling. And while no man at court had a nobler air than Racine, Corneille looked very much like a cattle dealer, and Descartes might have been taken for an honest Dutch merchant, and visitors to La Brede meeting Montesquieu, in a cotton nightcap carrying a rake over his shoulder, mistook him for a gardener. A knowledge of the world, when it is not sucked in with mother's milk, and part of the inheritance of descent, is only acquired by education, supplemented by certain gifts of chancy, a graceful figure, distinction of feature, a certain ring in the voice. All these so important trifles David lacked, while nature had bestowed them upon his friend of gentle blood on the mother's side. Lucien was a frank even down to the hierarched instep. David had inherited the physique of his father, the pressman, and the flat foot of the Gael. Lucien could hear the shower of jokes at David's expense. He could see Mme de Bargeton's repressed smile, and at length, without being exactly ashamed of his brother, he made up his mind to disregard his first impulse, and to think twice before yielding to it in future. So, after the hour of poetry and self-sacrifice, after the reading of verse that opened out before the friends the fields of literature, in the light of a newly risen sun, the hour of worldly wisdom and of scheming struck for Lucien. Down once more in El Humo, he wished that he had not written that letter. He wished he could have it back again, for down the vista of the future, he caught a glimpse of the inexorable laws of the world. He guessed that nothing succeeds like success, and it cost him something to step down from the first rung of the scaling ladder, by which he meant to reach and storm the heights above. Pictures of his quiet and simple life rose before him, pictures fair with the brightest colors of blossoming love. There was David. What a genius David had! David, who had helped him so generously, and would die for him at need. He thought of his mother, of how great a lady she was in her lowly lot, and how she thought that he was as good as he was clever. Then of his sister, so gracious in submission to her fate, of his own innocent childhood and conscience, as yet unstained of budding hopes, undespoiled by rough winds. And at these thoughts, the past broke into flowers once more for his memory. Then he told himself that it was a far finer thing to hew his own way through serried, hostile mobs of aristocrats or Philistines by repeated successful strokes, than to reach the goal through a woman's favor. Sooner or later his genius should shine out. It had been so with the others, his predecessors. They had tamed society. Women would love him. When that day came, the example of Napoleon, which unluckily for this 19th century of ours has filled a great many ordinary persons with aspirations after extraordinary destinies, example of Napoleon, occurred to Lucian's mind. He flung his schemes to the winds, and blamed himself for thinking of them, for Lucian was so made that he went from evil to good, or from good to evil with the same facility. Lucian had none of the scholar's love for his retreat for the past month. Indeed, he had felt something like shame at the sight of the shop front where you could read, "Postal late Chardon pharmaceutical chemist," in yellow letters on a green ground. It was an offense to him that his father's name should be thus posted up in a place where every carriage passed. Every evening, when he closed the ugly iron gate and went up to Beaulieu to give his arm to Mme de Bargeton, among the dandies of the upper town, he chafed beyond all reason at the disparity between his lodging and his fortune. "I love Mme de Bargeton. Perhaps in a few days she will be mine, yet here I live in this rat hole," he said to himself this evening, as he went down the narrow passage into the little yard behind the shop. This evening, bundles of boiled herbs were spread out along the wall. The apprentice was scouring a cauldron, and Roman 1000 Postal himself, girded about with his laboratory apron, was standing with a retort in his hand, inspecting some chemical product while keeping an eye upon the shop door, or if the eye happened to be engaged, he had at any rate an ear for the bell. A strong scent of chamomile and peppermint pervaded the yard, and the poor little dwelling at the side, which you reached by a short ladder with a rope on either side by way of handrail. Lucian's room was an attic just under the roof. "Good day, sonny," said Roman 1000 Postal, that typical provincial tradesman. "Are you pretty middling? I have just been experimenting on treacle. But it would take a man like your father to find what I am looking for." Ah, he was a famous chemist. He was, if I had only known his gout-specific you, and I should be rolling along in our carriage this day. The little druggist, whose head was as thick as his heart was kind, never let a week pass without some allusion to Chardon Senior's unlucky secretiveness. As to that discovery words, that Lucian felt like a stab. "It is a great pity," Lucian answered curtly. He was beginning to think his father's apprentice prodigiously vulgar, though he had blessed the man for his kindness, for honest Postal had helped his master's widow and children more than once. "Why, what is the matter with you, Roman 1000 Postal?" inquired, putting down his test tube on the laboratory table. "Is there a letter for me?" "Yes, a letter that smells like balm. It is lying on the corner near my desk." Mme de Bargeton's letter, lying among the physic bottles in a druggist's shop. Lucian sprang in to rescue it. "Be quick, Lucian, your dinner has been waiting an hour for you. It will be cold," a sweet voice called gently through a half-opened window, but Lucian did not hear. "That brother of yours has gone crazy, mademoiselle," said Postal, lifting his face. The old bachelor looked rather like a miniature brandy cask, embellished by a painter's fancy, with a fat, ruddy countenance, much pitted with the smallpox at the sight of Eve. His face took a ceremonious and amiable expression, which said plainly that he had thoughts of espousing the daughter of his predecessor, but could not put an end to the strife between love and interest in his heart. He often said to Lucian with a smile, "Your sister is uncommonly pretty, and you are not so bad looking neither. Your father did everything well." Eve was tall, dark-haired, dark of complexion, and blue-eyed, but notwithstanding these signs of virile character, she was gentle, tender-hearted, and devoted to those. She loved her frank innocence, her simplicity, her quiet acceptance of a hard-working life. Her character for her life was above reproach, could not fail to win David Séchard's heart. So since the first time that these two had met, a repressed and single-hearted love had grown up between them in the German fashion, quietly, with no fervid protestations in their secret souls. They thought of each other as if there were a bar between that kept them apart, as if the thought were an offense against some jealous husband, and hid their feelings from Lucian as though their love in some way did him a wrong. David, moreover, had no confidence in himself, and could not believe that Eve could care for him. Eve was a penniless girl, and therefore shy. A real work-girl would have been bolder, but Eve, gently bred and fallen into poverty, resigned herself to her dreary lot, diffident as she seemed. She was in reality proud, and would not make a single advance towards the son of a father, said to be rich people who knew the value of a growing property, said that the vineyard at Marsac was worth more than 80,000 francs, to say nothing of the traditional bits of land which old Séchard used to buy as they came into the market. For old Séchard had Savinge was lucky with his vintages, and a clever salesman. Perhaps David was the only man in Angoulême who knew nothing of his father's wealth. In David's eyes, Marsac was a hovel bought in 1810 for 15 or 16,000 francs, a place that he saw once a year at vintage time, when his father walked him up and down among the vines, and boasted of an output of wine which the young printer never saw, and he cared nothing about it. David was a student leading a solitary life, and the love that gained even greater force in solitude, as he dwelt upon the difficulties in the way, was timid, and looked for encouragement. For David stood more in awe of Eve than a simple clerk of some highborn lady. He was awkward and ill at ease in the presence of his idol, and as eager to hurry away as he had been to come. He repressed his passion, and was silent often of an evening on some pretext of consulting Lucian. He would leave the place du Murier, and go down through the Palais Gate as far as El Humo. But at the sight of the green iron railings, his heart failed. Perhaps he had come too late. Eve might think him a nuisance. She would be in bed by this time, no doubt. And so he turned back. But though his great love had only appeared in trifles, Eve read it clearly. She was proud, without a touch of vanity in her pride of the deep. Reverence in David's looks and words and manner towards her. But it was the young printer's enthusiastic belief in Lucian that drew her to him. Most of all, he had divined the way to win Eve. The mute delights of this love of theirs differed from the transports of stormy passion, as wildflowers in the fields from the brilliant flowers in garden beds, interchange of glances delicate and sweet as blue waterflowers on the surface of the stream, a look in either face vanishing as swiftly as the scent of briar rose, melancholy tender as the velvet of moss. These were the blossoms of two rare natures springing up out of a rich and fruitful soil on foundations of rock. Many a time Eve had seen revelations of the strength that lay below the appearance of weakness, and made such full allowance for all that David left undone that the slightest word now might bring about a closer union of soul and soul. Eve opened the door, and Lucian sat down, without a word, at the little table on an X-shaped trestle. There was no tablecloth, the poor little household boasted, but 3 silver spoons and forks, and Eve had laid them all for the dearly loved brother. "What have you there?" she asked, when she had set a dish on the table, and put the extinguisher on the portable stove, where it had been kept hot for him. Lucian did not answer. Eve took up a little plate, daintily garnished with vine leaves, and set it on the table with a jug full of cream. "There, Lucian, I have had strawberries for you." But Lucian was so absorbed in his letter that he did not hear a word. Eve came to sit beside him, without a murmur, for, in a sister's love for a brother, it is an element of great pleasure to be treated without ceremony. "Oh, what is it?" she cried as she saw tears shining in her brother's eyes. "Nothing, nothing, Eve," he said, and putting his arm about her waist, he drew her towards him and kissed her forehead, her hair, her throat with warmth that surprised her. "You are keeping something from me. Well, Thench loves me. I knew very well that you kissed me for somebody else." The poor sister pouted, flushing red. "We shall all be happy," cried Lucian, swallowing great spoonfuls of soup. We echoed. Eve, the same presentiment that had crossed David's mind, prompted her to add, "You will not care so much about us now." "How can you think that if you know me?" Eve put out her hand and grasped his tightly. Then she carried off the empty plate and the brown earthen soup tureen, and brought the dish that she had made for him. But instead of eating his dinner, Lucian read his letter over again, and Eve, discreet maiden, did not ask another question, respecting her brother's silence. If he wished to tell her about it, she could wait. If he did not, how could she ask him to tell her? She waited. "Here is the letter. My friend, why should I refuse to your brother? In science, the help that I have lent you, all merits have equal rights in my eyes. But you do not know the prejudices of those among whom I live. We shall never make an aristocracy of ignorance. Understand that intellect ennobles, if I have not sufficient influence to compel them to accept Roman 1000. David Séchard, I am quite willing to sacrifice the worthless creatures to you. It would be a perfect hecatomb in the antique manner. But, dear friend, you would not of course ask me to leave them all in exchange for the society of a person whose character and manner might not please me. I know from your flatteries how easily friendship can be blinded. Will you think the worse of me if I attach a condition to my consent in the interests of your future? I should like to see your friend and know and decide for myself whether you are not mistaken. What is this but the mother's anxious care of my dear poet, which I am in duty bound to take? Louise de Negrepellis." Lucian had no suspicion of the art with which polite society puts forward a yes on the way to a no, and a no that leads to a yes. He took this note for a victory. David should go to Mme de Bargeton's house. David would shine there in all the majesty of his genius. He raised his head so proudly in the intoxication of a victory, which increased his belief in himself, and his ascendancy over others. His face was so radiant with the brightness of many hopes, that his sister could not help telling him that he looked handsome. "If that woman has any sense, she must love you. And if so tonight she will be vexed, for all the ladies will try all sorts of coquetries on you. How handsome you will look when you read your St. John in Patmos. If only I were a mouse and could just slip in and see it come. I have put your clothes out in mother's room. The mother's room bore witness to self-respecting poverty. There were white curtains to the walnut wood bedstead, and a strip of cheap green carpet at the foot, a chest of drawers, with a wooden top, a looking-glass, and a few walnut wood chairs completed the furniture. The clock on the chimney-piece told of the old vanished days of prosperity. White curtains hung in the windows. A gray flowered paper covered the walls, and the tiled floor, colored and waxed by Eve herself, shone with cleanliness. On the little round table in the middle of the room stood a red tray with a pattern of gilt roses and 3 cups, and a sugar basin of Limoges porcelain. Eve slept in the little adjoining closet, where there was just room for a narrow bed, an old-fashioned low chair, and a worktable by the window. There was about as much space as there is in a ship's cabin, and the door always stood open for the sake of air. But if all these things spoke of great poverty, the atmosphere was sedate and studious. And for those who knew the mother and children, there was something touchingly appropriate in their surroundings. Lucien was tying his cravat when David's step sounded outside in the little yard, and in another moment the young printer appeared. From his manner and looks, he seemed to have come down in a hurry. "Well, David," cried the ambitious poet, "we have gained the day. She loves me, you shall come too." "No," David said with some confusion, "I came down to thank you for this proof of friendship. But I have been thinking things over seriously. My own life is cut out for me, Lucien. I am David Séchard, printer to His Majesty, in Angoulême, with my name at the bottom of the bills posted on every wall for people of that class. I am an artisan, or I am in business, if you like it better. But I am a craftsman who lives over a shop in the Rue de Beaulieu at the corner of the Place du Murier. I have not the wealth of a Keller, just yet, nor the name of a Desplin, 2 sorts of power that the nobles still try to ignore. And I am so far agreed with them. Thigh's power is nothing without a knowledge of the world and the manners of a gentleman. How am I to prove my claim to this sudden elevation? I should only make myself a laughing-stock for nobles and bourgeoisie to boot. As for you, your position is different. A foreman is not committed to anything. You are busy gaining knowledge that will be indispensable by and by. You can explain your present work by your future. And in any case, you can leave your place tomorrow and begin something else. You might study law or diplomacy, or go into civil service. Nobody had docketed and pigeonholed you. In fact, take advantage of your social maiden fame to walk alone and grasp honors. Enjoy all pleasures gladly, even frivolous pleasures. I wish you luck, Lucien. I shall enjoy your success. You will be like a second self for me. Yes, in my own thoughts. I shall live your life. You shall have the holiday life in the glare of the world. And among the swift working springs of intrigue, I will lead the workaday life, the tradesman's life of sober toil, and the patient labor of scientific research. You shall be our aristocracy," he went on, looking at Eve as he spoke. "If you totter, you shall have my arm to steady you. If you have reason to complain of the treachery of others, you will find a refuge in our hearts. The love there will never change, and influence and favor. And the goodwill of others might fail us. If we were two, we should stand in each other's way. Go forward, you can tow me after you, if it comes to that. So far from envying you, I will dedicate my life to yours. The thing that you have just done for me when you risked the loss of your benefactress, your love, it may be rather than forsake or disown me, that little thing so great as it was a well, Lucien, that in itself would bind me to you forever if we were not brothers. Already have no remorse, no concern over seeming to take the larger share. This one-sided bargain is exactly to my taste. And after all, suppose that you should give me a pang now and again? Who knows that I shall not still be your debtor all my life long?" He looked timidly towards Eve. As he spoke, her eyes were full of tears. She saw all that lay below the surface. In fact, he went on, turning to Lucien, who stood amazed at this. "You are well made. You have a graceful figure. You wear your clothes with an air. You look like a gentleman, in that blue coat of yours, with the yellow buttons and the plain nankeen trousers. Now, I should look like a working man among those people. I should be awkward and out of my element. I should say foolish things or say nothing at all. But as for you, you can overcome any prejudice as to names by taking your mother's. You can call yourself Lucien de Rubempré. I am, and always shall be, David Séchard. In this society that you frequent, everything tells for you. Everything would tell against me. You were born to shine in it. Women will worship that angel face of yours, won't they, Eve?" Lucien sprang up and flung his arms about David. David's humility had made short work of many doubts and plenty of difficulties. Was it possible not to feel twice tenderly towards this friend, who, by the way of friendship, had come to think the very thoughts that he, Lucien, had reached through ambition? The aspirant for love and honors felt that the way had been made smooth for him, The young man and the comrade felt all his heart go out towards his friend. It was one of those moments that come very seldom in our lives, when all the forces in us are sweetly strung, and every chord vibrating gives out full resonance. And yet this goodness of a noble nature increased Lucian's human tendency to take himself as the center of things. Do not all of us say more or less elle et c'est moi? With Louis XIV's, Lucian's mother and sister had concentrated all their tenderness on him. David was his devoted friend. He was accustomed to see the three making every effort for him in secret, and consequently, he had all the faults of a spoiled eldest son. The noble is eaten up with the egoism which their unselfishness was fostering in Lucian, and Mme de Bargeton was doing her best to develop the same fault, by inciting him to forget all that he owed to his sister and mother. And David, he was far from doing so as yet, but was there not ground for the fear that as his sphere of ambition widened his whole thought perforce, would be how he might maintain himself in it? When emotion had subsided, David had a suggestion to make. He thought that Lucian's poem, St. John in Patmos, was possibly too biblical to be read before an audience but little familiar with apocalyptic poetry. Lucian, making his first appearance before the most exacting public in the Charente, seemed to be nervous. David advised him to take André de Chenier and substitute certain pleasure for a dubious delight. Lucian was a perfect reader. The listeners enjoy listening to him, and his modesty would doubtless serve him well. Like most young people, the pair were endowing the rest of the world with their own intelligence and virtues, for if youth that has not yet gone astray is pitiless for the sins of others, it is ready, on the other hand, to put a magnificent faith in them. It is only, in fact, after a good deal of experience of life, that we recognize the truth of Raphael's great saying: to comprehend is to equal. The power of appreciating poetry is rare. Generally speaking, in France, esprit soon dries up the source of the sacred tears of ecstasy. Nobody cares to be at the trouble of deciphering the sublime, of plumbing the depths to discover the infinite. Lucian was about to have his first experience of the ignorance and indifference of worldlings. He went round by way of the printing office for David's volume of poetry. The two lovers were left alone, and David had never felt more embarrassed in his life. Countless terrors seized upon him. He half wished, half feared that Eve would praise him. He longed to run away, for even modesty is not exempt from coquetry. David was afraid to utter a word that might seem to beg for thanks. Everything that he could think of put him in some false position, so he held his tongue and looked guilty. Eve, guessing the agony of modesty, was enjoying the pause. But when David twisted his hat, as if he meant to go, she looked at him and smiled. "Monsieur David," she said, "if you are not going to pass the evening at Mme de Bargeton's, we can spend the time together. It is fine. Shall we take a walk along the Charente? We will have a talk about Lucian." David longed to fling himself at the feet of this delicious girl. Eve had rewarded him beyond his hopes by that tone in her voice. The kindness of her accent had solved the difficulties of the position. Her suggestion was something better than praise. It was the first grace given by love. "But give me time to dress," she said, as David made as if to go at once. David went out. He, who all his life long had not known one tune from another, was humming to himself "Honest Postal." Hearing him with surprise, conceived a vehement suspicion of Eve's feelings towards the printer. The most trifling things that happened that evening made a great impression on Lucian, and his character was peculiarly susceptible to first impressions. Like all inexperienced lovers, he arrived so early that Louise was not in the drawing room, but Roman 1000 de Bargeton was there. Alone, Lucian had already begun to serve his apprenticeship in the practice of the small deceits, with which the lover of a married woman pays for his happiness. Deceits, through which, moreover, she learns the extent of her power. But so far Lucian had not met the lady's husband face to face. Roman 1000 de Bargeton's intellect was of the limited kind, exactly poised on the border line between harmless vacancy, with some glimmerings of sense, and the excessive stupidity that can neither take in nor give out any idea. He was thoroughly impressed with the idea of doing his duty in society, and doing his utmost to be agreeable. Had adopted the smile of an opera dancer as his sole method of expression. Satisfied he smiled, dissatisfied he smiled again. He smiled at good news and evil tidings, with slight modifications. The smile did duty on all occasions. If he was positively obliged to express his personal approval, a complacent laugh reinforced the smile, but he never vouchsafed a word until, driven to the last extremity, a tete-a-tete put him in the one embarrassment of his vegetative existence. For then he was obliged to look for something to say in the vast blank of his vacant interior. He usually got out of the difficulty by a return to the artless ways of childhood, he thought aloud took you into his confidence concerning the smallest details of his existence, his physical wants, the small sensations, which did duty for ideas with him. He never talked about the weather, nor did he indulge in the ordinary commonplaces of conversation, the way of escape provided for weak intellects. He plunged you into the most intimate and personal topics. I took veal this morning to please Mme de Bargeton, who is very fond of veal, and my stomach has been very uneasy, since he would tell you I knew how it would be. It never suits me. How do you explain it, or very likely. I am just about to ring for a glass of eau sucrée. Will you have some at the same time? Or I am going to take a ride tomorrow. I am going over to see my father-in-law. These short observations did not permit of discussion. A yes or no extracted from his interlocutor. The conversation dropped dead. Then Roman 1000 de Bargeton mutely implored his visitor to come to his assistance. Turning westward his old asthmatic pugdog countenance, he gazed at you with big lustreless eyes, in a way that said you were saying. The people whom he loved best were bores anxious to talk about themselves. He listened to them with an unfeigned and delicate interest, which so endeared him to the species that all the twaddlers of Angoulême credited Roman 1000 de Bargeton with more understanding than he chose to show, and were of the opinion that he was underrated. So it happened that when these persons could find nobody else to listen to them, they went off to give Roman 1000 de Bargeton the benefit of the rest of the story argument, or what, not sure beforehand of his eulogistic smile. Madame de Bargeton's rooms were always crowded, and generally her husband felt quite at ease. He interested himself in the smallest details. He watched those who came in and bowed and smiled and brought the new arrivals to his wife. He lay in wait for departing visitors, and went with them to the door, taking leave of them with that eternal smile, when conversation grew lively, and he saw that everyone was interested in one thing or another. He stood happy and mute, planted like a swan on both feet, listening to all appearance to a political discussion, or he looked over the card player's hands without a notion of what it was all about, for he could not play at any game, or he walked about and took snuff to promote digestion. Anais was the bright side of his life. She made it unspeakably pleasant for him. Stretched out at full length in his armchair, he watched admiringly, while she did her part as hostess, for she talked for him. It was a pleasure, too, to him to try to see the point in her remarks, and as it was often a good while before he succeeded, his smiles appeared after a delay like the explosion of a shell which has entered the earth, and worked up again. His respect for his wife, moreover, almost amounted to adoration. And so long as we can adore, is there not happiness enough in life? Anai's husband was as docile as a child who asks nothing better than to be told what to do, and generous and clever woman as she was, she had taken no undue advantage of his weaknesses. She had taken care of him as you take care of a cloak. She kept him brushed neat and tidy, looked closely after him, and humored him, and humored, looked after, brushed, kept tidy, and cared for. Roman 1000 de Bargeton had come to feel an almost dog-like affection for his wife. It is so easy to give happiness that costs nothing. Mme de Bargeton, knowing that her husband had no pleasure, but in good cheer saw that he had good dinners, she had pity upon him. She had never uttered a word of complaint. Indeed, there were people who could not understand that a woman might keep silence through pride, and argued that Roman 1000 de Bargeton must possess good qualities hidden from public view. Mme de Bargeton had drilled him into military subordination. He yielded a passive obedience to his wife. Go and call on Monsieur So-and-so or Madame Suchin, when she would say, and he went forthwith like a soldier at the word of command. He stood at attention in her presence, and waited motionless for his orders. There was some talk about this time of nominating the mute gentleman for a deputy. Lucien, as yet, had not lifted the veil, which hid such an unimaginable character. Indeed, he had scarcely frequented the house long enough. Roman 1000 de Bargeton, spread at full length in his great chair, appeared to see and understand all that was going on. His silence added to his dignity, and his figure inspired Lucien with a prodigious awe. It is the want of imaginative natures to magnify everything, or to find a soul to inhabit every shape, and Lucien took this gentleman not for a granite guard-post, but for a formidable sphinx, and thought it necessary to conciliate him. I am the first comer, he said, bowing, with more respect than people usually showed the worthy man. That is natural enough, said Roman 1000 de Bargeton. Lucien took the remark for an epigram. The lady's husband was jealous. He thought he reddened under it, looked in the glass, and tried to give himself a countenance. You live in El Humo, said Roman 1000 de Bargeton, and people who live a long way off always come earlier than those who live nearby. What is the reason of that? Asked Lucian politely. I don't know, answered Roman 1000 de Bargeton, relapsing into immobility. You have not cared to find out, Lucian began again. Anyone who could make an observation could discover the cause. Said Roman 1000 de Bargeton, final causes AA. The conversation came to a dead stop. Lucian racked his brains to resuscitate it. Mme de Bargeton is dressing, no doubt. He began, shuddering at the silliness of the question. Yes, she is dressing her husband, naturally answered. Lucian looked up at the ceiling and vainly tried to think of something else to say as his eyes wandered over the gray-painted joists and the spaces of plaster between. He saw not without qualms that the little chandelier with the old-fashioned cut-glass pendants had been stripped of its gauze, covering and filled with wax candles. All the covers had been removed from the furniture, and the faded flowered silk damask had come to light. These preparations meant something extraordinary. The poet looked at his boots, and misgivings about his costume arose in his mind, grown stupid with dismay. He turned and fixed his eyes on a Japanese jar, standing on a begarlanded console table of the time of Louis Quinze. Then, recollecting that he must conciliate Mme de Bargeton's husband, he tried to find out if the good gentleman had a hobby of any sort in which he might be humored. You seldom leave the city, monsieur, he began, returning to Roman 1000 de Bargeton. Very seldom. Silence again. Roman 1000 de Bargeton watched Lucian's slightest movements like a suspicious cat. The young man's presence disturbed him. Each was afraid of the other. Can he feel suspicious of my attentions, thought Lucian. He seems to be anything but friendly. Lucian was not a little embarrassed by the uneasy glances that the other gave him as he went to and fro, when, luckily for him, the old manservant who wore livery for the occasion announced Roman 1000 du Chatelet. The Baron came in very much at ease, greeted his friend Bargeton, and favored Lucian with the little nod, then in vogue, which the poet in his mind called perseproud impertinence. Sixth du Chatelet appeared in a pair of dazzling white trousers with invisible straps that kept them in shape. He wore pumps and thread stockings. The black ribbon of his eyeglass meandered over a white waistcoat, and the fashion and elegance of Paris was strikingly apparent in his black coat. He was indeed just the faded beau who might be expected from his antecedents, though advancing years had already endowed him with a certain waist-girth, which somewhat exceeded the limits of elegance. He had dyed the hair and whiskers grizzled by his sufferings during his travels, and this gave a hard look to his face. The skin, which had once been so delicate, had been tanned to the coppered color of Europeans from India. But in spite of his absurd pretensions to youth, you could still discern traces of the Imperial Highness' charming private secretary in du Chatelet's general appearance. He put up his eyeglass and stared at his rival's nankeen trousers, at his boots, at his waistcoat, at the blue coat made by the Angoulême tailor. He looked him over from head to foot, in short. Then he coolly returned his eyeglass to his waistcoat pocket, with a gesture that said, I am satisfied, and Lucian, eclipsed at this moment by the elegance of the Inland Revenue Department, thought that it would be his turn by when he should turn a face lighted up with poetry upon the assembly. But this prospect did not prevent him from feeling the sharp pang that succeeded to the uncomfortable sense of Roman 1000 de Bargeton's imagined hostility. The Baron seemed to bring all the weight of his fortune to bear upon him, the better to humiliate him in his poverty. Roman 1000 de Bargeton had counted on having no more to say, and his soul was dismayed by the pause spent by the rivals in mutual survey. He had a question which he kept for desperate emergencies laid up in his mind. As it were against a rainy day now, was the proper time to bring it out. Well, monsieur, he said, looking at Chatelet with an important air, is there anything fresh, anything that people are talking about? Why, the latest thing is Roman 1000 Chardon. Chatelet said maliciously. Ask him, have you brought some charming poet for us? Inquired the vivacious Baron, adjusting the side curl that had gone astray on his temple. I should have asked you whether I had succeeded. Lucian answered, you have been before me in the field of verse. Pshaw, said the other, a few vaudevilles well enough in their way, written to oblige, a song now and again, to suit some occasion, lines for music, no good without the music, and my long epistle to a sister of Bonaparte, ungrateful that he will not hand down my name to posterity. At this moment, Mme de Bargeton appeared in all the glory of an elaborate toilette. She wore a Jewess turban enriched with an Eastern clasp. The cameos on her neck gleamed through the gauze scarf gracefully wound about her shoulders. The sleeves of her printed muslin dress were short so as to display a series of bracelets on her shapely white arms. Lucien was charmed with this theatrical style of dress. Roman 1000 du Châtelet gallantly plied the queen with fulsome compliments that made her smile with pleasure. She was so glad to be praised in Lucien's hearing. But she scarcely gave her dear poet a glance, and met Châtelet with a mortifying civility that kept him at a distance. By this time, the guests began to arrive. First and foremost appeared the bishop, and his vicar-general, dignified and reverend figures, both though no two men could well be more unlike, his lordship being tall and attenuated, and his acolyte short and fat both. Churchmen's eyes were bright, but while the bishop was pallid, his vicar-general's countenance glowed with high health. Both were impassive and gesticulated, but little. Both appeared to be prudent men, and their silence and reserve were supposed to hide great intellectual powers. Close upon the two ecclesiastics followed Mme de Chander and her husband, a couple so extraordinary that those who are unfamiliar with provincial life might be tempted to think that such persons are purely imaginary. Amélie de Chander posed as the rival queen of Angoulême. Her husband, Roman 1000 de Chander, known in the circle as Stanislas, was a sidevant young man, slim still at 45, with a countenance like a sieve. His cravat was always tied so as to present two menacing points. On spike reached the height of his right ear, the other pointed downwards to the red ribbon of his cross. His coattails were violently at strife. A cutaway waistcoat displayed the ample swelling curves of a stiff-starched shirt, fastened by massive gold studs. His dress, in fact, was exaggerated, till he looked almost like a living caricature, which no one could behold for the first time with gravity. Stanislas looked himself over from top to toe with a kind of satisfaction. He verified the number of his waistcoat buttons, and followed the curving outlines of his tight-fitting trousers with fond glances that came to a standstill at last on the pointed tips of his shoes, when he ceased to contemplate himself. In this way he looked towards the nearest mirror to see if his hair still kept in curl, then sticking a finger in his waistcoat pocket, he looked about him at the women with happy eyes, flinging his head back in three-quarters profile, with all the airs of a king of the poultry yard, airs which were prodigiously admired by the aristocratic circle of which he was the beau. There was a strain of 18th-century grossness, as a rule, in his talk, a detestable kind of conversation, which procured him some success with women, made them laugh. Roman 1000 du Châtelet was beginning to give this gentleman some uneasiness, and as a matter of fact, since Mme de Bargeton had taken him up, the lively interest taken by the women in the Baron of Angoulême was distinctly on the increase. His coxcomb superciliousness tickled their curiosity. He posed as the man whom nothing can arouse from his apathy, and his jaded sultan airs were like a challenge. Amélie de Chander, short, plump, fair-complexioned, and dark-haired, was a poor actress. Her voice was loud like everything else about her. Her head, with its load of feathers in winter and flowers in summer, was never still for a moment. She had a fine flow of conversation, though she could never bring a sentence to an end without a wheezing accompaniment from an asthma to which she would not confess. Roman 1000 de Saintot, otherwise Astolphe, president of the Agricultural Society, a tall, stout, high-colored personage, usually appeared in the wake of his wife Elissa, a lady with a countenance like a withered fern, called Lily by her French baby name, singularly at variance with its owner's character and demeanor. Mme de Saintot was a solemn and extremely pious woman, and a very trying partner at a game of cards. Astolphe was supposed to be a scientific man of the first rank. He was as ignorant as a carp, but he had compiled the articles on sugar and brandy for a dictionary of agriculture, by wholesale plunder of newspaper articles and pillage of previous writers. It was believed all over the department that Roman 1000 Saintot was engaged upon a treatise on modern husbandry, but though he locked himself into his study every morning, he had not written a couple of pages. In a dozen years, if anybody called to see him, he always contrived to be discovered rummaging among his papers, hunting for a stray note or mending a pen. But he spent the whole time in his study on puerilities, reading the newspaper through from end to end, cutting figures out of corks with his penknife, and drawing patterns on his blotting paper. He would turn over the leaves of his Cicero to see if anything applicable to the events of the day might catch his eye, and drag his quotation by the heels into the conversation that evening, saying, "There is a passage in Cicero which might have been written to suit modern times," and out came his phrase to the astonishment of his audience. Really, they said among themselves, Astolphe is a well of learning. The interesting fact circulated all over the town, and sustained the general belief in Roman 1000 de Saintot's abilities. After this pair came Roman 1000 de Bardas, known as Adrian among the circle. It was Roman 1000 de Bardas who boomed out his song in a bass voice, and made prodigious claims to musical knowledge. His self-conceit had taken a stand upon solfeggi. He began by admiring his appearance, while he sang past thence to talking about music, and finally to talking of nothing else. His musical tastes had become a monomania. He grew animated only on the one subject of music. He was miserable all evening, until somebody begged him to sing. When he had bellowed one of his airs, he revived again, strutted about, raised himself on his heels, and received compliments with a deprecating air. But modesty did not prevent him from going from group to group for his meed of praise. And when there was no more to be said about the singer, he returned to the subject of the song, discussing its difficulties or extolling the composer. Roman 1000 Alexander de Brebian performed heroic exploits in sepia. He disfigured the walls of his friends' rooms with a swarm of crude productions, and spoiled all the albums in the department. Roman 1000 Alexander de Brebian and Roman 1000 de Bardas came together, each with his friend's wife on his arm, a cross-cornered arrangement which gossip declared to be carried out to the fullest extent. As for the two women, Mesdames Charlotte de Brebian and Josephine de Bardas, or Lalotte, and Fifine as they were called, both took an equal interest in a scarf, or the trimming of a dress, or the reconciliation of several irreconcilable colors. Both were eaten up with a desire to look like Parisians, and neglected their homes where everything went wrong. But if they dressed like dolls in tight-fitting gowns of home manufacture, and exhibited outrageous combinations of crude colors upon their persons, their husbands availed themselves of the artist's privilege, and dressed as they pleased. And curious it was to see the provincial dowdiness of the pair in their threadbare clothes. They looked like the supernumeraries that represent rank and fashion at stage weddings in third-rate theaters. One of the queerest figures in the rooms was Roman 1000 Leconte de Senonches, known by the aristocratic name of Jacques, a mighty hunter, lean and sunburned, a haughty gentleman, about as amiable as a wild boar, as suspicious as a Venetian, and jealous as a Moor, who lived on terms of the friendliest and most perfect intimacy with Roman 1000 du Hautoy, otherwise Francis, the friend of the house. Madame de Senonches Zephyrine was a tall, fine-looking woman, though her complexion was spoiled already by pimples, due to liver complaint, on which grounds she was said to be exacting. With a slender figure and delicate proportions, she could afford to indulge in languid manners, savoring somewhat of affectation, but revealing passion and the consciousness that every least caprice will be gratified by love. Francis, the house friend, was rather distinguished-looking. He had given up his consulship in Valence, and sacrificed his diplomatic prospects to live near Zephyrine, also known as Zizine, in Angoulême. He had taken the household in charge. He superintended the children's education, taught them foreign languages, and looked after the fortunes of Roman 1000 and Mme de Senonches with the most complete devotion. Noble Angoulême, administrative Angoulême, and bourgeois Angoulême alike had looked askance for a long while at this phenomenon of the perfect union of three persons, but finally the mysterious conjugal trinity appeared to them so rare and pleasing a spectacle that if Roman 1000 du Hautoy had shown any intention of marrying, he would have been thought monstrously immoral. Mme de Senonches, however, had a lady companion, a goddaughter, and her excessive attachment to this Emile de la Haye was beginning to raise surmises of disquieting mysteries. It was thought, in spite of some impossible discrepancies in dates, that Francois de la Haye bore a striking likeness to Francis du Hautoy. When Jacques was shooting in the neighborhood, people used to inquire after Francis, and Jacques would discourse on his steward's little ailments and talk of his wife in the second place. So curious did this blindness seem in a man of jealous temper that his greatest friends used to draw him out on the topic for the amusement of others who did not know of the mystery. Roman 1000 du Hautoy was a finical dandy whose minute care of himself had degenerated into mincing affectation and childishness. He took an interest in his cough, his appetite, his digestion, his night's rest. Zephyrine had succeeded in making a valetudinarian of her factotum. She coddled him and doctored him. She crammed him with delicate fare, as if he had been a fine lady's lapdog. She embroidered waistcoats for him, and pocket handkerchiefs and cravats, until he became so used to wearing finery that she transformed him into a kind of Japanese idol. Their understanding was perfect in season and out of season. Zizine consulted Francis with a look, and Francis seemed to take his ideas from Zizine's eyes. They frowned and smiled together, and seemingly took counsel of each other, before making the simplest commonplace remark. The largest landowner in the neighborhood, a man whom every one envied, was the Marquis de Pimentel. He and his wife between them had an income of 40,000 livres, and spent their winters in Paris this evening. They had driven into Angoulême in their calèche, and had brought their neighbors the Baron and Baroness de Rastignac, and their party the Baroness aunt, and daughters two charming young ladies, penniless girls who had been carefully brought up, and were dressed in the simple way that sets off natural loveliness. These personages beyond question, the first in the company met with a reception of chilling silence. The respect paid to them was full of jealousy, especially as everybody saw that Mme de Bargeton paid marked attention to the guests. The two families belonged to the very small minority who hold themselves aloof from provincial gossip, belong to no clique live, quietly in retirement and maintain a dignified reserve. Roman 1000 de Pimentel and Roman 1000 de Rastignac, for instance, were addressed by their names in full, and no length of acquaintance had brought their wives and daughters into the select coterie of Angoulême. Both families were too nearly connected with the court to compromise themselves through provincial follies. The prefect and the general in command of the garrison were the last comers, and with them came the country gentleman who had brought the treatise on silkworms to David that very morning. Evidently, he was the mayor of some canton or other, and a fine estate was his sufficient title to gentility. But from his appearance it was plain that he was quite unused to polite society. He looked uneasy in his clothes. He was at a loss to know what to do with his hands. He shifted about from one foot to another as he spoke and half rose, and sat down again. When anybody spoke to him, he seemed ready to do some menial service. He was obsequious, nervous, and grave by turns, laughing eagerly at every joke, listening with servility, and occasionally imagining that people were laughing at him. He assumed a knowing air. His treatise weighed upon his mind again and again. He tried to talk about silkworms, but the luckless wight happened first upon Roman 1000 de Bardes, who talked music in reply, and next on Roman 1000 de Saintot, who quoted Cicero to him, and not until the evening was half over did the mayor meet with sympathetic listeners in Mme. and Emile du Brossard, a widowed gentlewoman, and her daughter. Mme. and Emile du Brossard were not the least interesting persons in the clique, but their story may be told in a single phrase. They were as poor as they were noble in their dress. There was just that tinge of pretension which betrayed carefully hidden penury. The daughter, a big, heavy young woman of 27, was supposed to be a good performer on the piano, and her mother praised her in season and out of season in the clumsiest way. No eligible man had any taste, which Camille did not share. On her mother's authoritative statement, Mme. du Brossard, in her anxiety to establish her child, was capable of saying that her dear Camille liked nothing so much as a roving life from one garrison to another, and before the evening was out that she was sure her dear Camille liked a quiet country farmhouse existence. Of all things, mother and daughter had the pinched, subacid dignity characteristic of those who have learned by experience the exact value of expressions of sympathy. They belonged to a class which the world delights to pity. They had been the objects of the benevolent interest of egoism. They had sounded the empty void beneath the consoling formulas with which the world ministers to the necessities of the unfortunate. Roman 1000 de Séverac was 59 years old, and a childless widower. Mother and daughter listened, therefore, with devout admiration to all that he told them about his silkworm nurseries. "My daughter has always been fond of animals," said the mother, "and as women are especially interested in the silk which the little creatures produce, I shall ask permission to go over to Séverac, so that my Camille may see how the silk is spun. My Camille is so intelligent she will grasp anything that you tell her in a moment. Did she not understand one day the inverse ratio of the squares of distances?" This was the remark that brought the conversation between Mme. du Brossard and Roman 1000 de Séverac to a glorious close after Lucien's reading that night. A few habitués slipped in familiarly among the rest. So did one or two eldest sons, shy, mute young men tricked out in gorgeous jewelry, and highly honored by an invitation to this literary solemnity. The boldest men among them so far shook off the weight of awe as to chatter a good deal with Emile de la Haye. The women solemnly arranged themselves in a circle, and the men stood behind them. It was a quaint assemblage of wrinkled countenances and heterogeneous costumes, but none the less it seemed very alarming to Lucien, and his heart beat fast when he felt that everyone was looking at him. His assurance bore the ordeal with some difficulty, in spite of the encouraging example of Mme. de Bargeton, who welcomed the most illustrious personages of Angoulême with ostentatious courtesy and elaborate graciousness. And the uncomfortable feeling that oppressed him was aggravated by a trifling matter which anyone might have foreseen, though it was bound to come as an unpleasant shock to a young man with so little experience of the world. Lucian. All eyes and ears noticed that no one except Louise Roman 1000 de Bargeton, the bishop, and some few who wished to please the mistress of the house spoke of him as Roman 1000 de Rubempré. For his formidable audience, he was Roman 1000 Chardon. Lucian's courage sank under their inquisitive eyes. He could read his plebeian name in the mere movements of their lips, and hear the anticipatory criticisms made in the blunt provincial fashion that too often borders on rudeness. He had not expected this prolonged ordeal of pinpricks. It put him still more out of humor with himself. He grew impatient to begin the reading, for then he could assume an attitude which should put an end to his mental torments. But Jack was giving Mme de Pimentel the history of his last days. Sport Adrian was holding forth to Emile Laura de Rastignac on Rossini, the Nullerisen music star, and Astolphe, who had got by heart a newspaper paragraph on a pat plough, was giving the Baron the benefit of the description. Lucian, luckless poet, that he was, did not know that there was scarce a soul in the room besides Mme de Bargeton who could understand poetry. The whole matter-of-fact assembly was there by a misapprehension, nor did they for the most part know what they had come out for to see. There are some words that draw a public as unfailingly as the clash of cymbals, the trumpet, or the mountebank's big drum. Beauty, glory, poetry are words that bewitch the coarsest intellect. When everyone had arrived, when the buzz of talk ceased after repeated efforts on the part of Roman 1000 de Bargeton, who, obedient to his wife, went round the room much as the beadle makes the circle of the church, tapping the pavement with his wand, when silence in fact was at last secured, Lucian went to the round table near Mme de Bargeton. A fierce thrill of excitement ran through him as he did so. He announced in an uncertain voice that, to prevent disappointment, he was about to read the masterpieces of a great poet, discovered only recently, for although André de Chenier's poems appeared in 1819, no one in Angoulême had so much as heard of him. Everybody interpreted this announcement in one way. It was a shift of Mme de Bargeton's, meant to save the poet's self-love, and to put the audience at ease. Lucian began with La Malade, and the poem was received with a murmur of applause, but he followed it with El Aveugle, which proved too great a strain upon the average intellect. None but artists, or those endowed with the artistic temperament, can understand and sympathize with him in the diabolical torture of that reading. If poetry is to be rendered by the voice, and if the listener is to grasp all that it means, the most devout attention is essential. There should be an intimate alliance between the reader and his audience, or swift and subtle communication of the poet's thought and feeling becomes impossible here. This close sympathy was lacking, and Lucian, in consequence, was in the position of an angel who should endeavor to sing of heaven amid the chucklings of hell. An intelligent man in the sphere, most stimulating to his faculties, can see in every direction like a snail. He has the keen scent of a dog, the ears of a mole. He can hear and feel, and see all that is going on around him. A musician or a poet knows at once whether his audience is listening in admiration or fails to follow him, and feels it as the plant that revives or droops under favorable or unfavorable conditions. The men who had come with their wives had fallen to discussing their own affairs by the acoustic law before mentioned. Every murmur rang in Lucian's ear. He saw all the gaps caused by the spasmodic workings of jaws, sympathetically affected the teeth that seemed to grin defiance at him. When, like the dove in the deluge, he looked round for any spot on which his eyes might rest, he saw nothing but rows of impatient faces. Their owners clearly were waiting for him to make an end. They had come together to discuss questions of practical interest, with the exceptions of Laura de Rastignac, the bishop, and 2 or 3 of the young men they won, and all looked bored. As a matter of fact, those who understand poetry strive to develop the germs of another poetry, quickened within them by the poet's poetry. But this glacial audience, so far from attaining to the spirit of the poet, did not even listen to the letter. Lucian felt profoundly discouraged. He was damp with chilly perspiration. A glowing glance from Louise, to whom he turned, gave him courage to persevere to the end. But this poet's heart was bleeding from countless wounds. "Do you find this very amusing, Fifine?" inquired the wizened Lily, who perhaps had expected some kind of gymnastics. "Don't ask me what I think, dear. I cannot keep my eyes open when anyone begins to read aloud." "I hope that Nyes will not give us poetry often in the evenings," said Francis. "If I am obliged to attend, while somebody reads aloud after dinner, it upsets my digestion." "Poor dearie," whispered Zéphirine, "take a glass of eau sucrée." "It was very well declaimed," said Alexander, but I like whist better myself. After this dictum, which passed muster as a joke from the play on the word whist, several card players were of the opinion that the reader's voice needed a rest. And on this pretext, one or two couples slipped away into the card room, but Louise and the bishop and pretty Laura de Rastignac besought Lucien to continue, and this time, he caught the attention of his audience with Chenier's spirited reactionary iambs. Several persons, carried away by his impassioned delivery, applauded the reading without understanding the sense. People of this sort are impressed by vociferation, as a coarse palate is ticked by strong spirits. During the interval as they partook of ices, Zéphirine dispatched Frances to examine the volume, and informed her neighbor Amélie that the poetry was in print. Amélie brightened visibly. "Why, that is easily explained," said she. "Roman 1000 de Rubempré, works for a printer. It is as if a pretty woman should make her own dresses," she added, looking at Lolotte. "He printed his poetry himself," said the women among themselves. "Then why does he call himself Roman 1000 de Rubempré?" inquired Jacques. "If a noble takes a handicraft, he ought to lay his name aside." "So he did, as a matter of fact," said Zizine, "but his name was plebeian, and he took his mother's name, which is noble." "Well, if his verses are printed, we can read them for ourselves," said Astolphe. This piece of stupidity complicated the question, until 6 du Châtelet condescended to inform these unlettered folk that the prefatory announcement was no oratorical flourish, but a statement of fact, and added that the poems had been written by a royalist brother of Marie-Joseph Chenier, the revolutionary leader all Angoulême, except Mme de Rastignac and her 2 daughters, and the bishop, who had really felt the grandeur of the poetry, were mystified and took offense at the hoax. There was a smothered murmur, but Lucien did not heed it. The intoxication of the poetry was upon him. He was far away from the hateful world, striving to render in speech the music that filled his soul. Seeing the faces about him through a cloudy haze, he read the somber elegy on the suicide lines in the taste of a bygone day, pervaded by sublime melancholy. Then he turned to the page where the line occurs, "Thy songs are sweet, I love to say them over," and ended with the delicate idyll. Mme de Bargeton sat with one hand buried in her curls, heedless of the havoc she wrought among them, gazing before her, with unseeing eyes, alone in her drawing room, lost in delicious dreaming. For the first time in her life, she had been transported to the sphere, which was hers by right of nature. Judge, therefore, how unpleasantly she was disturbed by Amélie, who took it upon herself to express the general wish. "Nice," this voice broke in, "we came to hear Roman 1000 Chardon's poetry, and you are giving us poetry out of a book. The extracts are very nice, but the ladies feel a patriotic preference for the wine of the country. They would rather have it. The French language does not lend itself very readily to poetry, does it?" Astolphe remarked to Châtelet. "Cicero's prose is 1,000 times more poetical to my way of thinking. The true poetry of France is song, lyric verse," Châtelet answered. "Which proves that our language is eminently adapted for music," said Adrien. "I should like very much to hear the poetry that has cost Nice her reputation," said Zéphirine, "but after receiving Amélie's request in such a way, it is not very likely that she will give us a specimen." "She ought to have them recited in justice to herself," said Francis. "The little fellow's genius is his sole justification." "You have been in the diplomatic service," said Amélie to Roman 1000 du Châtelet. "Go and manage it somehow." "Nothing easier," said the Baron. The princess' private secretary, being accustomed to petty maneuvers of this kind, went to the bishop, and contrived to bring him to the fore. At the bishop's entreaty, Nice had no choice but to ask Lucien to recite his own verses for them, and the Baron received a languishing smile from Amélie as the reward of his prompt success. "Decidedly, the Baron is a very clever man," she observed to Lolotte. But Amélie's previous acidulous remark about women who made their own dresses rankled in Lolotte's mind. "Since when have you begun to recognize the Emperor's barons?" she asked, smiling. Lucien had essayed to deify his beloved in an ode, dedicated to her, under a title, "In Favor with All Lads Who Write Verse After Leaving School." This ode, so fondly cherished, so beautiful since it was the outpouring of all the love in his heart, seemed to him to be the one piece of his own work that could hold its own with Chenier's verse. And with a tolerably fatuous glance at Mme de Bargeton, he announced to her he struck an attitude proudly for the delivery of the ambitious piece for his authors. Self-love felt safe and at ease behind Mme de Bargeton's petticoat, and at the self-same moment, Mme de Bargeton betrayed her own secret to the women's curious eyes. Although she had always looked down upon this audience from her own loftier intellectual heights, She could not help trembling for Lucien. Her face was troubled. There was a sort of mute appeal for indulgence in her glances. And while the verses were recited, she was obliged to lower her eyes and dissemble her pleasure as stanza followed stanza. To her, out of the glowing heart of the torrent of glory and light, at the foot of Jehovah's throne, where the angels stand afar, each on a saestron of gold, repeating the prayers of the night, put up for each by his star. Out from the cherubim choir, a bright-haired angel springs, veiling the glory of God that dwells on a dazzling brow, leaving the courts of heaven to sink upon silver wings. Down to our world below, God looked in pity on earth, and the angel reading his thought, came down to lull the pain of the mighty spirit at strife. Reverent bent o'er the maid, and for age left desolate brought flowers of the springtime of life, bringing a dream of hope to solace the mother's fears, hearkening unto the voice of the tardy repentant cry, glad as angels are glad to reckon earth's pitying tears, given with alms of a sigh. One there is, and but one bright messenger sent from the skies, whom earth like a lover fain would hold from the heenward flight. But the angel weeping turns and gazes with sad sweet eyes up to the heaven of light, not by the radiant eyes, not by the kindling glow of virtue sent from God, did I know the secret sign, nor read the token sent on a white and dazzling brow of an origin divine. Nay, it was love grown blind and dazed with excessive light, striving and striving in vain to mingle earth and heaven, helpless and powerless against the invincible armor bright by the dread archangel given. Ah, be wary, take heed, lest aught should be seen or heard of the shining seraph band as they take the heavenward way. Too soon the angel on earth will learn the magical word, sung at the close of the day. Then you shall see afar, rifting the darkness of night, a gleam as of dawn that spread across the starry floor. And the seamen that watch for a sign shall mark the track of their flight, a luminous pathway in heaven and a beacon for evermore. Do you read the riddle, said Amelie, giving Roman 1000 du Chatelet a coquettish glance. It is the sort of stuff that we all of us wrote more or less after we left school, said the Baron with a bored expression, was acting his part of arbiter of taste, who has seen everything. We used to deal in oceanic mists, Malvinas and Fingals, and cloudy shapes and warriors, who got out of their tombs with stars above their heads. Nowadays this poetical frippery has been replaced by Jehovah angels, saestrons, the plumes of seraphim, and all the paraphernalia of paradise, freshened up with a few new words, such as immense infinite solitude intelligence, you have lakes, and the words of the Almighty, a kind of Christianized pantheism, enriched with the most extraordinary and unheard-of rhymes. We are in quite another latitude. In fact, we have left the north for the east, but the darkness is just as thick as before. If the ode is obscure, the declaration is very clear, it seems to me, said Zephyrine. And the archangel's armor is a tolerably thin gauze robe, said Francis. Politeness demanded that the audience should profess to be enchanted with the poem, and the women furious, because they had no poets in their train to extol them, as Angels Rose looked bored by the reading, murmuring, very nice, charming, perfect, with frigid coldness. If you love me, do not congratulate the poet, or his angel Lalot, laid her commands on her dear Adrian in imperious tones, and Adrian was fain to obey. Empty words, after all, Zephyrine remarked to Francis, and love is a poem that we live. You have just expressed the very thing that I was thinking, Zizine, but I should not have put it so neatly, said Stanislas, scanning himself from top to toe with loving attention. I would give I don't know how much to see Nye's pride brought down a bit, said Amelie, addressing Chatelet. Nye's sets up to be an archangel as if she were better than the rest of us, and mixes us up with low people. His father was an apothecary, and his mother is a nurse, his sister works in a laundry, and he himself is a printer's foreman. If his father sold biscuits for worms, Vers, said Jack, he ought to have made his son take them. He is continuing in his father's line of business, for the stuff that he has just been reading to us is a drug in the market, it seems, said Stanislas, striking one of his most killing attitudes. Drug for drug? I would rather have something else. Everyone apparently combined to humiliate Lucien by various aristocrats' sarcasms. Lily, the religious, thought it a charitable deed to use any means of enlightening Nye was on the brink of a piece of folly. Francis, the diplomatist, undertook the direction of the silly conspiracy, Everyone was interested in the progress of the drama. It would be something to talk about tomorrow. The ex-consul, being far from anxious to engage in a duel with a young poet who would fly into a rage at the first hint of insult under his lady's eyes, was wise enough to see that the only way of dealing Lucien his death blow was by the spiritual arm which was safe from vengeance. He therefore followed the example set by Chatelet the astute, and went to the bishop. Him he proceeded to mystify. He told the bishop that Lucien's mother was a woman of uncommon powers and great modesty, and that it was she who found the subjects for her son's verses. Nothing pleased Lucien, so much according to the guileful Francis, as any recognition of her talent worshipped his mother. Then, having inculcated these notions, he left the rest to time. His lordship was sure to bring out the insulting allusion for which he had been so carefully prepared in the course of conversation. When Francis and the bishop joined the little group where Lucien stood, the circle who gave him the cup of hemlock to drain by little sips watched him with redoubled interest. The poet, luckless young man, being a total stranger and unaware of the manners and customs of the house, could only look at Mme de Bargeton and give embarrassed answers to embarrassing questions. He knew neither the names nor condition of the people about him. The women's silly speeches made him blush for them, and he was at his wit's end for a reply. He felt, moreover, how very far removed he was from these divinities of Angoulême, when he heard himself addressed sometimes as Roman 1000 Chardon, sometimes as Roman 1000 de Rubempré, while they addressed each other as Lolotte Adrian. Astolphe Lily and Fifine. His confusion rose to a height when, taking Lily for a man's surname, he addressed the coarse Roman 1000 de Senonches as Roman 1000 Lily. That Nimrod broke in upon him with a Monsieur Lulu and Mme de Bargeton flushed red to the eyes. "A woman must be blind, indeed, to bring this little fellow among us," muttered Senonches. Zéphirine turned to speak to the Marquise de Pimentel. "Do you not see a strong likeness between Roman 1000 Chardon and Roman 1000 de Can't Croix, madame?" she asked in a low but quite audible voice. "The likeness is ideal," smiled Mme de Pimentel. "Glory has a power of attraction to which we can confess," said Mme de Bargeton, addressing the Marquise. "Some women are as much attracted by greatness as others by littleness," she added, looking at Francis. That was beyond Zéphirine's comprehension. She thought her consul a very great man, but the Marquise laughed, and her laughter ranged her on Nye's side. "You are very fortunate, monsieur," said the Marquis de Pimentel, addressing Lucien, for the purpose of calling him Roman 1000 de Rubempré, and not Roman 1000 Chardon, as before you should never find time heavy on your hands. "Do you work quickly?" asked Lolotte, much in the way that she would have asked a joiner if it took long to make a box. The bludgeon stroke stunned Lucien, but he raised his head at Mme de Bargeton's reply. "My dear, poetry does not grow in Roman 1000 de Rubempre's head like grass in our courtyards. Madame, we cannot feel too reverently towards the noble spirits in whom God has set some ray of this light," said the bishop, addressing Lolotte. "Yes, poetry is something. Holy poetry implies suffering. How many silent nights those verses that you admire have cost we should bow in love and reverence before the poet. His life here is almost always a life of sorrow, but God doubtless reserves a place in heaven for him among his prophets. This young man is a poet," he added, laying a hand on Lucien's head. "Do you not see the sign of fate set on that high forehead of his?" Glad to be so generously championed, Lucien made his acknowledgments in a grateful look, not knowing that the worthy prelate was to deal his death blow. Mme de Bargeton's eyes traveled round the hostile circle. Her glances went like arrows to the depths of her rivals' hearts, and left them twice as furious as before. "Ah, monseigneur," cried Lucien, hoping to break thick heads with his golden scepter. "But ordinary people have neither your intellect nor your charity. No one heeds our sorrows, our toil is unrecognized. The gold digger working in the mine does not labor, as we, to wrest metaphors from the heart of the most ungrateful of all languages. If this is poetrito, give ideas such definite and clear expressions that all the world can see and understand. Poet must continually range through the entire scale of human intellects, so that he can satisfy the demands of all. He must conceal hard thinking and emotion, two antagonistic powers, beneath the most vivid color. He must know how to make one word cover a whole world of thought. He must give the results of whole systems of philosophy in a few picturesque lines. Indeed, his songs are like seeds that must break into blossom in other hearts, wherever they find the soil prepared by personal experience. How can you express unless you first have felt? And is not passion suffering poetry? is only brought forth after painful wanderings in the vast regions of thought and life. There are men and women in books who seem more really alive to us than men and women who have lived, and died. Richardson's Clarissa Chenier's, Camille the Delia of Tibullus Ariosto's Angelica Dante's, Francesca Moliere's Alceste, Beaumarchais Figaro Scott's, Rebecca the Jewess the Don Quixote of Cervantesdo. We not owe these deathless creations to immortal throes. And what are you going to create for us? Asked Chatelet. If I were to announce such conceptions, I should give myself out for a man of genius, should I not? Answered Lucian, and besides such sublime creations, demand a long experience of the world, and a study of human passion and interests which I could not possibly have made. But I have made a beginning, he added with bitterness in his tone, as he took a vengeful glance round the circle. The time of gestation is long. Then it will be a case of difficult labor, interrupted Roman 1000 du hot. Your excellent mother might assist you, suggested the bishop. The epigram innocently made by the good prelate, the long looked for revenge, kindled a gleam of delight in all eyes. The smile of satisfied cast that traveled from mouth to mouth was aggravated by Roman 1000 de Bargeton's imbecility. He burst into a laugh, as usual some moments later. Monseigneur, you are talking a little above our heads. These ladies do not understand your meaning, said Mme. de Bargeton, and the words paralyzed the laughter and drew astonished eyes upon her. A poet who looks to the Bible for his inspiration has a mother indeed in the church. Roman 1000 de Rubempré. Will you recite St. John in Patmos for us, or Belshazzar's feast, so that his lordship may see that Rome is still the magna parens of Virgil? The women exchanged smiles at the Latin words. The bravest and highest spirits know times of prostration at the outset of life. Lucian had sunk to the depths at the blow, but he struck the bottom with his feet and rose to the surface again, vowing to subjugate this little world. He rose like a bull stung to fury by a shower of darts, and prepared to obey Louise by declaiming St. John in Patmos. But by this time, the Cartables had claimed their complement of players, who returned to the accustomed groove to find amusement there, which poetry had not afforded them. They felt besides that the revenge of so many outraged vanities would be incomplete, unless it were followed up by contemptuous indifference, so they showed their tacit disdain for the native product by leaving Lucian and Mme. de Bargeton to themselves. Everyone appeared to be absorbed in his own affairs. One chattered with the prefect about a new crossroad, another proposed to vary the pleasures of the evening with a little music. The great world of Angoulême, feeling that it was no judge of poetry, was very anxious in the first place to hear the verdict of the Pimentels and the Rastignacs, and formed a little group about them. The great influence wielded in the department by these two families was always felt on every important occasion. Every one was jealous of them, every one paid court to them, foreseeing that they might some day need that influence. What do you think of our poet and his poetry? Jacques asked of the Marquise. Jacques used to shoot over the lands belonging to the Pimentel family. Why, it is not bad for provincial poetry, she said, smiling, and besides, such a beautiful poet cannot do anything amiss. Every one thought the decision admirable. It traveled from lip to lip, gaining malignance. By the way, then Chatelet was called upon to accompany Roman 1000 du Bartas on the piano, while he mangled the great solo from Figaro, and the way being open to music, the audience, as in duty bound, listened while Chatelet, in turn, sang one of Chateaubriand's ballads, a chivalrous ditty, made in the time of the Empire. Duets, followed of the kind, usually left to boarding school misses, and rescued from the schoolroom by Mme. du Brossard, who meant to make a brilliant display of her dear Camille's talents for Roman 1000 de Sévarac's benefit. Mme. du Bargeton, hurt by the contempt which everyone showed her poet, paid back scorn for scorn by going to her boudoir during these performances. She was followed by the prelate. His vicar general had just been explaining the profound irony of the epigram, into which he had been entrapped, and the bishop wished to make amends. Emile de Rastignac, fascinated by the poetry, also slipped into the boudoir without her mother's knowledge. Louise drew Lucian to her mattress-cushioned sofa, and with no one to see or hear, she murmured in his ear, "Dear angel, they did not understand you, but thy songs are sweet, I love to say them over." And Lucian took comfort from the pretty speech, and forgot his woes for a little. Glory is not to be had cheaply. Mme. de Bargeton continued, taking his hand and holding it tightly in her own. Endure your woes, my friend, you will be great one day. Your pain is the price of your immortality. If only I had a hard struggle before me. God preserve you from the enervating life without battles. in which the eagle's wings have no room to spread themselves. I envy you, for if you suffer at least you live, you will put out your strength, you will feel the hope of victory, your strife will be glorious. And when you shall come to your kingdom, and reach the imperial sphere, where great minds are enthroned, then remember the poor creatures disinherited by fate, whose intellects pine in an oppressive moral atmosphere, who die and have never lived, knowing all the while what life might be. Think of the piercing eyes that have seen nothing, the delicate senses that have only known the scent of poison flowers. Then tell in your song of plants that wither in the depths of the forest, choked by twining growths, and rank greedy vegetation plants that have never been kissed by the sunlight and die. Never having put forth a blossom, it would be a terribly gloomy poem. Would it not? A fanciful subject, what a sublime poem, might be made of the story of some daughter of the desert, transported to some cold western clime, calling for her beloved son, dying of a grief that none can understand, overcome with cold and longing. It would be an allegory. Many lives are like that. You would picture the spirit which remembers heaven, said the bishop. Someone surely must have written such a poem in the days of old. I like to think that I see a fragment of it in the Song of Songs. Take that as your subject, said Laura de Rastignac, expressing her artless belief in Lucian's powers. The great sacred poem of France is still unwritten, remarked the bishop. Believe me, glory and success await the man of talent who shall work for religion. That task will be his, said Mme de Bargeton. Rhetorically, do you not see the first beginnings of the vision of the poem, like the flame of dawn in his eyes? Nise is treating us very badly, said Fifine. What can she be doing? Don't you hear, said Stanislas, she is flourishing away, using big words that you cannot make head or tail of. Amélie, Fifine, Adrian, and Francis appeared in the doorway with Mme de Rastignac, who came to look for her daughter. Nise, cried the two ladies, both delighted to break in upon the quiet chat in the boudoir, it would be very nice of you to come and play something for us. My dear child, Roman 1000 de Rubempré is just about to recite his St. John in Patmos, a magnificent biblical poem. Biblical, echoed Fifine in amazement. Amélie and Fifine went back to the drawing room, taking the word back with them. As food for laughter, Lucien pleaded a defective memory, and excused himself when he reappeared. Nobody took the slightest notice of him. Everyone was chatting or busy at the cartables. The poet's aureole had been plucked away. The landowners had no use for him. The more pretentious sort looked upon him as an enemy to their ignorance, while the women were jealous of Mme de Bargeton, the Beatrice of this modern Dante, to use the vicar general's phrase, and looked at him with cold, scornful eyes. So this is society, Lucien said to himself, as he went down to El Humo by the steps of Beaulieu, for there are times when we choose to take the longest way that the physical exercise of walking may promote the flow of ideas. So far from being disheartened, the fury of repulsed ambition gave Lucien new strength, like all those whose instincts bring them to a higher social sphere, which they reach before they can hold their own in it. Lucien vowed to make any sacrifice to the end that he might remain on that higher social level. One by one, he drew out the poisoned shafts on his way home, talking, aloud to himself, scoffing at the fools with whom he had to do, inventing neat answers to their idiotic questions, desperately vexed that the witty responses occurred to him so late in the day. By the time that he reached the Bordeaux road between the river and the foot of the hill, he thought that he could see Eve and David sitting on a balk of timber by the river in the moonlight, and went down the footpath towards them. While Lucien was hastening to the torture in Mme de Bargeton's rooms, his sister had changed her dress for a gown of pink cambric covered with narrow stripes, a straw hat, and a little silk shawl. The simple costume seemed like a rich toilette on Eve, for she was one of those women whose great nature lends stateliness to the least personal detail, and David felt prodigiously shy of her now that she had changed her working dress. He had made up his mind that he would speak of himself, but now as he gave his arm to this beautiful girl, and they walked through El Humo together, he could find nothing to say to her. Love delights in such reverent awe, as redeemed souls know on beholding the glory of God. So in silence, the two lovers went across the bridge of St. Anne, and followed the left bank of the Charente. Eve felt embarrassed by the pause, and stopped to look along the river. A joyous shaft of sunset had turned the water between the bridge and the new powder mills into a sheet of gold. What a beautiful evening it is, she said, for the sake of saying something. The air is warm and fresh, and full of the scent of flowers, and there is a wonderful sky. Everything speaks to our heart, said David, trying to proceed to love by way of analogy. Those who love find infinite delight in discovering the poetry of their own inmost souls in every chance effect of the landscape, In the thin, clear air, in the scent of the earth nature speaks for them. And loosens their tongues too, Eve said merrily. You were very silent as we came through El Humo. Do you know I felt quite uncomfortable. You looked so beautiful that I could not say anything, David answered candidly. Then just now I am not so beautiful, inquired she. It is not that, he said, but I was so happy to have this walk alone with you that he stopped short in confusion and looked at the hillside and the road to Saints. If the walk is any pleasure to you, I am delighted, for I owe you an evening, I think, when you have given up yours for me, when you refused to go to Mme de Bargeton's. You were quite as generous as Lucien, when he made the demand at the risk of vexing her. No, not generous, only wise, said David, and now that we are quite alone under the sky with no listeners, except the bushes and the reeds by the edge of the Charente, let me tell you about my anxiety. As to Lucien's present step, dear Eve, after all that I have just said, I hope that you will look on my fears as a refinement of friendship. You and your mother have done all that you could to put him above his social position. But when you stimulated his ambition, did you not unthinkingly condemn him to a hard struggle? How can he maintain himself in the society to which his tastes incline him? I know Lucien, he likes to reap. He does not like toil. It is his nature. Social claims will take up the whole of his time. And for a man who has nothing but his brain's time, is capital. He likes to shine. Society will stimulate his desires, until no money will satisfy them. Instead of earning money, he will spend it. You have accustomed him to believe in his great powers, in fact, but the world at large declines to believe in any man's superior intellect, until he has achieved some signal success. Now success in literature is only won in solitude, and by dogged work. What will Mme de Bargeton give your brother in return for so many days spent at her feet? Lucien has too much spirit to accept help from her, and he cannot afford, as we know, to cultivate her society. Twice ruinous as it is for him, sooner or later that woman will throw over this dear brother of ours, but not before she has spoiled him for hard work, and given him a taste for luxury and a contempt for our humdrum life. She will develop his love of enjoyment, his inclination for idleness that debauches a poetic soul. Yes, it makes me tremble to think that this great lady may make a plaything of Lucien. If she cares for him sincerely, he will forget everything else for her, or if she does not love him, she will make him unhappy, for he is wild about her. You have sent a chill of dread through my heart, said Eve, stopping as they reached the weir, but so long as mother is strong enough for her tiring life, so long as I live, we shall earn enough perhaps between us to keep Lucien. Until success comes, my courage will never fail, said Eve, brightening. There is no hardship in work when we work for one we love. It is not drudgery. It makes me happy to think that I toil so much, if indeed it is toil for him. Oh, do not be in the least afraid. We will earn money enough to send Lucien into the great world. There lies his road to success. And there lies his road to ruin, returned David, dear. Eve, listen to me. A man needs an independent fortune, or the sublime cynicism of poverty, for the slow execution of great work. Believe me, Lucien's horror of privation is so great, the savor of banquets, the incense of success, is so sweet in his nostrils, his self-love has grown so much in Mme de Bargeton's boudoir, that he will do anything desperate sooner than fall back, and you will never earn enough for his requirements. Then you are only a false friend to him, Eve cried in despair, or you would not discourage us in this way. Eve, cried David, if only I could be a brother to Lucien. You alone can give me that title. He could accept anything from me. Then I should claim the right of devoting my life to him, with the love that hallows your self-sacrifice. But with some worldly wisdom too. Eve, my darling, give Lucien a store from which he need not blush to draw his brother's purse. Will be like his own, will it not, if you only knew all my thoughts about Lucien's position? If he means to go to Mme de Bargeton's, he must not be my foreman any longer, poor fellow. He ought not to live in El Humo. You ought not to be a working girl. And your mother must give up her employment as well. If you would consent to be my wife, the difficulties will all be smoothed away. Lucien might live on the second floor in the Place du Murier, until I can build rooms for him over the shed at the back of the yard, if my father will allow it, that is, and in that way we would arrange a free and independent life for him. The wish to support Lucien will give me a better will to work than I ever should have had for myself alone. But it rests with you to give me the right to devote myself to him. Some day, perhaps, he will go to Paris, the only place that can bring out all that is in him, and where his talents will be appreciated and rewarded. Living in Paris is expensive, and the earnings of all three of us will be needed for his support, and besides, will not you and your mother need someone to lean upon then? Dear Eve, marry me for love of Lucien. Perhaps afterwards you will love me when you see how I shall strive to help him. And to make you happy, we are both of us equally simple in our tastes. We have few wants. Lucien's welfare shall be the great object of our lives. His heart shall be our treasure house. we will lay up all our fortune and think and feel and hope in him. Worldly considerations keep us apart, said Eve, moved by this love that tried to explain away its greatness. You are rich, and I am poor. One must love indeed to overcome such a difficulty. Then you do not care enough for me, cried the stricken David. But perhaps your father would object. Never mind, said David, if asking my father is all that is necessary, you will be my wife, Eve, my dear. Eve, how you have lightened life for me in a moment. And my heart has been very heavy with thoughts that I could not utter, I did not know how to speak of them. Only tell me that you care for me a little, and I will take courage to tell you the rest. Indeed, she said, you make me quite ashamed, but confidence for confidence. I will tell you this, that I have never thought of anyone but you in my life. I looked upon you as one of those men to whom a woman might be proud to belong, and I did not dare to hope so great a thing for myself, a penniless working girl, with no prospects. That is enough, he answered, sitting down on the bar, by the weir, for they had gone to and fro like mad creatures over the same length of pathway. What is the matter? She asked, her voice expressing for the first time a woman's sweet anxiety for one who belongs to her. Nothing but good, he answered. It is the sight of a whole lifetime of happiness that dazzles me, as it were. It is overwhelming. Why am I happier than you? He asked with a touch of sadness, for I know that I am happier. Eve looked at David with mischievous, doubtful eyes that asked an explanation. Dear Eve, I am taking more than I give, so I shall always love you more than you love me, because I have more reason to love you. Are an angel, I am a man. I am not so learned, Eve said, smiling. I love you as much as you love Lucien, he broke in. Enough to be your wife, enough to devote myself to you, to try not to add anything to your burdens, for we shall have some struggles. It will not be quite easy at first. Dear Eve, have you known that I loved you since the first day I saw you? Where is the woman who does not feel that she is loved? Now let me get rid of your scruples as to my imaginary riches. I am a poor man, dear. Yes, it pleased my father to ruin me. He made a speculation of me as a good many so-called benefactors do. If I make a fortune, it will be entirely through you. That is not a lover's speech. But sober, serious, earnest, I ought to tell you about my faults, for they are exceedingly bad ones in a man who has his way to make my character and habits and favorite occupations all unfit me for business and money-getting. And yet we can only make money by some kind of industry. If I have some faculty for the discovery of gold mines, I am singularly ill-adapted for getting the gold out of them. But you who for your brother's sake went into the smallest details, with a talent for thrift, and the patient watchfulness of the born man of business, you will reap the harvest that I shall sow. The present state of things, for I have been like one of the family for a long time, weighs so heavily upon me that I have spent days and nights in search of some way of making a fortune. I know something of chemistry, and a knowledge of commercial requirements has put me on the scent of a discovery that is likely to pay. I can say nothing as yet about it. There will be a long while to wait, perhaps for some years. We may have a hard time of it. But I shall find out how to make a commercial article at last. Others are busy making the same researches, and if I am first in the field, we shall have a large fortune. I have said nothing to Lucien. His enthusiastic nature would spoil everything. He would convert my hopes into realities and begin to live like a lord and perhaps get into debt. So keep my secret for me. Your sweet and dear companionship will be consolation in itself during the long time of experiment, and the desire to gain wealth for you and Lucien will give me persistence and tenacity. I had guessed this too, Eve said, interrupting him. I knew that you were one of those inventors like my poor father, who must have a woman to take care of them. Then you love me? Ah, say so without fear to me, who saw a symbol of my love for you in your name. Eve was the one woman in the world. If it was true in the outward world for Adam, it is true again in the inner world of my heart for me. My God, do you love me? Yes, said she, lengthening out the word, as if to make it cover the extent of feeling expressed by a single syllable. Well, let us sit here, he said, and taking Eve's hand, he went to a great bulk of timber, lying below the wheels of a paper Roman 1099. Let me breathe the evening air and hear the frogs croak, and watch the moonlight quivering upon the river. Let me take all this world about us into my soul, for it seems to me that my happiness is written large over it all. I am seeing it for the first time in all its splendor, lighted up by love grown fair. Through you, Eve, dearest, this is the first moment of pure and unmixed joy that fate has given to me. I do not think that Lucien can be as happy as I am. David felt Eve's hand damp and quivering in his own, and a tear fell upon it. May I not know the secret? She pleaded coaxingly. You have a right to know it, for your father was interested in the matter, and today it is a pressing question. And for this reason, since the downfall of the empire, calico has come more and more into use, because it is so much cheaper than linen at the present moment. Paper is made of a mixture of hemp and linen rags, but the raw material is dear, and the expense naturally retards the great advance which the French press is bound to make now. You cannot increase the output of linen rags. A given population gives a pretty constant result, and it only increases with the birth rate. To make any perceptible difference in the population for this purpose, it would take a quarter of a century and a great revolution in habits of life, trade, and agriculture. And if the supply of linen rags is not enough to meet one half nor one-third of the demand, some cheaper material than linen rags must be found for cheap paper. This deduction is based on facts that came under my knowledge. Here the Angoulême papermakers, the last to use pure linen rags, say that the proportion of cotton in the pulp has increased to a frightful extent of late years. In answer to a question from Eve, who did not know what pulp meant, David gave an account of papermaking, which will not be out of place in a volume which owes its existence in book form to the paper industry, no less than to the printing press. But the long digression doubtless had best be condensed at first. Paper, an invention not less marvelous than the other dependent invention of printing, was known in ancient times in China. Thence, by the unrecognized channels of commerce, the art reached Asia Minor, where paper was made of cotton reduced to pulp and boiled parchment, had become so extremely dear that a cheap substitute was discovered in an imitation of the cotton paper, known in the East as chardon. The imitation made from rags was first made at Basel in 1170, by a colony of Greek refugees according to some authorities, or at Padua in 1301, by an Italian named Pax according to others. In these ways, the manufacture of paper was perfected slowly and in obscurity, but this much is certain, that so early as the reign of Charles Roman 6 paper pulp for playing cards was made in Paris. Before the invention of machine-made paper, which can be woven in any length, the largest sized sheets were the Grand Jesus, and the double colombier, this last being scarcely used now, except for atlases or engravings, and the size of paper for printers' use was determined by the dimensions of the impression stone. When David explained these things to Eve, web paper was almost undreamed of in France, although about 1799, Denis, Robert d'Esson had invented a machine for turning out a ribbon of paper, and Didot St. Leger had since tried to perfect it. The vellum paper invented by Ambroise Didot only dates back as far as 1780. This bird's eye view of the history of the invention shows incontestably that great industrial and intellectual advances are made exceedingly slowly and little by little, even as nature herself proceeds. Perhaps articulate speech and the art of writing were gradually developed in the same groping way as typography and papermaking. Ragpickers collect all the rags and old linen of Europe, the printer concluded, and buy any kind of tissue. The rags are sorted and warehoused by the wholesale rag merchants, who supply the paper mills. To give you some idea of the extent of the trade, you must know, mademoiselle, that in 1814 Chardon, the banker owner of the pulping troughs of Bruges, and Langley, where Leurier de L'Isle, endeavored in 1776 to solve the very problem that occupied your father. Chardon brought an action against one Proust for an error in weights of 2 millions, in a total of 10 million pounds weight of rags worth about 4 million francs. The manufacturer washes the rags and reduces them to a thin pulp which is strained exactly as a cook strains sauce through a tamise through an iron frame with a fine wire bottom, where the mark which give its name to the size of the paper is woven. The size of this mold, as it is called, regulates the size of the sheet. When I was with the Messieurs Didot, David continued, they were very much interested in this question, and they are still interested, for the improvement which your father endeavored to make is a great commercial requirement, and one of the crying needs of the time, and for this reason, although linen lasts so much longer than cotton that it is in reality cheaper in the end, the poor would rather make the smaller outlay in the first instance, and by virtue of the law of vi victis, pay enormously more before they have done. The middle classes do the same. So there is a scarcity of linen in England, where 4/5 of the population use cotton to the exclusion of linen. They make nothing but cotton paper. The cotton paper is very soft and easily creased to begin with, and it has a further defect: it is so soluble that if you steep a book made of cotton paper in water for 15 minutes, it turns to a pulp, while an old book left in water for a couple of hours is not spoilt. You could dry the old book, and the pages, though yellow and faded, would still be legible. The work would not be destroyed. There is a time coming when legislation will equalize our fortunes, and we shall all be poor together. We shall want our linen and our books to be cheap, just as people are beginning to prefer small pictures, because they have not wall space enough for large ones. Well, the shirts and the books will not last. That is all. It is the same on all sides. Solidity is drying out. So this problem is one of the first importance for literature, science, and politics. One day in my office, there was a hot discussion going on about the material that the Chinese use for making paper. Their paper is far better than ours because the raw material is better. And a good deal was said about this thin, light Chinese paper. For if it is light and thin, the texture is close. There are no transparent spots in it in Paris. There are learned men among the printers, readers Fourier and Pierre Leroux are La Chevardier's readers at this moment, and the Comte de Saint-Simon, who happened to be correcting proofs for us, came in the middle of the discussion. He told us at once that according to Kempfer and Du Halde, the Browsonetia furnishes the substance of the Chinese paper. It is a vegetable substance like linen or cotton. For that matter, another reader maintained that Chinese paper was principally made of an animal substance, to wit, the silk that is abundant there. They made a bet about it in my presence. The Messieurs Didat are printers to the Institute, so naturally they referred the question to that learned body. Roman 1000 Marcel, who used to be superintendent of the royal printing establishment, was umpire, and he sent the two readers to Roman 1000 L. Ab Grozier, librarian, at the Arsenal. By the Abb's decision, they both lost their wages. The paper was not made of silk, nor yet from the Browsonetia. The pulp proved to be the triturated fiber of some kind of bamboo. The Ab Grozier had a Chinese book, an iconographical and technological work, with a great many pictures in it, illustrating all the different processes of papermaking. And he showed us a picture of the workshop with the bamboo stalks lying in a heap in the corner. It was extremely well drawn. Lucien told me that your father, with the intuition of a man of talent, had a glimmering of a notion of some way of replacing linen rags with an exceedingly common vegetable product, not previously manufactured, but taken direct from the soil, as the Chinese use vegetable fiber. At first hand, I have classified the guesses made by those who came before me, and have begun to study the question. The bamboo is a kind of reed. Naturally, I began to think of the reeds that grow here in France. Labor is very cheap in China, where a workman earns 3 halfpence a day, and this cheapness of labor enables the Chinese to manipulate each sheet of paper separately. They take it out of the mold and press it between heated tablets of white porcelain. That is the secret of the surface and consistence, the lightness and satin smoothness of the best paper in the world. Well, here in Europe, the work must be done by machinery. Machinery must take the place of cheap Chinese labor. If we could but succeed in making a cheap paper of as good a quality, the weight and thickness of printed books would be reduced by more than 1/2 a set of Voltaire, printed on our woven paper and bound, weighs about 250 pounds. It would only weigh 50 if we used Chinese paper. That surely would be a triumph, for the housing of many books has come to be a difficulty. Everything has grown smaller of late. This is not an age of giants. Men have shrunk everything about them. Shrinks and house room into the bargain. Great mansions and great suites of rooms will be abolished sooner or later in Paris, for no one will afford to live in the great houses built by our forefathers. What a disgrace for our age if none of its books should last. Dutch paper, that is paper made from flax, will be quite unobtainable in 10 years' time. While your brother told me of this idea of your father's, this plan for using vegetable fiber in paper making, so you see that if I succeed, you have a right to. Lucien came up at that moment and interrupted David's generous assertion. I do not know whether you have found the evening pleasant, said he. It has been a cruel time for me. Poor Lucien, what can have happened? Cried Eve, as she saw her brother's excited face. The poet told the history of his agony, pouring out a flood of clamorous thoughts into those friendly hearts. Eve and David listening in pained silence to a torrent of woes that exhibited such greatness and such pettiness. Roman 1000 de Bargeton is an old dotard. The indigestion will carry him off before long, no doubt, Lucien said, as he made an end. And then I will look down on these proud people. I will marry Mme de Bargeton. I read tonight in her eyes a love as great as mine for her. Yes, she felt all that I felt. She comforted me. She is as great and noble as she is gracious and beautiful. She will never give me up. It is time that life was made smooth for him, is it not? Murmured David. And for answer, Eve pressed his arm without speaking. David guessed her thoughts and began at once to tell Lucien about his own plans. If Lucien was full of his troubles, the lovers were quite as full of themselves, so absorbed were they, so eager that Lucien should approve their happiness, that neither Eve nor David so much as noticed his start of surprise at the news. Mme de Bargeton's lover had been dreaming of a great match for his sister. He would reach a high position first, and then secure himself by an alliance with some family of influence, and here was one more obstacle in his way to success. His hopes were dashed to the ground. If Mme de Bargeton consents to be Mme de Rubempré, she would never care to have David Séchard for a brother-in-law. This stated clearly, and precisely, was the thought that tortured Lucien's inmost mind. Louise is right, he thought bitterly. A man with a career before him is never understood by his family. If the marriage had not been announced immediately, after Lucien's fancy had put Roman 1000 de Bargeton to death, he would have been radiant with heartfelt delight at the news. If he had thought soberly over the probable future of a beautiful and penniless girl like Eve Chardon, he would have seen that this marriage was a piece of unhoped-for good fortune. But he was living just now in a golden dream. He had soared above all barriers on the wings of an if he had seen a vision of himself rising above society, and it was painful to drop so suddenly down to hard fact. Eve and David both thought that their brother was overcome with the sense of such generosity to them, with their noble natures. The silent consent was a sign of true friendship. David began to describe with kindly and cordial eloquence the happy fortunes in store for them, all unchecked by protests put in. By Eve he furnished his first floor with a lover's lavishness, built a second floor with boyish good faith for Lucien, and rooms above the shed for Mme. Chardon, meant to be a son to her. In short, he made the whole family so happy, and his brother-in-law so independent, that Lucien fell under the spell of David's voice and Eve's caresses, and as they went through the shadows beside the still Charente, a gleam in the warm starlit night, he forgot the sharp crown of thorns that had been pressed upon his head. Roman 1000 de Rubempré discovered David's real nature. In fact, his facile character returned almost at once to the innocent, hard-working burgher life that he knew. He saw it transfigured and free from care. The buzz of the aristocratic world grew more and more remote, and when at length they came upon the paved road of El Humo, the ambitious poet grasped his brother's hand and made a third in the joy of the happy lovers. "If only your father makes no objection to the marriage," he said. "You know how much he troubles himself about me. The old man lives for himself," said David. "But I will go over to Marsac tomorrow and see him, if it is only to ask leave to build." David went back to the house with the brother and sister, and asked Mme. Chardon's consent to his marriage, with the eagerness of a man who would fain have no delay. Eve's mother took her daughter's hand, and gladly laid it in David's, and the lover, grown bolder on this, kissed his fair betrothed on the forehead, and she flushed red and smiled at him. "The betrothal of the poor," the mother said, raising her eyes as if to pray for heaven's blessing upon them. "You are brave, my boy," she added, looking at David. "But we have fallen on evil fortune, and I am afraid lest our bad luck should be infectious." "We shall be rich and happy," David said earnestly. "To begin with, you must not go out nursing any more, and you must come and live with your daughter and Lucien in Angoulême." The three began at once to tell the astonished mother all their charming plans, and the family party gave themselves up to the pleasure of chatting and weaving a romance in which it is so pleasant to enjoy future happiness. And to store the unsown harvest, they had to put David out at the door. He could have wished the evening to last forever, and it was 1 o'clock in the morning when Lucien and his future brother-in-law reached the pallet gate. The unwanted movement made honest Postel uneasy. He opened the window, and looking through the Venetian shutters, he saw a light in Eve's room. "What can be happening at the Chardons?" thought he, and seeing Lucien come in, he called out to him. "What is the matter, sonny? Do you want me to do anything?" "No, sir," returned the poet, "but as you are our friend, I can tell you about it. My mother has just given her consent to my sister's engagement to David Séchard." For all answer, Postel shut the window with a bang, in despair that he had not asked for Emile Chardon earlier. David, however, did not go back into Angoulême. He took the road to Marsac instead, and walked through the night the whole way to his father's house. He went along by the side of the croft just as the sun rose, and caught sight of the old bear's face under an almond tree that grew out of the hedge. "Good day, father," called David. "Why is it you, my boy? How come you to be out on the road at this time of day? There's your way in," he added, pointing to a little wicket gate. "My vines have flowered, and not a shoot has been frosted. There will be 20 puncheons or more to the acre this year. But then look at all the dung that has been put on the land." "Father, I have come on important business." "Very well, how are your presses doing? You must be making heaps of money, as big as yourself." "I shall some day, father, but I am not very well off just now. They all tell me that I ought not to put on so much manure. Replied his father, the gentry that is Roman 1000 le Marquis, Roman 1000 le Comte, and Monsieur what? Aucallum, say that I am letting down the quality of the wine, what is the good of book learning? Except to muddle your wits, just you listen, these gentlemen get 7 or sometimes 8 puncheons of wine to the acre, and they sell them for 60 francs apiece, that means 400 francs per acre at most in a good year now. I make 20 puncheons, and get 30 francs apiece for them, that is 600 francs. And where are they, the fools? Quality? What is quality to me? They can keep their quality for themselves. These Lord Marquises' quality means hard cash for me. That is what it means, you were saying. I am going to be married, father, and I have come to ask for. Ask me for what? Nothing of the sort, my boy Mary. I give you my consent. But as for giving you anything else, I haven't a penny to bless myself with dressing the soil. Is the ruin of me. These 2 years, I have been paying money out of pocket for top dressing and taxes and expenses of all kinds. Government eats up everything, nearly all the profit goes to the government. The poor growers have made nothing these last 2 seasons. This year things don't look so bad. And of course the beggarly puncheons have gone up to 11 francs already. We work to put money into the coopers' pockets. Why are you going to marry before the vintage? I only came to ask for your consent, father. Oh, that is another thing, and who is the victim, if one may ask? I am going to marry Emile Eve Chardon. Who may she be? What kind of victual does she eat? She is the daughter of the late Roman 1000 Chardon, the druggist in El Humo. You are going to marry a girl out of El Humo, you, a burgess of Angoulême, and printer to his majesty. This is what comes of book learning. Send a boy to school, forsooth. Oh well, then she is very rich, is she, my boy? And the old vinegrower came up closer with a cajoling manner. If you are marrying a girl out of El Humo, it must be because she has lots of cash, eh? Good, you will pay me my rent now. There are 2 years, and 1/4 owing, you know, my boy. That is 2,700 francs altogether. The money will come just in the nick of time to pay the cooper. If it was anybody else, I should have a right to ask for interest, for after all, business is business. But I will let you off the interest. Well, how much has she? Just as much as my mother had. The old vinegrower very nearly said then, she has only 10,000 francs, but he recollected just in time that he had declined to give an account of her fortune to her son, and exclaimed, she has nothing. My mother's fortune was her beauty and intelligence, said David. You just go into the market and see what you can get for it. Bless my buttons, what bad luck parents have with their children, David. When I married, I had a paper cap on my head for my whole fortune, and a pair of arms. I was a poor pressman, but with the fine printing house that I gave you with your industry and your education, you might marry a burgess daughter, a woman with 30 or 40,000 francs. Give up your fancy, and I will find you a wife myself. There is someone about 3 miles away, a miller's widow, 32 years old, with 100,000 francs in land. There is your chance. You can add her property to Marsac, for they touch. Ah, what a fine property we should have. And how I would look after it. They say she is going to marry her foreman courtois. But you are the better man of the two. I would look after the mill, and she should live like a lady up in Angoulême. I am engaged, father. David, you know nothing of business. You will ruin yourself. I see. Yes, if you marry this girl out of El Humo, I shall square accounts and summons you for the rent, for I see that no good will come of this. Oh, my presses, my poor presses. It took some money to grease you and keep you going. Nothing but a good year can comfort me after this. It seems to me, father, that until now I have given you very little trouble and paid mighty little rent, put in his parent. I came to ask you something else besides. Will you build a second floor to your house and some rooms above the shed? Deuce a bit of it. I have not the cash, and that you know right well. Besides, it would be money thrown clean away, for what would it bring in? Oh, you get up early of a morning to come and ask me to build you a place that would ruin a king. Do you? Your name may be David, but I have not got Solomon's treasury. Why, you are mad, or they changed my child at nurse. There is one for you that will have grapes on it, he said, interrupting himself to point out a shoot offspring of this sort. Don't disappoint their parents. You dung the vines, and they repay you for it. I sent you to school. I spent any amount of money to make a scholar of you. I sent you to the didots to learn. Your business and all this fancy education ends in a daughter-in-law out of El Humo, without a penny to her name. If you had not studied books, if I had kept you under my eye, you would have done as I pleased. And you would be marrying a miller's widow this day, with 100,000 francs in hand, to say nothing of the Roman 1099. Your cleverness leads you to imagine that I am going to reward this fine sentiment by building palaces for you. Does it really? Anybody might think that the house that has been a house these 200 years was nothing, but a pigsty not fit for the girl out of El Humo, to sleep in what next she is the Queen of France, I suppose. Very well, father, I will build the second floor myself. The son will improve his father's property. It is not the usual way, but it happens so sometimes. What, my lad, you can find money for building? Can you, though you can't find money to pay the rent, you sly dog, to come round your father? The question thus raised was hard to lay, for the old man was only too delighted to seize an opportunity of posing as a good father without disbursing a penny, and all that David could obtain was his bare consent to the marriage and free leave to do what he liked in the house at his own expense. The old bear, that pattern of a thrifty parent, kindly consenting not to demand the rent and drain the savings to which David, imprudently, own David went back again in low spirits. He saw that he could not reckon on his father's help in misfortune. In Angoulême that day people talked of nothing, but the bishop's epigram and mme de Bargatins reply every least thing that happened that evening was so much exaggerated, and embellished and twisted out of all knowledge, that the poet became the hero of the hour. While this storm in a teacup raged on high, a few drops fell among the bourgeoisie. Young men looked enviously after Lucien as he passed on his way through Beaulieu, and he overheard chance phrases that filled him with conceit. There is a lucky young fellow, said an attorney's clerk named Petit Claude, a plain-featured youth who had been at school with Lucien and treated him with small patronizing airs. Yes, he certainly is, answered one of the young men who had been present on the occasion of the reading. He is a good-looking fellow, he has some brains, and mme de Bargatin is quite wild about him. Lucien had waited impatiently. Until he could be sure of finding Louise alone, he had to break the tidings of his sister's marriage to the arbitress of his destinies. Perhaps, after yesterday's soirée, Louise would be kinder than usual, and her kindness might lead to a moment of happiness. So he thought, and he was not mistaken. Mme de Bargatin met him with a vehemence of sentiment that seemed like a touching progress of passion to the novice in love. She abandoned her hands, her beautiful golden hair, to the burning kisses of the poet, who had passed through such an ordeal. If only you could have seen your face whilst you were reading, cried Louise, using the familiar the caress of speech since yesterday, while her white hands wiped the pearls of sweat from the brows, on which she set a poet's crown. There were sparks of fire in those beautiful eyes from your lips. As I watched them, there fell the golden chains that suspend the hearts of men upon the poet's mouth. You shall read Chenier through to me from beginning to end. He is the lover's poet. You shall not be unhappy any longer. I will not have it. Yes, dear angel, I will make an oasis for you there. You shall live your poet's life, sometimes busy, sometimes languid, indolent, full of work, and musing by turns, but never forget that you owe your laurels to me. Let that thought be my noble guerdon for the sufferings which I must endure. Poor love, the world will not spare me any more than it has spared you. The world is avenged on all happiness, in which it has no share. Yes, I shall always be a mark for envy. Did you not see that last night? The bloodthirsty insects are quick enough to drain every wound that they pierce. But I was happy I lived. It is so long since all my heartstrings vibrated. The tears flowed fast, and for all answer, Lucien took Louis's hand and gave it a lingering kiss. Everyone about him soothed and caressed the poet's vanity, his mother and his sister, and David and Louise now did the same. Everyone helped to raise the imaginary pedestal on which he had set himself. His friend's kindness and the fury of his enemies combined to establish him more firmly in an Uriel world. A young imagination readily falls in with the flattering estimates of others. A handsome young fellow, so full of promise, finds others eager to help him on every side, and only after one or two sharp and bitter lessons does he begin to see himself as an ordinary mortal. My beautiful Louise, do you mean in very truth to be my Beatrice? Beatrice who condescends to be loved. Louise raised the fine eyes hitherto downdropped. If you show yourself worthy some day, she said with an angelic smile, which belied her words, are you not happy to be the sole possessor of a heart, to speak freely at all times, with the certainty of being understood? Is not this happiness? Yes, he answered, with a lover's pout of vexation. Child, she exclaimed, laughing at him, come, you have something to tell me, have you not? You came in absorbed in thought, my Lucien. Lucien, in fear and trembling, confided to his beloved that David was in love with his sister Eve, and that his sister Eve was in love with David, and that the two were to be married shortly. Poor Lucien, said Louise, he was afraid he should be beaten, and scolded as if it was he himself that was going to be married. Why, where is the harm? She continued, her fingers toying with Lucien's hair. What is your family to me? When you are an exception, suppose that my father were to marry his cook, would that trouble you much, dear boy lovers? Are for each other their whole family, have I a greater interest than my Lucian in the world? Be great, find the way to win fame, that is our affair. This selfish answer made Lucian the happiest of mortals, but in the middle of the fantastic reasonings, with which Louise convinced him that they two were alone in the world, in came Roman 1000 de Barget, and Lucian frowned, and seemed to be taken aback, but Louise made him a sign, and asked him to stay to dinner, and to read André de Chenier aloud to them, until people arrived for their evening game at cards. You will give her pleasure, said Roman 1000 de Bargeton, and me also. Nothing suits me better than listening to reading aloud after dinner. Cajoled by Roman 1000 de Bargeton, cajoled by Louise, waited upon with the respect which servants show to a favored guest of the house, Lucian remained in the Hotel de Bargeton, and began to think of the luxuries which he enjoyed for the time being as the rightful accessories of Lucian de Rubempré. He felt his position so strong through Louis' love, and Roman 1000 de Bargeton's weakness, that as the rooms filled, he assumed a lordly air which that fair lady encouraged. He tasted the delights of despotic sway which Nais had acquired by right of conquest, and liked to share with him, and in short that evening, he tried to act up to the part of the lion of the little town. A few of those who marked these airs drew their own conclusions from them, and thought that according to the old expression, he had come to the last term with the Lady Amélie, who had come with Roman 1000 du Châtelet, was sure of the deplorable fact in a corner of the drawing-room, where the jealous and envious gathered together. Do not think of calling Nais to account for the vanity of a youngster, who is as proud as he can be, because he has got into society, where he never expected to set foot, said Châtelet. Don't you see that this Chardon takes the civility of a woman of the world for an advance? He does not know the difference between the silence of real passion and the patronizing graciousness. Due to his good looks and youth and talent, it would be too bad if women were blamed for all the desires which they inspire. He certainly is in love with her. But as for Nais, oh, Nais, echoed the perfidious Amélie, Nais is well enough pleased. A young man's love has so many attractions. At her age, a woman grows young again in his company. She is a girl, and acts a girl's hesitation and manners, and does not dream that she is ridiculous. Just look, think of a druggist's son giving himself a conqueror's airs with Mme de Bargeton. Love knows not of high or low degree, hummed Adrian. There was not a single house in Angoulême next day where the degree of intimacy between Roman 1000 Chardon alias de Rubempré and Mme de Bargeton was not discussed, and though the utmost extent of their guilt amounted to 2 or 3 kisses, the world already chose to believe the worst of both. Mme de Bargeton paid the penalty of her sovereignty among the various eccentricities of society. Have you never noticed its erratic judgments and the unaccountable differences in the standard it requires of this or that man or woman? There are some persons who may do anything, they may behave totally irrationally, anything becomes them, and it is who shall be first to justify their conduct. Then, on the other hand, there are those on whom the world is unaccountably severe. They must do everything well, they are not allowed to fail, nor to make mistakes at their peril. They do anything foolish. You might compare these last to the much-admired statues, which must come down at once from their pedestal. If the frost chips off a nose or a finger, they are not permitted to be human, they are required to be forever divine, and forever impeccable. So one glance exchanged between Mme de Bargeton and Lucian outweighed 12 years of Zizine's connection with Francis in the social balance, and a squeeze of the hand drew down all the thunders of the Charente upon the lovers. David had brought a little secret hoard back with him from Paris, and it was this sum that he set aside for the expenses of his marriage, and for the building of the second floor in his father's house. His father's house it was, but after all, was he not working for himself? It would all be his again some day, and his father was 68 years old, so David built a timbered second story for Lucian, so as not to put too great a strain on the old rifted house walls. He took pleasure in making the rooms where the fair Eve was to spend her life as brave as might be. It was a time of blithe and unmixed happiness for the friends. Lucian was tired of the shabbiness of provincial life and weary of the sordid frugality that looked on a 5-franc piece as a fortune. But he bore the hardships and the pinching thrift without grumbling. His moody looks had been succeeded by an expression of radiant hope. He saw the star shining above his head. He had dreams of a great time to come, and built the fabric of his good fortune on Roman 1000 de Bargeton's tomb. Roman 1000 de Bargeton, troubled with indigestion from time to time, cherished the happy delusion that indigestion after dinner was a complaint to be cured by a hearty supper. By the beginning of September, Lucian had ceased to be a printer's foreman. He was Roman 1000 de Rubempré, housed sumptuously, in comparison with his late quarters in the tumble-down attic with the dormer window where young Chardon had lived in El Humo. He was not even a man of El Humo, he lived in the heights of Angoulême and dined 4 times a week with Mme de Bargeton. A friendship had grown up between Roman 1000 de Rubempré and the bishop, and he went to the palace. His occupations put him upon a level with the highest rank. His name would be one day among the great names of France, and in truth, as he went to and fro in his apartments, the pretty sitting room, the charming bedroom, and the tastefully furnished study, he might console himself for the thought that he drew 30 francs every month out of his mother's and sister's hard earnings, for he saw the day approaching when an archer of Charles Roman IX, the historical romance, on which he had been at work for 2 years, and a volume of verse entitled Marguerites should spread his fame through the world of literature, and bring in money enough to repay them all, his mother and sister, and David so grown great in his own eyes, and giving ear to the echoes of his name in the future, he could accept present sacrifices with noble assurance. He smiled at his poverty. He relished the sense of these last days of penury. Eve and David had set Lucian's happiness before their own. They had put off their wedding, for it took some time to paper and paint their rooms, and to buy the furniture, and Lucian's affairs had been settled first. No one who knew Lucian could wonder at their devotion. Lucian was so engaging, he had such winning ways, his impatience, and his desires were so graciously expressed that his cause was always won before he opened his mouth to speak this unlucky gift of fortune. If it is the salvation of some, is the ruin of many more. Lucian and his like find a world predisposed in favor of youth and good looks, and ready to protect those who give it pleasure with the selfish good nature that flings alms to a beggar if he appeals to the feelings and awakens emotion. And in this favor, many a grown child is content to bask, instead of putting it to a profitable use with mistaken notions as to the significance and the motive of social relations. They imagine that they shall always meet with deceptive smiles. And so at last the moment comes for them, when the world leaves them, bald, stripped bare, without fortune or worth, like an elderly coquette, by the door of a salon, or a stray rag in the gutter. Eve herself had wished for the delay. She meant to establish the little household on the most economical footing, and to buy only strict necessaries. But what could two lovers refuse to a brother who watched his sister at her work, and said in tones that came from the heart, "How I wish I could so." The sober observant David had shared in the devotion. And yet, since Lucian's triumph, David had watched him with misgivings. He was afraid that Lucian would change towards them, afraid that he would look down upon their homely ways. Once or twice, to try, his brother David had made him choose between home pleasures and the great world, and saw that Lucian gave up the delights of vanity for them, and exclaimed to himself, "They will not spoil him for us now." And again, the three friends and Mme. Chardon arranged picnic parties in provincial fashion, a walk in the woods, along the Charente, not far from Angoulême, and dinner out on the grass. David's apprentice, bringing the basket of provisions to some place appointed beforehand, and at night they would come back tired somewhat. But the whole excursion had not cost 3 francs on great occasion, when they dined at a restaurant, as it is called, a sort of a country, in a compromise between a provincial wine shop and a Parisian guincte. They would spend as much as 5 francs divided between David and the Chardons. David gave his brother infinite credit for forsaking Mme. de Bargeton and grand dinners for these days in the country, and the whole party made much of the great man of Angoulême. Matters had gone so far that the new home was very nearly ready, and David had gone over to Marsac to persuade his father to come to the wedding, not without a hope that the old man might relent at the sight of his daughter-in-law, and give something towards the heavy expenses of the alterations, when there befell one of those events which entirely changed the face of things in a small town. Lucian and Louise had a spy in Chatelet, a spy who watched with the persistence of a hate, in which avarice and passion are blended for an opportunity of making a scandal. Sixth meant that Mme. de Bargeton should compromise herself with Lucian in such a way that she should be lost, as the saying goes. So he posed as Mme. de Bargeton's humble confidant, admired Lucian in the Rue du Minage, and pulled him to pieces everywhere else. Nice had gradually given him les petites entrées, in the language of the court, for the lady no longer mistrusted her elderly admirer. But Chatelet had taken too much for granted. Love was still in the platonic stage, to the great despair of Louise and Lucian. There are, for that matter, love affairs which start with a good or a bad beginning, as you prefer to take it. Two creatures launch into the tactics of sentiment. They talk, when they should be acting, and skirmish in the open, instead of settling down to a siege. And so they grow tired of one another, expend their longings in empty space, and having time for reflection come to their own conclusions about each other many. Passion that has taken the field in gorgeous array with colors flying, and an ardor fit to turn the world upside down, has turned home again without a victory inglorious and crestfallen cutting, but a foolish figure after these vain alarms and excursions. Such mishaps are sometimes due to the diffidence of youth, sometimes to the demurs of an inexperienced woman, for old players at this game seldom end in a fiasco of this kind. Provincial life, moreover, is singularly well calculated to keep desire unsatisfied and maintain a lover's arguments on the intellectual plane, while at the same time, the very obstacles placed in the way of the sweet intercourse, which binds lovers so closely each to each hurry ardent souls on towards extreme measures. A system of espionage of the most minute and intricate kind underlies provincial life. Every house is transparent, the solace of close friendships, which break no moral law, is scarcely allowed, and such outrageously scandalous constructions are put upon the most innocent human intercourse that many a woman's character is taken away without cause. One here and there, weighed down by her unmerited punishment, will regret that she has never known to the full the forbidden felicity for which she is suffering. The world, which blames and criticizes with a superficial knowledge of the patent facts, in which a long inward struggle ends, is in reality a prime agent in bringing such scandals about, and those whose voices are loudest in condemnation of the alleged misconduct of some slandered woman never give a thought to the immediate provocation of the overt step, that step many a woman only takes after she has been unjustly accused and condemned, and Mme de Bargeton was now on the verge of this anomalous position. The obstacles at the outset of a passion of this kind are alarming to inexperience, and those in the way of the two lovers were very like the bonds by which the population of Lilliput throttled Gulliver, a multiplicity of nothings, which made all movement impossible, and baffled the most vehement desires. Mme de Bargeton, for instance, must always be visible. If she had denied herself to visitors when Lucien was with her, it would have been all over with her. She might as well have run away with him. At once, it is true that they sat in the boudoir now, grown so familiar to Lucien that he felt as if he had a right to be there. But the doors stood scrupulously open, and everything was arranged with the utmost propriety. Roman 1000 de Bargeton pervaded the house like a cockchafer. It never entered his head that his wife could wish to be alone with Lucien. If he had been the only person in the way, Nyes could have got rid of him, sent him out of the house, or given him something to do. But he was not the only one. Visitors flocked in upon her, and so much the more as curiosity increased, for your provincial has a natural bent for teasing and delights to thwart a growing passion. The servants came and went about the house promiscuously, and without a summons they had formed the habits with a mistress who had nothing to conceal. Any change now made in her household ways was tantamount to a confession, and Angoulême still hung in doubt. Mme de Bargeton could not set foot outside her house, but the whole town knew whither she was going. To take a walk alone with Lucien out of Angoulême would have been a decided measure. Indeed, it would have been less dangerous to shut herself up with him in the house. There would have been comments the next day if Lucien had stayed on till midnight after the rooms were emptied within as without her house. Mme de Bargeton lived in public. These details describe life in the provinces, and intrigue is either openly avoided or impossible anywhere. Like all women carried away for the first time by passion, Louise discovered the difficulties of her position. One by one they frightened her, and her terror reacted upon the fond talk that fills the fairest hours which lovers spend alone together. Mme de Bargeton had no country house whither she could take her beloved poet, after the manner of some women who will forge ingenious pretexts for burying themselves in the wilderness, but weary of living in public, and pushed to extremities by a tyranny which afforded no pleasures sweet enough to compensate for the heaviness of the yoke. She even thought of escarbas, and of going to see her aged father. So much irritated was she by these paltry obstacles. Chatelet did not believe in such innocence. He lay in wait and watched Lucien into the house, and followed a few minutes later, always taking Roman 1000 de Chandler, the most indiscreet person in the clique, along with him. And putting that gentleman first, hoped to find a surprise by such perseverance in pursuit of the chance. His own part was a very difficult one to play, and its success was the more doubtful because he was bound to appear neutral if he was to prompt the other actors who were to play in his drama. So, to give himself a countenance, he had attached himself to the jealous Amélie, the better to lull suspicion in Lucien, and in Mme de Bargeton, who was not without perspicacity. In order to spy upon the pair, he had contrived of late to open up a stock controversy on the point with Roman 1000 de Chandler. Chatelet said that Mme de Bargeton was simply amusing herself with Lucien. She was too proud, too highborn to stoop to the apothecary's son. The role of incredulity was in accordance with the plan which he had laid down, for he wished to appear as Mme de Bargeton's champion. Stanislas de Chander held that Mme de Bargeton had not been cruel to her lover, and Amélie goaded them to argument, for she longed to know the truth. Each stated his case, and as not unfrequently happens in small country towns, some intimate friends of the house dropped in the middle of the argument. Stanislas and Chatelet vied with each other in backing up their opinions by observations extremely pertinent. It was hardly to be expected that the champions should not seek to enlist partisans. What do you yourself think? They asked each of his neighbor. These polemics kept Mme de Bargeton and Lucien well in sight. At length one day Chatelet called attention to the fact that whenever he went with Roman 1000 de Chander to Mme de Bargeton's, and found Lucien, there was not a sign nor a trace of anything suspicious. The boudoir door stood open, the servants came and went. There was nothing mysterious to betray the sweet crime of love, and so forth, and so forth. Stanislas, who did not lack a certain spice of stupidity in his composition, vowed that he would cross the room on tiptoe the next day, and the perfidious Amélie held him to his bargain. For Lucien that morrow was the day on which a young man tugs out some of the hairs of his head, and inwardly vows that he will give up the foolish business of sighing. He was accustomed to his situation. The poet who had seated himself so bashfully in the boudoir sanctuary of the Queen of Angoulême had been transformed into an urgent lover. 6 months had been enough to bring him on a level with Louise, and now he would fain be her lord and master. He left home with a settled determination to be extravagant in his behavior. He would say that it was a matter of life or death to him. He would bring all the resources of torrid eloquence into play. He would cry that he had lost his head, that he could not think, could not write a line. The horror that some women feel for premeditation does honor to their delicacy. They would rather surrender upon the impulse of passion than in fulfillment of a contract. In general, prescribed happiness is not the kind that any of us desire. Mme de Bargeton read fixed purpose in Lucien's eyes and forehead, and in the agitation in his face and manner, and proposed to herself to baffle him, urged thereto partly by a spirit of contradiction, partly also by an exalted conception of love being given to exaggeration. She set an exaggerated value upon her person. She looked upon herself as a sovereign lady, a Beatrice, a Laura. She enthroned herself like some dame of the Middle Ages upon a dais, looking down upon the tourney of literature, and meant that Lucien, as in duty bound, should win her by his prowess in the field. He must eclipse the sublime child and Lamartine, and Sir Walter Scott and Byron. The noble creature regarded her love as a stimulating power. The desire which she had kindled in Lucien should give him the energy to win glory for himself. This feminine quixotry is a sentiment which hallows love and turns it to worthy uses. It exalts and reverences love. Mme de Bargeton, having made up her mind to play the part of Dulcinea in Lucien's life for 7 or 8 years, to come desired, like many other provincials, to give herself as the reward of prolonged service, a trial of constancy, which should give her time to judge her lover. Lucien began the strife by a piece of vehement petulance, at which a woman laughs so long as she is heart-free and saddens only when she loves, whereupon Louise took a lofty tone and began one of her long orations interlarded with high-sounding words. "Was that your promise to me, Lucien?" she said as she made an end. "Do not sow regrets in the present time, so sweet as it is to poison my afterlife. Do not spoil the future. And I say it with pride, do not spoil the present. Is not my whole heart yours? What must you have? Can it be that your love is influenced by the clamor of the senses, when it is the noblest privilege of the beloved to silence them? For whom do you take me? Am I not your Beatrice? If I am not something more than a woman for you, I am less than a woman." "That is just what you might say to a man if you cared nothing at all for him," cried Lucien, frantic with passion. "If you cannot feel all the sincere love underlying my ideas, you will never be worthy of me. You are throwing doubts on my love to dispense yourself from responding to it," cried Lucien, and he flung himself weeping at her feet. The poor boy cried in earnest at the prospect of remaining so long at the gate of paradise. The tears of the poet, who feels that he is humbled through his strength, were mingled with childish crying for a plaything. "You have never loved me," he cried. "You do not believe what you say," she answered, flattered by his violence. "Then give me proof that you are mine," said the disheveled poet. Just at that moment, Stanislas came up unheard by either of the pair. He beheld Lucien in tears, half reclining on the floor with his head on Louis' knee, The attitude was suspicious enough to satisfy Stanislas. He turned sharply round upon Chatelet, who stood at the door of the salon. Mme de Bargeton sprang up in a moment, but the spies beat a precipitate retreat like intruders, and she was not quick enough for them. Who came just now? She asked the servants. Roman 1000 de Chander, and Roman 1000 du Chatelet, said gentle her old footman. Mme de Bargeton went back pale and trembling to her boudoir. If they saw you just now, I am lost, she told Lucien. So much the better, exclaimed the poet, and she smiled to hear the cry so full of selfish love. A story of this kind is aggravated in the provinces by the way in which it is told. Everybody knew, in a moment, that Lucien had been detected at Nye's feet. Roman 1000 de Chander. Elated by the important part he played in the affair, went first to tell the great news at the club, and thence from house to house, Chatelet hastening to say that he had seen nothing, but by putting himself out of court, he egged Stanislas on to talk. He drew him on to add fresh details, and Stanislas, thinking himself very witty, added a little to the tale every time that he told it. Everyone flocked to Amélie's house that evening, for by that time, the most exaggerated versions of the story were in circulation among the Angoulême nobility, every narrator having followed Stanislas' example. Women and men were alike impatient to know the truth, and the women who put their hands before their faces and shrieked the loudest were none other than Mesdames Amélie Zéphirine Fifine and Lalotte, all with more or less heavy indictments of illicit love laid to their charge. There were variations in every key upon the painful theme. Well, well, said one of the ladies, poor Nye's, have you heard about it? I do not believe it myself. She has a whole blameless record behind her. She is far too proud to be anything but a patroness to Roman 1000 Chardon still. If it is true, I pity her with all my heart. She is all the more to be pitied because she is making herself frightfully ridiculous. She is old enough to be Roman 1000 Lulu's mother, as Jacques called him, the little poet, at 22 at most, and Nye's, between ourselves, is quite 40. For my own part, said Roman 1000 du Chatelet, I think that Roman 1000 de Rubempre's position in itself proves Nye's innocence. A man does not go down on his knees to ask for what he has had already. That is, as may be said, Francis, with levity that brought Zéphyrine's disapproving glance down on him. Do just tell us how it really was. They besought Stanislas, and formed a small secret committee in a corner of the salon. Stanislas, in the long length, had put together a little story full of facetious suggestions, and accompanied it with pantomime, which made the thing prodigiously worse. It is incredible. At midday, Nye's was the last person whom I should have suspected. What will she do now? Then followed more comments and suppositions without end. Chatelet took Mme de Bargeton's part, but he defended her so ill that he stirred the fire of gossip instead of putting it out. Lily, disconsolate over the fall of the fairest angel in the Angoumoisin hierarchy, went dissolved in tears to carry the news to the palace. When the delighted Chatelet was convinced that the whole town was agog, he went off to Mme de Bargeton's, where alas there was but one game of whist that night, and diplomatically asked Nye's for a little talk in the boudoir. They sat down on the sofa, and Chatelet began in an undertone. You know what Angoulême is talking about, of course. No? Very well, I am too much your friend to leave you in ignorance. I am bound to put you in a position to silence slanders, invented no doubt by Amélie, who has the overweening audacity to regard herself as your rival. I came to call on you this morning, with that monkey of a Stanislas. He was a few paces ahead of me, and he came so far, pointing to the door of the boudoir. He says that he saw you and Roman 1000 de Rubempré in such a position that he could not enter. He turned round upon me, quite bewildered as I was, and hurried me away before I had time to think we were out in Beaulieu, before he told me why he had beaten a retreat. If I had known, I would not have stirred out of the house till I had cleared up the matter and exonerated you, but it would have proved nothing to go back again then. Now, whether Stanislas' eyes deceived him, or whether he is right, he must have made a mistake, dear Nye's. Do not let that dolt trifle with your life, your honor, your future. Stop his mouth at once. You know my position here. I have need of all these people. But still, I am entirely yours. Dispose of a life that belongs to you. You have rejected my prayers, but my heart is always yours. I am ready to prove my love for you at any time, and in any way. Yes, I will watch over you like a faithful servant for no reward, but simply for the sake of the pleasure that it is to me to do anything for you, even if you do not know of it. This morning, I have said everywhere that I was at the door of the salon, and had seen nothing. If you are asked to give the name of the person who told you about this gossip, pray, make use of me. I should be very proud to be your acknowledged champion. But between ourselves, Roman 1000 de Bargeton is the proper person to ask Stanislas for an explanation. Suppose that young Rubempré had behaved foolishly. A woman's character ought not to be at the mercy of the first harebrained boy who flings himself at her feet. That is what I have been saying. Nise bowed in acknowledgement and looked thoughtful. She was weary to disgust of provincial life. Chatelet had scarcely begun before her mind turned to Paris. Meanwhile, Mme de Bargeton's adorer found the silence somewhat awkward. Dispose of me, I repeat, he added. Thank you, answered the lady. What do you think of doing? I shall see. A prolonged pause. Are you so fond of that young Rubempré? A proud smile stole over her lips. She folded her arms and fixed her gaze on the curtains. Chatelet went out. He could not read that high heart. Later in the evening, when Lucien had taken his leave, and likewise the four old gentlemen who came for their whist, without troubling themselves about ill-founded tittle-tattle, Roman 1000 de Bargeton was preparing to go to bed, and had opened his mouth to bid his wife good night when she stopped him. Come here, dear, I have something to say to you, she said, with a certain solemnity. Roman 1000 de Bargeton followed her into the boudoir. Perhaps I have done wrongly, she said, to show a warm interest in Roman 1000 de Rubempré, which he, as well as the stupid people here in the town, has misinterpreted. This morning Lucien threw himself here at my feet, with a declaration. And Stanislas happened to come in just as I told the boy to get up again. A woman, under any circumstances, has claims which courtesy prescribes to a gentleman, but in contempt of these Stanislas has been saying that he came unexpectedly, and found us in an equivocal position. I was treating the boy as he deserved. If the young scatterbrain knew of the scandal caused by his folly, he would go, I am convinced, to insult Stanislas, and compel him to fight. That would simply be a public proclamation of his love. I need not tell you that your wife is pure, but if you think, you will see that it is something dishonoring for both you and me. If Roman 1000 de Rubempré defends her, go at once to Stanislas, and ask him to give you satisfaction for his insulting language. And mind, you must not accept any explanation, short of a full and public retraction, in the presence of witnesses of credit. In this way, you will win back the respect of all right-minded people. You will behave like a man of spirit and a gentleman, and you will have a right to my esteem. I shall send Gentle on horseback to the escarbas. My father must be your second old, as he is. I know that he is the man to trample this puppet under foot that has smirched the reputation of a negropolis. You have the choice of weapons. Choose pistols. You are an admirable shot. I am going, said Roman 1000 de Bargeton, and he took his hat and his walking cane. Good, that is how I like a man to behave, dear. You are a gentleman, said his wife. She felt touched by his conduct, and made the old man very happy and proud by putting up her forehead for a kiss. She felt something like a maternal affection for the great child, and when the carriage gateway had shut with a clang behind him, the tears came into her eyes in spite of herself. How he loves me, she thought. He clings to life, poor dear man, and yet he would give his life for me. It did not trouble Roman 1000 de Bargeton that he must stand up and face his man on the morrow, and look coolly into the muzzle of a pistol, pointed straight at him. No, only one thing in the business made him feel uncomfortable, and on the way to Roman 1000 de Chanter's house, he quaked inwardly. What shall I say, he thought within himself. Nise really ought to have told me what to say, and the good gentleman racked his brains to compose a speech that should not be ridiculous. But people of Roman 1000 de Bargeton's stamp, who live perforce in silence, because their capacity is limited, and their outlook circumscribed, often behave at great crises with a ready-made solemnity. If they say little, it naturally follows that they say little. That is foolish. Their extreme lack of confidence leads them to think a good deal over the remarks that they are obliged to make, and like Balaam's ass, they speak marvelously to the point. If a miracle loosens their tongues, so Roman 1000 de Bargeton bore himself like a man of uncommon sense and spirit, and justified the opinion of those who held that he was a philosopher of the school of Pythagoras. He reached Stanislas' house at 9 o'clock, bowed silently to Amelie before a whole room full of people, and greeted others in turn with that simple smile of his which, under the present circumstances, seemed profoundly ironical. There followed a great silence, like the pause before a storm. Chatelet had made his way back again, and now looked in a very significant fashion from Roman 1000 de Bargeton to Stanislas, whom the injured gentleman accosted politely. Chatelet knew what a visit meant at this time of night. When old Roman 1000 de Bargatin was invariably in his bed, it was evidently Nyes who had set the feeble arm in motion. Chatelet was on such a footing in that house that he had some right to interfere in family concerns. He rose to his feet and took Roman 1000 de Bargatin aside, saying, "Do you wish to speak to Stanislas?" "Yes," said the old gentleman, well pleased to find a go-between, who perhaps might say his say for him. "Very well, go into Amélie's bedroom," said the controller of excise likewise, well pleased at the prospect of a duel, which possibly might make Mme de Bargeton a widow, while it put a bar between her and Lucien. The cause of the quarrel. Then Chatelet went to Roman 1000 de Chander. "Stanislas," he said, "here comes Bargeton to call you to account, no doubt, for the things you have been saying about Nyes. Go into your wife's room, and behave both of you like gentlemen, keep the thing quiet, and make a great show of politeness, behave with phlegmatic British dignity, in short." In another minute, Stanislas and Chatelet went to Bargeton. "Sir," said the injured husband, "do you say that you discovered Mme de Bargeton and Roman 1000 de Rubempré in an equivocal position?" Roman 1000 Chardon corrected Stanislas with ironical stress. He did not take Bargeton seriously. "So be it," answered the other, "if you do not withdraw your assertions at once before the company now in your house. I must ask you to look for a second. My father-in-law, Roman 1000 de Negrepellis, will wait upon you at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Both of us may as well make our final arrangements, for the only way out of the affair is the one that I have indicated. I choose pistols as the insulted party." This was the speech that Roman 1000 de Bargeton had ruminated on the way. It was the longest that he had ever made in life. He brought it out without excitement or vehemence, in the simplest way in the world. Stanislas turned pale. "After all, what did I see?" said he to himself. Put between the shame of eating his words before the whole town and fear that caught him by the throat with burning fingers, confronted by this mute personage, who seemed in no humor to stand nonsense, Stanislas chose the more remote peril. "All right, tomorrow morning," he said, thinking that the matter might be arranged somehow or other. The three went back to the room. Everybody scanned their faces. As they came in, Chatelet was smiling. Roman 1000 de Bargeton looked exactly as if he were in his own house. But Stanislas looked ghastly pale at the sight of his face. Some of the women here and there guessed the nature of the conference, and the whisper, "They are going to fight," circulated from ear to ear. One half of the room was of the opinion that Stanislas was in the wrong. His white face and his demeanor convicted him of a lie. The other half admired Roman 1000 de Bargeton's attitude. Chatelet was solemn and mysterious. Roman 1000 de Bargeton stayed a few minutes, scrutinized people's faces, and retired. "Have you pistols?" Chatelet asked in a whisper of Stanislas, who shook from head to foot. Amélie knew what it all meant. She felt ill, and the women flocked about her to take her into her bedroom. There was a terrific sensation. Everybody talked at once. The men stopped in the drawing room and declared with one voice that Roman 1000 de Bargeton was within his right. "Would you have thought the old fogey capable of acting like this?" asked Roman 1000 de Saintot. "But he was a crack shot when he was young," said the pitiless Jacques. "My father often used to tell me of Bargeton's exploits. Pooh, put them at 20 paces, and they will miss each other if you give them cavalry pistols," said Francis, addressing Chatelet. Chatelet stayed after the rest had gone to reassure Stanislas and his wife, and to explain that all would go off well in a duel between a man of 60 and a man of 35. All the advantage lay with the latter. Early next morning, as Lucien sat at breakfast with David, who had come back alone from Marsac, in came Mme Chardon with a scared face. "Well, Lucien," she said, "have you heard the news? Everyone is talking of it, even the people in the market. Roman 1000 de Bargeton all but killed Roman 1000 de Chander this morning. In Roman 1000 Tulles, meadow people are making puns on the name Tupoi. It seems that Roman 1000 de Chander said that he found you with Mme de Bargeton yesterday." "It is a lie. Mme de Bargeton is innocent," cried Lucien. "I heard about the duel from a countryman who saw it all from his cart. Roman 1000 de Negrepellis came over at 3 o'clock in the morning to be Roman 1000 de Bargeton's second. He told Roman 1000 de Chander that if anything happened to his son-in-law, he should avenge him. A cavalry officer lent the pistols. Roman 1000 de Negrepellis tried them over and over again. Roman 1000 du Chatelet tried to prevent them from practicing with the pistols, but they referred the question to the officer. and he said that unless they meant to behave like children, they ought to have pistols in working order. The seconds put them at 25 paces. Roman 1000 de Bargeton looked as if he had just come out for a walk. He was the first to fire. The ball lodged in Roman 1000 de Chander's neck, and he dropped before he could return the shot. The house surgeon at the hospital has just said that Roman 1000 de Chander will have a wry neck for the rest of his days. I came to tell you how it ended, lest you should go to Mme de Bargeton's, or show yourself in Angoulême, for some of Roman 1000 de Chander's friends might call you out. As she spoke, the apprentice brought in gentle Roman 1000 de Bargeton's footman. The man had come with a note for Lucien. It was from Louise. You have doubtless heard the news she wrote of the duel between Chander and my husband. We shall not be at home to anyone today. Be careful. Do not show yourself. I ask this in the name of the affection you bear me. Do you not think that it would be best to spend this melancholy day in listening to your Beatrice, whose whole life has been changed by this event, who has 1,000 things to say to you? Luckily, my marriage is fixed for the day after tomorrow, said David, and you will have an excuse for not going to see Mme de Bargeton quite so often. Dear David, returned Lucien, she asks me to go to her today, and I ought to do as she wishes. I think she knows better than we do how I should act in the present state of things. Then is everything ready here? Asked Mme Chardon. Come and see, cried David, delighted to exhibit the transformation of the first floor. Everything there was new and fresh. Everything was pervaded by the sweet influences of early married days, still crowned by the wreath of orange blossoms, and the bridal veil days when the springtide of love finds its reflection in material things, and everything is white and spotless, and has not lost its bloom. Eve's home will be fit for a princess, said the mother, but you have spent too much. You have been reckless. David smiled by way of answer, but Mme Chardon had touched the sore spot in a hidden wound, which caused the poor lover cruel pangs. The cost of carrying out his ideas had far exceeded his estimates. He could not afford to build above the shed. His mother-in-law must wait a while for the home he had meant to make for her. There is nothing more keenly painful to a generous nature than a failure to keep such promises as these. It is like mortification to the little vanities of affection, as they may be styled. David sedulously hid his embarrassment to spare Lucien. He was afraid that Lucien might be overwhelmed by the sacrifices made for his sake. Eve and her girl friends have been working very hard too, said Mme Chardon. The wedding clothes and the house linen are all ready. The girls are so fond of her that, without letting her know about it, they have covered the mattresses with white twill and a rose-colored piping at the edges, so pretty it makes one wish one were going to be married. Mother and daughter had spent all their little savings to furnish David's home with the things of which a young bachelor never thinks. They knew that he was furnishing with great splendor, for something had been said about ordering a dinner service from Limoges, and the two women had striven to make Eve's contributions to the housekeeping worthy of David's. This little emulation in love and generosity could but bring the husband and wife into difficulties at the very outset of their married life, with every sign of homely comfort about them, comfort that might be regarded as positive luxury, in a place so behind the times as the Angoulême of those days. As soon as Lucien saw his mother and David enter the bedroom with the blue and white draperies and neat furniture that he knew, he slipped away to Mme de Bargeton. He found Nise at table with her husband. Roman 1000 de Bargeton's early morning walk had sharpened his appetite, and he was breakfasting quite unconcernedly after all that had passed. Lucien saw the dignified face of Roman 1000 de Negrepellis, the old provincial noble, a relic of the old French noblesse, sitting beside Nise. When Gentle announced Roman 1000 de Rubempré, the white-headed old man gave him a keen, curious glance. The father was anxious to form his own opinions of this man, whom his daughter had singled out for notice. Lucien's extreme beauty made such a vivid impression upon him that he could not repress an approving glance, but at the same time, he seemed to regard the affair as a flirtation, a mere passing fancy on his daughter's part. Breakfast over, Louise could leave her father and Roman 1000 de Bargeton. Together, she beckoned Lucien to follow her as she withdrew. Dear, she said, and the tones of her voice were half glad, half melancholy, I am going to Paris, and my father is taking Bargeton back with him to the Escarbas, where he will stay during my absence. Mme d'Espard. She was a Blamont Chauvry before her marriage, has great influence herself and influential relations. The d'Espards are connections of ours. They are the older branch of the Negrepellises, and if she vouchsafes to acknowledge the relationship, I intend to cultivate her a good deal. She may perhaps procure a place for Bargatin, at my solicitation. It might be desired at court that he should represent the Charente, and that would be a step towards his election here. If he were a deputy, it would further other steps that I wish to take in Paris, you my darling have brought. About this change in my life after this morning's duel, I am obliged to shut up my house for some time, for there will be people who will side with the Shanders against us in our position. And in a small town, absence is the only way of softening down bad feeling. But I shall either succeed and never see Angoulême again, or I shall not succeed. And then I mean to wait in Paris until the time comes when I can spend my summers at the Escarbas, and the winters in Paris. It is the only life for a woman of quality, and I have waited too long before entering upon it. The one day will be enough for our preparations tomorrow night. I shall set out. And you are coming with me, are you not? You shall start first. I will overtake you between Mansell and Ruffec, and we shall soon be in Paris. Their beloved is the life for a man who has anything in him. We are only at our ease among our equals. We are uncomfortable in any other society. Paris, besides, is the capital of the intellectual world, the stage on which you will succeed. Overleap the gulf that separates us quickly. You must not allow your ideas to grow rancid in the provinces. Put yourself into communication at once with the great men who represent the 19th century. Try to stand well with the court. And with those in power, no honor, no distinction comes to seek out the talent that perishes for lack of light in a little town. Tell me, if you can, the name of any great work of art executed in the provinces. On the contrary, see how Jean-Jacques himself, sublime in his poverty, felt the irresistible attraction of that sun of the intellectual world, which produces ever new glories and stimulates the intellect. Paris, where men rub against one another, what is it but your duty to hasten to take your place in the succession of Pleiades that rise from generation to generation? You have no idea how it contributes to the success of a clever young man to be brought into a high light socially. Speaking, I will introduce you to Mmed Espard. It is not easy to get into her set, but you meet all the greatest people at her house, cabinet ministers and ambassadors, and great orators, from the Chamber of Deputies and peers and men of influence, and wealthy or famous people. A young man with good looks and more than sufficient genius could fail to excite interest only by very bad management. There is no pettiness about those who are truly great. They will lend you their support. And when you yourself have a high position, your work will rise immensely in public opinion. The great problem for the artist is the problem of putting himself in evidence in these ways. There will be hundreds of chances of making your way of sinecures of a pension from the civil list. The Bourbons are so fond of encouraging letters and the arts, and you therefore must be a religious poet and a royalist poet at the same time. Not only is it the right course, but it is the way to get on in life. Do the liberals and the opposition give places and rewards, and make the fortunes of men of letters take the right road, and reach the goal of genius. You have my secret, do not breathe a syllable of it, and prepare to follow me. Would you rather not go? She added, surprised that her lover made no answer. To Lucien, listening to the alluring words, and bewildered by the rapid bird's-eye view of Paris which they brought before him, it seemed as if hitherto he had been using only half his brain, and suddenly had found the other half so swiftly. His ideas widened. He saw himself stagnating in Angoulême like a frog under a stone in a marsh. Paris, and her splendors rose before him. Paris, the El Dorado of provincial imaginings, with golden robes, and the royal diadem about her brows and arms outstretched to talent of every kind. Great men would greet him there as one of their order. Everything smiled upon genius. There were no jealous boobasquires to invent stinging jibes and humiliate a man of letters. There was no stupid indifference to poetry in Paris. Paris was the fountainhead of poetry. There the poet was brought into the light and paid for his work. Publishers should no sooner read the opening pages of An Archer of Charles Roman 9 than they should open their cash boxes with "How much do you want?" And besides all this, he understood that this journey with Mme de Bargeton would virtually give her to him, that they should live together. So at the words, "Would you rather not go?" tears came into his eyes. He flung his arms about Louise, held her tightly to his heart, and marbled her throat with impassioned kisses. Suddenly, he checked himself, as if memory had dealt him a blow. "Great heavens," he cried, "my sister is to be married on the day after tomorrow." That exclamation was the last expiring cry of noble and single-hearted boyhood, the sorrowful ties that bind young hearts to home and a first friendship, and all early affections were to be severed at one ruthless blow. David came in as she spoke and apparently heard the last two words, for he looked at the brother and sister and said nothing. "Do not keep anything from me," he said at last. "Well," exclaimed Eve, "he is going away with her." Mme Chardon came in again, and not seeing David began at once. Postal is willing to lend you the 1,000 francs, Lucien, she said, but only for 6 months, and even then, he wants you to let him have a bill endorsed by your brother-in-law, for he says that you are giving him no security. She turned and saw David, and there was a deep silence in the room. The Chardons thought how they had abused David's goodness, and felt ashamed. Tears stood in the young printer's eyes. Then you will not be here at our wedding, he began. You are not going to live with us, and here have I been squandering all that I had Lucien, as I came along bringing Eve her little bits of wedding jewelry. I did not think that I should be sorry. I spent the money on them. He brushed his hand over his eyes as he drew the little cases from his pocket. He set down the tiny morica-covered boxes on the table in front of his mother-in-law. Oh, why do you think so much for me? Protested Eve, giving him a divinely sweet smile that belied her words. Mama dear, said David, just tell Roman 1,000 postal that I will put my name to the bill, for I can tell from your face, Lucien, that you have quite made up your mind to go. Lucien's head sank dejectedly. There was a little pause, then he said, Do not think hardly of me, my dear good angels. He put his arms about Eve and David and drew them close, and held them tightly to him, as he added, Wait and see what comes of it. And you shall know how much I love you. What is the good of our high-thinking David, if it does not enable us to disregard the petty ceremonial, in which the law entangles our affections? Shall I not be with you in spirit in spite of the distance between us? Shall we not be united in thought? Have I not a destiny to fulfill? Will publishers come here to seek my Archer of Charles Roman 9, and the Marguerites a little sooner or a little later? I shall be obliged in any case to do as I am doing today, should I not, and shall I ever find a better opportunity than this? Does not my success entirely depend upon my entrance on life in Paris, through the Marquise d'Espard's salon? He is right, said Eve. You yourself were saying, were you not, that he ought to go to Paris at once? David took Eve's hand in his and drew her into the narrow little room where she had slept for 7 years. Love, you were saying just now that he would want 2,000 francs, he said in her ear. Postal is only lending 1,000. Eve gave her betrothed a look, and he read all her anguish in her eyes. Listen, my adored Eve, we are making a bad start in life. Yes, my expenses have taken all my capital. I have just 2,000 francs left, and half of it will be wanted to carry on the business. If we give your brother the 1,000 francs, it will mean that we are giving away our bread, that we shall live in anxiety. If I were alone, I know what I should do, but we are to decide for us. Eve, distracted, sprang to her lover's arms and kissed him tenderly, as she answered through her tears. Do as you would do if you were alone. I will work to earn the money. In spite of the most impassioned kiss ever given and taken by betrothed lovers, David left Eve overcome with trouble and went out to Lucien. Do not worry yourself, he said. You shall have your 2,000 francs. Go in to see, Postal said Mme Chardon, for you must both give your signatures to the bill. When Lucien and David came back again, unexpectedly, they found Eve and her mother on their knees. In prayer, the women felt sure that Lucien's return would bring the realization of many hopes. But at the moment, they could only feel how much they were losing in the parting, and the happiness to come seemed too dearly bought by an absence that broke up their life together, and would fill the coming days with innumerable fears for Lucien. If you could ever forget this sight, David said, in Lucien's ear you would be the basest of men. David no doubt thought that these brave words were needed. Mme de Bargeton's influence seemed to him less to be feared than his friend's unlucky instability of character. Lucien was so easily led for good or evil. Eve soon packed Lucien's clothes. The Fernando Cortez of literature carried but little baggage. He was wearing his best overcoat, his best waistcoat, and one of the 2 fine shirts. The whole of his linen, the celebrated coat, and his manuscript made up so small a package that, to hide it from Mme de Bargeton, David proposed to send it by coach to a paper merchant with whom he had dealings, and wrote and advised him to that effect, and asked him to keep the parcel until Lucien sent for it. In spite of Mme de Bargeton's precautions, Chatelet found out that she was leaving Angoulême, and with a view to discovering whether she was traveling alone or with Lucien, he sent his man to Ruffec with instructions to watch every carriage that changed horses at that stage. If she is taking her poet with her, thought he, I have her now. Lucien set out before daybreak. The next morning, David went with him. David had hired a cabriolet, pretending that he was going to Marsac on business, a little piece of deception, which seemed probable under the circumstances. The 2 friends went to Marsac. and spent part of the day with the old bear as evening came on. They set out again, and in the beginning of the dawn, they waited in the road on the further side of Mansell for Mme de Bargeton, when the 70-year-old traveling carriage, which he had many a time seen in the coach-house, appeared in sight. Lucien felt more deeply moved than he had ever been in his life before he sprang into David's arms. "God grant that this may be for your good," said David, and he climbed into the shabby cabriolet and drove away with a feeling of dread clutching at his heart. He had terrible presentiments of the fate awaiting Lucien in Paris. Addendum: the following personages appear in other stories of the human comedy. Bargeton, Madame de C. Chatelet, Baron du Cerizet, Eve and David. A man of business. Scenes from a courtesan's life. The middle classes. Chardon, Madame ni Rubempré. Eve and David. Scenes from a courtesan's life. Chatelet, 6th Baron du. A distinguished provincial at Paris. Scenes from a courtesan's life. The 13. Chatelet, Marie-Louise, Anais de Negrepellis, Baron du. A distinguished provincial at Paris. The government clerks. Quintet Boniface. Eve and David. The firm of Nucingen. The member for Arcis. Quintet Jean. Eve and David. Courtois. Eve and David. Courtois Madame. Eve and David. Despline. The Atheist's Mass. Cousin Pons. The 13. The government clerks. Pirette. A bachelor's establishment. The seamy side of history. Modeste Mignon. Scenes from a courtesan's life. Honorine. Gentle. A distinguished provincial at Paris. Grozier Abbe. The Commission in Lunacy. Haudo Francis du. Eve and David. Maucom Comte de. Letters of Two Brides. Montrevaux General Marquis Armand de. The 13. Father Goriot. A distinguished provincial at Paris. Another study of woman. Pirette. The member for Arcis. Negrepellis de. The Commission in Lunacy. A distinguished provincial at Paris. Petit Claude. Eve and David. Pimentel Marquis and Marquise de. Eve and David. Postel. Eve and David. Prieur Madame. Eve and David. Rastignac Baron and Baron de Eugene's parents. Father Goriot. Rastignac Laura Rose and Agathe de. Father Goriot. The member for Arcis. Rubempré Lucien Chardon de. Eve and David. A distinguished provincial at Paris. The government clerks. Ursule Mirouet. Scenes from a courtesan's life. Sechard Jerome Nicolas. Eve and David. Sechard David. Eve and David. A distinguished provincial at Paris. Scenes from a courtesan's life. Sechard Madame David. Eve and David. A distinguished provincial at Paris. Scenes from a courtesan's life. Senonches Jacques de. Eve and David. Senonches Madame Jacques de. Eve and David. Stanhope Lady Esther. The Lily of the Valley. Roman II. A distinguished provincial at Paris. Lost Illusions Part 2. By Honore de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. Part 1. Mme de Bargeton and Lucien de Rubempré had left Angoulême behind and were traveling together upon the road to Paris. Not one of the party who made that journey alluded to it afterwards, but it may be believed that an infatuated youth who had looked forward to the delights of an elopement must have found the continual presence of Gentle the manservant and Albertine, the maid, not a little irksome on the way. Lucien, traveling post for the first time in his life, was horrified to see pretty nearly the whole sum, on which he meant to live in Paris for a 12-month, dropped along the road like other men, who combine great intellectual powers with the charming simplicity of childhood. He openly expressed his surprise at the new and wonderful things which he saw and thereby made a mistake. A man should study a woman very carefully before he allows her to see his thoughts and emotions as they arise in him. A woman whose nature is large as her heart is tender can smile upon childishness and make allowances, but let her have ever so small a spice of vanity herself, and she cannot forgive childishness or littleness or vanity in her lover. Many a woman is so extravagant a worshipper that she must always see the god in her idol, but there are yet others who love a man for his sake, and not for their own, and adore his failings with his greater qualities. Lucien had not guessed as yet that Mme de Bargeton's love was grafted on pride. He made another mistake when he failed to discern the meaning of certain smiles, which flitted over Louis's lips from time to time, and instead of keeping himself to himself, he indulged in the playfulness of the young rat emerging from his hole for the first time. The travelers were set down before daybreak at the sign of the Gaillard boys, in the Rue de l'Echelle, both so tired out with the journey that Louise went straight to bed, and slept first, bidding Lucien to engage the room immediately overhead. Lucien slept on till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when he was awakened by Mme de Bargeton's servant, and learning the hour made a hasty toilet and hurried downstairs. Louise was sitting in the shabby inn sitting-room hotel accommodation, is a blot on the civilization of Paris, for with all its pretensions to elegance the city, as yet does not boast a single inn where a well-to-do traveler can find the surroundings to which he is accustomed at home. To Lucien's just-awakened sleep-dimmed eyes, Louise was hardly recognizable in this cheerless, sunless room, with the shabby window curtains, the comfortless polished floor, the hideous furniture bought second-hand, or much the worse for wear. Some people no longer look the same when detached from the background of faces, objects, and surroundings, which serve as a setting without which indeed they seem to lose something of their intrinsic worth. Personality demands its appropriate atmosphere to bring out its values, just as the figures in Flemish interiors need the arrangement of light and shade in which they are placed by the painter's genius if they are to live for us. This is especially true of provincials. Mme de Bargeton, moreover, looked more thoughtful and dignified than was necessary now, when no barriers stood between her and happiness. Gentle and Albertine waited upon them, and while they were present, Lucien could not complain. The dinner sent in from a neighboring restaurant fell far below the provincial average, both in quantity and quality. The essential goodness of country fare was wanting, and in point of quantity, the portions were cut with so strict an eye to business that they savored of short commons in such small matters. Paris does not show its best side to travelers of moderate fortune. Lucien waited till the meal was over. Some change had come over Louise, he thought, but he could not explain it. And a change had in fact taken place. Events had occurred while he slept. For reflection is an event in our inner history, and Mme de Bargeton had been reflecting. About 2 o'clock that afternoon, Sixte du Châtelet made his appearance in the Rue de l'Echelle, and asked for Albertine. The sleeping damsel was roused, and to her he expressed his wish to speak with her mistress. Mme de Bargeton had scarcely time to dress before he came back again. The unaccountable apparition of Roman 1000 du Châtelet roused the lady's curiosity, for she had kept her journey a profound secret. As she thought, at 3 o'clock the visitor was admitted. "I have risked a reprimand from headquarters to follow you," he said, as he greeted her. "I foresaw coming events, but if I lose my post for it, you, at any rate, shall not be lost." "What do you mean?" exclaimed Mme de Bargeton. "I can see plainly that you love Lucien," he continued with an air of tender resignation. "You must love indeed, if you can act thus recklessly, and disregard the conventions which you know so well, dear adored Nice. Can you really imagine that Mme d'Espard's salon, or any other salon in Paris, will not be closed to you as soon as it is known that you have fled from Angoulême, as it were with a young man, especially after the duel between Roman 1000 de Bargeton and Roman 1000 de Chandler? The fact that your husband has gone to the Escarbas looks like a separation. Under such circumstances, a gentleman fights first, and afterwards leaves his wife at liberty. By all means give Roman 1000 de Rubempré your love, and your countenance. Do just as you please, but you must not live in the same house. If anybody here in Paris knew that you had traveled together, the whole world that you have a mind to see would point the finger at you. And Nice do not make these sacrifices for a young man, whom you have as yet compared with no one else. He, on his side, has been put to no proof. He may forsake you for some Parisian better able, as he may fancy, to further his ambitions. I mean no harm to the man you love, but you will permit me to put your own interests before his, and to beg you to study him, to be fully aware of the serious nature of this step that you are taking. And then, if you find all doors closed against you, and that none of the women call upon you, Make sure at least that you will feel no regret for all that you have renounced for him. Be very certain first that he for whom you will have given up so much will always be worthy of your sacrifices, and appreciate them. Just now continued Chatelet, Mme d'Espard, is the more prudish and particular, because she herself is separated from her husband nobody knows, why the Navarines, the Lenoncourts, the Blamont Chauvrys, and the rest of the relations, have all rallied round her. The most straight-laced women are seen at her house, and receive her with respect, and the Marquis d'Espard has been put in the wrong. The first call that you pay will make it clear to you that I am right. Indeed, knowing Paris as I do, I can tell you beforehand that you will no sooner enter the Marquise's salon than you will be in despair, lest she should find out that you are staying at the Gaillard Boys with an apothecary's son, though he may wish to be called Roman 1000 de Rubempré. You will have rivals here, women far more astute and shrewd than Amélie. They will not fail to discover who you are, where you come from, and all that you are doing. You have counted upon your incognito, I see, but you are one of those women for whom an incognito is out of the question. You will meet Angoulême at every turn. There are the deputies from the Charente coming up for the opening of the session. There is the commandant in Paris on leave. Why, the first man or woman from Angoulême who happens to see you would cut your career short in a strange fashion. You would simply be Lucien's mistress. If you need me at any time, I am staying with the Receiver General in the Rue du Faubourg, Saint Honor, 2 steps away from Mme d'Espard's. I am sufficiently acquainted with the Marechal de Carigliano, Mme de Cerisy, and the President of the Council to introduce you to those houses, but you will meet so many people at Mme d'Espard's that you are not likely to require me so far from wishing to gain admittance to this set, or that everyone will be longing to make your acquaintance. Chatelet talked on. Mme de Bargeton made no interruption. She was struck with his perspicacity. The Queen of Angoulême had in fact counted upon preserving her incognito. You are right, my dear friend, she said at length, but what am I to do? Allow me to find suitable furnished lodgings for you, suggested Chatelet. That way of living is less expensive than an inn. You will have a home of your own. And if you will take my advice, you will sleep in your new rooms this very night. But how did you know my address? Queried she. Your traveling carriage is easily recognized. And besides, I was following you at Sevres. Your postilion told mine that he had brought you here. Will you permit me to act as your harbinger? I will write as soon as I have found lodgings. Very well, do so, said she, and in those seemingly insignificant words, all was said. The Baron du Chatelet had spoken the language of worldly wisdom. To a woman of the world he had made his appearance before her in faultless dress. A neat cab was waiting for him at the door, and Mme de Bargeton, standing by the window, thinking over the position, chanced to see the elderly dandy drive away. A few moments later Lucien appeared half awake, and hastily dressed. He was handsome, it is true, but his clothes, his last year's nankeen trousers, and his shabby tight jacket, were ridiculous. Put Antinous, or the Apollo Belvedere himself, into a water-carrier's blouse, and how shall you recognize the godlike creature of the Greek or Roman? Chisel the eyes, note, and compare before the heart has time to revise the swift involuntary judgment. And the contrast between Lucien and Chatelet was so abrupt that it could not fail to strike Louise. Towards 6 o'clock that evening, when dinner was over, Mme de Bargeton beckoned Lucien to sit beside her on the shabby sofa, covered with a flowered chintz yellow pattern on a red ground. Lucien, mind, she said, don't you think that, if we have both of us done a foolish thing suicidal for both our interests, it would only be common sense to set matters right? We ought not to live together in Paris, dear boy, and we must not allow anyone to suspect that we traveled together. Your career depends so much upon my position that I ought to do nothing to spoil it. So, tonight, I am going to remove into lodgings near by, but you will stay on here. We can see each other every day, and nobody can say a word against us. And Louise explained conventions to Lucien, who opened wide eyes. He had still to learn that, when a woman thinks better of her folly, she thinks better of her love. But one thing he understood. I saw that he was no longer the Lucien of Angoulême. Louise talked of herself, of her interests, her reputation, and of the world, and to veil her egoism, she tried to make him believe that this was all on his account. He had no claim upon Louise, thus suddenly transformed into Mme de Bargeton. And more serious still, he had no power over her. He could not keep back the tears that filled his eyes. If I am your glory, cried the poet, you are yet more to me. Are my one hope, my whole future rests with you. I thought that, if you meant to make my successes yours, you would surely make my adversity yours also, and here, we are going to part already. You are judging my conduct, said she. You do not love me." Lucien looked at her with such a dolorous expression that, in spite of herself, she said, "Darling, I will stay if you like. We shall both be ruined, we shall have no one to come to our aid. But when we are both equally wretched, and everyone shuts their door upon us, both when failure, for we must look all possibilities in the face, when failure drives us back to the escarbas, then remember, love, that I foresaw the end. And that at the first I proposed that we should make your way by conforming to established rules." "Louise," he cried with his arms around her, "you are wise, you frighten me. Remember that I am a child, that I have given myself up entirely to your dear. Well, I myself should have preferred to overcome obstacles and win my way among men by the power that is in me. But if I can reach the goal sooner through your aid, I shall be very glad to owe all my success to you. Forgive me. You mean so much to me that I cannot help fearing all kinds of things. And for me, parting means that desertion is at hand, and desertion is death. But my dear boy, the world's demands are soon satisfied." Returned she, "You must sleep here. That is all day long you will be with me, and no one can say a word." A few kisses set Lucien's mind completely at rest. An hour later, Gentle brought in a note from Chatelet. He told Mme de Bargeton that he had found lodgings for her in the Rue Neuve Luxembourg. Mme de Bargeton informed herself of the exact place, and found that it was not very far from the Rue de l'Echelle. "We shall be neighbors," she told Lucien. 2 hours afterwards, Louise stepped into the hired carriage, sent by Chatelet for the removal to the new rooms. The apartments were of the class that upholsterers furnish, and let to wealthy deputies and persons of consideration, on a short visit to Paris. Showy and uncomfortable it was 11 o'clock. When Lucien returned to his inn, having seen nothing as yet of Paris, except the part of the Rue Saint-Honore, which lies between the Rue Neuve Luxembourg and the Rue de l'Echelle, he lay down in his miserable little room, and could not help comparing it in his own mind with Louis's sumptuous apartments. Just as he came away, the Baron du Chatelet came in gorgeously arrayed in evening dress, fresh from the Minister for Foreign Affairs, to inquire whether Mme de Bargeton was satisfied with all that he had done on her behalf. Nise was uneasy, the splendor was alarming to her mind. Provincial life had reacted upon her. She was painfully conscientious over her accounts and economical to a degree that is looked upon as miserly in Paris. She had brought with her 20,000 francs in the shape of a draft on the Receiver General, considering that the sum would more than cover the expenses of 4 years in Paris. She was afraid, already, lest she should not have enough and should run into debt, and now Chatelet told her that her rooms would only cost 600 francs per month. "A mere trifle," added he, seeing that Nise was startled. "For 500 francs a month you can have a carriage from a livery stable, 50 louis. In all you need only think of your dress. A woman moving in good society could not well do less. And if you mean to obtain a Receiver General's appointment for Roman 1,000 Bargeton or a post in the household, you ought not to look poverty-stricken here in Paris. They only give to the rich. It is most fortunate that you brought Gentle to go out with you, and Albertine for your own woman, for servants are enough to ruin you here. But with your introductions, you will seldom be home to a meal." Mme de Bargeton and the Baron de Chatelet chatted about Paris. Chatelet gave her all the news of the day, the myriad nothings that you are bound to know under penalty of being a nobody before very long. The Baron also gave advice as to shopping, recommending Herbalt for toques and Juliette for hats and bonnets. He added the address of a fashionable dressmaker to supersede Victorine. In short, he made the lady see the necessity of rubbing off Angoulême. Then he took his leave after a final flash of happy inspiration. "I expect I shall have a box at one of the theaters tomorrow," he remarked carelessly. "I will call for you in Roman 1,000 de Rubempré, for you must allow me to do the honors of Paris." "There is more generosity in his character than I thought," said Mme de Bargeton to herself, when Lucien was included in the invitation. In the month of June, ministers are often puzzled to know what to do with boxes at the theatre. Ministerialist deputies and their constituents are busy in their vineyards or harvest fields, and their more exacting acquaintances are in the country or traveling about. So it comes to pass that the best seats are filled at this season with heterogeneous theatregoers never seen at any other time of year, and the house is apt to look as if it were tapestried with very shabby material. Chatelet had thought already that this was his opportunity of giving Nise the amusements which provincials crave most eagerly, and that with very little expense. The next morning, the very first morning in Paris, Lucien went to the Rue Neuve Luxembourg, and found that Louise had gone out. She had gone to make some indispensable purchases to take counsel of the mighty and illustrious authorities in the matter of the feminine toilette pointed out to her by Chatelet, for she had written to tell the Marquise d'Espard of her arrival. Mme de Bargeton possessed the self-confidence born of a long habit of rule, but she was exceedingly afraid of appearing to be provincial. She attacked enough to know how greatly the relations of women among themselves depend upon first impressions, and though she felt that she was equal to taking her place at once in such a distinguished set as Mme de Espards, she felt also that she stood in need of goodwill at her first entrance into society, and was resolved in the first place that she would leave nothing undone to secure success. So she felt boundlessly thankful to Chatelet for pointing out these ways of putting herself in harmony with the fashionable world. A singular chance so ordered it that the Marquise was delighted to find an opportunity of being useful to a connection of her husband's family. The Marquis d'Espard had withdrawn himself, without apparent reason, from society, and ceased to take any active interest in affairs political or domestic. His wife, thus left mistress of her actions, felt the need of the support of public opinion and was glad to take the Marquis place and give her countenance to one of her husband's relations. She meant to be ostentatiously gracious, so as to put her husband more evidently in the wrong, and that very day she wrote Mme de Bargeton, ni Negrupellis, a charming billet, one of the prettily worded compositions of which time alone can discover the emptiness. She was delighted that circumstances had brought a relative of whom she had heard, whose acquaintance she had desired to make into closer connection with her family friendships in Paris, were not so solid, but that she longed to find one more to love on earth, and if this might not be, there would only be one more illusion to bury with the rest. She put herself entirely at her cousin's disposal. She would have called upon her, if indisposition had not kept her to the house, and she felt that she lay already under obligations to the cousin who had thought of her. Lucien, meanwhile, taking his first ramble along the Rue de la Paix and through the boulevards like all newcomers, was much more interested in the things that he saw than in the people he met. The general effect of Paris is wholly engrossing. At first, the wealth in the shop windows, the high houses, the streams of traffic, the contrast everywhere between the last extremes of luxury, and what struck him more than anything else in his astonishment at the crowds of strange faces. The man of imaginative temper felt as if he himself had shrunk, as it were, immensely a man of any consequence in his native place, where he cannot go out, but he meets with some recognition of his importance at every step, does not readily accustom himself to the sudden and total extinction of his consequence. You are somebody in your own country. In Paris, you are nobody. The transition between the first state and the last should be made gradually, for the too abrupt fall is something like annihilation. Paris could not fail to be an appalling wilderness for a young poet who looked for an echo for all his sentiments, a confidant for all his thoughts, a soul to share his least sensations. Lucien had not gone in search of his luggage and his best blue coat, and painfully conscious of the shabbiness, to say no worse of his clothes, he went to Mme de Bargeton. Feeling that she must have returned, he found the Baron du Chatelet, who carried them both off to dinner at the Rocher de Cancale. Lucien's head was dizzy with the whirl of Paris. The Baron was in the carriage. He could say nothing to Louise, but he squeezed her hand, and she gave a warm response to the mute confidence. After dinner, Chatelet took his guests to the vaudeville. Lucien, in his heart, was not over well pleased to see Chatelet again, and cursed the chance that had brought the Baron to Paris. The Baron said that ambition had brought him to town. He had hopes of an appointment as Secretary General to a government department, and meant to take a seat in the Council of State as Master of Requests. He had come to Paris to ask for fulfillment of the promises that had been given him, for a man of his stamp could not be expected to remain a controller all his life. He would rather be nothing at all, and offer himself for election as deputy or re-enter diplomacy. Chatelet grew visibly taller. Lucien dimly began to recognize in this elderly beau the superiority of the man of the world who knows Paris, and most of all, he felt ashamed to owe his evening's amusement to his rival. And while the poet looked ill at ease and awkward, Her Royal Highness ex-secretary was quite in his element. He smiled at his rival's hesitations, at his astonishment at the questions he put, at the little mistakes which the latter ignorantly made, much as an old salt laughs at an apprentice who has not found his sea legs. But Lucien's pleasure at seeing a play for the first time in Paris outweighed the annoyance of these small humiliations. That evening marked an epoch in Lucien's career. He put away a good many of his ideas as to provincial life in the course of it. His horizon widened. Society assumed different proportions. There were fair Parisiennes in fresh and elegant toilettes all about him, Mme de Bargeton's costume tolerably ambitious, though it was looked dowdy by comparison the material like the fashion, and the color was out of date. That way of arranging her hair so bewitching in Angoulême looked frightfully ugly here among the daintily devised coiffures which he saw in every direction. Will she always look like that, said he to himself, ignorant that the morning had been spent in preparing a transformation. In the provinces, comparison and choice are out of the question. When a face has grown familiar, it comes to possess a certain beauty that is taken for granted, but transport the pretty woman of the provinces to Paris, and no one takes the slightest notice of her. Her prettiness is of the comparative degree, illustrated by the saying that among the blind the one-eyed are kings. Lucian's eyes were now busy comparing Mme de Bargeton with other women, just as she herself had contrasted him with Chatelet on the previous day, and Mme de Bargeton, on her part, permitted herself some strange reflections upon her lover. The poet cut a poor figure, notwithstanding his singular beauty. The sleeves of his jacket were too short with his ill-cut country gloves, and a waistcoat too scanty for him. He looked prodigiously ridiculous compared with the young men in the balcony. Positively pitiable, thought Mme de Bargeton. Chatelet interested in her without presumption, taking care of her, in a manner that revealed a profound passion. Chatelet elegant, and as much at home as an actor, treading the familiar boards of his theater in 2 days, had recovered all the ground lost in the past 6 months. Ordinary people will not admit that our sentiments towards each other can totally change in a moment, and yet certain it is that two lovers not seldom fly apart even more quickly than they drew together. In Mme de Bargeton and in Lucien, a process of disenchantment was at work. Paris was the cause. Life had widened out before the poet's eyes, as society came to wear a new aspect for Louise. Nothing but an accident now was needed to sever finally the bond that united them, nor was that blow so terrible for Lucien very long delayed. Mme de Bargeton set Lucien down at his inn and drove home with Chatelet, to the intense vexation of the luckless lover. What will they say about me, he wondered, as he climbed the stairs to his dismal room. That poor fellow is uncommonly dull, said Chatelet, with a smile when the door was closed. That is the way with those who have a world of thoughts in their heart and brain, men who have so much in them to give out in great works, long dreamed of, profess a certain contempt for conversation, a commerce in which the intellect spends itself in small change, returned the haughty Negrepellis. She still had courage to defend Lucien, but less for Lucien's sake than for her own. I grant it you willingly, replied the Baron, but we live with human beings, and not with books. There, dear Nyes, I see how it is. There is nothing between you yet, and I am delighted that it is so. If you decide to bring an interest of a kind hitherto lacking into your life, let it not be this so-called genius. I implore you, how, if you have made a mistake, suppose that, in a few days' time, when you have compared him with men, whom you will meet, men of real ability, men who have distinguished themselves in good earnest, suppose that you should discover, dear and fair siren, that it is no lyre-bearer that you have borne into port on your dazzling shoulders, but a little ape with no manners and no capacity, a presumptuous fool who may be a wit in El Humo, but turns out a very ordinary specimen of a young man in Paris. And after all volumes of verse come out every week here, the worst of them, better than all Roman 1000 Chardon's poetry put together, for pity's sake wait and compare. Tomorrow, Friday, is opera night, he continued, as the carriage turned into the Rue Nouveau Luxembourg. Mme d'Espard has the box of the first gentleman of the chamber, and will take you, no doubt. I shall go to Mme de Sérazy's box to behold you in your glory. They are giving less Danaids. Goodbye, said she. Next morning, Mme de Bargeton tried to arrange a suitable toilette in which to call on her cousin, Mme d. Espard. The weather was rather chilly. Looking through the dowdy wardrobe from Angoulême, she found nothing better than a certain green velvet gown, trimmed fantastically enough. Lucien, for his part, felt that he must go at once for his celebrated blue best coat. He felt aghast at the thought of his tight jacket, and determined to be well dressed lest he should meet the Marquise d'Espard, or receive a sudden summons to her house. He must have his luggage at once, so he took a cab, and in 2 hours' time spent 3 or 4 francs, matter for much subsequent reflection on the scale of the cost of living in Paris. Having dressed himself in his best, such as it was, he went to the Rue Nouveau Luxembourg, and on the doorstep encountered Gentle in company with a gorgeously befeathered chasseur. I was just going round to you, sir. Madame gave me a line for you, said Gentle, ignorant of Parisian forms of respect, and accustomed to homely provincial ways. The chasseur took the poet for a servant. Lucien tore open the note, and learned that Mme de Bargeton had gone to spend the day with the Marquise d'Espard. She was going to the opera in the evening, but she told Lucien to be there to meet her. Her cousin permitted her to give him a seat in her box. The Marquise d'Espard was delighted to procure the young poet that pleasure. Then she loves me, my fears were all nonsense, said Lucien to himself. She is going to present me to her cousin this very evening. He jumped for joy. He would spend the day that separated him from the happy evening. As joyously as might be, he dashed out in the direction of the Tuileries, dreaming of walking there, until it was time to dine at Very's, and now behold Lucien frisking and skipping light of foot, because light of heart on his way to the Terrasse des Feuillants, to take a look at the people of quality on promenade. Their pretty women walk arm in arm with men of fashion. Their adorers couples greet each other with a glance. As they pass, how different it is from the terrace at Beaulieu. How far finer the birds on this perch than the Angoulême species. It is as if you beheld all the colors that glow in the plumage of the feathered tribes of India and America, instead of the sober European families. Those were 2 wretched hours that Lucien spent in the garden of the Tuileries. A violent revulsion swept through him, and he sat in judgment upon himself. In the first place, not a single one of these gilded youths wore a swallowtail coat, the few exceptions, 1 or 2 poor wretches, a clerk here and there, an annuitant from the Marais, could be ruled out on the score of age, and hard, upon the discovery of a distinction between morning and evening. Dressed the poet's quick sensibility and keen eyes saw. Likewise that his shabby old clothes were not fit to be seen, the defects in his coat branded that garment as ridiculous. The cut was old-fashioned, the color was the wrong shade of blue, the collar outrageously ungainly, the coat-tails, by dint of long, where overlapped each other, the buttons were reddened, and there were fatal white lines along the seams. Then his waistcoat was too short and so grotesquely provincial that he hastily buttoned his coat over it. And finally, no man of any pretension to fashion wore nankeen trousers well dressed. Men wore charming fancy materials, or immaculate white, and everyone had straps to his trousers, while the shrunken hems of Lucien's nether garments manifested a violent antipathy for the heels of boots, which they wetted with obvious reluctance. Lucien wore a white cravat with embroidered ends. His sister had seen that Roman 1000 Du Hoc and Roman 1000 de Chander wore such things, and hastened to make similar ones for her brother. Here no one appeared to wear white cravats of a morning, except a few grave seniors, elderly capitalists, and austere public functionaries, until in the street on the other side of the railings Lucien noticed a grocer's boy walking along the Rue de Rivoli, with a basket on his head. Him, the man of Angoulême, detected in the act of sporting a cravat with both ends, adorned by the handiwork of some adored shopgirl. The sight was a stab to Lucien's breast, penetrating straight to that organ, as yet undefined, the seat of our sensibility, the region whither, since sentiment has had any existence, the sons of men carry their hands in any excess of joy or anguish. Do not accuse this chronicle of puerility. The rich, to be sure, never having experienced sufferings of this kind, may think them incredibly petty and small, but the agonies of less fortunate mortals are as well worth our attention as crises and vicissitudes in the lives of the mighty and privileged ones of earth. Is not the pain equally great for either? Suffering exalts all things, and after all suppose that we change the terms, and for a suit of clothes more or less fine put instead a ribbon or a star or a title, have not brilliant careers been tormented by reason of such apparent trifles as these? Add moreover that for those people who must seem to have that which they have not, the question of clothes is of enormous importance, and not unfrequently the appearance of possession is the shortest road to possession at a later day. A cold sweat broke out over Lucien as he bethought himself that tonight he must make his first appearance before the Marquise in this dress. Marquise d'Espard, relative of a first gentleman of the bedchamber, a woman whose house was frequented by the most illustrious among illustrious men in every field. I look like an apothecary's son, a regular shop drudge, he raged inwardly, watching the youth of the Faubourg Saint-Germain pass under his eyes, graceful, spruce, fashionably dressed, with a certain uniformity of air, a sameness due to a fineness of contour, and a certain dignity of carriage and expression, though at the same time each one differed from the rest in the setting by which he had chosen to bring his personal characteristics into prominence. Each one made the most of his personal advantages. Young men in Paris understand the art of presenting themselves quite as well as women. Lucien had inherited from his mother the invaluable physical distinction of race, but the metal was still in the ore and not set free by the craftsman's hand. His hair was badly cut. Instead of holding himself upright with an elastic corset, he felt that he was cooped up inside a hideous shirt collar. He hung his dejected head, without resistance on the part of a limp cravat. What woman could guess that a handsome foot was hidden by the clumsy boots which he had brought from Angoulême? What young man could envy him his graceful figure, disguised by the shapeless blue sack, which hitherto he had mistakenly believed to be a coat? What bewitching studs he saw on those dazzling white shirt fronts his own looked dingy by comparison, and how marvelously all these elegant persons were gloved. His own gloves were only fit for a policeman. Yonder was a youth toying with a cane, exquisitely mounted there another with dainty gold studs in his wristbands, yet another was twisting a charming riding whip. While he talked with a woman, there were specks of mud on the ample folds of his white trousers he wore, clanking spurs and a tight-fitting jacket. Evidently, he was about to mount one of the two horses held by a hopomathum of a tiger. A young man who went past drew a watch no thicker than a 5-franc piece from his pocket, and looked at it with the air of a person who is either too early or too late for an appointment. Lucien, seeing these petty trifles hitherto unimagined, became aware of a whole world of indispensable superfluities, and shuddered to think of the enormous capital needed by a professional pretty fellow. The more he admired these gay and careless beings, the more conscious he grew of his own outlandishness. He knew that he looked like a man who has no idea of the direction of the streets, who stands close to the Palais Royal and cannot find it, and asks his way to the Louvre of a passerby, who tells him here you are. Lucien saw a great gulf fixed between him and this new world, and asked himself how he might cross over, for he meant to be one of these delicate, slim youths of Paris. These young patricians who bowed before women, divinely dressed and divinely fair. For one kiss from one of these Lucien was ready to be cut in pieces like Count Philip of Königsmarck. Louis' face rose up somewhere in the shadowy background of memory. Compared with these queens, she looked like an old woman. He saw women whose names will appear in the history of the 19th century, women no less famous than the queens of past times for their wit, their beauty, or their lovers. One who passed was the heroine Emile Touches, so well known as Camille Maupin, the great woman of letters, great by her intellect, great no less by her beauty. He overheard the name pronounced by those who went by. Ah, he thought to himself, she is poetry. What was Mme de Bargeton in comparison with this angel, in all the glory of youth and hope, and promise of the future, with that sweet smile of hers, and the great dark eyes with all heaven in them, and the glowing light of the sun? She was laughing and chatting with Mme Firmiani, one of the most charming women in Paris. A voice indeed cried, intellect is the lever by which to move the world, but another voice cried no less loudly that money was the fulcrum. He would not stay any longer on the scene of his collapse and defeat, and went towards the Palais Royal. He did not know the topography of his quarter yet, and was obliged to ask his way. Then he went to Very's and ordered dinner by way of an initiation into the pleasures of Paris, and a solace for his discouragement, a bottle of Bordeaux oysters from Ostend, a dish of fish, a partridge, a dish of macaroni, and dessert. This was the ne plus ultra of his desire. He enjoyed this little debauch, studying the while how to give the Marquis d'Espard proof of his wit, and redeem the shabbiness of his grotesque accoutrements by the display of intellectual riches. The total of the bill drew him down from these dreams, and left him the poorer by 50 of the francs which were to have gone such a long way in Paris. He could have lived in Angoulême for a month on the price of that dinner. Wherefore, he closed the door of the palace with awe, thinking, as he did so, that he should never set foot in it again. Eve was right, he said to himself, as he went back under the stone arcading for some more money. There is a difference between Paris prices and prices in El Humo. He gazed in at the tailor's windows on the way, and thought of the costumes in the garden of the Tuileries. No, he exclaimed, I will not appear before Mme d'Espard dressed out as I am. He fled to his inn fleet as a stag, rushed up to his room, took out 100 crowns, and went down again to the Palais Royal, where his future elegance lay scattered over half a score of shops. The first tailor whose door he entered tried as many coats upon him as he would consent to put on, and persuaded his customer that all were in the very latest fashion. Lucien came out the owner of a green coat, a pair of white trousers, and a fancy waistcoat, for which outfit he gave 200 francs. Ere long, he found a very elegant pair of ready-made shoes that fitted his foot, and finally, when he had made all necessary purchases, he ordered the tradespeople to send them to his address, and inquired for a hairdresser at 7 o'clock that evening. He called a cab, and drove away to the opera, curled like a St. John of a procession day, elegantly waistcoated and gloved, but feeling a little awkward in this kind of sheath in which he found himself for the first time. In obedience to Mme de Bargeton's instructions, he asked for the box reserved for the first gentleman of the bedchamber. The man at the box office looked at him, and beholding Lucien in all the grandeur assumed for the occasion, in which he looked like a best man at a wedding, asked Lucien for his order. "I have no order." "Then you cannot go in," said the man at the box office dryly. "But I belong to Mmed Espard's party." "It is not our business to know that," said the man, who could not help exchanging a barely perceptible smile with his colleague. A carriage stopped under the peristyle as he spoke. A chasseur in a livery, which Lucien did not recognize, let down the step, and two women in evening dress came out of the brougham. Lucien had no mind to lay himself open to an insolent order. To get out of the way from the official, he stepped aside to let the two ladies pass. "Why, that lady is the Marquise d'Espard, whom you say you know, sir," said the man ironically. Lucien was so much the more confounded because Mme de Bargeton did not seem to recognize him in his new plumage, but when he stepped up to her, she smiled at him and said, "This has fallen out wonderfully. Come." The functionaries at the box office grew serious again. As Lucien followed Mme de Bargeton on their way up the great staircase, the lady introduced Roman 1000 de Rubempré to her cousin. The box belonging to the first gentleman of the bedchamber is situated in one of the angles at the back of the house, so that its occupants see and are seen all over the theatre. Lucien took his seat on a chair behind Mme de Bargeton, thankful to be in the shadow. "Roman 1000 de Rubempré," said the marquise with flattering graciousness, "this is your first visit to the opera, is it not? You must have a view of the house. Take this seat, sit in front of the box. We give you permission." Lucien obeyed as the first act came to an end. "You have made good use of your time," Louise said in his ear in her first surprise at the change in his appearance. Louise was still the same. The near presence of the Marquise d'Espard, a Parisian, Mme de Bargeton, was so damaging to her. The brilliancy of the Parisienne brought out all the defects in her country cousin so clearly by contrast that Lucien, looking out over the fashionable audience in the superb building, and then at the great lady, was twice enlightened, and saw poor Anais de Negrepellis as she really was, as Parisians saw her, a tall, lean, withered woman, with a pimpled face and faded complexion, angular, stiff, affected in her manner, pompous and provincial in her speech, and above all these things doughtily dressed. As a matter of fact, the creases in an old dress from Paris still bear witness to good taste. You can tell what the gown was meant for, but an old dress made in the country is inexplicable. It is a thing to provoke laughter. There was neither charm nor freshness about the dress, or its wearer. The velvet, like the complexion, had seen where Lucien felt ashamed to have fallen in love with this cuttlefish bone, and vowed that he would profit by Louise' next fit of virtue to leave her for good. Having an excellent view of the house, he could see the opera glasses pointed at the aristocratic box par excellence. The best-dressed women must certainly be scrutinizing Mme de Bargeton, for they smiled and talked among themselves. If Mme d'Espard knew the object of their sarcasms from those feminine smiles and gestures, she was perfectly insensible to them. In the first place, anybody must see that her companion was a poor relation from the country, an affliction with which any Parisian family may be visited. And in the second, when her cousin had spoken to her of her dress with manifest misgivings, she had reassured Anais, seeing that, when once properly dressed, her relative would very easily acquire the tone of Parisian society. If Mme de Bargeton needed polish, on the other hand, she possessed the native haughtiness of good birth, and that indescribable something which may be called pedigree. So on Monday her turn would come, and moreover the marquise knew that as soon as people learned that the stranger was her cousin, they would suspend their banter and look twice before they condemned her. Lucien did not foresee the change in Louis' appearance, shortly to be worked by a scarf about her throat, a pretty dress, and elegant coiffure, and Mme d'Espard's advice. As they came up the staircase, even now, the marquise told her cousin not to hold her handkerchief unfolded in her hand. Good or bad taste turns upon hundreds of such almost imperceptible shades which a quick-witted woman discerns at once, while others will never grasp them. Mme de Bargeton, plentifully apt, was more than clever enough to discover her shortcomings. Mme d'Espard, sure that her pupil would do her credit, did not decline to form her. In short, the compact between the two women had been confirmed by self-interest on either side. Mme de Bargeton, enthralled, dazzled, and fascinated by her cousin's manner, wit, and acquaintances, had suddenly declared herself a votary of the idol of the day. She had discerned the signs of the occult power exerted by the ambitious great lady, and told herself that she could gain her end as the satellite of this star. So she had been outspoken in her admiration. The marquise was not insensible to the artlessly admitted conquest. she took an interest in her cousin, seeing that she was weak and poor. She was besides not indisposed to take a pupil with whom to found a school, and asked nothing better than to have a sort of lady-in-waiting in Mme de Bargeton, a dependent who would sing her praises, a treasure even more scarce among Parisian women than a staunch and loyal critic among the literary tribe. The flutter of curiosity in the house was too marked to be ignored, however, and Mme d'Espard politely endeavored to turn her cousin's mind from the truth. If anyone comes to our box, she said, perhaps we may discover the cause to which we owe the honor of the interest that these ladies are taking. I have a strong suspicion that it is my old velvet gown and Angoumoisin air, which Parisian ladies find amusing. Mme de Bargeton answered, laughing. No, it is not you, it is something that I cannot explain, she added, turning to the poet. And as she looked at him for the first time, it seemed to strike her that he was singularly dressed. There is Roman 1000 du Châtelet, exclaimed Lucien at that moment, and he pointed a finger towards Mme de Sérazy's box, which the renovated beau had just entered. Mme de Bargeton bit her lips with chagrin as she saw that gesture, and saw, besides the marquise's ill-suppressed smile of contemptuous astonishment, "Where does the young man come from?" her look said, and Louise felt humbled through her love, one of the sharpest of all pangs for a Frenchwoman, a mortification for which she cannot forgive her lover. In these circles where trifles are of such importance, a gesture, or a word at the outset, is enough to ruin a newcomer. It is the principal merit of fine manners, and the highest breeding, that they produce the effect of a harmonious whole, in which every element is so blended that nothing is startling or obtrusive even. Those who break the laws of this science, either through ignorance or carried away by some impulse, must comprehend that it is with social intercourse as with music. A single discordant note is a complete negation of the art itself, for the harmony exists only when all its conditions are observed down to the least particular. "Who is that gentleman?" asked Mme d'Espard, looking towards Châtelet. "And have you made Mme de Sérazy's acquaintance already?" "Oh, is that the famous Mme de Sérazy, who has had so many adventures, and yet goes everywhere?" "An unheard-of thing, my dear, explicable, but unexplained. The most formidable men are her friends, and why nobody dares to fathom the mystery. Then is this person the Lion of Angoulême?" "Well, Roman 1000, Le Baron du Châtelet, has been a good deal talked about," answered Mme de Bargeton, moved by vanity, to give her adorer the title which she herself had called in question. "He was Roman 1000 de Montrevaux's traveling companion." "Ah," said the Marquise d'Espard, "I never hear that name, without thinking of the Duchesse de Langeais. Poor thing, she vanished like a falling star. That is Roman 1000 de Rastignac with Mme de Nucingen," she continued, indicating another box. "She is the wife of a contractor, a banker, a city man, a broker on a large scale. He forced his way into society with his money, and they say that he is not very scrupulous as to his methods of making it. He is at endless pains to establish his credit as a staunch upholder of the Bourbons, and has tried already to gain admittance into my set. When his wife took Mme de Langeais' box, she thought that she could take her charm, her wit, and her success as well. It is the old fable of the jay and the peacock's feathers. How do Roman 1000 and Mme de Rastignac manage to keep their son in Paris, when, as we know, their income is under 1,000 crowns?" asked Lucien in his astonishment at Rastignac's elegant and expensive dress. "It is easy to see that you come from Angoulême," said Mme d'Espard ironically enough, as she continued to gaze through her opera glass. Her remark was lost upon Lucien. The all-absorbing spectacle of the boxes prevented him from thinking of anything else. He guessed that he himself was an object of no small curiosity. Louise, on the other hand, was exceedingly mortified by the evident slight esteem in which the Marquise held Lucien's beauty. "He cannot be so handsome as I thought him," she said to herself, "and between not so handsome and not so clever as I thought him there was but one step." The curtain fell. Châtelet was now paying a visit to the Duchesse de Carigliano. In an adjoining box, Mme de Bargeton acknowledged his beau by a slight inclination of the head. Nothing escapes a woman of the world. Châtelet's air of distinction was not lost upon Mme d'Espard. Just at that moment, four personages, four Parisian celebrities, came into the box one after another. The most striking feature of the first comer, Roman 1000 de Marseille, famous for the passions which he had inspired, was his girlish beauty. But its softness and effeminacy were counteracted by the expression of his eyes, unflinching, steady, untamed, and hard as a tiger's. He was loved, and he was feared. Lucien was no less handsome, But Lucian's expression was so gentle, his blue eyes so limpid, that he scarcely seemed to possess the strength and the power which attract women so strongly nothing moreover so far had. Brought out the poet's merits, while de Marsay with his flow of spirits, his confidence in his power to please an appropriate style of dress, eclipsed every rival by his presence. Judge, therefore, the kind of figure that Lucian stiff, starched unbending in. Clothes as new and unfamiliar as his surroundings was likely to cut in de Marsay's vicinity. De Marsay, with his wit and charm of manner, was privileged to be insolent from Mme Espard's reception of this personage. His importance was at once evident to Mme de Bargeton. The second comer was a Vandenesse, the cause of the scandal, in which Lady Dudley was concerned. Felix de Vandenesse, amiable, intellectual, and modest, had none of the characteristics on which de Marsay prided himself, and owed his success to diametrically opposed qualities. He had been warmly recommended to Mme d'Espard by her cousin, Mme de Mortsauf. The third was General de Montrevaux, the author of the Duchesse de Langey's Ruin. The fourth Roman 1000 de Canalis, one of the most famous poets of the day, and as yet a newly risen celebrity, was prouder of his birth than of his genius, and dangled in Mme d'Espard's train by way of concealing his love for the Duchesse de Chaulieu, in spite of his graces, and the affectation that spoiled them. It was easy to discern the vast lurking ambitions that plunged him at a later day into the storms of political life. A face that might be called insignificantly pretty and caressing manners thinly disguised the man's deeply rooted egoism and habit of continually calculating the chances of a career, which at that time looked problematical enough. Though his choice of Mme de Chaulieu, a woman past 40, made interest for him at court, and brought him the applause of the Faubourg Saint-Germain and the jibes of the Liberal party, who dubbed him the poet of the sacristy. Mme de Bargeton, with these remarkable figures before her, no longer wondered at the slight esteem in which the Marquise held Lucian's good looks, and when conversation began, when intellects so keen, so subtle, were revealed in two-edged words with more meaning and depth in them than Anais de Bargeton heard in a month of talk at Angoulême, and most of all when Canalis uttered a sonorous phrase summing up a materialistic epic, and gilding it with poetry, than Anais felt all the truth of Chatelet's dictum of the previous evening. Lucian was nothing to her now. Every one cruelly ignored the unlucky stranger. He was so much like a foreigner listening to an unknown language that the Marquise d'Espard took pity upon him. She turned to Canalis. "Permit me to introduce Roman 1000 de Rubempré. She said you rank too high in the world of letters not to welcome a debutante. Roman 1000 de Rubempré is from Angoulême, and will need your influence, no doubt, with the powers that bring genius to light. So far, he has no enemies to help him to success by their attacks upon him. Is there enough originality in the idea of obtaining for him, by friendship, all that hatred has done for you to tempt you to make the experiment?" The four newcomers all looked at Lucian, while the Marquise was speaking to Mars, only a couple of paces away, put up an eyeglass, and looked from Lucian to Mme de Bargeton, and then again at Lucian, coupling them with some mocking thought cruelly mortifying to both. He scrutinized them, as if they had been a pair of strange animals, and then he smiled. The smile was like a stab to the distinguished provincial. Felix de Vandenesse assumed a charitable air. Montrevaux looked Lucian through and through. Madame Roman 1000 de Canalis answered with a bow, "I will obey you in spite of the selfish instinct, which prompts us to show a rival no favor, but you have accustomed us to miracles. Very well, do me the pleasure of dining with me on Monday with Roman 1000 de Rubempré, and you can talk of matters literary at your ease. I will try to enlist some of the tyrants of the world of letters, and the great people who protect them, the author of Eurica, and one or two young poets with sound views." "Mme la Marquise," said de Marsay, "if you give your support to this gentleman for his intellect, I will support him for his good looks. I will give him advice, which will put him in a fair way to be the luckiest dandy in Paris. After that he may be a poet if he has a mind." Mme de Bargeton thanked her cousin by a grateful glance. "I did not know that you were jealous of intellect." Montrevaux said, turning to de Marsay. "Good fortune is the death of a poet." "Is that why your lordship is thinking of marriage?" inquired the dandy, addressing Canalis, and watching Mme d'Espard to see if the words went home. Canalis shrugged his shoulders, and Mme d'Espard, Mme de Chaulieu's niece, began to laugh. Lucian, in his new clothes, felt as if he were an Egyptian statue in its narrow sheath. He was ashamed that he had nothing to say for himself, all this while at length he turned to the Marquise. "After all your kindness, madame, I am pledged to make no failures," he said in those soft tones of his. Chatelet came in as he spoke. He had seen Montrevaux, and by hook or crook snatched at the chance of a good introduction to the Marquise d'Espard through one of the kings of Paris. He bowed to Mme de Bargeton, and begged Mme d'Espard to pardon him for the liberty he took in invading her box. He had been separated so long from his traveling companion Montrevaux, and Chatelet met for the first time since they parted in the desert. To part in the desert and meet again in the opera house, said Lucien. Quite a theatrical meeting, said Canales. Montrevaux introduced the Baron du Chatelet to the Marquise, and the Marquise received her Royal Highness ex-secretary the more graciously, because she had seen that he had been very well received in 3 boxes, already Mme de Serizy knew none but unexceptionable people, and moreover he was Montrevaux's traveling companion. So potent was this last credential that Mme de Bargeton saw from the manner of the group that they accepted Chatelet as one of themselves. Without demur, Chatelet's sultan's airs in Angoulême were suddenly explained. At length the Baron saw Lucien, and favored him with a cool, disparaging little nod, indicative to men of the world of the recipient's inferior station. A sardonic expression accompanied the greeting. How does he come here? He seemed to say this was not lost on those who saw it, for de Marsay leaned towards Montrevaux, and said in tones audible to Chatelet, Do ask him who the queer-looking young fellow is that looks like a dummy at a tailor's shop door. Chatelet spoke a few words in his traveling companion's ear, and while apparently renewing his acquaintance, no doubt cut his rival to pieces. If Lucien was surprised at the apt wit and the subtlety with which these gentlemen formulated their replies, he felt bewildered with epigram and repartee, and most of all by their offhand way of talking and their ease of manner. The material luxury of Paris had alarmed him that morning at night. He saw the same lavish expenditure of intellect. By what mysterious means, he asked himself, did these people make such piquant reflections on the spur of the moment, those repartees which he could only have made after much pondering? And not only were they at ease in their speech, they were at ease in their dress. Nothing looked new, nothing looked old, nothing about them was conspicuous, everything attracted the eyes. The fine gentleman of today was the same yesterday, and would be the same tomorrow. Lucien guessed that he himself looked as if he were dressed for the first time in his life. My dear fellow, said de Marsay, addressing Felix de Vandenesse, that young Rastignac is soaring away like a paper kite. Look at him, in the Marquise de Listomer's box. He is making progress. He is putting up his eyeglass at us. He knows this gentleman, no doubt, added the dandy, speaking to Lucien and looking elsewhere. He can scarcely fail to have heard the name of a great man, of whom we are proud, said Mme de Bargeton. Quite lately, his sister was present when Roman 1000 de Rubempré read us some very fine poetry. Felix de Vandenesse and de Marsay took leave of the Marquise d'Espard, and went off to Mme de Listomer Vanessa's sister. The second act began, and the 3 were left to themselves again. The curious women learned how Mme de Bargeton came to be there from some of the party, while the others announced the arrival of a poet, and made fun of his costume. Canales went back to the Duchesse de Chaulieu, and no more was seen of him. Lucien was glad when the rising of the curtain produced a diversion. All Mme de Bargeton's misgivings with regard to Lucien were increased by the marked attention which the Marquise d'Espard had shown to Chatelet. Her manner towards the Baron was very different from the patronizing affability with which she treated Lucien. Mme de Listomer's box was full during the second act, and to all appearance the talk turned upon Mme de Bargeton, and Lucien. Young Rastignac evidently was entertaining the party. He had raised the laughter that needs fresh fuel every day in Paris, the laughter that seizes upon a topic and exhausts it, and leaves it stale and threadbare in a moment. Mme d'Espard grew uneasy. She knew that an ill-natured speech is not long in coming to the ears of those whom it will wound, and waited till the end of the act. After a revulsion of feeling such as had taken place in Mme de Bargeton and Lucien, strange things come to pass in a brief space of time, and any revolution within us is controlled by laws that work with great swiftness. Chatelet's sage and politic words, as to Lucien spoken on the way home from the vaudeville, were fresh. Louis's memory, every phrase was a prophecy. It seemed as if Lucien had set himself to fulfill the predictions one by one. When Lucien and Mme de Bargeton had parted with their illusions concerning each other, the luckless youth, with a destiny not unlike Rousseau's, went so far in his predecessor's footsteps that he was captivated by the great lady and smitten with Mme d'Espard at first sight. Young men and men who remember their young emotions can see that this was only what might have been looked for. Mme d'Espard, with her dainty ways, her delicate enunciation, and the refined tones of her voice, the fragile woman so envied of such high place and high degree, appeared. Before the poet as Mme de Bargeton had appeared to him in Angoulême, his fickle nature prompted him to desire influence in that lofty sphere at once, and the surest way to secure such influence was to possess the woman who exerted it, and then everything would be his. He had succeeded at Angoulême, why should he not succeed in Paris? Involuntarily, and despite the novel counter-fascination of the stage, his eyes turned to the Celimene in her splendor. He glanced furtively at her every moment. The longer he looked, the more he desired to look at her. Mme de Bargeton caught the gleam in Lucien's eyes, and saw that he found the marquise more interesting than the opera. If Lucien had forsaken her for the 50 daughters of Danaus, she could have borne his desertion with equanimity, but another glance, a bolder, more ardent and unmistakable than any before, revealed the state of Lucien's feelings. She grew jealous, but not so much for the future as for the past. He never gave me such a look, she thought. Dear me, Chatelet was right. Then she saw that she had made a mistake, and when a woman once begins to repent of her weaknesses, she sponges out the whole past. Every one of Lucien's glances roused her indignation, but to all outward appearance, she was calm. De Marsay came back in the interval, bringing Roman 1000 de Listomere with him, and that serious person, and the young coxcomb soon informed the marquise that the wedding guest in his holiday suit, whom she had the bad luck to have in her box, had as much right to the appellation of Rubempré as a Jew to a baptismal name. Lucien's father was an apothecary named Chardon. Roman 1000 de Rastignac, who knew all about Angoulême, had set several boxes, laughing already at the mummy, whom the marquise styled her cousin, and at the marquise's forethought in having an apothecary at hand to sustain an artificial life with drugs. In short, de Marsay brought a selection from the thousand Dandon jokes made by Parisians on the spur of the moment, and no sooner uttered than forgotten. Chatelet was at the back of it all, and the real author of this Punic faith. Mme d'Espard turned to Mme de Bargeton, put up her fan, and said, "My dear, tell me if your protégé's name is really Roman 1000 de Rubempré." "He has assumed his mother's name," said Anais uneasily. "But who was his father?" "His father's name was Chardon." "And what was this Chardon?" "A druggist." "My dear friend, I felt quite sure that all Paris could not be laughing at anyone, whom I took up. I do not care to stay here when wags come in high glee, because there is an apothecary's son in my box. If you will follow my advice, we will leave it, and at once." Mme d'Espard's expression was insolent enough. Lucien was at a loss to account for her change of countenance. He thought that his waistcoat was in bad taste, which was true, and that his coat looked like a caricature of the fashion, which was likewise true. He discerned in bitterness of soul that he must put himself in the hands of an expert tailor, and vowed that he would go the very next morning to the most celebrated artist in Paris. On Monday, he would hold his own with the men in the marquise's house. Yet lost in thought though he was, he saw the third act to an end, and with his eyes fixed on the gorgeous scene upon the stage, dreamed out his dream of Mme d'Espard. He was in despair over her sudden coldness. It gave a strange check to the ardent reasoning through which he advanced upon this new love, undismayed by the immense difficulties in the way, difficulties which he saw, and resolved to conquer. He roused himself from these deep musings to look once more at his new idol, turned his head, and saw that he was alone. He had heard a faint rustling sound. The door closed. Madame d'Espard had taken her cousin with her. Lucien was surprised to the last degree by the sudden desertion. He did not think long about it, however, simply because it was inexplicable. When the carriage was rolling along the Rue de Richelieu, on the way to the Faubourg Saint Honore, the marquise spoke to her cousin in a tone of suppressed irritation. "My dear child, what are you thinking about? Pray wait till an apothecary's son has made a name for himself, before you trouble yourself about him. The Duchesse de Chaulieu does not acknowledge canalies even now, and he is famous, and a man of good family. This young fellow is neither your son, nor your lover, I suppose," added the haughty dame with a keen inquisitive glance at her cousin. "How fortunate for me that I kept the little scapegrace at a distance," thought Madame de Bargeton. "Very well," continued the marquise, taking the expression in her cousin's eyes for an answer. "Drop him, I beg of you, taking an illustrious name in that way. Why, it is a piece of impudence that will meet with its deserts in society. It is his mother's name, I dare say. But just remember, dear, that the king alone can confer by a special ordinance the title of de Rubempré on the son of a daughter of the house. If she made a mesalliance, the favor would be enormous, only to be granted to vast wealth or conspicuous services or very powerful influence. The young man looks like a shopman in his Sunday suit, evidently. He is neither wealthy nor noble, he has a fine head. But he seems to me to be very silly, he has no idea what to do, and has nothing to say for himself. In fact, he has no breeding. How came you to take him up? Mme de Bargeton renounced Lucien, as Lucien himself had renounced her, a ghastly fear, lest her cousin should learn the manner of her journey, shot through her mind. Dear cousin, I am in despair that I have compromised you. People do not compromise me, Mme d'Espard said, smiling. I am only thinking of you. But you have asked him to dine with you on Monday. I shall be ill, the Marquise said quickly. You can tell him so, and I shall leave orders that he is not to be admitted under either name. During the interval, Lucien noticed that everyone was walking up, and down the lobby. He would do the same in the first place. Not one of Mme d'Espard's visitors recognized him, nor paid any attention to him. Their conduct seemed nothing less than extraordinary to the provincial poet, and secondly, Chatelet, on whom he tried to hang, watched him out of the corner of his eye and fought shy of him. Lucien walked to and fro, watching the eddying crowd of men, till he felt convinced that his costume was absurd, and he went back to his box, ensconced himself in a corner, and stayed there till the end. At times he thought of nothing but the magnificent spectacle of the ballet in the great Inferno scene in the fifth act. Sometimes the sight of the house absorbed him, sometimes his own thoughts. He had seen society in Paris, and the sight had stirred him to the depths. So this is my kingdom, he said to himself, this is the world that I must conquer. As he walked home through the streets, he thought over all that had been said by Mme d'Espard's courtiers' memory, reproducing with strange faithfulness their demeanor, their gestures, their manner of coming and going. Next day towards noon, Lucien betook himself to Staub, the great tailor of that day, partly by dint of entreaties, and partly by virtue of cash. Lucien succeeded in obtaining a promise that his clothes should be ready in time for the great day. Staub went so far as to give his word that a perfectly elegant coat, a waistcoat, and a pair of trousers should be forthcoming. Lucien then ordered linen and pocket handkerchiefs, a little outfit in short of a linen-draper, and a celebrated bootmaker measured him for shoes and boots. He bought a neat walking cane at Verdier's. He went to Mme Erland for gloves and shirt studs. In short, he did his best to reach the climax of dandyism. When he had satisfied all his fancies, he went to the Rue Neuve Luxembourg, and found that Louise had gone out. She was dining with Mme la Marquise d'Espard, her maid said, and would not be back till late. Lucien dined for 2 francs at a restaurant in the Palais Royal, and went to bed early. The next day was Sunday. He went to Louis' lodging at 11 o'clock. Louise had not yet risen. At 2 o'clock, he returned once more. Madame cannot see anybody yet, reported Albertine, but she gave me a line for you. Cannot see anybody yet, repeated Lucien, but I am not anybody. I do not know, Albertine answered very impertinently, and Lucien, less surprised by Albertine's answer than by a note from Mme de Bargeton, took the billet and read the following discouraging lines. Mme d'Espard is not well. She will not be able to see you on Monday. I am not feeling very well myself, but I am about to dress and go to keep her company. I am in despair over this little disappointment, but your talents reassure me. You will make your way without charlatanism. And no signature, Lucien said to himself. He found himself in the Tuileries before he knew whither he was walking. With the gift of second sight which accompanies genius, he began to suspect that the chilly note was but a warning of the catastrophe to come. Lost in thought, he walked on, and on, gazing at the monuments in the Place Louis Quinze. It was a sunny day. A stream of fine carriages went past him on the way to the Champs-Élysées. Following the direction of the crowd of strollers, he saw the 3,000 or 4,000 carriages that turn the Champs-Élysées into an improvised Longchamp on Sunday afternoons. In summer, the splendid horses, the toilettes and liveries bewildered him. He went further and further, until he reached the Arc de Triomphe. Then, unfinished, what were his feelings, when as he returned he saw Mme de Bargeton and Mme d'Espard coming towards him in a wonderfully appointed calèche, with a chasseur behind it in waving plumes, and that gold-embroidered green uniform, which he knew only too well. There was a block somewhere in the row, and the carriages waited. Lucien beheld Louise transformed beyond recognition. All the colors of her toilette had been carefully subordinated to her complexion. Her dress was delicious, her hair gracefully and becomingly arranged, her hat in exquisite taste was remarkable even beside Mme d'Espard, that leader of fashion. There is something in the art of wearing a hat that escapes definition. Tilted too far to the back of the head, it imparts a bold expression to the face. Bring it too far forward, It gives you a sinister look, tipped to one side. It has a jaunty air. A well-dressed woman wears her hat exactly as she means to wear it, and exactly at the right angle. Mme de Bargeton had solved this curious problem at sight. A dainty girdle outlined her slender waist. She had adopted her cousin's gestures and tricks of manner, and now as she sat by Mme d'Espard's side, she played with a tiny scent bottle that dangled by a slender gold chain from one of her fingers, displayed a little well-gloved hand. Without seeming to do so, she had modeled herself on Mme d'Espard. Without mimicking her, the marquise had found a cousin worthy of her, and seemed to be proud of her pupil. The men and women on the footways all gazed at the splendid carriage, with the bearings of the d'Espards and Blamont Chauvrys upon the panels. Lucien was amazed at the number of greetings received by the cousins. He did not know that the all Paris, which consists in some score of salons, was well aware already of the relationship between the ladies. A little group of young men on horseback accompanied the carriage, and the boys Lucien could recognize de Marsay and Rastignac among them, and could see from their gestures that the pair of coxcombs were complimenting Mme de Bargeton upon her transformation. Mme d'Espard was radiant with health and grace, so her indisposition was simply a pretext for ridding herself of him, for there had been no mention of another day. The wrathful poet went towards the calèche. He walked slowly, waited till he came in full sight of the two ladies, and made them a bow. Mme de Bargeton would not see him, but the marquise put up her eyeglass and deliberately cut him. He had been disowned by the sovereign lords of Angoulême, but to be disowned by society in Paris was another thing. The Boubesquires, by doing their utmost to mortify Lucien, admitted his power, and acknowledged him as a man. For Mme d'Espard he had positively no existence. This was a sentence. It was a refusal of justice. Poor poet, a deadly cold seized on him when he saw de Marsay eyeing him through his glass. And when the Parisian lion let that optical instrument fall, it dropped in so singular a fashion that Lucien thought of the knife blade of the guillotine. The calèche went by. Rage and a craving for vengeance took possession of his slighted soul. If Mme de Bargeton had been in his power, he could have cut her throat at that moment. He was a Fauquier Tinville, gloating over the pleasure of sending Mme d'Espard to the scaffold. If only he could have put de Marsay to the torture. With refinements of savage cruelty, Canalis went by on horseback, bowing to the prettiest women, his dress elegant, as became the most dainty of poets. Great heavens, exclaimed Lucien, money, money at all costs. Money is the one power before which the world bends the knee. No, cried Conscience, not money, but glory, and glory means work, work. That was what David said. Great heavens, what am I doing here? But I will triumph. I will drive along this avenue in a calèche with a chasseur behind me. I will possess a Marquise d'Espard. And flinging out the wrathful words, he went to Herbin's to dine for 2 francs. Next morning at 9 o'clock, he went to the Rue Nouvelle Luxembourg to upbraid Louise for her barbarity, but Mme de Bargeton was not at home to him. And not only so, but the porter would not allow him to go up to her rooms, so he stayed outside in the street watching the house, till noon. At 12 o'clock Chatelet came out, looked at Lucien out of the corner of his eye, and avoided him. Stung to the quick, Lucien hurried after his rival, and Chatelet, finding himself closely pursued, turned and bowed, evidently intending to shake him off by this courtesy. Spare me just a moment, for pity's sake, sir, said Lucien. I want just a word or two with you. You have shown me friendship. I now ask the most trifling service of that friendship. You have just come from Mme de Bargeton. How have I fallen into disgrace with her? And Mme d'Espard, please explain. Roman 1000 Chardon, do you know why the ladies left you at the opera that evening? Asked Chatelet with treacherous good nature. No, said the poor poet. Well, it was Roman 1000 de Rastignac who spoke against you from the beginning. They asked him about you, and the young dandy simply said that your name was Chardon, and not de Rubempré, that your mother was a monthly nurse, that your father, when he was alive, was an apothecary in El Humo, a suburb of Angoulême, and that your sister, a charming girl, gets up shirts to admiration, and is just about to be married to a local printer, named Séchard. Such is the world. You no sooner show yourself than it pulls you to pieces. Roman 1000 de Marsay came to Mme d'Espard to laugh at you with her, so the two ladies, thinking that your presence put them in a false position, went out at once. Do not attempt to go to either house. If Mme de Bargeton continued to receive your visits, her cousin would have nothing to do with her. You have genius. Try to avenge yourself. The world looks down upon you. Look down in your turn upon the world. Take refuge in some garret. Write your masterpieces. Seize on power of any kind, and you will see the world at your feet. Then you can give back the bruises which you have received, and in the very place where they were given. Mme de Bargeton will be the more distant now, because she has been friendly. That is the way with women. But the question now for you is not how to win back Annie's friendship, but how to avoid making an enemy of her. I will tell you of a way. She has written letters to you. Send all her letters back to her. She will be sensible that you are acting like a gentleman, and at a later time, if you should need her, she will not be hostile. For my own part, I have so high an opinion of your future that I have taken your part everywhere. And if I can do anything here for you, you will always find me ready to be of use. The elderly beau seemed to have grown young again in the atmosphere of Paris. He bowed with frigid politeness, but Lucien, woebegone, haggard, and undone, forgot to return the salutation. He went back to his inn, and there found the great Staub himself come in person, not so much to try his customer's clothes, as to make inquiries of the landlady. With regard to that customer's financial status, the report had been satisfactory. Lucien had traveled post Mme de Bargeton, brought him back from vaudeville last Thursday in her carriage. Staub addressed Lucien as Monsieur le Comte, and called his customer's attention to the artistic skill with which he had brought a charming figure into relief. A young man in such a costume has only to walk in the Tuileries, he said, and he will marry an English heiress within a fortnight. Lucien brightened a little under the influences of the German tailors, joked the perfect fit of his new clothes, the fine cloth, and the sight of a graceful figure which met his eyes in the looking-glass vaguely. He told himself that Paris was the capital of chance, and for the moment he believed in chance. Had he not a volume of poems and a magnificent romance, entitled The Archer of Charles Roman 9, in manuscript? He had hope for the future. Staub promised the overcoat and the rest of the clothes the next day. The next day the bootmaker, linendraper, and tailor all returned armed, each with his bill, which Lucien, still under the charm of provincial habits, paid forthwith, not knowing how otherwise to rid himself of them. After he had paid, there remained but 360 francs out of the 2,000 which he had brought with him from Angoulême, and he had been but 1 week in Paris. Nevertheless he dressed, and went to take a stroll in the Terrasse des Feuillants. He had his day of triumph. He looked so handsome and so graceful. He was so well dressed that women looked at him. 2 or 3 were so much struck with his beauty that they turned their heads to look again. Lucien studied the gait and carriage of the young men on the terrace, and took a lesson in fine manners while he meditated on his 360 francs. That evening, alone in his chamber, an idea occurred to him which threw a light on the problem of his existence at the Gaillard Boys, where he lived on the plainest fare. Thinking to economize in this way, he asked for his account, as if he meant to leave, and discovered that he was indebted to his landlord to the extent of 100 francs. The next morning was spent in running around the Latin Quarter, recommended for its cheapness by David. For a long while he looked about, till finally in the Rue de Cluny, close to the Sorbonne, he discovered a place where he could have a furnished room for such a price as he could afford to pay. He settled with his hostess of the Gaillard Boys, and took up his quarters in the Rue de Cluny. That same day his removal only cost him the cab fare. When he had taken possession of his poor room, he made a packet of Mme de Bargeton's letters, laid them on the table, and sat down to write to her. But before he wrote, he fell to thinking over that fatal week. He did not tell himself that he had been the first to be faithless, that, for a sudden fancy, he had been ready to leave his Louise. Without knowing what would become of her in Paris, he saw none of his own shortcomings, but he saw his present position, and blamed Mme de Bargeton for it. She was to have lighted his way. Instead, she had ruined him. He grew indignant, he grew proud. He worked himself into a paroxysm of rage, and set himself to compose the following epistle. What would you think, madame, of a woman who should take a fancy to some poor and timid child, full of the noble superstitions, which the grown man calls illusions, and using all the charms of woman's coquetry, all her most delicate ingenuity, should feign a mother's love to lead that child astray? Her fondest promises, the card castles which raised his wonder, cost her nothing. She leads him on, tightens her hold upon him, sometimes coaxing, sometimes scolding him for his want of confidence, till the child leaves his home, and follows her blindly to the shores of a vast sea. Smiling, she lures him into a frail skiff, and sends him forth alone and helpless to face the storm. Standing safe on the rock, she laughs, and wishes him luck. You are that woman, I am that child. The child has a keepsake in his hands, something which might betray the wrongs done by your beneficence, your kindness. In deserting him, you might have to blush if you saw him struggling for life, and chance to recollect that once you clasped him to your breast. When you read these words, the keepsake will be in your own safe keeping. You are free to forget everything. Once you pointed out fair hopes to me in the skies, I awake to find reality in the squalid poverty of Paris. While you pass and others bow before you on your brilliant path in the great world, I whom you deserted on the threshold, shall be shivering in the wretched garret to which you consign me, yet some pang may perhaps trouble your mind amid festivals and pleasures. You may think sometimes of the child whom you thrust into the depths. If so, madame, think of him, without remorse out of the depths of his misery, the child offers you the one thing left to him, his forgiveness. In a last look, yes, madame. Thanks to you I have nothing left, nothing was not the world created from nothing genius, should follow the divine example. I begin with godlike forgiveness. But as yet I know not whether I possess the godlike power. You need only tremble, lest I should go astray, for you would be answerable for my sins. Alas, I pity you, for you will have no part in the future towards which I go with work as my guide. After penning this rhetorical effusion full of the somber dignity, which an artist of 1 and 20 is rather apt to overdo, Lucian's thoughts went back to them at home. He saw the pretty rooms which David had furnished for him, at the cost of part of his little store, and a vision rose before him of quiet, simple pleasures in the past. Shadowy figures came about him. He saw his mother and Eve and David, and heard their sobs over his leave-taking. And at that he began to cry himself, for he felt very lonely in Paris and friendless and forlorn. 2 or 3 days later, he wrote to his sister. My dear Eve, when a sister shares the life of a brother, who devotes himself to art, it is her sad privilege to take more sorrow than joy into her life. And I am beginning to fear that I shall be a great trouble to you. Have I not abused your goodness? Already have not all of you sacrificed yourselves to me? It is the memory of the past, so full of family happiness, that helps me to bear up in my present loneliness, now that I have tasted the first beginnings of poverty and the treachery of the world of Paris. How my thoughts have flown to you swift as an eagle back to its eyrie, so that I might be with true affection again. Did you see sparks in the candle? Did a coal pop out of the fire? Did you hear singing in your ears? And did mother say, Lucian is thinking of us, and David answer, he is fighting his way in the world? My Eve, I am writing this letter for your eyes, only I cannot tell anyone else all that has happened to me, good and bad. Blushing for both, as I write, for good here is as rare as evil ought to be. You shall have a great piece of news, in a very few words. Mme de Bargeton was ashamed of me, disowned me, would not see me, and gave me up 9 days after we came to Paris. She saw me in the street, and looked another way when simply to follow her into the society to which she meant to introduce me. I had spent 1,760 francs out of the 2,000 I brought from Angoulême, the money so hardly scraped together. How did you spend it, you will ask? Paris is a strange, bottomless gulf, my poor sister. You can dine here for less than a franc, yet the simplest dinner at a fashionable restaurant costs 50 francs. There are waistcoats and trousers to be had for 4 francs and 2 francs each, but a fashionable tailor never charges less than 100 francs. You pay for everything. You pay a halfpenny to cross the kennel in the street. When it rains, you cannot go the least little way in a cab for less than 32 sous. I have been staying in one of the best parts of Paris, but now I am living at the Hôtel de Cluny in the Rue de Cluny, one of the poorest and darkest slums, shut in between 3 churches and the old buildings of the Sorbonne. I have a furnished room on the 4th floor. It is very bare and very dirty, but all the same I pay 15 francs a month for it. For breakfast, I spend a penny on a roll, and a halfpenny for milk. But I dine very decently for 22 sous at a restaurant kept by a man named Flicotox in the Place de la Sorbonne itself. My expenses every month will not exceed 60 francs, everything included, until the winter begins, at least I hope. Not so, my 240 francs ought to last me for the first 4 months. Between now and then, I shall have sold the Archer of Charles Roman 9, and the Marguerites. No doubt, do not be in the least uneasy on my account. If the present is cold and bare and poverty-stricken, the blue distant future is rich and splendid. Most great men have known the vicissitudes which depress, but cannot overwhelm me. Plautus, the great comic Latin poet, was once a miller's lad. Machiavelli wrote The Prince at night, and by day was a common working man like anyone else, and more than all the great Cervantes, who lost an arm at the Battle of Lepanto, and helped to win that famous day, was called a baseborn, handless dotard by the scribblers of his day. There was an interval of 10 years between the appearance of the first part and the second of his sublime Don Quixote. For lack of a publisher, things are not so bad as that nowadays. Mortifications and want only fall to the lot of unknown writers. As soon as a man's name is known, he grows rich, and I will be rich, and besides I live within myself. I spend half the day at the Bibliothèque Sainte Geneviève learning all that I want to learn. I should not go far unless I knew more than I do so at this moment. I am almost happy. In a few days I have fallen in with my life. Very gladly. I begin the work that I love with daylight. My subsistence is secure, I think, a great deal, and I study. I do not see that I am open to attack at any point now that I have renounced a world where my vanity might suffer at any moment. The great men of every age are obliged to lead lives apart. What are they but birds in the forest? They sing, nature falls under the spell of their song, and no one should see them. That shall be my lot, always supposing that I can carry out my ambitious plans. Mme de Bargeton, I do not regret a woman who could behave as she behaved does not deserve a thought, nor am I sorry that I left Angoulême. She did wisely. When she flung me into the sea of Paris to sink or swim, this is the place for men of letters and thinkers and poets. Here you cultivate glory. And I know how fair the harvest is that we reap in these days. Nowhere else can a writer find the living works of the great dead, the works of art which quicken the imagination in the galleries and museums. Here nowhere else will you find great reference libraries, always open, in which the intellect may find pasture. And lastly, here in Paris, there is a spirit which you breathe in the air. It infuses the least details. Every literary creation bears traces of its influence. You learn more by talk in a cafe or at a theater in 1/2 hour than you would learn in 10 years in the provinces. Here, in truth, wherever you go, there is always something to see, something to learn, some comparison to make. Extreme cheapness and excessive dearness. There is Paris for you. There is honeycomb here for every bee. Every nature finds its own nourishment. So though life is hard for me just now, I repent of nothing. On the contrary, a fair future spreads out before me, and my heart rejoices though it is saddened for the moment. Goodbye, my dear sister. Do not expect letters from me regularly. It is one of the peculiarities of Paris that one really does not know how the time goes. Life is so alarmingly rapid. I kiss the mother, and you, and David more tenderly than ever. Lucien. The name of Flickotalks is engraved on many memories. Few indeed were the students who lived in the Latin Quarter during the last 12 years of the Restoration, and did not frequent that temple sacred to hunger and impecuniosity. There, a dinner of 3 courses with a quarter bottle of wine or a bottle of beer could be had for 18 sous, or for 22 sous the quarter bottle becomes a bottle. Flickotalks, that friend of youth, would beyond a doubt have amassed a colossal fortune. But for a line on his bill of fare, a line which rival establishments are wont to print in capital letters, thus read at discretion, which being interpreted should read indiscretion. Flickotalks has been nursing father to many an illustrious name. Verily, the heart of more than one great man ought to wax warm with innumerable recollections of inexpressible enjoyment at the sight of the small square window panes that look upon the Place de la Sorbonne and the Rue Nouveau Richelieu. Flickotalks Roman II and Flickotalks Roman III respected the old exterior, maintaining the dingy hue and general air of a respectable old established house, showing thereby the depth of their contempt for the charlatanism of the shopfront, the kind of advertisement which feasts the eyes at the expense of the stomach, to which your modern restaurant almost always has recourse. Here you beheld no piles of straw-stuffed game, never destined to make the acquaintance of the spit, no fantastical fish to justify the mountebank's remark, I saw a fine carp today, I expect to buy it this day week, instead of the prime vegetables, more fittingly described by the word primeval, artfully displayed in the window for the delectation of the military man and his fellow countrywoman. The nursemaid honest Flickotalks exhibited full salad bowls, adorned with many a rivet or pyramids of stewed prunes, to rejoice the sight of the customer, and assure him that the word dessert, with which other handbills made too free, was in this case no charter to hoodwink the public. Loaves of 6 pounds weight, cut in 4 quarters, made good the promise of bread at discretion. Such was the plenty of the establishment that Molière would have celebrated it if it had been in existence in his day. So comically appropriate is the name. Flickotalks still subsists so long as students are minded to live. Flickotalks will make a living. You feed there, neither more nor less. And you feed as you work, with morose or cheerful industry, according to the circumstances and the temperament. At that time, his well-known establishment consisted of 2 dining halls at right angles to each other, long, narrow, low-ceiled rooms looking respectively on the Rue Nouveau Richelieu and the Place de la Sorbonne. The furniture must have come originally from the refectory of some abbey, for there was a monastic look about the lengthy tables where the serviettes of regular customers, each thrust through a numbered ring of crystallized tin plate, were laid by their places. Flickotalks Roman I only changed the serviettes of a Sunday, but Flickotalks Roman II changed them twice a week, it is said under pressure of competition which threatened his dynasty. Flickotalks restaurant is no banqueting hall with its refinements and luxuries. It is a workshop where suitable tools are provided, and everybody gets up and goes as soon as he has finished. The coming and going within are swift. There is no dawdling among the waiters. They are all busy. Every one of them is wanted. The fare is not very varied. The potato is a permanent institution. There might not be a single tuber left in Ireland, and prevailing dearth elsewhere. But you would still find potatoes at Flickotalks. Not once in 30 years shall you miss its pale gold, the color beloved of Titian, sprinkled with chopped verdure. The potato enjoys a privilege that women might envy, such as you see it in 1814, so shall you find it in 1840. Mutton cutlets and fillet of beef at Flickotalks represent black game and fillet of sturgeon at Varies. They are not on the regular bill of fare, that is, and must be ordered beforehand. Beef of the feminine gender. There prevails the young of the bovine species, appears in all kinds of ingenious disguises. When the whiting and mackerel abound on our shores, they are likewise seen in large numbers at Flickotalks. His whole establishment, indeed, is directly affected by the caprices of the season and the vicissitudes of French agriculture. By eating your dinners at Flickotalks, you learn a host of things of which the wealthy, the idle, and folk, indifferent to the phases of nature, have no suspicion, and the student penned up in the Latin Quarter is kept accurately informed of the state of the weather and good or bad seasons. He knows when it is a good year for peas or French beans, and the kind of salad stuff that is plentiful when the great market is glutted with cabbages. He is at once aware of the fact, and the failure of the beetroot crop is brought home to his mind. A slander old in circulation, in Lucian's time, connected the appearance of beefsteaks with a mortality among horseflesh. Few Parisian restaurants are so well worth seeing. Everyone at Flickotalks is young. You see nothing but youth, and although earnest faces and grave, gloomy, anxious faces are not lacking, you see hope and confidence, and poverty gaily endured dress. As a rule, is careless and regular comers in decent clothes are marked exceptions. Everybody knows at once that something extraordinary is afoot. A mistress to visit a theater party or some excursion into higher spheres. Here, it is said, friendships have been made among students who became famous men in after days, as will be seen in the course of this narrative. But with the exception of a few knots of young fellows from the same part of France who make a group about the end of a table, the gravity of the diners is hardly relaxed. Perhaps this gravity is due to the catholicity of the wine, which checks good fellowship of any kind. Flickotalks frequenters may recollect certain somber and mysterious figures enveloped in the gloom of the chilliest penury. These beings would dine there daily for a couple of years, and then vanish, and the most inquisitive regular comer could throw no light on. The disappearance of such goblins of Paris. Friendships struck up over Flickotalks dinners were sealed in neighboring cafes in the flames of heady punch, or by the generous warmth of a small cup of black coffee, glorified by a dash of something hotter and stronger. Lucien, like all neophytes, was modest and regular in his habits in those early days at the Hotel de Cluny, after the first unlucky venture in fashionable life, which absorbed his capital. He threw himself into his work with the first earnest enthusiasm which is frittered away so soon over the difficulties, or in the bypaths of every life in Paris. The most luxurious and the very poorest lives are equally beset with temptations, which nothing but the fierce energy of genius, or the morose persistence of ambition, can overcome. Lucien used to drop in at Flickotalks about 4:30, having remarked the advantages of an early arrival. The bill of fare was more varied, and there was still some chance of obtaining the dish of your choice. Like all imaginative persons, he had taken a fancy to a particular seat, and showed discrimination in his selection. On the very first day he had noticed a table near the counter, and from the faces of those who sat about it, and chance snatches of their talk, he recognized brothers of the craft. A sort of instinct, moreover, pointed out the table near the counter as a spot whence he could parley with the owners of the restaurant. In time and acquaintance would grow up, he thought, and then in the day of distress he could no doubt obtain the necessary credit. So he took his place at a small square table close to the desk, intended probably for casual comers, for the two clean serviettes were unadorned with rings. Lucian's opposite neighbor was a thin, pallid youth, to all appearance as poor as himself. His handsome face was somewhat worn already. It told of hopes that had vanished, leaving lines upon his forehead and barren furrows in his soul, where seeds had been sown, that had come to nothing. Lucien felt drawn to the stranger by these tokens. His sympathies went out to him with irresistible fervor. After a week's exchange of small courtesies and remarks, the poet from Angoulême found the first person with whom he could chat. The stranger's name was Etienne Lousteau. 2 years ago, he had left his native place, a town in Berry, just as Lucien had come from Angoulême. His lively gestures, bright eyes, and occasionally curt speech revealed a bitter apprenticeship to literature. Etienne had come from Sancerre with his tragedy in his pocket, drawn to Paris by the same motives that impelled Lucien hope of fame and power and money. Sometimes Etienne Lousteau came for several days together, but in a little while his visits became few and far between, and he would stay away for 5 or 6 days in succession. Then he would come back, and Lucien would hope to see his poet next day only to find a stranger in his place. When two young men meet daily, their talk harks back to their last conversation. But these continual interruptions obliged Lucien to break the ice afresh each time and further checked an intimacy, which made little progress during the first few weeks. On inquiry of the damsel at the counter, Lucien was told that his future friend was on the staff of a small newspaper and wrote reviews of books and dramatic criticism of pieces played at the Ambigue Comique, the Gate, and the Panorama Dramatique. The young man became a personage all at once in Lucien's eyes. Now, he thought he would lead the conversation on rather more personal topics and make some effort to gain a friend so likely to be useful to a beginner. The journalist stayed away for a fortnight. Lucien did not know that Etienne only dined at Flickotalks when he was hard up, and hence his gloomy air of disenchantment, and the chilly manner which Lucien met with gracious smiles and amiable remarks. But after all, the project of a friendship called for mature deliberation. This obscure journalist appeared to lead an expensive life, in which petits verres, cups of coffee, punch bowls, sightseeing, and suppers played a part. In the early days of Lucien's life in the Latin Quarter, he behaved like a poor child bewildered by his first experience of Paris life, so that when he had made a study of prices and weighed his purse, he lacked courage to make advances to Etienne. He was afraid of beginning a fresh series of blunders, of which he was still repenting, and he was still under the yoke of provincial creeds. His two guardian angels, Eve and David, rose up before him at the least approach of an evil thought, putting him in mind of all the hopes that were centered on him, of the happiness that he owed to the old mother, of all the promises of his genius. He spent his mornings in studying history at the Bibliothèque Sainte Geneviève. His very first researches made him aware of frightful errors in the memoirs of the Archer of Charles Roman 9. When the library closed, he went back to his damp, chilly room to correct his work, cutting out whole chapters and piecing it together anew. And after dining at Flickotalks, he went down to the Passage du Commerce to see the newspapers at Bloss's reading room, as well as new books and magazines and poetry, so as to keep himself informed of the movements of the day. And when towards midnight he returned to his wretched lodgings, he had used neither fuel nor candlelight. His reading in those days made such an enormous change in his ideas that he revised the volume of flower sonnets, his beloved Marguerites, working them over to such purpose that scarce 100 lines of the original verses were allowed to stand. So in the beginning Lucien led the honest, innocent life of the country lad, who never leaves the Latin Quarter, devoting himself wholly to his work, with thoughts of the future always before him, who finds Flickotalks ordinary luxurious after the simple home fare, and strolls for recreation along the alleys of the Luxembourg, the blood surging back to his heart as he gives timid side glances to the pretty women. But this could not last. Lucien, with his poetic temperament and boundless longings, could not withstand the temptations held out by the playbills. The theatre franchised the vaudeville, the variets, the opera comique, relieved him of some 60 francs, although he always went to the pit. What student could deny himself the pleasure of seeing Talma in one of his famous roles? Lucien was fascinated by the theatre, that first love of all poetic temperaments. The actors and actresses were awe-inspiring creatures. He did not so much as dream of the possibility of crossing the footlights and meeting them on familiar terms. The men and women who gave him so much pleasure were surely marvelous beings, whom the newspapers treated with as much gravity as matters of national interest. To be a dramatic author, to have a play produced on the stage, what a dream was this! To cherish a dream which a few bold spirits like Casimir Delavigne had actually realized. Thick swarming thoughts like these and moments of belief in himself, followed by despair, gave Lucien no rest and kept him in the narrow way of toil and frugality, in spite of the smothered grumblings of more than one frenzied desire. Carrying prudence to an extreme, he made it a rule never to enter the precincts of the Palais Royal, that place of perdition, where he had spent 50 francs at Verrey's in a single day and nearly 500 francs on his clothes. And when he yielded to temptation and saw Fleury Talma, the two Baptists, or Michat, he went no further than the murky passage, where theatregoers used to stand in a string from 5:30 in the afternoon till the hour when the doors opened and belated comers were compelled to pay 10 sous for a place near the ticket office. And after waiting for 2 hours, the cry of "all tickets are sold" rang not unfrequently in the ears of disappointed students. When the play was over, Lucien went home with downcast eyes, through streets lined with living attractions, and perhaps fell in with one of those commonplace adventures, which looms so large in a young and timorous imagination. One day Lucien counted over his remaining stock of money, and took alarm at the melting of his funds. A cold perspiration broke out upon him, when he thought that the time had come, when he must find a publisher, and try also to find work for which a publisher would pay him. The young journalist with whom he had made a one-sided friendship never came now to Flickotalk's Lucien, was waiting for a chance which failed to present itself in Paris. There are no chances, except for men with a very wide circle of acquaintance. Chances of success of every kind increase with the number of your connections, and therefore in this sense. Also the chances are in favor of the big battalions. Lucien had sufficient provincial foresight still left, and had no mind to wait until only a last few coins remained to him. He resolved to face the publishers. So one tolerably chilly September morning Lucien went down the Rue de la Harpe with his 2 manuscripts under his arm, as he made his way to the Quai des Augustins, and went along looking into the booksellers' windows on one side, and into the Seine on the other. His good genius might have counseled him to pitch himself into the water sooner than plunge into literature after heart-searching hesitations, after a profound scrutiny of the various countenances, more or less encouraging, soft-hearted, churlish, cheerful, or melancholy, to be seen through the window panes, or in the doorways of the booksellers' establishments. He espied a house where the shopmen were busy packing books at a great rate. Goods were being dispatched, the walls were plastered with bills. Just out, Le Solitaire by Roman 1000, Le Vicomte d'Arlincourt. Third edition. Leonide by Victor Ducange, 5 volumes. Mots printed on fine paper, 12 francs. Inductions Morales by Coralie. They are lucky that they are, exclaimed Lucien. The placard, a new and original idea of the celebrated L'Advocat, was just beginning to blossom out upon the walls in no long space. Paris was to wear motley thanks to the exertions of his imitators, and the treasury was to discover a new source of revenue. Anxiety sent the blood surging to Lucien's heart, as he who had been so great at Angoulême, so insignificant of late in Paris, slipped past the other houses, summoned up all his courage, and at last entered the shop thronged with assistants, customers, and booksellers and authors. Too, perhaps, thought Lucien. I want to speak with Roman 1000 Vidal, or Roman 1000 Porchan, he said, addressing a shopman. He had read the names on the signboard. Vidal, Porchan. It ran French and foreign booksellers' agents. Both gentlemen are engaged, said the man. I will wait. Left to himself, the poet scrutinized the packages, and amused himself for a couple of hours by scanning the titles of books, looking into them, and reading a page or two here and there. At last, as he stood leaning against a window, he heard voices, and suspecting that the green curtains hid either Vidal or Porchan, he listened to the conversation. Will you take 500 copies of me? If you will, I will let you have them at 5 francs, and give 14 to the dozen. What does that bring them in at? 16 sous less. 4 francs 4 sous, said Vidal or Porchan, whichever it was. Yes, said the vendor. Credit your account? Inquired the purchaser. Old humbug, you would settle with me in 18 months' time, with bills at a 12-month. No, settled at once, returned Vidal or Porchan. Bills at 9 months? Asked the publisher or author, who evidently was selling his book. No, my dear fellow, 12 months, returned one of the firm of booksellers' agents. There was a pause. You are simply cutting my throat, said the visitor. But in a year's time shall we have placed 100 copies of Leonide, said the other voice. If books went off as fast as the publishers would like, we should be millionaires, my good sir. But they don't, they go as the public pleases. There is someone now bringing out an edition of Scott's novels at 18 sous per volume, 3 livres, 12 sous per copy. And you want me to give you more for your stale remainders? No. If you mean me to push this novel of yours, you must make it worth my while. Vidal. A stout man with a pen behind his ear came down from his desk. How many copies of Ducange did you place last journey? Asked Porchan of his partner. 200 of Le Petit Villa de Calais. But to sell them, I was obliged to cry down 2 books which pay in less commission, and uncommonly fine nightingales they are now. A nightingale, as Lucien afterwards learned, is a bookseller's name for books that linger on hand, perched out of sight in the loneliest nooks in the shop. And besides, added Vidal, Picard is bringing out some novels. As you know, we have been promised 20% on the published price to make the thing a success. Very well, at 12 months, the publisher answered in a piteous voice, thunderstruck. by Vidal's confidential remark. Is it an offer? Porchan inquired curtly. Yes, the stranger went out. After he had gone, Lucien heard Porchan say to Vidal. We have 300 copies on order now. We will keep him waiting for his settlement, sell the Leonides for 5 francs net settlement in 6 months, and that will be 1,500 francs into our pockets, said Vidal. Oh, I saw quite well that he was in a fix. He is giving Ducange 4,000 francs for 2,000 copies. Lucien cut Vidal short by appearing in the entrance of the den. I have the honor of wishing you a good day, gentlemen, he said, addressing both partners. The booksellers nodded slightly. I have a French historical romance after the style of Scott. It is called The Archer of Charles Roman 9. I propose to offer it to you. Porchan glanced at Lucien with lusterless eyes and laid his pen down on the desk. Vidal stared rudely at the author. We are not publishing booksellers, sir. We are booksellers' agents, he said. When we bring out a book ourselves, we only deal in well-known names, and we only take serious literature besides history and epitomes. But my book is very serious. It is an attempt to set the struggle between Catholics and Calvinists in its true light. The Catholics were supporters of absolute monarchy, and the Protestants for a republic. Roman 1000. Vidal shouted an assistant. Vidal fled. I don't say, sir, that your book is not a masterpiece, replied Porchan with scanty civility. But we only deal in books that are ready printed. Go and see somebody that buys manuscripts. There is old Daguerreau in the Rue du Coq, near the Louvre. He is in the romance line. If you had only spoken sooner, you might have seen Paulet, a competitor of Daguerreau, and of the publisher in the wooden galleries. I have a volume of poetry. Roman 1000. Porchan, somebody shouted. Poetry, Porchan exclaimed angrily. For what do you take me? He added, laughing in Lucien's face, and he dived into the regions of the back shop. Lucien went back across the Pont Neuf, absorbed in reflection. From all that he understood of this mercantile dialect, it appeared that books like cotton nightcaps were to be regarded as articles of merchandise, to be sold dear and bought cheap. I have made a mistake, said Lucien to himself, but all the same this rough and ready practical aspect of literature made an impression upon him. In the Rue du Coq, he stopped in front of a modest-looking shop, which he had passed before. He saw the inscription Daguerreau bookseller, painted above it in yellow letters on a green ground, and remembered that he had seen the name at the foot of the title page of several novels at Bloss's reading room, and he went not without the inward trepidation, which a man of any imagination feels at the prospect of a battle. Inside the shop, he discovered an odd-looking old man, one of the queer characters of the trade in the days of the Empire. Daguerreau wore a black coat with vast square skirts when fashion required swallowtail coats. His waistcoat was of some cheap material, a checked pattern of many colors. A steel chain, with a copper key attached to it, hung from his fob, and dangled down over a roomy pair of black nether garments. The bookseller's watch must have been the size of an onion. Iron gray ribbed stockings, and shoes with silver buckles completed his costume. The old man's head was bare and ornamented with a fringe of grizzled locks, quite poetically scanty. Old Daguerreau, as Porchan styled him, was dressed half like a professor of Belles Lettres, as to his trousers and shoes half like a tradesman. With respect to the variegated waistcoat, the stockings, and the watch, in the same odd mixture, appeared in the man himself. He united the magisterial dogmatic air and the hollow countenance of the professor of rhetoric with the sharp eyes, suspicious mouth, and vague uneasiness of the bookseller. Roman 1000. Daguerreau asked Lucien. That is my name, sir. You are very young, remarked the bookseller. My age, sir, has nothing to do with the matter. True, and the old bookseller took up the manuscript. Ah, begad, The Archer of Charles Roman 9. A good title, let us see. Now, young man, just tell me your subject in a word or two. It is a historical work, sir, in the style of Scott. The character of the struggle between the Protestants and Catholics is depicted as a struggle between two opposed systems of government, in which the throne is seriously endangered. I have taken the Catholic side. But you have ideas, young man, very well. I will read your book, I promise you. I would rather have had something more in Mrs. Radcliffe's style. But if you are industrious, if you have some notion of style, conceptions, ideas, and the art of telling a story, I don't ask better than to be of use to you. What do we want but good manuscripts? When can I come back? I am going into the country this evening. I shall be back again the day after tomorrow. I shall have read your manuscript by that time, and if it suits me, we might come to terms that very day. Seeing his acquaintance so easy, Lucien was inspired. with the unlucky idea of bringing the Marguerites upon the scene. "I have a volume of poetry as well, sir," he began. "Oh, you are a poet, then I don't want your romance." And the old man handed back the manuscript. "The rhyming fellows come to grief when they try their hands at prose in prose. You can't use words that mean nothing, you absolutely must say something." "But Sir Walter Scott, sir, wrote poetry as well as—" "That is true," said Doguereau, relenting. He guessed that the young fellow before him was poor, and kept the manuscript. "Where do you live? I will come and see you." Lucien, all unsuspicious of the idea at the back of the old man's head, gave his address. He did not see that he had to do with a bookseller of the old school, a survival of the 18th century, when booksellers tried to keep Voltaire's and Montesquieu's starving in garrets under lock and key. "The Latin Quarter, I am coming back that very way," said Doguereau, when he had read the address. "Good man," thought Lucien as he took his leave, "so I have met with a friend to young authors. A man of taste, who knows something that is the kind of man for me. It is just as I said to David, talent soon makes its way in Paris." Lucien went home again happy and light of heart. He dreamed of glory. He gave not another thought to the ominous words which fell on his ear, as he stood by the counter in Vidal and Porchon's shop. He beheld himself the richer by 1,200 francs, at least 1,200 francs. It meant a year in Paris, a whole year of preparation for the work that he meant to do. What plans he built on that hope, what sweet dreams, what visions of a life established on a basis of work mentally. He found new quarters and settled himself in them. It would not have taken much to set him making a purchase or two. He could only stave off impatience by constant reading at Bloss's. 2 days later old Doguereau come to the lodgings of his budding Sir Walter Scott. He was struck with the pains which Lucien had taken with the style of this, his first work, delighted with the strong contrasts of character, sanctioned by the epoch, and surprised at the spirited imagination which a young writer always displays. In the scheming of a first plot had not been spoiled, thought old Daddy Doguereau. He had made up his mind to give 1,000 francs for the Archer of Charles Roman 9. He would buy the copyright out, and bind Lucien by an engagement for several books. But when he came to look at the house, the old fox thought better of it. "A young fellow that lives here has none but simple tastes," said he to himself. "He is fond of study, fond of work. I need not give more than 800 francs. "Fourth floor," answered the landlady, when he asked for Roman 1,000 Lucien de Rubempré. The old bookseller, peering up, saw nothing but the sky above the 4th floor. "This young fellow," thought he, "is a good-looking lad. One might go so far as to say that he is very handsome. If he were to make too much money, he would only fall into dissipated ways. And then he would not work in the interests of us. Both I shall only offer 600 francs in coin, though not paper." He climbed the stairs and gave 3 raps at the door. Lucien came to open it. The room was forlorn in its bareness, a bowl of milk and a penny roll stood on the table. The destitution of genius made an impression on Daddy Doguereau. Let him preserve these simple habits of life, this frugality, these modest requirements, thought he aloud. He said, "It is a pleasure to me to see you thus, sir, live Jean-Jacques, whom you resemble in more ways than one amid such surroundings. The fire of genius shines brightly. Good work is done in such rooms as these. This is how men of letters should work, instead of living riotously in cafes and restaurants, wasting their time and talent and our money." He sat down. "Your romance is not bad, young man. I was a professor of rhetoric once. I know French history. There are some capital things in it. You have a future before you, in fact." "Oh, sir." "No, I tell you so. We may do business together. I will buy your romance." Lucien's heart swelled and throbbed with gladness. He was about to enter the world of literature. He should see himself in print at last. "I will give you 400 francs," continued Doguereau in honeyed accents, and he looked at Lucien with an air which seemed to betoken an effort of generosity. "The volume?" queried Lucien. "For the romance," said Doguereau, heedless of Lucien's surprise. "In ready money," he added, "and you shall undertake to write 2 books for me every year for 6 years. If the first book is out of print in 6 months, I will give you 600 francs for the others. So, if you write 2 books each year, you will be making 100 francs a month. You will have a sure income. You will be well off. There are some authors whom I only pay 300 francs for a romance. I give 200 for translations of English books. Such prices would have been exorbitant in the old days. Sir, we cannot possibly come to an understanding. Give me back my manuscript, I beg," said Lucien in a cold chill. "Here it is," said the old bookseller. "You know nothing of business, sir. Before an author's first book can appear, a publisher is bound to sink 1,600 francs on the paper. And the printing of it, it is easier to write a romance than to find all that money. I have 100 romances in manuscript, and I have not 160,000 francs in my cash box, alas. I have not made so much in all these 20 years that I have been a bookseller. So you don't make a fortune by printing romances, you see, Vidal. And Porchan, only take them of us on conditions that grow harder and harder day by day. You have only your time to lose, while I am obliged to disburse 2,000 francs if we fail. Habent sua fata libelli, I lose 2,000 francs while, as for you, you simply hurl an ode at the thick-headed public. When you have thought over this, that I have the honor of telling you, you will come back to me, you will come back to me, he asserted authoritatively by way of reply to a scornful gesture made involuntarily by Lucien. So far from finding a publisher obliging enough to risk 2,000 francs for an unknown writer, you will not find a publisher's clerk that will trouble himself to look through your screed. Now that I have read it, I can point out a good many slips in grammar. You have put observer for fair observer, and malger que malger is a preposition, and requires an object. Lucien appeared to be humiliated. When I see you again, you will have lost 100 francs, he added. I shall only give 100 crowns. With that he rose and took his leave. On the threshold he said, if you had not something in you, and a future before you, if I did not take an interest in studious youth, I should not have made you such a handsome offer. 100 francs per month, think of it. After all, a romance in a drawer is not eating its head off like a horse in a stable, nor will it find you in victuals either, and that's a fact. Lucien snatched up his manuscript and dashed it on the floor. I would rather burn it, sir, he exclaimed. You have a poet's head, returned his senior. Lucien devoured his bread and supped his bowl of milk. Then he went downstairs. His room was not large enough for him. He was turning round and round in it like a lion in a cage at the Jardin des Plantes. At the Bibliothèque Sainte Geneviève, whither Lucien was going, he had come to know a stranger by sight, a young man of 25 or thereabouts, working with the sustained industry, which nothing can disturb nor distract, the sign by which your genuine literary worker is known. Evidently, the young man had been reading there for some time, for the librarian and attendants all knew him, and paid him special attention. The librarian would even allow him to take away books with which Lucien saw him return in the morning. In the stranger student, he recognized a brother in penury and hope. Pale-faced and slight and thin, with a fine forehead, hidden by masses of black, tolerably unkempt hair, there was something about him that attracted indifferent eyes. It was a vague resemblance, which he bore to portraits of the young Bonaparte, engraved from Robert Lefebvre's. Picture that engraving is a poem of melancholy intensity, of suppressed ambition, of power working below the surface. Study the face carefully, and you will discover genius in it and discretion, and all the subtlety and greatness of the man. The portrait has speaking eyes like a woman's. They look out greedy of space, craving difficulties to vanquish. Even if the name of Bonaparte were not written beneath it, you would gaze long at that face. Lucien's young student, the incarnation of this picture, usually wore footed trousers, shoes with thick soles to them, an overcoat of coarse cloth, a black cravat, a waistcoat of some gray and white material, buttoned to the chin, and a cheap hat. Contempt for superfluity in dress was visible in his whole person. Lucien also discovered that the mysterious stranger, with that unmistakable stamp which genius sets upon the forehead of its slaves, was one of Flicotoc's most regular customers. He ate to live, careless of the fare, which appeared to be familiar to him, and drank water wherever Lucien saw him, at the library or at Flicotoc's. There was a dignity in his manner, springing doubtless from the consciousness of a purpose that filled his life, a dignity which made him unapproachable. He had the expression of a thinker. Meditation dwelt on the fine, nobly carved brow. You could tell from the dark, bright eyes, so clear-sighted and quick to observe, that their owner was wont to probe to the bottom of things. He gesticulated very little. His demeanor was grave. Lucien felt an involuntary respect for him. Many times already the pair had looked at each other at the Bibliothèque or at Flicotoc's. Many times they had been on the point of speaking, but neither of them had ventured so far as yet. The silent young man went off to the further end of the library, on the side at right angles to the Place de la Sorbonne, and Lucien had no opportunity of making his acquaintance, although he felt drawn to a worker whom he knew by indescribable tokens for a character of no common order. Both, as they came to know afterwards, were unsophisticated, and shy, given to fears which cause a pleasurable emotion to solitary creatures. Perhaps they never would have been brought into communication, if they had not come across each other that day of Lucien's disaster, for as Lucien turned into the Rue des Grès, he saw the student coming away from the Bibliothèque Sainte-Geneviève. "The library is closed, I don't know why, monsieur," said he. Tears were standing in Lucien's eyes. He expressed his thanks by one of those gestures that speak more eloquently than words and unlock hearts at once. When two men meet in youth, they went together along the Rue des Grès towards the Rue de la Harpe. "As that is so, I shall go to the Luxembourg for a walk," said Lucien. "When you have come out, it is not easy to settle down to work again. No one's ideas will not flow in the proper current," remarked the stranger. "Something seems to have annoyed you, monsieur." "I have just had a queer adventure," said Lucien, and he told the history of his visit to the quay, and gave an account of his subsequent dealings with the old bookseller. He gave his name, and said a word or two of his position in 1 month or thereabouts. He had spent 60 francs on his board, 30 for lodging, 20 more francs in going to the theatre, and 10 at Bloss's reading room, 120 francs in all, and now he had just 120 francs in hand. "Your story is mine, monsieur, and the story of 10 or 1200 young fellows besides who come from the country to Paris. Every year there are others even worse off than we are. Do you see that theatre?" he continued, indicating the turrets of the Odeon. "There came one day to lodge in one of the houses in the square a man of talent who had fallen into the lowest depths of poverty. He was married, in addition to the misfortunes which we share with him, to a wife whom he loved, and the poorer or the richer as you will by 2 children, he was burdened with debt. But he put his faith in his pen. He took a comedy in 5 acts to the Odeon. The comedy was accepted, the management arranged to bring it out. The actors learned their parts, the stage manager urged on the rehearsals. 5 several bits of luck, 5 dramas to be performed in real life, and far harder tasks than the writing of a 5-act play. The poor author lodged in a garret. You can see the place from here. He drained his last resources to live until the first representation. His wife pawned her clothes. They all lived on dry bread. On the day of the final rehearsal, the household owed 50 francs in the quarter to the baker, the milkwoman, and the porter. The author had only the strictly necessary clothes: a coat, a shirt, trousers, a waistcoat, and a pair of boots. He felt sure of his success. He kissed his wife. The end of their troubles was at hand at last. "There is nothing against us now," cried he. "Yes, there is fire," said his wife. "Look, the Odeon is on fire." The Odeon was on fire, monsieur. "So do not you complain. You have clothes, you have neither wife nor child, you have 120 francs for emergencies in your pocket, and you owe no one a penny." Well, the piece went through 150 representations at the Theatre Louvois. The king allowed the author a pension. "Genius is patience," as Buffon said, and patience, after all, is a man's nearest approach to nature's processes of creation. What is art, monsieur, but nature concentrated? By this time, the young men were striding along the walks of the Luxembourg, and in no long time, Lucien learned the name of the stranger, who was doing his best to administer comfort. That name has since grown famous. Daniel d'Arthez is one of the most illustrious of living men of letters, one of the rare few who show us an example of a noble gift with a noble nature, combined, to quote a poet's fine thought. "There is no cheap route to greatness," Daniel went on in his kind voice. "The works of genius are watered with tears. The gift that is in you, like an existence in the physical world, passes through childhood, and its maladies nature sweeps away. Sickly or deformed creatures in society rejects an imperfectly developed talent. Any man who means to rise above the rest must make ready for a struggle and be undaunted by difficulties. A great writer is a martyr who does not die. That is all. There is the stamp of genius on your forehead, d'Arthez continued, enveloping Lucien by a glance. "But unless you have within you the will of genius, unless you are gifted with angelic patience, unless, no matter how far the freaks of fate have set you from your destined goal, you can find the way to your infinite, as the turtles in the Indies find their way to the ocean, you had better give up at once." "Then do you yourself expect these ordeals?" asked Lucien. "Trials of every kind, slander and treachery and effrontery, and cunning, the rivals who act unfairly, and the keen competition of the literary market," his companion said resignedly. "What is a first loss if only your work was good?" "Will you look at mine and give me your opinion?" asked Lucien. "So be it," said d'Arthez. "I am living in the Rue des Quatre-Vingts, Desplein, one of the most illustrious men of genius in our time, the greatest surgeon that the world has known, once endured the martyrdom of early struggles, with the first difficulties of a glorious career, in the same house. I think of that every night, and the thought gives me the stock of courage that I need every morning. I am living in the very room where, like Rousseau, he had no Teresa. Come, in an hour's time, I shall be in." The poets grasped each other's hands with a rush of melancholy and tender feeling inexpressible in words, and went their separate ways. Lucien to fetch his manuscript. Daniel d'Arthez to pawn his watch and buy a couple of faggots. The weather was cold, and his newfound friend should find a fire in his room. Lucien was punctual. He noticed at once that the house was of an even poorer class than the Hotel de Cluny. A staircase gradually became visible at the further end of a dark passage. He mounted to the 5th floor and found D'Arthez' room. A bookcase of dark-stained wood, with rows of labeled cardboard cases on the shelves, stood between the two crazy windows. A gaunt painted wooden bedstead of the kind seen in school dormitories, a night table picked up cheaply somewhere, and a couple of horsehair armchairs filled the further end of the room. The wallpaper, a Highland plaid pattern, was glazed over with the grime of years. Between the window and the grate stood a long table littered with papers, and opposite the fireplace there was a cheap mahogany chest of drawers, a second-hand carpet covered the floor, a necessary luxury, for it saved firing a common office armchair, cushioned with leather crimson once, but now hoary with wear, was drawn up to the table. Add half a dozen rickety chairs, and you have a complete list of the furniture. Lucien noticed an old-fashioned candle sconce for a cardable with an adjustable screen attached, and wondered to see 4 wax candles in the sockets. D'Arthez explained that he could not endure the smell of tallow, a little trait denoting great delicacy of sense perception, and the exquisite sensibility which accompanies it. The reading lasted for 7 hours. Daniel listened conscientiously, forbearing to interrupt by word or common tone, of the rarest proofs of good taste in a listener. "Well," queried Lucien, laying the manuscript on the chimney-piece. "You have made a good start on the right way," D'Arthez answered judicially, "but you must go over your work again. You must strike out a different style for yourself, if you do not mean to ape Sir Walter Scott, for you have taken him for your model. You begin, for instance, as he begins, with long conversations to introduce your characters, and only when they have said their say does description and action follow. This opposition, necessary in all work of a dramatic kind, comes last. Just put the terms of the problem the other way round, give descriptions, to which our language lends itself so admirably, instead of diffuse dialogue magnificent in Scott's work, but colorless in your own. Lead naturally up to your dialogue, plunge straight into the action, treat your subject from different points of view, sometimes in a sidelight, sometimes retrospectively, vary your methods, in fact, to diversify your work. You may be original, while adapting the Scots novelist's form of dramatic dialogue to French history. There is no passion in Scott's novels. He ignores passion, or perhaps it was interdicted by the hypocritical manners of his countrywoman. For him is duty incarnate. His heroines, with possibly 1 or 2 exceptions, are all alike. He has drawn them all from the same model, as painters say. They are every one of them descended from Clarissa Harlowe, and returning continually, as he did, to the same idea of woman. How could he do otherwise than produce a single type, varied only by degrees of vividness? In the coloring, woman brings confusion into society through passion. Passion gives infinite possibilities. Therefore, depict passion. You have one great resource open to you, foregone by the great genius for the sake of providing family reading for prudish England. In France, you have the charming sinner, the brightly colored life of Catholicism, contrasted with somber Calvinistic figures on a background of the times when passions ran higher than at any other period of our history. Every epoch which has left authentic records since the time of Charles the Great calls for at least 1 romance. Some require 4 or 5. The periods of Louis Roman XIV, of Henry Roman IV, of Francis Roman I. For instance, you would give us in this way a picturesque history of France with the costumes and furniture, the houses and their interiors and domestic life, giving us the spirit of the time, instead of a laborious narration of ascertained facts. Then there is further scope for originality. You can remove some of the popular delusions which disfigure the memories of most of our kings. Be bold enough in this first work of yours to rehabilitate the great magnificent figure of Catherine, whom you have sacrificed to the prejudices which still cloud her name, and finally paint Charles Roman IX for us as he really was, and not as Protestant writers have made him. 10 years of persistent work, and fame and fortune will be yours. By this time, it was 9 o'clock. Lucien followed the example set in secret by his future friend, by asking him to dine at Eldon's, and spent 12 francs at that restaurant. During the dinner, Daniel admitted Lucien into the secret of his hopes and studies. Daniel D'Arthez would not allow that any writer could attain to a preeminent rank without a profound knowledge of metaphysics. He was engaged in ransacking the spoils of ancient and modern philosophy, and in the assimilation of it all he would be like Molière, a profound philosopher first and a writer of comedies afterwards. He was studying the world of books and the living world about him. Thought and fact, his friends were learned naturalists, young doctors of medicine, political writers, and artists a number of earnest students full of promise. D'Arthez earned a living by conscientious and ill-paid work. He wrote articles for encyclopedias, dictionaries of biography and natural science, doing just enough to enable him to live, while he followed his own bent, and neither more nor less. He had a piece of imaginative work on hand, undertaken solely for the sake of studying the resources of language and important psychological study in the form of a novel unfinished as yet, for D'Arthez took it up or laid it down as the humor took him, and kept it for days of great distress. D'Arthez's revelations of himself were made very simply. But to Lucien he seemed like an intellectual giant, and by 11 o'clock, when they left the restaurant, he began to feel a sudden warm friendship for this nature unconscious of its loftiness, this unostentatious worth. Lucien took D'Arthez's advice unquestioningly, and followed it out to the letter. The most magnificent palaces of fancy had been suddenly flung open to him by a nobly gifted mind, matured already by thought and critical examinations, undertaken for their own sake, not for publication, but for the solitary thinker's own satisfaction. The burning coal had been laid on the lips of the poet of Angoulême. A word uttered by a hard student in Paris had fallen upon ground, prepared to receive it in the provincial. Lucien set about recasting his work. In his gladness at finding in the wilderness of Paris a nature, abounding in generous and sympathetic feeling, the distinguished provincial did, as all young creatures hungering for affection are wont to do, he fastened like a chronic disease upon this one friend that he had found. He called for D'Arthez on his way to the bibliothèque, walked with him on fine days in the Luxembourg gardens, and went with his friend every evening as far as the door of his lodging-house. After sitting next to him at flicot talks, he pressed close to his friend's side, as a soldier might keep by a comrade on the frozen Russian plains. During those early days of his acquaintance, he noticed not without chagrin that his presence imposed a certain restraint on the circle of Daniels, intimates the talk of those superior beings of whom D'Arthez spoke to him with such concentrated enthusiasm, kept within the bounds of a reserve, but little in keeping with the evident warmth of their friendships. At these times, Lucien discreetly took his leave, a feeling of curiosity, mingling with the sense of something like pain at the ostracism to which he was subjected by these strangers, who all addressed each other by their Christian names. Each one of them, like D'Arthez, bore the stamp of genius upon his forehead. After some private opposition overcome by D'Arthez, without Lucien's knowledge, the newcomer was at length judged worthy to make one of the cenacle of lofty thinkers henceforward. He was to be one of a little group of young men who met almost every evening in D'Arthez's room, united by the keenest sympathies and by the earnestness of their intellectual life. They all foresaw a great writer in D'Arthez. They looked upon him as their chief since the loss of one of their number, a mystical genius, one of the most extraordinary intellects of the age. This former leader had gone back to his province for reasons on which it serves no purpose to enter, but Lucien often heard them speak of this absent friend. As Louis, several of the group were destined to fall by the way, but others, like D'Arthez, have since won all the fame that was their due. A few details as to the circle will readily explain Lucien's strong feeling of interest and curiosity. One among those who still survive was Horace Bianchon, then a house student at the Hôtel de later, a shining light at the École de Paris, and now so well known that it is needless to give any description of his appearance, genius, or character. Next came Leon Giraud, that profound philosopher and bold theorist, turning all systems inside out, criticizing, expressing, and formulating, dragging them all to the feet of his idle humanity. Great even in his errors for his honesty, ennobled his mistakes, an intrepid toiler. Conscientious scholar, he became the acknowledged head of a school of moralists and politicians. Time alone can pronounce upon the merits of his theories. But if his convictions have drawn him into paths in which none of his old comrades tread, none the less he is still their faithful friend. Art was represented by Joseph Bridau, one of the best painters among the younger men, but for a too impressionable nature, which made havoc of Joseph's heart, he might have continued the traditions of the great Italian masters. Though for that matter the last word has not yet been said concerning him, he combines Roman outline with Venetian color, but love is fatal to his work. Love not merely transfixes his heart, but sends his arrow through the brain, deranges the course of his life, and sets the victim describing the strangest zigzags. If the mistress of the moment is too kind or too cruel, Joseph will send into the exhibition sketches, where the drawing is clogged with color, or pictures finished under the stress of some imaginary woe, in which he gave his whole attention to the drawing, and left the color to take care of itself. He is a constant disappointment to his friends and the public, yet Hoffmann would have worshipped him for his daring experiments in the realms of art. When Bridau is wholly himself, he is admirable, and as praise is sweet to him, his disgust is great when one praises the failures, in which he alone discovers all that is lacking in the eyes of the public. He is whimsical to the last degree. His friends have seen him destroy a finished picture. Because in his eyes it looked too smooth, it is overdone, he would say it is niggling work. With his eccentric yet lofty nature, with a nervous organization, and all that it entails of torment, and delight the craving for perfection becomes morbid intellectually, he is akin to Sterne, though he is not a literary worker. There is an indescribable piquancy about his epigrams and sallies of thought. He is eloquent, he knows how to love, but the uncertainty that appears in his execution is a part of the very nature of the man. The brotherhood loved him for the very qualities which the Philistine would style defects. Last among the living comes Fulgence. Riddle, no writer of our times, possesses more of the exuberant spirit of pure comedy than this poet careless of fame, who will fling his more commonplace productions to theatrical managers and keep the most charming scenes in the seraglio of his brain for himself and his friends of the public. He asks just sufficient to secure his independence, and then declines to do anything more indolent and prolific, as Rossini compelled like great poet-comedians like Molière and Rabelais to see both sides of everything and all that is to be said both for and against. He is a skeptic ready to laugh at all things. Fulgence. Riddle is a great practical philosopher. His worldly wisdom, his genius for observation, his contempt for fame, fuss, as he calls it, have not seared a kind heart. He is as energetic on behalf of another as he is careless where his own interests are concerned, and if he bestirs himself, it is for a friend living up to his Rabelaisian mask. He is no enemy to good cheer, though he never goes out of his way to find it. He is melancholy, and gay. His friends dubbed him the dog of the regiment. You could have no better portrait of the man than his nickname. Three more of the band, at least as remarkable as the friends who have just been sketched in outline, were destined to fall by the way of these Marocs. Was the first Marocs died, after stirring up the famous controversy between Cuvier and Geoffroy, Saint Hilaire, a great question which divided the whole scientific world into two opposite camps, with these two men of equal genius as leaders. This befell some months before the death of the champion of rigorous analytical science, as opposed to the pantheism of one who is still living to bear an honored name in Germany. Marocs was the friend of that Louis of whom death was so soon to rob the intellectual world. With these two both marked by death and unknown today, in spite of their wide knowledge and their genius, stands a third, Mitchell Christian, the great Republican thinker who dreamed of European federation and had no small share in bringing about the Saint Simonian movement of 1830, a politician of the caliber of Saint Just and Danton, but simple, meek as a maid, and brimful of illusions and loving kindness. The owner of a singing voice which would have sent Mozart or Weber or Rossini into ecstasies for his singing of certain songs of Berangers, could intoxicate the heart in you with poetry or hope or love. Mitchell Christian, poor as Lucian, poor as Daniel d'Arthez, as all the rest of his friends, gained a living with the haphazard indifference of a Diogenes. He indexed lengthy works. He drew up prospectuses for booksellers and kept his doctrines to himself, as the grave keeps the secrets of the dead. Yet the gay bohemian of intellectual life, the great statesman, who might have changed the face of the world, fell as a private soldier in the cloister of St. Mary. Some shopkeeper's bullet struck down one of the noblest creatures that ever trod French soil, and Mitchell Christian died for other doctrines than his own. His federation scheme was more dangerous to the aristocracy of Europe than the republican propaganda. It was more feasible and less extravagant than the hideous doctrines of indefinite liberty, proclaimed by the young madcaps, who assumed the character of heirs of the convention. All who knew the noble plebeian wept for him. There is not one of them but remembers, and often remembers, a great obscure politician. Esteem and friendship kept the peace between the extremes of hostile opinion and conviction represented in the brotherhood. Daniel d'Arthez came of a good family in Picardy. His belief in the monarchy was quite as strong as Mitchell Christian's faith in European federation. Fulgence. Riddle scoffed at Leon Giraud's philosophical doctrines, while Giraud himself prophesied for d'Arthez's benefit the approaching end of Christianity and the extinction of the institution of the family. Mitchell Christian, a believer in the religion of Christ, the divine lawgiver, who taught the equality of men, would defend the immortality of the soul from Bianchian's scalpel, for Horace Bianchin was before all things an analyst. There was plenty of discussion, But no bickering vanity was not engaged, for the speakers were also the audience. They would talk over their work among themselves and take counsel of each other with the delightful openness of youth. If the matter in hand was serious, the opponent would leave his own position to enter into his friend's point of view, and being an impartial judge in a matter outside his own sphere would prove the better. Helper envy, the hideous treasure of disappointment, abortive talent, failure, and mortified vanity, was quite unknown among them, all of them. Moreover, were going their separate ways for these reasons. Lucian, and others admitted to their society, felt at their ease in it. Wherever you find real talent, you will find frank good fellowship and sincerity, and no sort of pretension, the wit that caresses the intellect, and never is aimed at self-love. When the first nervousness caused by respect wore off, it was unspeakably pleasant to make one of this elect company of youth. Familiarity did not exclude in each a consciousness of his own value, nor a profound esteem for his neighbor. And finally, as every member of the circle felt that he could afford to receive, or to give, no one made a difficulty of accepting talk, was unflagging, full of charm, and ranging over the most varied topics. Words light as arrows sped to the mark. There was a strange contrast between the dire material poverty, in which the young men lived, and the splendor of their intellectual wealth. They looked upon the practical problems of existence simply as matter for friendly jokes. The cold weather happened to set in early that year. 5 of D'Arthez' friends appeared one day, each concealing firewood under his cloak. The same idea had occurred to the 5, as it sometimes happens that all the guests at a picnic are inspired with the notion of bringing a pie as their contribution. All of them were gifted with the moral beauty which reacts upon the physical form, and no less than work in vigils, overlays a youthful face with a shade of divine gold purity of life. And the fire of thought had brought refinement and regularity into features somewhat pinched, and rugged. The poet's amplitude of brow was a striking characteristic common to them. All the bright sparkling eyes told of cleanliness of life, the hardships of penury when they were felt. All were born so gaily and embraced with such enthusiasm that they had left no trace to mar the serenity peculiar to the faces of the young, who have no grave errors laid to their charge, as yet who have not stooped to any of the base compromises, wrung from impatience of poverty, by the strong desire to succeed. The temptation to use any means to this end is the greater, since that men of letters are lenient with bad faith, and extend an easy indulgence to treachery. There is an element in friendship which doubles its charm, and renders it indissolubly a sense of certainty, which is lacking in love. These young men were sure of themselves, and of each other. The enemy of one was the enemy of all. The most urgent personal considerations would have been shattered if they had clashed with the sacred solidarity of their fellowship, all alike incapable of disloyalty. They could oppose a formidable no to any accusation brought against the absent, and defend them with perfect confidence. With a like nobility of nature and strength of feeling, it was possible to think and speak freely on all matters of intellectual or scientific interest. Hence the honesty of their friendships, the gaiety of their talk. And with this intellectual freedom of the community, there was no fear of being misunderstood. They stood upon no ceremony with each other. They shared their troubles and joys, and gave thought and sympathy from full hearts. The charming delicacy of feeling, which makes the tale of deux amis a treasury for great souls, was the rule of their daily life. It may be imagined, therefore, that their standard of requirements was not an easy one. They were too conscious of their worth, too well aware of their happiness, to care to trouble their life with the admixture of a new and unknown element. This federation of interests and affection lasted for 20 years without a collision or disappointment. Death alone could thin the numbers of the noble Pleiades, taking first Louis Lambert, later Marox, and Mitchell Chrestian. When Mitchell Chrestian fell in 1832, his friends went in spite of the perils of the steppe to find his body at St. Mary, and Horace Bianchon, Daniel D'Arthez, Leon, Gerard Joseph Bridow, and Fulgence Riddle performed the last duties to the dead between 2 political fires. By night they buried their beloved in the cemetery of Père Lachaise. Horace Bianchon, undaunted by the difficulties, cleared them away one after another. It was he, indeed, who besought the authorities for permission to bury the fallen insurgent, and confessed to his old friendship with the dead Federalist. The little group of friends present at the funeral, with those 5 great men, will never forget that touching scene. As you walk in the trim cemetery, you will see a grave purchased in perpetuity, a grass-covered mound, with a dark wooden cross above it, and the name in large red letters, Mitchell Chrestian. There is no other monument like it. The friends thought to pay a tribute to the sternly simple nature of the man, by the simplicity of the record of his death. So in that chilly garret the fairest dreams of friendship were realized, These men were brothers leading lives of intellectual effort, loyally helping each other, making no reservations, not even of their worst thoughts, men of vast acquirements, natures tried in the crucible of poverty. Once admitted as an equal among such elect souls, Lucien represented beauty and poetry. They admired the sonnets which he read to them. They would ask him for a sonnet as he would ask Mitchell Christian for a song, and in the desert of Paris Lucien found an oasis in the Rue des Quatre Vents. At the beginning of October, Lucien had spent the last of his money on a little firewood. He was halfway through the task of recasting his work, the most strenuous of all toil. And he was penniless as, for Daniel d'Arthez, burning blocks of spent tan and facing poverty like a hero. Not a word of complaint came from him. He was as sober as any elderly spinster and methodical as a miser. This courage called out Lucien's courage. He had only newly come into the circle, and shrank with invincible repugnance from speaking of his straits one morning. He went out manuscript in hand, and reached the Rue du Coq. He would sell the Archer of Charles Roman 9 to Daguerreau. But Daguerreau was out. Lucien little knew how indulgent great natures can be to the weaknesses of others. Every one of the friends had thought of the peculiar troubles besetting the poetic temperament of the prostration, which follows upon the struggle when the soul has been overwrought by the contemplation of that nature, which it is the task of art to reproduce, and strong as they were to endure their own ills, they felt keenly for Lucien's distress. They guessed that his stock of money was failing. And after all the pleasant evenings spent in friendly talk and deep meditations, after the poetry, the confidences, the bold flights over the fields of thought, or into the far future of the nations, yet another trait was to prove how little Lucien had understood these new friends of his. "Lucien, dear fellow," said Daniel, "you did not dine at Flickotalk's yesterday, and we know why." Lucien could not keep back the overflowing tears. "You showed a want of confidence in us," said Mitchell Christian. "We shall chalk that up over the chimney, and when we have scored 10 we will." "We have all of us found a bit of extra work," said Bianchon. "For my own part, I have been looking after a rich patient for Desplein d'Arthez, has written an article for the Revue Encyclopédique Christian, thought of going out to sing in the Champs-Élysées of an evening with a pocket-handkerchief and 4 candles, but he found a pamphlet to write instead for a man who has a mind to go into politics, and gave his employer 600 francs worth of Machiavelli. Leon Giraud borrowed 50 francs of his publisher Joseph, sold 1 or 2 sketches, and Fulgence's piece was given on Sunday, and there was a full house. "Here are 200 francs," said Daniel, "and let us say no more about it." "Why, if he is not going to hug us all as if we had done something extraordinary," cried Christian. Lucien meanwhile had written to the home circle. His letter was a masterpiece of sensibility and goodwill, as well as a sharp cry wrung from him. By distress, the answers which he received the next day will give some idea of the delight that Lucien took in this living encyclopedia of angelic spirits, each of whom bore the stamp of the art or science which he followed. David Séchard to Lucien. "My dear Lucien, enclosed herewith is a bill at 90 days payable to your order for 200 francs. You can draw on Roman 1000 Medivir paper. Merchant, our Paris correspondent, in the Rue Serpent. My good Lucien, we have absolutely nothing. Eve has undertaken the charge of the printing house, and works at her task with such devotion, patience, and industry, that I bless heaven for giving me such an angel for a wife. She herself says that it is impossible to send you the least help. But I think, my friend, now that you are started in so promising a way, with such great and noble hearts for your companions, that you can hardly fail to reach the greatness to which you were born, aided, as you are by intelligence, almost divine in Daniel d'Arthez, and Mitchell Christian, and Leon Giraud, and counseled by Marox and Bianchon and Riddle, whom we have come to know through your dear letter. So I have drawn this bill without Eve's knowledge, and I will contrive somehow to meet it. When the time comes, keep on your way, Lucien. It is rough, but it will be glorious. I can bear anything, but the thought of you sinking into the sloughs of Paris, of which I saw so much, have sufficient strength of mind to do as you are doing, and keep out of scrapes and bad company, wild young fellows, and men of letters of a certain stamp, whom I learned to take at their just valuation, when I lived in Paris. Be a worthy compeer of the divine spirits, whom we have learned to love through you. Your life will soon meet with its reward. Farewell, dearest brother. You have sent transports of joy to my heart. I did not expect such courage of you. David. Eve Séchard to Lucien. Dear, your letter made all of us cry, as for the noble hearts to whom your good angel surely led you. Tell them that a mother and a poor young wife will pray for them night and morning, and if the most fervent prayers can reach the throne of God, surely they will bring blessings upon you. All their names are engraved upon my heart. Ah, some day, I shall see your friends, I will go to Paris, if I have to walk the whole way to thank them for their friendship for you, for to me, the thought has been like balm to smarting wounds we are working like. Day laborers here, dear, this husband of mine, the unknown great man, whom I love more and more every day as I discover moment by moment the wealth of his nature, leaves the printing house more and more to me. Why, I guess our poverty, yours and ours, and our mother's is heartbreaking to him. Our adored David is a Prometheus gnawed by a vulture, a haggard, sharp-beaked regret. As for himself, noble fellow, he scarcely thinks of himself. He is hoping to make a fortune for us. He spends his whole time in experiments in paper-making. He begged me to take his place and look after the business, and gives me as much help as his preoccupation allows. Alas, I shall be a mother soon. That should have been a crowning joy. But as things are, it saddens me. Poor mother, she has grown young again. She has found strength to go back to her tiring nursing. We should be happy if it were not for these money cares. Old Father Séchard will not give his son a farthing. David went over to see if he could borrow a little for you, for we were in despair over your letter. I know Lucien. David said he will lose his head and do something rash. I gave him a good scolding. My brother disappoint us in any way. I told him Lucien knows that I should die of sorrow, mother. And I have pawned a few things David does not know about it. Mother will redeem them as soon as she has made a little money in this way. We have managed to put together 100 francs, which I am sending you by the coach. If I did not answer your last letter, do not remember it against me, dear. We were working all night just then. I have been working like a man. Oh, I had no idea that I was so strong. Mme de Bargeton is a heartless woman. She has no soul. Even if she cared for you no longer, she owed it to herself to use her influence for you, and to help you when she had torn you from us, to plunge you into that dreadful sea of Paris. Only by the special blessing of heaven could you have met with true friends there. Among those crowds of men and innumerable interests, she is not worth a regret. I used to wish that there might be some devoted woman always with you, a second myself. But now I know that your friends will take my place, and I am happy. Spread your wings, my dear, great genius. You will be our pride as well as our beloved. Eve. My darling, the mother wrote, I can only add my blessing to all that your sister says, and assure you that you are more in my thoughts and in my prayers, alas, than those whom I see daily, for some hearts, the absent are always in the right. And so, it is with the heart of your mother. So 2 days after the loan was offered, so graciously Lucien repaid it. Perhaps life had never seemed so bright to him as at that moment, but the touch of self-love in his joy did not escape the delicate sensibility and searching eyes of his friends. Anyone might think that you were afraid to owe us anything, exclaimed Fulgence. Oh, the pleasure that he takes in returning the money is a very serious symptom to my mind, said Mitchell Christian. It confirms some observations of my own. There is a spice of vanity in Lucien. He is a poet, said D'Arthez. But do you grudge me such a very natural feeling? Asked Lucien. We should bear in mind that he did not hide it, said Leon Giraud. He is still open with us, but I am afraid that he may come to feel shy of us. And why? Lucien asked. We can read your thoughts, answered Joseph Bridow. There is a diabolical spirit in you that will seek to justify courses which are utterly contrary to our principles. Instead of being a sophist in theory, you will be a sophist in practice. Ah, I am afraid of that, said D'Arthez. You will carry on admirable debates in your own mind, Lucien, and take up a lofty position in theory and end, by blameworthy actions, you will never be at one with yourself. What ground have you for these charges? Thy vanity, dear poet, is so great that it intrudes itself even into thy friendships, cried Fulgence. All vanity of that sort is a symptom of shocking egoism, and egoism poisons friendship. Oh dear, said Lucien, you cannot know how much I love you all. If you loved us as we love you, would you have been in such a hurry to return the money which we had such pleasure in lending, or have made so much of it? We don't lend here, we give, said Joseph Bridow roughly. Don't think us unkind, dear boy, said Mitchell Christian. We are looking forward. We are afraid lest some day you may prefer a petty revenge to the joys of pure friendship. Read Goethe's Tasso, the great master's greatest work, and you will see how the poet Thoreau loved gorgeous stuffs and banquets and triumph and applause. Very well, be Tasso without his folly, perhaps the world and its pleasures tempt you. Stay with us, carry all the cravings of vanity into the world of imagination. Transpose folly, keep virtue for daily wear, and let imagination run riot, instead of doing, as D'Arthez says, thinking high thoughts and living beneath them. Lucien hung his head. His friends were right. I confess that you are stronger than I, he said with a charming glance at them. My back and shoulders are not made to bear the burden of Paris life. I cannot struggle bravely. We are born with different temperaments and faculties. And you know better than I that faults and virtues have their reverse side. I am tired already, I confess. We will stand by you, said d'Arthez. It is just in these ways that a faithful friendship is of use. The help that I have just received is precarious, and every one of us is just as poor as another want, will soon overtake me again. Question, at the service of the first that hires him, can do nothing with the publisher's bianchon, is quite out of it. d'Arthez. Booksellers only deal in scientific and technical books, they have no connection with publishers of new literature. And as for Horace and Fulgence, Riddle and Bridow, their work lies miles away from the booksellers. There is no help for it. I must make up my mind one way or another. Stick by us and make up your mind to it, said Bianchon. Bear up bravely and trust in hard work. But what is hardship for you is death for me, Lucien put in quickly. Before the cock crows thrice, smiled Leon Giraud. This man will betray the cause of work for an idle life and the vices of Paris. Where has work brought you? Asked Lucien, laughing. When you start out from Paris for Italy, you don't find Rome halfway, said Joseph Bridow. You want your peas to grow ready buttered for you. The conversation ended in a joke, and they changed the subject. Lucien's friends, with their perspicacity and delicacy of heart, tried to efface the memory of the little quarrel, but Lucien knew thenceforward that it was no easy matter to deceive them. He soon fell into despair, which he was careful to hide from such stern mentors, as he imagined them to be, and the southern temper that runs so easily through the whole gamut of mental dispositions set him making the most contradictory resolutions. Again and again, he talked of making the plunge into journalism, and time after time, did his friends reply with a mind, you do nothing of the sort. It would be the tomb of the beautiful, gracious Lucien, whom we love and know, said d'Arthez. You would not hold out for long between the two extremes of toil and pleasure, which make up a journalist's life, and resistance is the very foundation of virtue. You would be so delighted to exercise your power of life and death over the offspring of the brain, that you would be an out-and-out journalist in 2 months' time. To be a journalist, that is to turn Herod in the Republic of Letters. The man who will say anything will end by sticking at nothing. That was Napoleon's maxim, and it explains itself. But you would be with me, would you not? Asked Lucien. Not by that time, said Fulgence. If you were a journalist, you would no more think of us than the opera girl, in all her glory with her adorers and her silk-lined carriage, thinks of the village at home and her cows and her sabots. You could never resist the temptation to pen a witticism. Though it should bring tears to a friend's eyes, I come across journalists in theater lobbies. It makes me shudder to see them. Journalism is an inferno, a bottomless pit of iniquity and treachery, and lies no one can traverse it undefiled unless, like Dante, he is protected by Virgil's sacred laurel. But the more the set of friends opposed the idea of journalism, the more Lucien's desire to know its perils grew, and tempted him. He began to debate within his own mind. Was it not ridiculous to allow want to find him a second time defenseless? He bethought him of the failure of his attempts to dispose of his first novel, and felt but little tempted to begin a second. How, besides, was he to live while he was writing another romance? 1 month of privation had exhausted his stock of patience. Why should he not do nobly that which journalists did ignobly? And without principle, his friends insulted him with their doubts. He would convince them of his strength of mind. Some day, perhaps, he would be of use to them. He would be the herald of their fame. And what sort of a friendship is it which recoils from complicity? Demanded he. One evening of Mitchell Christian, Lucien and Leon Giraud were walking home with their friend. We shrink from nothing, Mitchell Christian made reply. If you were so unlucky as to kill your mistress, I would help you to hide your crime, and could still respect you. But if you were to turn spy, I should shun you with abhorrence, for a spy is systematically shameless and base. There, you have journalism summed up in a sentence. Friendship can pardon error, and the hasty impulse of passion it is bound to be inexorable, when a man deliberately traffics in his own soul and intellect and opinions. Why cannot I turn journalist to sell my volume of poetry and the novel, and then give up at once? Machiavelli might do so, but not Lucien de Rubempré, said Leon Giraud. Very well, exclaimed Lucien, I will show you that I can do as much as Machiavelli. Oh, cried Mitchell, grasping Leon's hand. You have done it, Leon. Lucien, he continued, you have 300 francs in hand. You can live comfortably for 3 months. Very well. Then work hard and write another romance. d'Arthez and Fulgence will help you with the plot. You will improve. You will be a novelist, and I, meanwhile, will enter one of those lupiners of thought for 3 months. I will be a journalist. I will sell your books to some bookseller or other by attacking his publications. I will write the articles myself. I will get others for you. We will organize a success. You shall be a great man, and still remain our Lucian. You must despise me very much if you think that I should perish while you escape, said the poet. O Lord, forgive him, it is a child, cried Mitchell Creston. When Lucian's intellect had been stimulated by the evenings spent in D. Artha's garret, he had made some study of the jokes and articles in the smaller newspapers. He was at least the equal, he felt, of the wittiest contributors in private. He tried some mental gymnastics of the kind, and went out one morning with the triumphant idea of finding some colonel of such light skirmishers of the press, and enlisting in their ranks, he dressed in his best, and crossed the bridges, thinking, as he went, that authors, journalists, and men of letters, his future comrades in short, would show him rather more kindness and disinterestedness than the two species of booksellers who had so dashed his hopes. He should meet with fellow-feeling, and something of the kindly and grateful affection, which he found in the cenacle of the Rue des Quatre Vents, tormented by emotion consequent upon the presentiments to which men of imagination cling so fondly. Half believing, half battling with their belief in them, he arrived in the Rue Saint-Fiacre, off the Boulevard Montmartre. Before a house occupied by the offices of a small newspaper he stopped, and at the sight of it his heart began to throb as heavily as the pulses of a youth upon the threshold of some evil haunt. Nevertheless, upstairs he went and found the offices in the low entresol between the ground floor and the first story. The first room was divided down the middle by a partition, the lower half of solid wood, the upper lattice work to the ceiling. In this apartment, Lucian discovered a one-armed pensioner, supporting several reams of paper on his head, with his remaining hand, while between his teeth he held the passbook, which the Inland Revenue Department requires every newspaper to produce with each issue. This ill-favored individual owner of a yellow countenance, covered with red excrescences, to which he owed his nickname of Colloquent, indicated a personage behind the lattice as the Cerberus of the paper. This was an elderly officer with a medal on his chest, and a silk skullcap on his head. His nose was almost hidden by a pair of grizzled mustaches, and his person was hidden as completely in an ample blue overcoat as the body of the turtle in its carapace. "From what date do you wish your subscription to commence, sir?" inquired the emperor's officer. "I did not come about a subscription," returned Lucian, looking about him. He saw a placard fastened on a door corresponding to the one by which he had entered, and read the word "Editor's office," and below in smaller letters, "No admittance, except on business." "A complaint, I expect," replied the veteran. "Ah yes, we have been hard on Mariette. What would you have? I don't know the why and wherefore of it. Yet but, if you want satisfaction, I am ready for you," he added, glancing at a collection of small arms and foils, stacked in a corner, the armory of the modern warrior. "That was still further from my intention, sir. I have come to speak to the editor." "Nobody is ever here before 4 o'clock. "Look you here, Girodo, old chap," remarked a voice, "I make it 11 columns at 5 francs apiece, is 55 francs, and I have only been paid 40, so you owe me another 15 francs, as I have been telling you." These words proceeded from a little weasel face, pallid and semi-transparent, as the half-bold white of an egg. 2 slits of eyes looked out of it, mild blue in tint, but appallingly malignant in expression. And the owner, an insignificant young man, was completely hidden by the veteran's opaque person. It was a blood-curdling voice, a sound between the mewing of a cat and the wheezy chokings of a hyena. "Yes, yes, my little militiaman," retorted he of the medal, "but you are counting the headings and white lines. I have Finot's instructions to add up the totals of the lines, and to divide them by the proper number for each column, and after I performed that concentrating operation on your copy, there were 3 columns less. He doesn't pay for the blanks, the Jew, he reckons them in, though, when he sends up the total of his work to his partner, and he gets paid for them too. I will go and see Etienne Lausto Verno." "I cannot go beyond my orders, my boy," said the veteran. "What do you cry out against your foster-mother? For a matter of 15 francs, you that turn out an article as easily as I smoke a cigar, 15 francs, why you will give a bowl of punch to your friends, or win an extra game of billiards, and there's an end of it." "Finot's savings will cost him very dear," said the contributor as he took his departure. Now would not anybody think that he was Rousseau, and Voltaire rolled in one, the cashier remarked to himself as he glanced at Lucian. "I will come in again at 4, sir," said Lucian. While the argument proceeded, Lucien had been looking about him. He saw upon the walls the portraits of Benjamin Constant General Foy and the 17 illustrious orators of the left, interspersed with caricatures at the expense of the government. But he looked more particularly at the door of the sanctuary, where no doubt the paper was elaborated, the witty paper that amused him daily and enjoyed the privilege of ridiculing kings and the most portentous events of calling anything and everything in question, with a jest. Then he sauntered along the boulevards. It was an entirely novel amusement, and so agreeable did he find it that, looking at the turret clocks, he saw the hour hands were pointing to 4, and only then remembered that he had not breakfasted. He went at once in the direction of the Rue Saint-Fiacre, climbed the stair, and opened the door. The veteran officer was absent, but the old pensioner, sitting on a pile of stamped papers, was munching a crust, and acting as sentinel, resignedly colloquent, was as much accustomed to his work in the office as to the fatigue duty of former days, understanding as much or as little about it as the why and wherefore of forced marches made by the emperor's orders. Lucien was inspired with the bold idea of deceiving that formidable functionary. He settled his hat on his head and walked into the editor's office as if he were quite at home. Looking eagerly about him, he beheld a round table covered with a green cloth and half a dozen cherrywood chairs, newly reseated with straw. The colored brick floor had not been waxed, but it was clean, so clean that the public evidently seldom entered the room. There was a mirror above the chimney-piece, and on the ledge below, amid a sprinkling of visiting cards, stood a shopkeeper's clock smothered with dust, and a couple of candlesticks with tallow dips thrust into their sockets. A few antique newspapers lay on the table beside an inkstand, containing some black lacquer-like substance, and a collection of quill pens twisted into stars. Sundry dirty scraps of paper, covered with almost undecipherable hieroglyphs, proved to be manuscript articles, torn across the top by the compositor to check off the sheets as they were set up. He admired a few rather clever caricatures, sketched on bits of brown paper by somebody who evidently had tried to kill time by killing something else to keep his hand in. Other works of art were pinned in the cheap sea-green wallpaper. These consisted of 9 pen-and-ink illustrations for Le Solitaire. The work had attained to such an unheard-of European popularity that journalists evidently were tired of it. The Solitary makes his first appearance in the province's sensation. Among the women, the Solitary perused at a chateau effect of the Solitary on domestic animals. The Solitary explained to savage tribes, with the most brilliant results. The Solitary, translated into Chinese, and presented by the author to the emperor at Pekin, the Mont Sauvage rape of a Lodi. Lucien, though this caricature very shocking, but he could not help laughing at it. The Solitary, under a canopy conducted in triumphal procession by the newspapers. The Solitary breaks the press to splinters and wounds the printers. Read backwards. The superior beauties of the Solitary produce a sensation at the Academy. On a newspaper wrapper, Lucien noticed a sketch of a contributor holding out his hat, and beneath it, the words "Finot my 100 francs," and a name since grown more notorious than famous. Between the window and the chimney-piece stood a ridding-table, a mahogany armchair, and a waste-paper basket on a strip of hearthrug. The dust lay thick on all these objects. There were short curtains in the windows. About a score of new books lay on the ridding-table, deposited there apparently during the day, together with Prince Music snuff-boxes of the Charter, pattern, a copy of the 9th edition of Le Solitaire, the great joke of the moment, and some 10 unopened letters. Lucien had taken stock of this strange furniture, and made reflections of the most exhaustive kind upon it. When the clock, striking 5, he returned to question the pensioner. Colloquent had finished his crust, and was waiting with the patience of a commissionaire for the man of metals, who perhaps was taking an airing on the boulevard. At this conjuncture, the rustle of a dress sounded on the stair, and the light, unmistakable footstep of a woman on the threshold. The newcomer was passably pretty. She addressed herself to Lucien. "Sir," she said, "I know why you cry up Emile Virginie's hats so much, and I have come to put down my name for a year's subscription in the first place, but tell me your conditions." "I am not connected with the paper, madame." "No?" "A subscription dating from October," inquired the pensioner. "What does the lady want to know?" asked the veteran, reappearing on the scene. The fair milliner and the retired military man were soon deep in converse, and when Lucien, beginning to lose patience, came back to the first room, he heard the conclusion of the matter. "Why, I shall be delighted, quite delighted, Sir. Emile Florentine can come to my shop and choose anything she likes. Ribbons are in my department, so it is all quite settled. You will say no more about Virginie, a botcher that cannot design a new shape, while I have ideas of my own I have. Lucien heard a sound as of coins dropping into a cash box, and the veteran began to make up his books for the day. I have been waiting here for an hour, Sir Lucien began, looking not a little annoyed. And they have not come yet, exclaimed Napoleon's veteran, civilly feigning concern. I am not surprised at that. It is some time since I have seen them here. It is the middle of the month, you see. Those fine fellows only turn up on pay days, 29th or the 30th. And Roman 1000 Finot, asked Lucien, having caught the editor's name. He is in the Rue Feydeau, that's where he lives, colloquent old chap. Just take him everything that has come in today when you go with the paper to the printers. Where is the newspaper put together? Lucien said to himself. The newspaper, repeated the officer, as he received the rest of the stamp money from colloquent the newspaper broom brown mind. You are round at the printers by 6 o'clock tomorrow, old chap. To send off the porters the newspaper, sir, is written in the street, at the writers' houses, in the printing office between 11 and 12 o'clock. At night, in the emperor's time, sir, these shops for spoiled paper were not known. Oh, he would have cleared them out with 4 men, and a corporal. They would not have come over him with their talk. But that is enough of prattling if my nephew finds it worth his while. And so long as they write for the son of the other Brown, after all there is no harm in that. Ah, by the way, subscribers don't seem to me to be advancing in serried columns. I shall leave my post. You seem to know all about the newspaper, Sir Lucien began. From a business point of view, Brown, coughed the soldier, clearing his throat, from 3 to 5 francs per column, according to ability, 50 lines, to a column, 40 letters to a line. No blanks there you are. As for the staff, they are queer fish, little youngsters whom I wouldn't take on for the commissariat. And because they make fly tracks on sheets of white paper, they look down, forsooth, on an old captain of dragoons of the guard, that retired with a major's rank, after entering every European capital with Napoleon. The soldier of Napoleon brushed his coat, and made as if he would go out, but Lucien swept to the door, had courage enough to make a stand. I came to be a contributor of the paper, he said. I am full of respect, I vow, and declare, for a captain of the Imperial Guard, those men of bronze. Well said, my little civilian, there are several kinds of contributors. Which kind do you wish to be, replied the trooper, bearing down on Lucien, and descending the stairs. At the foot of the flight he stopped, but it was only to light a cigar at the porter's box. If any subscribers come, you see them, and take note of them, mother, call it simply subscribers, never know anything. But subscribers, he added, seeing that Lucien followed him, Finot is my nephew. He is the only one of my family that has done anything to relieve me in my position. So when anybody comes to pick a quarrel with Finot, he finds old Giraudeau, captain of the dragoons of the guard, that set out as a private in a cavalry regiment in the army of the Sambre Meuse, and was fencing master for 5 years to the 1st Hussars Army of Italy 1-2. And the man that had any complaints to make would be turned off into the dark. He added, making a lunge. Now writers, my boy, are in different corps. There is the writer who writes and draws his pay, there is the writer who writes and gets nothing, a volunteer we call him, and lastly there is the writer who writes nothing, and he is by no means the stupidest, for he makes no mistakes, he gives himself out for a literary man. He is on the paper, he treats us to dinners, he loafs about the theaters, he keeps an actress, he is very well off. What do you mean to be? The man that does good work and gets good pay. You are like the recruits, they all want to be marshals of France, take old Giraudeau's word for it, and turn right about in double quick time and go and pick up nails in the gutter like that good fellow yonder. You can tell by the look of him that he has been in the army. Isn't it a shame that an old soldier who has walked into the jaws of death hundreds of times should be picking up old iron in the streets of Paris? Ah God, a meaty twas, a shabby trick to desert the emperor. Well, my boy, the individual you saw this morning has made his 40 francs a month. Are you going to do better? And according to Finot, he is the cleverest man on the staff. When you enlisted in the Sambre Meuse, did they talk about danger? Rather. Very well. Very well, go and see my nephew Finot, a good fellow, as good a fellow as you will find if you can find him. That is, for he is like a fish, always on the move in his way of business. There is no writing, you see, it is setting others to write that sort, like gallivanting about with actresses, better than scribbling on sheets of paper. It seems, oh, they are queer customers, they are. Hope I may have the honor of seeing you again. With that the cashier raised his formidable loaded cane, one of the defenders of Germanicus, and walked off, leaving Lucien in the street, as much bewildered by this picture of the newspaper world as he had formerly been by the practical aspects of literature, at Messrs. Vidal and Porchan's establishment. 10 several times did Lucien repair to the Rue Feydeau in search of Andoch Finot, and 10 times he failed to find that gentleman. He went first thing in the morning. Finot had not come in. At noon Finot had gone out. He was breakfasting at such and such a café at the café, in answer to inquiries of the waitress made after. Surmounting unspeakable repugnance, Lucien heard that Finot had just left the place. Lucien, at length tired out, began to regard Finot as a mythical and fabulous character. It appeared simpler to waylay Etienne Lousteau at Flickotalks. That youthful journalist would doubtless explain the mysteries that enveloped the paper for which he wrote. Since the day 100 times blessed when Lucien made the acquaintance of Daniel d'Arthez, he had taken another seat at Flickotalks. The two friends dined side by side, talking in lowered voices of the higher literature, of suggested subjects and ways of presenting, opening up and developing them. At the present time, Daniel d'Arthez was correcting the manuscript of The Archer of Charles Roman IX. He reconstructed whole chapters, and wrote the fine passages found therein, as well as the magnificent preface, which is perhaps the best thing in the book and throws so much light on the work of the young school of literature. One day, it so happened that Daniel had been waiting for Lucien, who now sat with his friend's hand in his own. When he saw Etienne Lousteau turn the door handle, Lucien instantly dropped Daniel's hand and told the waiter that he would dine at his old place, by the counter D. Arthez gave Lucien a glance of divine kindness, in which reproach was wrapped in forgiveness. The glance cut the poet to the quick. He took Daniel's hand and grasped it anew. "It is an important question of business for me. I will tell you about it afterwards," said he. Lucien was in his old place by the time that Lousteau reached the table. As the first comer he greeted his acquaintance. They soon struck up a conversation, which grew so lively that Lucien went off in search of the manuscript of the Marguerites. While Lousteau finished his dinner, he had obtained leave to lay his sonnets before the journalist, and mistook the civility of the latter for willingness to find him a publisher or a place on the paper. When Lucien came hurrying back again, he saw d'Arthez resting an elbow on the table in a corner of the restaurant, and knew that his friend was watching him with melancholy eyes. But he would not see d'Arthez. Just then he felt the sharp pangs of poverty, the goadings of ambition, and followed Lousteau. In the late afternoon, the journalist and the neophyte went to the Luxembourg, and sat down under the trees in that part of the gardens, which lies between the broad Avenue de l'Observatoire and the Rue de l'Ouest. The Rue de l'Ouest at that time was a long morass bounded by planks and market gardens. The houses were all at the end nearest the Rue de Vaugirard, and the walk through the gardens was so little frequented that, at the hour when Paris dines, two lovers might fall out and exchange the earnest of reconciliation without fear of intruders. The only possible spoil-sport was the pensioner on duty at the little iron gate on the Rue de l'Ouest, if that gray-headed veteran should take it into his head to lengthen his monotonous beat there on a bench beneath the limy trees. Etienne Lousteau sat and listened to sample sonnets from the Marguerites. Etienne Lousteau, after a 2 years' apprenticeship, was on the staff of a newspaper. He had his foot in the stirrup. He reckoned some of the celebrities of the day among his friends altogether. He was an imposing personage in Lucien's eyes, wherefore, while Lucien untied the string about the Marguerites, he judged it necessary to make some sort of preface. "The sonnet, monsieur," said he, "is one of the most difficult forms of poetry. It has fallen almost entirely into disuse. No Frenchman can hope to rival Petrarch for the language, in which the Italian wrote, being so infinitely more pliant than French lends itself to play of thought, which our positivism, pardon the use of the expression, rejects. So it seemed to me that a volume of sonnets would be something quite new. Victor Hugo has appropriated the old canales, writes lighter verse. Beranger has monopolized songs. Casimir Delavigne has taken tragedy, and Lamartine the poetry of meditation. Are you a classic or a romantic?" inquired Lousteau. Lucien's astonishment betrayed such complete ignorance of the state of affairs in the Republic of Letters that Lousteau thought it necessary to enlighten him. "You have come up in the middle of a pitched battle, my dear fellow. You must make your decision at once. Literature is divided in the first place into several zones, but our great men are ranged in two hostile camps. The royalists are romantics, the liberals are classics. The divergence of taste in matters literary and divergence of political opinion coincide, and the result is a war with weapons of every sort, double-edged witticisms, subtle calumnies, and nicknames. Outrance between the rising and the waning, glory and ink is shed in torrents. The odd part of it is that the royalist romantics are all for liberty in literature, and for repealing laws and conventions, while the liberal classics are for maintaining the unities the Alexandrine, and the classical theme so opinions in politics on either side, are directly at variance with literary taste. If you are eclectic, you will have no one for you. Which side do you take? Which is the winning side? The liberal newspapers have far more subscribers than the royalist and ministerial journals still, though Canales is for church and king, and patronized by the court and the clergy. He reaches other readers. Shaw sonnets date back to an epoch before Boileau's time, said Etienne, seeing Lucian's dismay at the prospect of choosing between two banners. Be a romantic, the romantics are young men, and the classics are pedants, the romantics will gain the day. The word pedant was the latest epithet taken up by romantic journalism to heap confusion on the classical faction. Lucian began to read, choosing first of all the title sonnets. Easter daisies. The daisies in the meadows, not in vain. In red and white and gold before our eyes. Have written an idyll for man's sympathies. And set his heart's desire in language plain. Gold stamens set in silver filigrane. Reveal the treasures which we idolize. And all the cost of struggle for the prize is symboled by a secret blood-red stain. Was it because your petals once uncurled, when Jesus rose upon a fairer world, and from wings shaken for a heavenward flight, shed grace that still as autumn reappears? You bloom again to tell of dead delight, to bring us back the flower of 20 years. Lucian felt piqued by Lausto's complete indifference. During the reading of the sonnet, he was unfamiliar, as yet, with the disconcerting impassibility of the professional critic. Wearied by much reading of poetry, prose, and plays, Lucian was accustomed to applause. He choked down his disappointment and read another, a favorite, with Mme de Bargeton and with some of his friends in the Rue des Quatre Vents. This one perhaps will draw a word from him, he thought. The Marguerite. I am the Marguerite fair and tall I grew. In velvet meadows, mid the flowers a star. They sought me for my beauty near and far. My dawn I thought should be forever new. But now an all unwished for gift I rue. A fatal ray of knowledge shed to mar my radiant star-crown grown oracular. For I must speak and give an answer true. An end of silence and of quiet days. The lover with two words my counsel praise. And when my secret from my heart is reft, when all my silver petals scattered lie, I am the only flower neglected left, cast down and trodden underfoot to die. At the end the poet looked up at his Aristarchus. Etienne Lausto was gazing at the trees in the pépinière. Well, asked Lucian. Well, my dear fellow, go on, I am listening to you. I not that fact in itself is as good as praise in Paris. Have you had enough? Lucian asked. Go on, the other answered abruptly. Enough. Lucian proceeded to read the following sonnet, but his heart was dead within him. Lausto's inscrutable composure froze his utterance. If he had come a little further upon the road, he would have known that between writer and writer silence, or abrupt speech under such circumstances, is a betrayal of jealousy, and outspoken admiration means a sense of relief over the discovery that the work is not above the average after all. The camellia. In nature's book, if rightly understood, the rose means love, and red for beauty glows. A pure sweet spirit in the violet blows, and bright the lily gleams in lowlihood. But this strange bloom, by sun and wind unwooed, seems to expand and blossom mid the snows. A lily scepterless, a scentless rose, for dainty listlessness of maidenhood. Yet at the opera house the petals trace, for modesty a fitting aureole. An alabaster wreath to lay, methought, in dusky hair o'er some fair woman's face, which kindles even such love within the soul, as sculptured marble forms by Phidias wrought. What do you think of my poor sonnets? Lucian asked, coming straight to the point. Do you want the truth? I am young enough to like the truth, and so anxious to succeed that I can hear it without taking offense, but not without despair, replied Lucian. Well, my dear fellow, the first sonnet, from its involved style, was evidently written at Angoulême. It gave you so much trouble, no doubt, that you cannot give it up. The second and third smack of Paris already. But read us one more sonnet, he added with a gesture that seemed charming to the provincial. Encouraged by the request, Lucian read, with more confidence, choosing a sonnet which d'Arthez and Brideau liked best, perhaps on account of its color. The tulip. I am the tulip from Batavia's shore. The thrifty Fleming for my beauty rare. Pays a king's ransom when that I am fair. And tall and straight and pure my petals core. And like some Yolland of the days of yore. My long and amply folded skirts I wear. O'er painted with the blazon that I bear. Gules of fess azure purpure Freddy, or the fingers of the gardener, divine, have woven for me my vesture fair and fine. Of threads of sunlight and of purple stain. No flower so glorious in the garden bed. But nature woe is me no fragrance shed. Within my cup of orient porcelain. Well asked Lucien, after a pause immeasurably long as it seemed to him. My dear fellow, Etienne said, gravely surveying the tips of Lucien's boots. He had brought the pair from Angoulême, and was wearing them out. My dear fellow, I strongly recommend you to put your ink on your boots to save blacking, and to take your pens for toothpicks, so that when you come away from Flicko talks, you can swagger along this picturesque alley, looking as if you had dined get a situation of any sort or description, run errands for bailiff if you have the heart, be a shopman if your back is strong enough, enlist if you happen to have a taste for military music, you have the stuff of 3 poets in you. But before you can reach your public, you will have time to die of starvation, 6 times over, if you intend to live on the proceeds of your poetry. That is, and from your too unsophisticated discourse, it would seem to be your intention to coin money out of your inkstand. I say nothing as to your verses, they are a good deal better than all the poetical wares that are cumbering the ground in booksellers' backshops. Just now elegant nightingales of that sort cost a little more than the others, because they are printed on handmade paper, but they nearly all of them come down at last to the banks of the Seine. You may study their range of notes there any day, if you care to make an instructive pilgrimage. Along the quays from old Jerome's stall by the Pont Notre Dame to the Pont Royal, you will find them all there, all the essays in verse, the inspirations, the lofty flights, the hymns and songs, and ballads and odes, all the nestfuls hatched during the last 7 years. In fact, there lie their muses thick with dust, bespattered by every passing cab, at the mercy of every profane hand that turns them over to look at the vignette on the title page. You know nobody, you have access to no newspaper, so your marguerites will remain demurely folded as you hold them now. They will never open out to the sun of publicity in fair fields, with broad margins, enameled with the florets which Doriat the illustrious, the king of the wooden galleries, scatters with a lavish hand for poets known to fame. I came to Paris, as you came, poor boy, with a plentiful stock of illusions, impelled by irrepressible longings for glory, and I found the realities of the craft, the practical difficulties of the trade, the hard facts of poverty in my enthusiasm. It is kept well under control. Now my first ebullition of youthful spirits, I did not see the social machinery at work, so I had to learn to see it by bumping against the wheels and bruising myself against the shafts and chains. Now you are about to learn, as I learned, that between you and all these fair dreamed-of things lies the strife of men and passions and necessities. Willingly you must take part in a terrible battle, book against bookman, against man, party against party. Make war you must, and that systematically, or you will be abandoned by your own party. And they are mean contests, struggles, which leave you disenchanted and wearied and depraved, and all in pure waste, for it often happens that you put forth all your strength to win laurels for a man whom you despise and maintain in spite of yourself that some second-rate writer is a genius. There is a world behind the scenes in the theater of literature. The public in front sees unexpected or well-deserved success, and applauds. The public does not see the preparations, ugly as they always are, the painted supers, the claqueurs hired to applaud, the stage carpenters, and all that lies behind the scenes. You are still among the audience. Abdicate. There is still time before you set your foot on the lowest step of the throne, for which so many ambitious spirits are contending. And do not sell your honor as I do, for a livelihood. Etienne's eyes filled with tears as he spoke. Do you know how I make a living? He continued passionately. The little stock of money they gave me at home was soon eaten up. A piece of mine was accepted at the Theatre Francais. Just as I came to an end of it, at the Theatre Francais, the influence of a first gentleman of the bedchamber, or of a prince of the blood, would not be enough to secure a turn of favor. The actors only make concessions to those who threat their self-love. If it is in your power to spread a report that the June premiere has the asthma, the leading lady a fistula, where you please, and the soubrette has foul breath, then your piece would be played tomorrow. I do not know whether in 2 years' time I who speak to you now shall be in a position to exercise such power. You need so many to back you, and where and how am I to gain my bread meanwhile? I tried lots of things. I wrote a novel anonymously. Old Daguerreau gave me 200 francs for it, and he did not make very much out of it himself. Then, it grew plain to me that journalism alone could give me a living. The next thing was to find my way into those shops. I will not tell you all the advances I made, nor how often I begged in vain. I will say nothing of the 6 months I spent as extra hand on a paper, and was told that I scared subscribers away, when as a fact I attracted them. Pass over the insults I put up with at this moment. I am doing the plays at the Boulevard theaters almost gratis for a paper belonging to Finot, that stout young fellow who breakfasts 2 or 3 times a month even now at the Café Voltaire. But you don't go there. I live by selling tickets that managers give me to bribe a good word in the paper, and reviewers copies of books in short. Finot once satisfied, I am allowed to write for and against various commercial articles, and I traffic in tribute paid in kind by various tradesmen. A facetious notice of a carminative toilet lotion, Pate des Sultan's cephalic oil, or Brazilian mixture, brings me in 20 or 30 francs. I am obliged to dun the publishers when they don't send in a sufficient number of reviewers, copies. Finot, as editor, appropriates 2 and sells them, and I must have 2 to sell if a book of capital importance comes out, and the publisher is stingy with copies. His life is made a burden to him. The craft is vile, but I live by it, and so do scores of others. Do not imagine that things are any better in public life. There is corruption everywhere in both regions. Every man is corrupt, or corrupts others. If there is any publishing enterprise somewhat larger than usual afoot, the trade will pay me something to buy neutrality. The amount of my income varies therefore directly with the prospectuses. When prospectuses break out like a rash, money pours into my pockets. I stand treat all round. When trade is dull, I dine at Flickotalks. Actresses will pay you likewise for praise, but the wiser among them pay for criticism to be passed over in silence, is what they dread the most, and the very best thing of all from their point of view is criticism, which draws down a reply. It is far more effectual than bald praise forgotten as soon as read, and it costs more in consequence. Celebrity, my dear fellow, is based upon controversy. I am a hired bravo. I ply my trade among ideas and reputations, commercial, literary, and dramatic. I make some 50 crowns a month. I can sell a novel for 500 francs, and I am beginning to be looked upon as a man to be feared some day. Instead of living with Florine, at the expense of a druggist who gives himself the airs of a lord, I shall be in a house of my own. I shall be on the staff of a leading newspaper. I shall have a feuillet in. And on that day, my dear fellow, Florine will become a great actress. As for me, I am not sure what I shall be. When that time comes, a minister, or an honest man, all things are still possible. He raised his humiliated head and looked out at the green leaves with an expression of despairing self-condemnation, dreadful to see. And I had a great tragedy accepted, he went on, and among my papers there is a poem which will die, and I was a good fellow, and my heart was clean. I used to dream lofty dreams of love for great ladies, queens in the great world, and me mistress is an actress at the Panorama Dramatique. And lastly, if a bookseller declines to send a copy of a book to my paper, I will run down work which is good as I know. Lucien was moved to tears, and he grasped Etienne's hand in his. The journalist rose to his feet, and the pair went up and down the broad Avenue de l'Observatoire, as if their lungs craved ampler breathing space. Outside the world of letters, Etienne Lousteau continued not a single creature, suspects that everyone who succeeds in that world, who has a certain vogue, that is to say, or comes into fashion, or gains reputation, or renown, or fame, or favor with the public, for by these names we know the rungs of the ladder by which we climb to the higher heights above and beyond. Theme, every one who comes even thus far is the hero of a dreadful odyssey. Brilliant portents rise above the mental horizon through a combination of 1,000 accidents. Conditions change so swiftly that no 2 men have been known to reach success by the same road. Canalis and Nathan are 2 dissimilar cases. Things never fall out in the same way twice. There is D'Arthez, who knocks himself to pieces with work, will make a famous name by some other chance. This so much desired reputation is nearly always crowned prostitution. Yes, the poorest kind of literature is the hapless creature freezing at the street corner. Second-rate literature is the kept mistress picked out of the brothels of journalism, and I am her bully. Lastly, there is lucky literature, the flaunting, insolent courtesan who has a house of her own and pays taxes, who receives great lords treating or ill-treating them as she pleases, who has liveried servants and a carriage, and can afford to keep greedy creditors waiting. And for yet others, for me not so very long ago, for Eutadesh, is a white-robed angel, with manna-colored wings, bearing a green palm branch in the one hand, and in the other a flaming sword, an angel something akin to the mythological abstraction, which lives at the bottom of a well. and to the poor and honest girl, who lives a life of exile in the outskirts of the great city, earning every penny with a noble fortitude, and in the full light of virtue, returning to heaven inviolate of body and soul unless, indeed, she comes to lie at the last soiled, despoiled, polluted, and forgotten on a pauper's bier. As for the men whose brains are encompassed with bronze, whose hearts are still warm under the snows of experience, they are found but seldom in the country that lies at our feet, he added, pointing to the great city seething in the late afternoon light. A vision of D'Arthez and his friends flashed upon Lucian's sight, and made appeal to him for a moment, but Lousteau's appalling lamentation carried him away. They are very few and far between in that great fermenting vat, rare as love in love-making, rare as fortunes honestly made in business, rare as the journalist whose hands are clean, the experience of the first man, who told me all that I am telling you is thrown away upon me, and mine no doubt will be wasted upon you. It is always the same old story year after year, the same eager rush to Paris. From the provinces, the same, not to say a growing number of beardless ambitious boys who advance head erect, and the heart that Princess Turandot of the Mill, et unjersich, one of them feigned to be her Prince Caliph. But never a one of them reads the riddle. One by one they drop some into the trench, where failures lie, some into the mire of journalism, some again into the quagmires of the book trade. They pick up a living, these beggars, what with biographical notices, penny lining, and scraps of news for the papers. They become booksellers' hacks for the clear-headed dealers in printed paper, who would sooner take the rubbish that goes off in a fortnight than a masterpiece which requires time to sell. The life is crushed out of the grubs. Before they reach the butterfly stage, they live by shame and dishonor. They are ready to write down a rising genius, or to praise him to the skies at a word, from the Pasha of the Constitutional, the Quotidian, or the Debats at a sign from a publisher at the request of a jealous comrade, or, as not seldom happens, simply for a dinner. Some surmount the obstacles, and these forget the misery of their early days. I, who am telling you this, have been putting the best that is in me into newspaper articles for 6 months past for a blackguard who gives them out as his own, and has secured a feuilleton in another paper on the strength of them. He has not taken me on as his collaborator, he has not give me so much as a 5-franc piece. But I hold out a hand to grasp his when we meet. I cannot help myself. And why? Lucian asked indignantly. I may want to put a dozen lines into his feuilleton some day, Lousteau answered coolly. In short, my dear fellow, in literature, you will not make money by hard work. That is not the secret of success. The point is to exploit the work of somebody else. A newspaper proprietor is a contractor. We are the bricklayers. The more mediocre the man, the better his chance of getting on among mediocrities. He can play the toad-eater, put up with any treatment, and flatter all the little base passions of the sultans of literature. There is Hector Merlin, who came from Limoges a short time ago. He is writing political articles already for a right-centered daily, and he is at work on our little paper as well. I have seen an editor drop his hat, and Merlin pick it up. The fellow was careful never to give offense, and slipped into the thick of the fight between rival ambitions. I am sorry for you. It is as if I saw in you the self that I used to be, and sure am I that, in 1 or 2 years' time, you will be what I am. Now you will think that there is some lurking jealousy or personal motive in this bitter counsel, but it is prompted by the despair of a damned soul that can never leave hell. No one ventures to utter such things as these. You hear the groans of anguish from a man, wounded to the heart, crying like a second job from the ashes, behold my sores. But whether I fight upon this field or elsewhere, fight I must, said Lucian. Then be sure of this, returned Lousteau. If you have anything in you, the war will know no truce. The best chance of success lies in an empty head. The austerity of your conscience, clear as yet, will relax when you see that a man holds your future in his 2 hands, when a word from such a man means life to you. And he will not say that word, for believe me, the most brutal bookseller in the trade is not so insolent, so hard-hearted to a newcomer. As the celebrity of the day, the bookseller sees a possible loss of money, while the writer of books dreads a possible rival. The first shows you the door, the second crushes the life out of you. To do really good work, my boy, means that you will draw out the energy, sap, and tenderness of your nature at every dip of the pen in the ink, to set it forth for the world in passion and sentiment and phrases. Yes, instead of acting, you will write, you will sing songs. Instead of fighting, you will love and hate and live in your books. And then, after all, when you shall have reserved your riches for your style, your gold and purple for your characters, and you yourself are walking the streets of Paris in rags, rejoicing in that rivaling the state register, you have authorized the existence of beings styled Adolphe Corinne, or Clarissa Renette, or Manon. When you shall have spoiled your life and your digestion to give life to that creation, Then you shall see it slandered, betrayed, sold, swept away into the backwaters of oblivion by journalists, and buried out of sight by your best friends. How can you afford to wait until the day when your creation shall rise again, raised from the dead? How, when, and by whom? Take a magnificent book, the Pianto of Unbelief. Obermann is a solitary wanderer in the desert places of booksellers' warehouses. He has been a nightingale, ironically so called from the very beginning. When will his Easter come? Who knows? Try to begin with, to find somebody bold enough to print the Marguerites, not to pay for them, but simply to print them, and you will see some queer things. The fierce tirade delivered in every tone of the passionate feeling which it expressed fell upon Lucian's spirit like an avalanche, and left a sense of glacial cold. For one moment, he stood silent. Then, as he felt the terrible, stimulating charm of difficulty beginning to work upon him, his courage blazed up. He grasped Lousteau's hand. "I will triumph," he cried aloud. "Good," said the other. "One more Christian given over to the wild beasts in the arena. There is a first-night performance at the Panorama Dramatique, my dear fellow. It doesn't begin till 8, so you can change your coat, come properly dressed, in fact, and call for me. I am living on the 4th floor above the Café Serval, Rue de la Harpe. We will go to Doriat's first of all. You still mean to go on, do you not? Very well. I will introduce you to one of the kings of the trade tonight, and to one or two journalists. We will sup with my mistress and several friends after the play, for you cannot count that dinner as a meal. Finot will be their editor and proprietor of my paper. As Minette says in the vaudeville, do you remember, time is a great lean creature. Well, for the like of us, chance is a great lean creature, and must be tempted. I shall remember this day as long as I live," said Lucien. "Bring your manuscript with you, and be careful of your dress. Not on Florin's account, but for the bookseller's benefit." The comrade's good nature, following upon the poet's passionate outcry, as he described the war of letters, moved Lucien quite as deeply as D'Arthez' grave and earnest words on a former occasion. The prospect of entering at once upon the strife with men warmed him. In his youth and inexperience, he had no suspicion how real were the moral evils denounced by the journalist, nor did he know that he was standing at the parting of two distinct ways, between two systems, represented by the Brotherhood, upon one hand, and journalism upon the other. The first way was long honorable, and sure; the second beset with hidden dangers, a perilous path among muddy channels, where conscience is inevitably bespattered. The bent of Lucian's character determined for the shorter way, and the apparently pleasanter way, and to snatch at the quickest and promptest means. At this moment, he saw no difference between D'Arthez' noble friendship and Lousteau's easy camaraderie. His inconstant mind discerned a new weapon in journalism. He felt that he could wield it, so he wished to take it. He was dazzled by the offers of this new friend, who had struck a hand in his, in an easy way, which charmed Lucien. How should he know that, while every man in the army of the press needs friends, every leader needs men? Lousteau, seeing that Lucien was resolute, enlisted him as a recruit, and hoped to attach him to himself. The relative positions of the two were similar, and hoped to become a corporal, the other to enter the ranks. Lucien went back gaily to his lodgings. He was as careful over his toilet as on that former unlucky occasion, when he occupied the Marquise d'Espard's box. But he had learned by this time how to wear his clothes with a better grace. They looked as though they belonged to him. He wore his best tightly-fitting light-colored trousers, and a dress coat. His boots, a very elegant pair, adorned with tassels, had cost him 40 francs. His thick, fine golden hair was scented and crimped into bright rippling curls. Self-confidence and belief in his future lighted up his forehead. He paid careful attention to his almost feminine hands. The filbert nails were a spotless pink, and the white contours of his chin were dazzling by contrast with a black satin stock. Never did a more beautiful youth come down from the hills of the Latin Quarter. Glorious as a Greek god, Lucien took a cab and reached the Café Serval at 6:45. There, the portress gave him some tolerably complicated directions for the ascent of 4 pairs of stairs provided. With these instructions, he discovered, not without difficulty, an open door at the end of a long, dark passage, and in another moment made the acquaintance of the traditional room of the Latin Quarter. A young man's poverty follows him wherever he goes, into the Rue de la Harpe, as into the Rue de Cluny, into D'Arthez' room, into Christian's lodging, yet everywhere no less the poverty has its own peculiar characteristics, due to the idiosyncrasies of the sufferer. Poverty, in this case, wore a sinister look. A shabby cheap carpet lay in wrinkles at the foot of a curtainless walnut-wood bedstead. Dingy curtains, begrimed with cigar smoke and fumes from a smoky chimney, hung in the windows. A Carcel lamp, Florin's gift, on the chimney-piece, had so far escaped the pawnbroker. Add a forlorn-looking chest of drawers, and a table littered with papers, and disheveled quill pens, and the list of furniture was almost complete. All the books had evidently arrived in the course of the last 24 hours, and there was not a single object of any value in the room. In one corner, you beheld a collection of crushed and flattened cigars, coiled pocket handkerchiefs, shirts, which had been turned to do double duty, and cravats that had reached a third edition, while a sordid array of old boots stood gaping in another angle of the room among aged socks worn into lace. The room, in short, was a journalist's bivouac, filled with odds and ends of no value, and the most curiously bare apartment imaginable. A scarlet tinderbox glowed among a pile of books on the nightstand. A brace of pistols, a box of cigars, and a stray razor lay upon the mantelshelf. A pair of foils crossed under a wire mask hung against a panel. 3 chairs, and a couple of armchairs scarcely fit for the shabbiest lodging house in the street, completed the inventory. The dirty, cheerless room told a tale of a restless life and a want of self-respect. Someone came hither to sleep and work at high pressure, staying no longer than he could help longing, while he remained to be out. And away, what a difference between this cynical disorder and D'Arthez' neat and self-respecting poverty. A warning came with the thought of D'Arthez, but Lucien would not heed it, for Etienne made a joking remark to cover the nakedness of a reckless life. "This is my kennel. I appear in state in the Rue de Bondy. In the new apartments which our druggist has taken for Florine, we hold the housewarming this evening." Etienne Lousteau wore black trousers and beautiful varnished boots. His coat was buttoned up to his chin. He probably meant to change his linen at Florin's house, for his shirt collar was hidden by a velvet stock. He was trying to renovate his hat by an application of the brush. "Let us go," said Lucien. "Not yet. I am waiting for a bookseller to bring me some money. I have not a farthing. There will be play perhaps, and in any case I must have gloves." As he spoke, the 2 new friends heard a man's step in the passage outside. "There he is," said Lousteau. "Now you will see, my dear fellow, the shape that Providence takes when he manifests himself to poets. You are going to behold Doriat, the fashionable bookseller of the Quai des Augustins, the pawnbroker, the marine store dealer of the trade, the Norman ex-greengrocer." "Come along, old Tartar," shouted Lousteau. "Here am I," said a voice like a cracked bell. "Brought the money with you?" "Money? There is no money now in the trade," retorted the other, a young man, who eyed Lucien curiously. "Imprimis, you owe me 50 francs," Lousteau continued. "There are 2 copies of Travels in Egypt here, a marvel, so they say, swarming with woodcuts, sure to sell. Finot has been paid for 2 reviews, that I am to write for him. Item 2 works just out by Victor Ducange, a novelist highly thought of in the Marais. Item, a couple of copies of a second work by Paul de Kock, a beginner in the same style. Item, 2 copies of Ussult of Dole, a charming provincial work. Total, 100 francs, my little Barbet." Barbet made a close survey of edges and binding. "Oh, they are in perfect condition," cried Lousteau. "The Travels are uncut, so is the Paul de Kock, so is the Ducange, so is that other thing on the chimney-piece, Considerations on Symbolism. I will throw that in. Myths weary me to that degree that I will let you have the thing to spare myself the sight of the swarms of mites coming out of it." "But," asked Lucien, "how are you going to write your reviews?" Barbet, in profound astonishment, stared at Lucien, then he looked at Etienne and chuckled. "One can see that the gentleman has not the misfortune to be a literary man," said he. "No, Barbet, no, he is a poet, a great poet. He is going to cut out Canalis and Beranger and de Levine. He will go a long way if he does not throw himself into the river. And even so he will get as far as the dragnets at St. Cloud." "If I had any advice to give the gentleman," remarked Barbet, "it would be to give up poetry and take to prose. Poetry is not wanted on the quays just now." Barbet's shabby overcoat was fastened by a single button. His collar was greasy. He kept his hat on his head. As he spoke, he wore low shoes and open waistcoat, gave glimpses of a homely shirt of coarse linen good nature, was not wanting in the round countenance with its 2 slits of covetous eyes. But there was likewise the vague uneasiness habitual to those who have money to spend and hear constant applications for it. Yet to all appearance he was plain dealing and easy-natured. His business shrewdness was so well wadded round with fat he had been an assistant, until he took a wretched little shop on the Quai des Augustins 2 years since, and issued thence on his rounds among journalists, authors, and printers, buying up free copies, cheaply, making in such ways some 10 or 20 francs daily. Now, he had money saved, he knew instinctively, where every man was pressed. He had a keen eye for business. If an author was in difficulties, he would discount a bill given by a publisher at 15 or 20%, then, the next day he would go to the publisher, haggle over the price of some work in demand, and pay him with his own bills instead of cash. Barbet was something of a scholar. He had had just enough education to make him careful to steer clear of modern poetry and modern romances. He had a liking for small speculations for books of a popular kind, which might be bought outright for 1,000 francs, and exploited at pleasure, such as The Child's History of France, Bookkeeping in 20 Lessons, and Botany, for young ladies 2 or 3 times already. He had allowed a good book to slip through his fingers. The authors had come and gone a score of times, while he hesitated, and could not make up his mind to buy the manuscript. When reproached for his pusillanimity, he was wont to produce the account of a notorious trial taken from the newspapers. It cost him nothing, and had brought him in 2 or 3 thousand francs. Barbet was the type of bookseller that goes in fear and trembling lives on bread, and walnuts rarely puts his name to a bill, filches little profits on invoices, makes deductions, and hawks his books about himself. Heaven only knows where they go, but he sells them somehow and gets paid for them. Barbet was the terror of printers who could not tell what to make of him. He paid cash and took off the discount he nibbled at their invoices, whenever he thought they were pressed for money. And when he had fleeced a man, once he never went back to him, feared to be caught in his turn. Well, said Lousteau, shall we go on with our business? My boy, returned Barbet in a familiar tone, I have 6,000 volumes of stock on hand at my place, and paper is not gold, as the old bookseller said. Trade is dull. If you went into his shop, my dear Lucien, said Etienne, turning to his friend, you would see an oak counter from some bankrupt wine merchant's sale, and a tallow dip never snuffed for fear it should burn too quickly, making darkness visible. By that anomalous light you descry rows of empty shelves with some difficulty. An urchin in a blue blouse mounts guard over the emptiness, and blows his fingers and shuffles his feet, and slaps his chest like a cabman on the box. Just look about you. There are no more books there than I have here. Nobody could guess what kind of shop he keeps. Here is a bill at 3 months for 100 francs, said Barbet, and he could not help smiling as he drew it out of his pocket. I will take your old books off your hands. I can't pay cash any longer. You see, sales are too slow. I thought that you would be wanting me. I had not a penny, and I made a bill simply to oblige you, for I am not fond of giving my signature. So you want my thanks and esteem into the bargain, do you? Bills are not met with sentiment, responded Barbet, but I will accept your esteem all the same. But I want gloves, and the perfumers will be base enough to decline your paper, said Lousteau. Stop, there is a superb engraving in the top drawer of the chest. They're worth 80 francs proof before letters, and after letterpress, for I have written a pretty droll article upon it. There was something to lay hold of in Hippocrates, refusing the presence of Artaxerxes, a fine engraving, just the thing to suit all the doctors who are refusing the extravagant gifts of Parisian satraps. You will find 2 or 3 dozen novels underneath. It come now, take the lot, and give me 40 francs. 40 francs, exclaimed the bookseller, emitting a cry like the squall of a frightened fowl. 20 at the very most, and then I may never see the money again, he added. Where are your 20 francs? Asked Lousteau. My word, I don't know that I have them, said Barbet, fumbling in his pockets. Here they are. You are plundering me. You have an ascendancy over me. Come, let us be off, said Lousteau, and taking up Lucien's manuscript, he drew a line upon it in ink under the string. Have you anything else? Asked Barbet. Nothing, you young Shylock. I am going to put you in the way of a bit of very good business, Etienne, continued, in which you shall lose 1,000 crowns to teach you to rob me in this fashion, he added for Lucien's ear. But how about your reviews? Said Lucien, as they rolled away to the Palais Royal. Pooh, you do not know how reviews are knocked off. As for the travels in Egypt, I looked into the book here and there without cutting the pages, and I found 11 slips in grammar. I shall say that the writer may have mastered the Dickerbird language on the flints that they call obelisks out there in Egypt, but he cannot write in his own, as I will prove to him in a column and a half. I shall say that instead of giving us the natural history and archaeology, he ought to have interested himself in the future of Egypt, in the progress of civilization, and the best method of strengthening the bond between Egypt and France. France has won and lost Egypt, but she may yet attach the country to her interests by gaining a moral ascendancy over it. Then some patriotic penny-lining, interlarded with diatribes on Marseille, the Levant, and our trade. But suppose that he had taken that view, what would you do? Oh well, I should say that instead of boring us with politics, he should have written about art and described the picturesque aspects of the country and the local color. Then the critic bewails himself. Politics are intruded. Everywhere we are weary of politics on all sides. I should regret those charming books of travel that dwelt upon the difficulties of navigation, the fascination of steering between two rocks, the delights of crossing the line, and all the things that those who never will travel ought to know mingle. This approval, with scoffing at the travelers who hail the appearance of a bird or a flying fish as a great event, who dilate upon fishing, and make transcripts from the log where you ask, is that perfectly unintelligible scientific information, fascinating like all that is profound, mysterious, and incomprehensible, the reader laughs. That is all that he wants. As for novels, Florine is the greatest novel reader alive. She gives me a synopsis, and I take her opinion and put a review together. When a novelist bores her with author's stuff, as she calls it, I treat the work respectfully and ask the publisher for another copy, which he sends forthwith, delighted to have a favorable review. Goodness, and what of criticism, the critic's sacred office cried. Lucien, remembering the ideas instilled into him by the Brotherhood. My dear fellow, said Lausto, criticism is a kind of brush which must not be used upon flimsy stuff, or it carries it all away with it. That is enough of the craft. Now listen, do you see that mark? He continued, pointing to the manuscript of the Marguerites. I have put ink on the string and paper. If Doriat reads your manuscript, he certainly could not tie the string and leave it just as it was before, so your book is sealed. So to speak, this is not useless to you, for the experiment that you propose to make, and another thing, please, to observe that you are not arriving quite alone, and without a sponsor in the place like the youngsters, who make the round of half a score of publishers, before they find one that will offer them a chair. Lucien's experience confirmed the truth of this particular. Lausto paid the cabman, giving him 3 francs apiece of prodigality, following upon such impecuniosity, astonishing Lucien. More than a little, then, the two friends entered the wooden galleries, where fashionable literature, as it is called, used to reign in state. Part 2. The wooden galleries of the Palais Royal used to be one of the most famous sights of Paris. Some description of the squalid bazaar will not be out of place, for there are few men of 40 who will not take an interest in recollections of a state of things which will seem incredible to a younger generation. The great dreary spacious gallery d'Orleans, that flowerless hothouse, as yet was not the space upon which it now stands, was covered with booths, or to be more precise, with small wooden dens pervious to the weather, and dimly illuminated on the side of the court, and the garden by borrowed lights, styled windows by courtesy, but more like the filthiest arrangements for obscuring daylight to be found in little wine shops in the suburbs. The gallery's parallel passages, about 12 feet in height, were formed by a triple row of shops. The center row, giving back and front upon the galleries, was filled with the fetid atmosphere of the place, and derived a dubious daylight through the invariably dirty windows of the roof. But so thronged were these hives that rents were excessively high, and as much as 1,000 crowns was paid for a space scarce 6 feet by 8. The outer rows gave respectively upon the garden and the court, and were covered on that side by a slight trellis-work painted green to protect the crazy plastered walls from continual friction with the passers-by, in a few square feet of earth at the back of the shops. Strange freaks of vegetable life, unknown to science, grew amid the products of various, no less flourishing industries. You beheld a rosebush capped with printed paper, in such a sort that the flowers of rhetoric were perfumed by the cankered blossoms of that ill-kept, ill-smelling garden. Handbills and ribbon streamers of every hue flaunted gaily among the leaves. Natural flowers competed unsuccessfully for an existence with odds and ends of millinery. You discovered a knot of ribbon adorning a green tuft. The dahlia, admired afar, proved on a nearer view to be a satin rosette. The palais, seen from the court or from the garden, was a fantastic sight, a grotesque combination of walls of plaster patchwork, which had once been whitewashed, of blistered paint, heterogeneous placards, and all the most unaccountable freaks of Parisian squalor. The green trellises were prodigiously the dingier for constant contact with a Parisian public. So upon either side, the fetid, disreputable approaches might have been there for the express purpose of warning away fastidious people, but fastidious folk no more recoiled before these horrors than the prince in the fairy stories turns tail at sight of the dragon, or of the other obstacles put between him and the princess by the wicked fairy. There was a passage through the center of the galleries, then as now, and as at the present day, you entered them through the 2 peristyles begun before the Revolution and left unfinished for lack of funds. But in place of the handsome modern arcade, leading to the Theatre Franchise, you passed along a narrow, disproportionately lofty passage, so ill-roofed that the rain came through on wet days. All the roofs of the hovels, indeed, were in very bad repair, and covered here and again with a double thickness of tarpaulin, A famous silk mercer once brought an action against the Orleans family for damages done, in the course of a night, to his stock of shawls and stuffs, and gained the day. And a considerable sum it was in this last named passage, called the Glass Gallery, to distinguish it from the wooden galleries, that Chevet laid the foundations of his fortunes. Here in the Palais you trod the natural soil of Paris, augmented by importations brought in upon the boots of foot passengers here at all seasons. You stumbled among hills and hollows of dried mud, swept daily by the shopman's besom. And only after some practice could you walk at your ease the treacherous mud heaps, the window panes encrusted with deposits of dust, and rain the mean-looking hovels covered with ragged placards, the grimy unfinished walls, the general air of a compromise between a gypsy camp, the booths of a country fair, and the temporary structures that we in Paris build round about public monuments, that remain unbuilt. The grotesque aspect of the mart as a whole was in keeping with the seething traffic of various kinds, carried on within it for here in this shameless, unblushing haunt amid wild mirth. And a babel of talk, an immense amount of business, was transacted between the Revolution of 1789 and the Revolution of 1830. For 20 years the Bourse stood just opposite, on the ground floor of the Palais. Public opinion was manufactured, and reputations made and ruined here, just as political and financial jobs were arranged. People made appointments to meet in the galleries before or after change. On showery days, the Palais Royal was often crowded with weather-bound capitalists and men of business. The structure which had grown up no one knew how about this point was strangely resonant. Laughter was multiplied. If two men quarreled, the whole place rang from one end to the other with the dispute. In the daytime milliners and booksellers enjoyed a monopoly of the place. Towards nightfall it was filled with women of the town. Here dwelt poetry, politics, and prose, new books and classics, the glories of ancient and modern literature side by side with political intrigue and the tricks of the booksellers' trade. Here all the very latest and newest literature were sold to a public which resolutely declined to buy elsewhere. Sometimes several thousand copies of such and such a pamphlet by Paul Louis Courier would be sold in a single evening, and people crowded thither to buy Les Aventures de la Fille d'Unroithat, first shot fired by the Orleanists at the charter promulgated by Louis Roman XVIII. When Lucien made his first appearance in the wooden galleries, some few of the shops boasted proper fronts and handsome windows, but these in every case looked upon the court or the garden. As for the center row, until the day when the whole strange colony perished under the hammer of Fontaine, the architect, every shop was open back and front like a booth in a country fair, so that from within you could look out upon either side through gaps among the goods displayed, or through the glass doors. As it was obviously impossible to kindle a fire, the tradesmen were fain to use charcoal chafing dishes, and formed a sort of brigade for the prevention of fires among themselves, and, indeed, a little carelessness might have set the whole quarter blazing in 15 minutes. For the plank-built republic, dried by the heat of the sun, and haunted by too inflammable human material, was bedizened with muslin and paper and gauze, and ventilated at times by a thorough draught. The milliners' windows were full of impossible hats and bonnets displayed apparently for advertisement, rather than for sale, each on a separate iron spit, with a knob at the top. The galleries were decked out in all the colors of the rainbow. On what heads would those dusty bonnets end their careers for a score of years? The problem had puzzled frequenters of the Palais. Saleswomen, usually plain-featured, but vivacious, waylaid the feminine foot passenger with cunning importunities after the fashion of market women, and using much the same language a shopgirl, who made free use of her eyes and tongue, sat outside on a stool, and harangued the public with "Buy a pretty bonnet, Madame Du. Let me sell you something," varying a rich and picturesque vocabulary, with inflections of the voice, with glances and remarks upon the passers-by. Booksellers and milliners lived on terms of mutual understanding. But it was in the passage known by the pompous title of the Glass Gallery that the oddest trades were carried on. Here were ventriloquists and charlatans of every sort and sights of every description, from the kind where there is nothing to see to panoramas of the globe. One man, who has since made 700,000 or 800,000 francs by traveling from fair to fair, began here by hanging out a signboard, a revolving sun in a blackboard, and the inscription in red letters, "Here man may see what God can never see. Admittance 2 sous." The showman at the door never admitted one person alone, nor more than two at a time. Once inside, you confronted a great looking-glass, and a voice which might have terrified Hoffmann of Berlin suddenly spoke as if some spring had been touched. "You see here, gentlemen, something that God can never see through all eternity. That is to say, your like God has not his like." And out you went, too shamefaced to confess to your stupidity. Voices issued from every narrow doorway crying up the merits of Cosmorama's views of Constantinople marionettes, automatic chess players, and performing dogs who would pick you out the prettiest woman in the company. The ventriloquist Fritz James flourished here in the Café Borel before he went to fight and fall at Montmartre. With the young lads from the École Polytechnique here too, there were fruit and flower shops, and a famous tailor whose gold-laced uniforms shone like the sun when the shops were lighted at night. Of a morning, the galleries were empty dark, and deserted. The shopkeepers chatted among themselves towards 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Palais began to fill at 3 men came in from the Bourse and Paris generally speaking. Crowded the place impecunious youth hungering after literature, took the opportunity of turning over the pages of the books exposed for sale on the stalls outside the booksellers. Shops. The men in charge, charitably, allowed a poor student to pursue his course of free studies, and in this way, a duodecimo volume of some 200 pages such as Smara, or Pierre Schlemihl, or Jean Esbager, or Jocko, might be devoured in a couple of afternoons. There was something very French in this alms given to the young hungry starved intellect. Circulating libraries were not as yet. If you wished to read a book you were obliged to buy it, for which reason novels of the early part of the century were sold in numbers which now seem well-nigh fabulous to us. But the poetry of this terrible mart appeared in all its splendor at the close of the day. Women of the town, flocking in and out from the neighboring streets, were allowed to make a promenade of the wooden galleries. Thither came prostitutes from every quarter of Paris to do the Palais. The stone galleries belonged to privileged houses, which paid for the right of exposing women dressed like princesses under such and such an arch, or in the corresponding space of garden. But the wooden galleries were the common ground of women of the streets. This was the Palais, a word which used to signify the temple of prostitution. A woman might come and go taking away her prey, whithersoever seemed good to her. So great was the crowd attracted thither at night by the women that it was impossible to move except at a slow pace, as in a procession, or at a masked ball. Nobody objected to the slowness. It facilitated examination. The women dressed in a way that is never seen. Nowadays the bodices cut extremely low both back and front. The fantastical headdresses designed to attract notice. Here a cap from the Pays de Cox, and there a Spanish mantilla, the hair crimped and curled like a poodle's or smoothed down in bandeaus over the forehead, the close-fitting white stockings and limbs revealed. It would not be easy to say how, but always at the right momental this poetry of vice has fled the license of question and reply. The public cynicism in keeping with the haunt is now unknown even at masquerades or the famous public balls. It was an appalling gay scene. The dazzling white flesh of the women's necks and shoulders stood out in magnificent contrast against the men's almost invariably somber costumes. The murmur of voices, the hum of the crowd could be heard, even in the middle of the garden, as a sort of droning bass interspersed with fioriture of shrill laughter or clamor of some rare dispute. You saw gentlemen and celebrities cheek by jowl with gallows birds. There was something indescribably piquant about the anomalous assemblage. The most insensible of men felt its charm so much so that, until the very last moment, Paris came hither to walk up and down on the wooden planks laid over the cellars, where men were at work on the new buildings. And when the squalid wooden erections were finally taken down, great and unanimous regret was felt. L'Advocat the bookseller had opened a shop, but a few days since in the angle formed by the central passage, which crossed the galleries, and immediately opposite another bookseller, now forgotten Doriat, a bold and youthful pioneer, who opened up the paths in which his rival was to shine. Doriat's shop stood in the row which gave upon the garden. L'Advocat's on the opposite side looked out upon the court. Doriat's establishment was divided into 2 parts. His shop was simply a great trade warehouse, and the second room was his private office. Lucien, on this first visit to the wooden galleries, was bewildered by a sight which no novice can resist. He soon lost the guide who befriended him. "If you were as good-looking as yonder young fellow, I would give you your money's worth," a woman said, pointing out Lucien to an old man. Lucien slunk through the crowd like a blind man's dog, following the stream in a state of stupefaction and excitement, difficult to describe, importuned by glances and white-rounded contours, dazzled by the audacious display of bared throat and bosom. He gripped his roll of manuscript tightly lest somebody should steal it, innocent that he was. "Well, what is it, sir?" he exclaimed, thinking, when someone caught him by the arm, that his poetry had proved too great a temptation to some author's honesty, and turning he recognized Lausto. "I felt sure that you would find your way here at last," said his friend. The poet was standing in the doorway of a shop, crowded with persons waiting for an audience with the sultan of the publishing trade. Printers, paper dealers and designers, were catechizing Doriat's assistants as to present or future business. Lausto drew Lucien into the shop there, that is Finot who edits my paper. He said he is talking with Felicien Vernou, who has abilities, but the little wretch is as dangerous as a hidden disease. Well, old boy, there is a first night for you, said Finot. Coming up with Vernou, I have disposed of the box. Sold it to Braulard. Well, and if I did, what then? You will get a seat. What do you want with Doriat? Oh, it is agreed that we are to push Paul de Kock. Doriat has taken 200 copies, and Victor Ducange is refusing to give him his next. Doriat wants to set up another man in the same line. He says you must rate Paul de Kock above Ducange. But I have a piece on with Ducange at the gate, said Lausto. Very well, tell him that I wrote the article. It can be supposed that I wrote a slashing review, and you toned it down, and he will owe you thanks. Couldn't you get Doriat's cashier to discount this bit of a bill for 100 francs? Asked Etienne Lausto. We are celebrating Floren's housewarming, with a supper tonight, you know. Ah yes, you're treating us all, said Finot, with an apparent effort of memory. Here, Gabusson, he added, handing Barbet's bill to the cashier. Let me have 90 francs for this individual. Fill in your name, old man. Lausto signed his name, while the cashier counted out the money, and Lucien, all eyes and ears, lost not a syllable of the conversation. That is not all, my friend, Etienne continued. I don't thank you. We have sworn an eternal friendship. I have taken it upon myself to introduce this gentleman to Doriat, and you must incline his ear to listen to us. What is on foot? Asked Finot. A volume of poetry, said Lucien. Oh, said Finot with a shrug of the shoulders. Your acquaintance cannot have had much to do with publishers, or he would have hidden his manuscript in the loneliest spot in his dwelling, remarked Vernou, looking at Lucien as he spoke. Just at that moment, a good-looking young man came into the shop, gave a hand to Finot and Lausto, and nodded slightly to Vernou. The newcomer was Émile Blondet, who had made his first appearance in the journal Des Débats, with articles revealing capacities of the very highest order. Come and have supper with us at midnight at Floren's, said Lausto. Very good, said the newcomer, but who is going to be there? Oh, Florine and Matifat, the druggist, said Lausto, and Du Bruel, the author who gave Florine the part in which she is to make her first appearance, a little old fogey, named Cardot, and his son-in-law Camusot and Finot, and does your druggist do things properly? He will not give us doctored wine, said Lucien. You are very witty, Monsieur Blondet returned gravely. Is he coming, Lausto? Yes. Then we shall have some fun. Lucien had flushed red to the tips of his ears. Blondet tapped on the window above Doriat's desk. Is your business likely to keep you long, Doriat? I am at your service, my friend. That's right, said Lausto, addressing his protégé. That young fellow is hardly any older than you are, and he is on the Débats. He is one of the princes of criticism. They are afraid of him. Doriat will fawn upon him, and then we can put in a word about our business with the Pasha of Vignettes, and type. Otherwise we might have waited till 11 o'clock, and our turn would not have come. The crowd of people waiting to speak with Doriat is growing bigger every moment. Lucien and Lausto followed Blondet, Finot, and Vernou, and stood in a knot at the back of the shop. What is he doing? Asked Blondet of the head clerk, who rose to bid him good evening. He is buying a weekly newspaper. He wants to put new life into it, and set up a rival to the Minerve, and the Conservateur Aimery has rather too much of his own way in the Minerve, and the Conservateur is too blindly romantic. Is he going to pay well? Only too much, as usual, said the cashier. Just as he spoke, another young man entered. This was the writer of a magnificent novel, which had sold very rapidly, and met with the greatest possible success. Doriat was bringing out a second edition. The appearance of this odd and extraordinary-looking being so unmistakably an artist made a deep impression on Lucien's mind. That is Nathan, Lausto said in his ear. Nathan, then in the prime of his youth, came up to the group of journalists, hat in hand, and in spite of his look of fierce pride, he was almost humble to Blondet, whom, as yet, he only knew by sight. Blondet did not remove his hat, neither did Finot. Monsieur, I am delighted to avail myself of an opportunity yielded by chance. He is so nervous that he is committing a pleonasm, said Felicien, in an aside to Lausto. To give expression to my gratitude for the splendid review which you were so good as to give me in the journal Des Débats, half the success of my book is owing to you. No, my dear fellow, no, said Blondet with an air of patronage, scarcely masked by good nature. You have talent, the deuce you have, and I am delighted to make your acquaintance. Now that your review has appeared, I shall not seem to be courting power, we can feel at ease. Will you do me the honor and the pleasure of dining with me tomorrow? Finot is coming, Lousteau, old man. You will not refuse me. Will you? Added Nathan, shaking Etienne by the hand. Ah, you are on the way to great future, monsieur, he added, turning again to Blondet. You will carry on the line of Dussault's Phoebes, and Geoffroy Hoffmann was talking about you to a friend of mine, Claude Vignon, his pupil. He said that he could die in peace. The Journal des Débats would live forever. They ought to pay you tremendously well. 100 francs a column, said Blondet. Poor pay, when one is obliged to read the books, and read 100, before you find one worth interesting yourself in like yours. Your work gave me pleasure, upon my word. And brought him in 1,500 francs, said Lousteau, for Lucien's benefit. But you write political articles, don't you? Asked Nathan. Yes, now and again. Lucien felt like an embryo among these men. He had admired Nathan's book, he had reverenced the author, as an immortal. Nathan's abject attitude before this critic, whose name and importance were both unknown to him, stupefied Lucien. How if I should come to behave as he does, he thought, is a man obliged to part with his self-respect? Pray, put on your hat again. Nathan, you have written a great book, and the critic has only written a review of it. These thoughts set the blood tingling in his veins scarce. A minute passed, but some young author, poverty-stricken and shy, came and asked to speak with Doriat, looked round the crowded shop despairingly, and went out saying, I will come back again. 2 or 3 politicians were chatting over the convocation of the chambers and public business, with a group of well-known public men. The weekly newspaper for which Doriat was in treaty was licensed to treat of matters political, and the number of newspapers suffered to exist was growing smaller and smaller, till a paper was a piece of property as much in demand as a theater. One of the largest shareholders in the Constitutional was standing in the midst of the knot of political celebrities. Lousteau performed the part of Cicerone to admiration with every sentence he uttered. Doriat rose higher. In Lucien's opinion, politics and literature seemed to converge in Doriat's shop. He had seen a great poet prostituting his muse to journalism, humiliating art as woman was humiliated and prostituted in those shameless galleries without, and the provincial took a terrible lesson to heart. Money, that was the key to every enigma. Lucien realized the fact that he was unknown and alone, and that the fragile clue of an uncertain friendship was his sole guide to success and fortune. He blamed the kind and loyal little circle for painting the world for him in false colors, for preventing him from plunging into the arena, pen in hand. I should be a Blondet at this moment, he exclaimed within himself. Only a little while ago they had sat looking out over Paris from the gardens of the Luxembourg, and Lousteau had uttered the cry of a wounded eagle. Then Lousteau had been a great man in Lucien's eyes, and now he had shrunk to scarce visible proportions. The really important man for him at this moment was the fashionable bookseller by whom all these men lived, and the poet, manuscript in hand, felt a nervous tremor that was almost like fear. He noticed a group of busts mounted on wooden pedestals painted to resemble marble. Byron stood there, and Goethe and Roman. 1,000 de Canales. Doriat was hoping to publish a volume by the last-named poet, who might see on his entrance into the shop the estimation in which he was held by the trade. Unconsciously Lucien's own self-esteem began to shrink, and his courage ebbed. He began to see how large a part this Doriat would play in his destinies, and waited impatiently for him to appear. Well, children, said a voice, and a short, stout man appeared with a puffy face that suggested a Roman proconsul's visage, mellowed by an air of good nature, which deceived superficial observers. Well, children, here am I, the proprietor of the only weekly paper in the market, a paper with 2,000 subscribers. Old joker, the registered number is 700, and that is over the mark, said Blondet. 12,000 on my sacred word of honor. I said 2,000 for the benefit of the printers and paper dealers yonder, he added, lowering his voice. Then raising it again, I thought you had more tact, my boy, he added. Are you going to take any partners? Inquired Finot. That depends, said Doriat. Will you take a third at 40,000 francs? It's a bargain if you will take Émile Blondet here on the staff, and Claude Vignon, scribe, Theodore Leclerc, Felicien Vernu J. Jowie, Lousteau, and why not Lucien de Rubempré, the provincial poet, put in boldly. And Nathan, concluded Finot. Why not the people out there in the street? Asked Doriat, scowling at the author of the Marguerites. Whom have I the honor of speaking? He added with an insolent glance. One moment, Doriat, said Lousteau. I have brought this gentleman to you listen to me, while Finot is thinking over your proposals. Lucien watched this Doriat, who addressed Finot with the familiar tu, which even Finot did not permit himself to use in reply, who called the redoubtable Blondet my boy, and extended a hand royally to Nathan with a friendly nod. The provincial poet felt his shirt wet with perspiration when the formidable sultan looked indifferent and ill-pleased. Another piece of business, my boy, exclaimed Doriat. Why, I have 1100 manuscripts on hand. As you know, yes, gentlemen, I have 1100 manuscripts submitted to me at this moment. Ask Gabasson. I shall soon be obliged to start a department to keep account of the stock of manuscripts, and a special office for reading them, and a committee to vote on their merits with numbered counters for those who attend, and a permanent secretary to draw up the minutes for me. It will be a kind of local branch of the academy, and the academicians will be better paid in the wooden galleries than at the institute. "'Tis an idea," said Blondet. "A bad idea," returned Doriat. "It is not my business to take stock of the lucubrations of those among you who take to literature, because they cannot be capitalists, and there is no opening for them as bootmakers, nor corporals, nor domestic servants, nor officials, nor bailiffs. Nobody comes here until he has made a name for himself. Make a name for yourself, and you will find gold in torrents. I have made 3 great men in the last 2 years, and lo, and behold 3 examples of ingratitude here. Is Nathan talking of 6,000 francs for the second edition of his book, which cost me 3,000 francs in reviews, and has not brought in 1,000, yet I paid 1,000 francs for Blondet's 2 articles besides a dinner, which cost me 500. But if all booksellers talked as you do, sir, how could a man publish his first book at all?" asked Lucien. Blondet had gone down tremendously in his opinion, since he had heard the amount given by Doriat for the articles in the debats. "That is not my affair," said Doriat, looking daggers at this handsome young fellow, who was smiling pleasantly at him. "I do not publish books for amusement, nor risk 2,000 francs for the sake of seeing my money back again. I speculate in literature, and publish 40 volumes of 10,000 copies, each just as Pankouk does, and the Baudens with my influence and the articles which I secure. I can push a business of 100,000 crowns, instead of a single volume, involving a couple of thousand francs. It is just as much trouble to bring out a new name, and to induce the public to take up an author and his book as to make a success with the theatres étrangers, victoires, et conquêtes, or memoirs, sur la Revolution, books that bring in a fortune. I am not here as a stepping stone to future fame, but to make money, and to find it for men with distinguished names. The manuscripts for which I give 100,000 francs pay me better than work by an unknown author, who asks 600. If I am not exactly a Mecenas, I deserve the gratitude of literature. I have doubled the prices of manuscripts. I am giving you this explanation, because you are a friend of Lousteau's, my boy," added Doriat, clapping Lucien on the shoulder with odious familiarity. "If I were to talk to all the authors who have a mind that I should be their publisher, I should have to shut up shop. I should pass my time, very agreeably no doubt. But the conversations would cost too much. I am not rich enough, yet to listen to all the monologues of self-conceit nobody does, except in classical tragedies on the stage." The terrible Doriat's gorgeous raiment seemed in the provincial poet's eyes to add force to the man's remorseless logic. "What is it about?" he continued, addressing Lucien's protector. "It is a volume of magnificent poetry." At that word, Doriat turned to Gabasson with a gesture worthy of Stalme. "Gabasson, my friend," he said, "from this day forward, when anybody begins to talk of works in manuscript, you hear that all of you," he broke in upon himself, and 3 assistants at once emerged from among the piles of books at the sound of their employer's wrathful voice. "If anybody comes here with manuscripts," he continued, looking at the fingernails of a well-kept hand, "ask him whether it is poetry or prose, and if he says poetry, show him the door at once. Verses mean reverses in the book trade." "Bravo, well put, Doriat," cried the chorus of journalists. "It is true," cried the bookseller, striding about his shop, with Lucien's manuscript in his hand. "You have no idea, gentlemen, of the amount of harm that Byron Lamartine Victor, Hugo Casimir de Lavigne Canales, and Beranger have done by their success. The fame of them has brought down an invasion of barbarians upon us. I know this. There are 1,000 volumes of manuscript poetry going the round of the publishers at this moment, things that nobody can make head nor tail of, stories in verse that begin in the middle like the Corsair and Lara. They set up to be original forsooth, and indulge in stanzas that nobody can understand, and descriptive poetry, after the pattern of the younger men who discovered Delille And imagine that they are doing something new. Poets have been swarming like cockchafers for 2 years past. I have lost 20,000 francs through poetry in the last 12 months. You ask Gabusson, there may be immortal poets. Somewhere in the world, I know of some that are blooming and rosy, and have no beards on their chins. As yet he continued, looking at Lucien. But in the trade, young man, there are only 4 poets: Béranger, Casimir de Lavine, Lamartine, and Victor Hugo. As for Canaliche, is a poet made by sheer force of writing him up. Lucien felt that he lacked the courage to hold up his head and show his spirit before all these influential persons, who were laughing with all their might. He knew very well that he should look hopelessly ridiculous. And yet he felt consumed by a fierce desire to catch the bookseller by the throat, to ruffle the insolent composure of his cravat, to break the gold chain that glittered on the man's chest, trample his watch under his feet, and tear him in pieces. Mortified vanity opened the door to thoughts of vengeance, and inwardly he swore eternal enmity to that bookseller, but he smiled amiably. Poetry is like the sun, said Blondet, giving life alike to primeval forests, and to ants and gnats and mosquitoes there is no virtue, but has a vice to match, and literature breeds the publisher. And the journalist, said Lousteau. Doriot burst out laughing. What is this after all? He asked, holding up the manuscript. A volume of sonnets that will put Petrarch to the blush, said Lousteau. What do you mean? Just what I say, answered Lousteau, seeing the knowing smile that went round the group. Lucien could not take offense, but he chafed inwardly. Very well, I will read them, said Doriot with a regal gesture that marked the full extent of the concession. If these sonnets of yours are up to the level of the 19th century, I will make a great poet of you, my boy. If he has brains to equal his good looks, you will run no great risks, remarked one of the greatest public speakers of the day, a deputy who was chatting with the editor of the Minerve, and a writer for the Constitutional. Fame means 12,000 francs in reviews, and 1,000 more for dinners general, said Doriot. If Roman 1,000 Benjamin de Constant means to write a paper on this young poet, it will not be long before I make a bargain with him. At the title of general, and the distinguished name of Benjamin Constant, the bookseller's shop took the proportions of Olympus for the provincial great man. Lousteau, I want a word with you, said Finot, but I shall see you again later at the theatre. Doriot, I will take your offer, but on conditions. Let us step into your office. Come in, my boy, answered Doriot, allowing Finot to pass before him, then intimating to some 10 persons still waiting for him that he was engaged. He likewise was about to disappear, when Lucien impatiently stopped him. You are keeping my manuscript. When shall I have an answer? Oh, come back in 3 or 4 days, my little poet, and we will see. Lousteau hurried Lucien away. He had not time to take leave of Vernou and Blondet and Raoul Nathan, nor to salute General Foy, nor Benjamin Constant, whose book on the 100 Days was just about to appear. Lucien scarcely caught a glimpse of fair hair, a refined oval-shaped face, keen eyes, and the pleasant-looking mouth belonging to the man who had played the part of a Potemkin to Mme de Staël for 20 years and now was at war with the Bourbons. As he had been at war with Napoleon, he was destined to win his cause and to die stricken to earth by his victory. What a shop! Exclaimed Lucien, as he took his place in the cab beside Lousteau. To the Panorama Dramatique, look sharp, and you shall have 30 sous. Etienne Lousteau called to the cabman. Doriot is a rascal who sells books to the amount of 15 or 1,600,000 francs. Every year, he is a kind of minister of literature. Lousteau continued. His self-conceit had been pleasantly tickled, and he was showing off before Lucien. Doriot is just as grasping as Barbet, but it is on a wholesale scale. Doriot can be civil, and he is generous, but he has a great opinion of himself. As for his wit, it consists in a faculty for picking up all that he hears, and his shop is a capital place to frequent. You meet all the best men at Doriot's. A young fellow learns more there in an hour than by poring over books for half a score of years. People talk about articles and concoct subjects. You make the acquaintance of great or influential people who may be useful to you. You must know people if you mean to get on. Nowadays it is all luck, you see. And as for sitting by yourself in a corner alone with your intellect, it is the most dangerous thing of all. But what insolence, said Lucien. Shall we all of us laugh at Doriot, said Etienne. If you are in need of him, he tramples upon you. If he has need of the Journal des Débats, Émile Blondet sets him spinning like a top-o. If you take to literature, you will see a good many queer things. Well, what was I telling you, eh? Yes, you were right, said Lucien. My experience in that shop was even more painful than I expected after your program. Why do you choose to suffer? You find your subject, you wear out your wits over it. With toiling at night, you throw your very life into it. And after all your journeyings in the fields of thought, the monument reared with your lifeblood is simply a good or a bad speculation. For a publisher, your work will sell, or it will not sell, and therein, for them, lies the whole question. A book means so much capital to risk, and the better the book, the less likely it is to sell. A man of talent rises above the level of ordinary heads. His success varies in direct ratio with the time required for his work to be appreciated, and no publisher wants to wait. Today's book must be sold by tomorrow. Acting on this system, publishers and booksellers do not care to take real literature books that call for the high praise that comes slowly. D'Arthez was right, exclaimed Lucien. Do you know D'Arthez? Asked Lausto. I know of no more dangerous company than solitary spirits like that fellow yonder, who fancy that they can draw the world after them. All of us begin by thinking that we are capable of great things, and when once a youthful imagination is heated by this superstition, the candidate for posthumous honors makes no attempt to move the world. While such moving of the world is both possible and profitable, he lets the time go by. I am, for Mahomet's system, if the mountain does not come to me, I am for going to the mountain. The common sense so trenchantly put in this sally left Lucien, halting between the resignation preached by the Brotherhood and Lausto's militant doctrine. He said not a word till they reached the Boulevard du Temple. The Panorama Dramatique no longer exists. A dwelling house stands on the site of the once charming theater in the Boulevard du Temple, where two successive managements collapsed without making a single hit. And yet Vignal, who has since fallen heir to some of Potier's popularity, made his debut there, and Florine, 5 years later, a celebrated actress, made her first appearance in the theater opposite the Rue Charlotte. Playhouses, like men, have their vicissitudes. The Panorama Dramatique suffered from competition, the machinations of its rivals, the Ambigue, the Gate, the Porte Saint-Martin, and the Vaudeville together, with a plethora of restrictions and a scarcity of good plays, combined to bring about the downfall of the house. No dramatic author cared to quarrel with a prosperous theater for the sake of the Panorama Dramatique, whose existence was, to say the least, problematical. The management at this moment, however, was counting on the success of a new melodramatic comedy by Roman 1000, Du Bruel, a young author who, after working in collaboration with divers celebrities, had now produced a piece, professedly entirely his own. It had been specially composed for the leading lady, a young actress who began her stage career as a supernumerary at the Gate, and had been promoted to small parts for the last 12 months. But though Emile Florin's acting had attracted some attention, she obtained no engagement, and the Panorama accordingly had carried her off. Coralie, another actress, was to make her debut at the same time. Lucien was amazed at the power wielded by the press. This gentleman is with me, said Etienne Lausto, and the box office clerks bowed before him as one man. You will find it no easy matter to get seats, said the head clerk. There is nothing left now but the stage box. A certain amount of time was wasted in controversies with the boxkeepers in the lobbies, when Etienne said, let us go behind the scenes. We will speak to the manager. He will take us into the stage box. And besides, I will introduce you to Florine, the heroine of the evening. At a sign from Etienne Lausto, the doorkeeper of the orchestra took out a little key and unlocked a door in the thickness of the wall. Lucien, following his friend, went suddenly out of the lighted corridor into the black darkness of the passage between the house and the wings. A short flight of damp steps surmounted one of the strangest of all spectacles opened out before the provincial poet's eyes. The height of the roof, the slenderness of the props, the ladders hung with argand lamps, the atrocious ugliness of scenery, beheld at close quarters, the thick paint on the actors' faces, and their outlandish costumes, made of such coarse materials, the stage carpenters in greasy jackets, the firemen, the stage manager strutting about with his hat on his head, the supernumeraries sitting among the hanging backscenes, the ropes and pulleys, the heterogeneous collection of absurdities, shabby, dirty, hideous, and gaudy, was something so altogether different from the stage scene. Over the footlights that Lucien's astonishment knew no bounds. The curtain was just about to fall on a good old-fashioned melodrama, entitled Bertram, a play adapted from a tragedy by Maturin, which Charles Nodier, together with Byron and Sir Walter Scott, held in the highest esteem, though the play was a failure on the stage in Paris. Keep a tight hold of my arm, unless you have a mind to fall through a trapdoor, or bring down a forest on your head. You will pull down a palace or carry off a cottage, if you are not careful, said Etienne. Is Florine in her dressing room, my pet? he added, addressing an actress who stood waiting for her cue. Yes, love, thank you for the things you said about me. You are so much nicer since Florian has come here. Come, don't spoil your entry, little one, quick with you, look sharp, and say, stop, wretched man, nicely, for there are 2,000 francs of takings. Lucien was struck with amazement when the girl's whole face suddenly changed, and she shrieked, stop, wretched man, a cry that froze the blood in your veins. She was no longer the same creature. So this is the stage, he said to Lausta. It is like the bookseller's shop in the wooden galleries, or a literary paper, said Etienne Lausto. It is a kitchen, neither more nor less. Nathan appeared at this moment. What brings you here? Inquired Lausta. Why, I am doing the minor theaters for the Gazette until something better turns up. Oh, come to supper with us this evening, speak well of Florine, and I will do as much for you. Very much at your service, returned Nathan. You know she is living in the Rue du Bondy now. Lausto, dear boy, who is the handsome young man that you have brought with you? Asked the actress, now returned to the wings. A great poet, dear, that will have a famous name one of these days, Roman 1000. Nathan. I must introduce Roman 1000 Lucien de Rubempré to you, as you are to meet again at supper. You have a good name, monsieur, said Nathan. Lucien Roman 1000 Real, Nathan, continued Etienne. I read your book 2 days ago, and upon my word, I cannot understand how you who have written such a book, and such poetry, can be so humble to a journalist. Wait till your first book comes out, said Nathan, and a shrewd smile flitted over his face. I say here, are ultras and liberals actually shaking hands, cried Vernou, spying the trio. In the morning, I hold the views of my paper, said Nathan. In the evening, I think, as I please. All journalists see double at night. Felicien Vernou turned to Lausto. Finot is looking for you, Etienne. He came with me and her, he is. Ah, by the by, there is not a place in the house, is there? Asked Finot. You will always find a place in our hearts, said the actress with the sweetest smile imaginable. I say, my little Florville, are you cured already of your fancy? They told me that a Russian prince had carried you off. Who carries off women in these days, said Florville, she who had cried, stop, wretched man. We stayed at Saint Monde for 10 days, and my prince got off with paying the forfeit money to the management. The manager will go down on his knees to pray for some more Russian princes. Florville continued laughing. The forfeit money was so much clear gain. And as for you, child, said Finot, turning to a pretty girl in a peasant's costume, where did you steal these diamond eardrops? Have you hooked an Indian prince? No, a blacking manufacturer, an Englishman who has gone off already. It is not everybody who can find millionaire shopkeepers tired of domestic life, whenever they like, as Florine does, and Coralie aren't they just lucky? Florville, you will make a bad entry, said Lausto. The blacking has gone to your head. If you want a success, said Nathan, instead of screaming, he is saved like a fury. Walk on quite quietly, go to the staircase, and say he is saved in a chest voice like Pasta's O Patria in Tancreda. There, go along, and he pushed her towards the stage. It is too late, said Vernou, the effect has hung fire. What did she do? The house is applauding like mad, asked Lausto. Went down on her knees, and showed her bosom, that is her great resource, said the blacking maker's widow. The manager is giving up the stage box to us. You will find me there when you come, said Finot, as Lausto walked off with Lucien. At the back of the stage, through a labyrinth of scenery and corridors, the pair climbed several flights of stairs and reached a little room on a third floor, Nathan and Felicien Vernou following them. Good day or good night, gentlemen, said Florine, then turning to a short, stout man standing in a corner. These gentlemen are the rulers of my destiny, she said. My future is in their hands, but they will be under our table tomorrow morning, I hope, if Roman 1000 Lausto has forgotten nothing. Forgotten? You are going to have Blondet of the Debats, said Etienne, the genuine Blondet, the very Blondet himself, in short. Oh, Lausto, you dear boy, stop, I must give you a kiss. And she flung her arms about the journalist's neck. Matafat, the stout person in the corner, looked serious at this. Florine was thin, her beauty like a bud, gave promise of the flower to come. The girl of 16 could only delight the eyes of artists who prefer the sketch to the picture. All the quick subtlety of her character was visible in the features of the charming actress, who at that time might have sat for Goethe's Mignon. Matafat, a wealthy druggist of the Rue des Lombards, had imagined that a little boulevard actress would have no very expensive tastes. But in 11 months, Florine had cost him 60,000 francs. Nothing seemed more extraordinary to Lucien than the sight of an honest and worthy merchant standing like a statue of the god, terminus in the actress narrow, dressing room a tiny place some 10 feet square hung with a pretty wallpaper. And adorned with a full-length mirror, a sofa, and 2 chairs, there was a fireplace in the dressing closet, a carpet on the floor. And cupboards all round the room. A dresser was putting the finishing touches to a Spanish costume, for Florine was to take the part of a countess in an imbroglio. "That girl will be the handsomest actress in Paris in 5 years' time," said Nathan, turning to Felicien Vernou. "By the by, darlings, you will take care of me tomorrow, won't you?" said Florine, turning to the 3 journalists. "I have engaged cabs for tonight, for I am going to send you home, as tipsy as Shrove Tuesday. Matafat has sent in wines worthy of Louis Roman 18, and engaged the Prussian ambassador's cook." "We expect something enormous from the look of the gentleman," remarked Nathan. "And he is quite aware that he is treating the most dangerous men in Paris," added Florine. Matafat was looking uneasily at Lucien. He felt jealous of the young man's good looks. "But here is someone that I do not know," Florine continued, confronting Lucien. "Which of you has imported the Apollo Belvedere from Florence? He is as charming as one of Girodet's figures. He is a poet, mademoiselle, from the provinces. I forgot to present him to you. You are so beautiful tonight that you put the complete guide to etiquette out of a man's head." "Is he so rich that he can afford to write poetry?" asked Florine. "Poor as Job," said Lucien. "It is a great temptation for some of us," said the actress. Just then the author of the play suddenly entered, and Lucien beheld Roman 1000 du Bruel, a short, attenuated young man, in an overcoat, a composite human blend of the jack-in-office, the owner of house property, and the stockbroker. "Florine, child," said this personage, "are you sure of your part? No slips of memory, you know. And mind that scene in the second act. Make the irony tell, bring out that subtle touch, say, 'I do not love you,' just as we agreed." "Why do you take parts in which you have to say such things?" asked Matafat. The druggist's remark was received with a general shout of laughter. "What does it matter to you?" said Florine, "so long as I don't say such things to you, great stupido. His stupidity is the pleasure of my life," she continued, glancing at the journalist. "Upon my word, I would pay him so much for every blunder, if it would not be the ruin of me." "Yes, but you will look at me when you say it as you do when you are rehearsing, and it gives me a turn," remonstrated the druggist. "Very well, then I will look at my friend Lousteau here." A bell rang outside in the passage. "Go out, all of you," cried Florine. "Let me read my part over again, and try to understand it." Lucien and Lousteau were the last to go. Lousteau set a kiss on Florine's shoulder, and Lucien heard her say, "Not tonight." "Impossible, that stupid old animal told his wife that he was going out into the country." "Isn't she charming?" said Etienne as they came away. But that Matafat, my dear fellow. Oh, you know nothing of Parisian life, my boy. Some things cannot be helped. Suppose that you fell in love with a married woman. It comes to the same thing. It all depends on the way that you look at it." Etienne and Lucien entered the stage box, and found the manager there with Finot. Matafat was in the ground floor box, exactly opposite, with a friend of his, a silk mercer, named Camusot, Coralie's protector, and a worthy little old soul, his father-in-law. All 3 of these city men were polishing their opera glasses, and anxiously scanning the house. Certain symptoms in the pit appeared to disturb them. The usual heterogeneous first-night elements filled the box's journalists and their mistresses, lorettes, and their lovers, a sprinkling of the determined playgoers who never miss a first night if they can help it, and a very few people of fashion who care for this sort of sensation. The first box was occupied by the head of a department, to whom Du Bruel, maker of vaudevilles, owed a snug little sinecure in the treasury. Lucien had gone from surprise to surprise since the dinner at Flicotok's. For 2 months, literature had meant a life of poverty and want in Lousteau's room. He had seen it at its cynical worst in the wooden galleries. He had met literature abject and literature insolent, the sharp contrasts of heights and depths of compromise with conscience of supreme power, and want of principle, of treachery and pleasure, of mental elevation and bondage. All this made his head swim. He seemed to be watching some strange, unheard-of drama. Finot was talking with the manager. "Do you think Du Bruel's piece will pay?" he asked. "Du Bruel has tried to do something in Beaumarchais-style boulevard. Audiences don't care for that kind of thing. They like harrowing sensations. Wit is not much appreciated here. Everything depends on Florine and Coralie. Tonight they are bewitchingly pretty and graceful, wear very short skirts, and dance a Spanish dance. and possibly they may carry off the piece with the public. The whole affair is a gambling speculation, a few clever notices in the papers, and I may make 100,000 crowns if the play takes. Oh, come, it will only be a moderate success, I can see, said Finot. Thanks. The theaters have got up a plot, continued the manager. They will even hiss the piece. But I have made arrangements to defeat their kind intentions. I have squared the men in their pay. They will make a muddle of it. A couple of city men yonder have taken 100 tickets apiece to secure a triumph for Florine and Coralie, and given them to acquaintances able and ready to act as chuckers out. The fellows, having been paid twice, will go quietly. And a scene of that sort always makes a good impression on the house. 200 tickets, what invaluable men, exclaimed Finot. Yes, with 2 more actresses as handsomely kept as Florine and Coralie, I should make something out of the business. For the past 2 hours, the word money had been sounding in Lucien's ears as the solution of every difficulty in the theater as in the publishing trade. And in the publishing trade as in the newspaper office it was everywhere the same. There was not a word of art or of glory. The steady beat of the great pendulum money seemed to fall like hammerstrokes on his heart and brain. And yet, while the orchestra played the overture, while the pit was full of noisy tumult of applause and hisses, unconsciously, he drew a comparison between this scene and others that came up in his mind. Visions arose before him of David and the printing office of the poetry that he came to know in that atmosphere of pure peace. When together they beheld the wonders of art, the high successes of genius and visions of glory borne on stainless wings, he thought of the evenings spent with d'Arthez, and his friends, and tears glittered in his eyes. What is the matter with you? Asked Etienne Lousteau. I see poetry fallen into the mire. Ah, you have still some illusions left, my dear fellow. Is there nothing for it but to cringe and submit to thickheads like Matifat and Camusot, as actresses bow down to journalists, and we ourselves to the booksellers? My boy, do you see that dull-brained fellow, said Etienne, lowering his voice and glancing at Finot. He has neither genius nor cleverness. But he is covetous. He means to make a fortune at all costs. And he is a keen man of business. Didn't you see how he made 40% out of me at Doriat's, and talked as if he were doing me a favor? Well, he gets letters from not a few unknown men of genius who go down on their knees to him for 100 francs. The words recalled the pen and ink sketch that lay on the table in the editor's office, and the words Finot, my 100 francs. Lucien's inmost soul shrank from the man in disgust. I would sooner die, he said. Sooner live, retorted Etienne. The curtain rose and the stage manager went off to the wings to give orders. Finot turned to Etienne. My dear fellow, Doriat has passed his word. I am proprietor of 1/3 of his weekly paper. I have agreed to give 30,000 francs in cash on condition that I am to be editor and director. Tease. A splendid thing. Blondet told me that the government intends to take restrictive measures against the press. There will be no new papers allowed in 6 months' time. It will cost 1,000,000 francs to start a new journal. So I struck a bargain, though I have only 10,000 francs in hand. Listen to me. If you can sell 1/2 of my share, that is 1/6 of the paper, to Matifat for 30,000 francs, you shall be editor of my little paper, with a salary of 250 francs per month. I want in any case to have the control of my old paper, and to keep my hold upon it, but nobody need know that, and your name will appear as editor. You will be paid at the rate of 5 francs per column. You need not pay contributors more than 3 francs, and you keep the difference. That means another 450 francs per month. But at the same time, I reserve the right to use the paper to attack or defend men or causes as I please, and you may indulge your own likes and dislikes so long as you do not interfere with my schemes. Perhaps I may be a ministerialist, perhaps ultra, I do not know yet, but I mean to keep up my connections with the Liberal Party. Below the surface, I can speak out with you. You are a good fellow. I might perhaps give you the chambers to do for another paper, on which I work. I am afraid I can scarcely keep on with it now, so let Florine do this bit of jockeying. Tell her to put the screw on her druggist. If I can't find the money within 48 hours, I must cry off my bargain. Doriat sold another third to his printer and paper dealer for 30,000 francs, so he has his own third gratis, and 10,000 francs to the good, for he only gave 50,000 for the whole affair. And in another year's time, the magazine will be worth 200,000 francs, if the court buys it up, if the court has the good sense to suppress newspapers, as they say. You are lucky, said Lousteau. If you had gone through all that I have endured, you would not say that of me. I had my fill of misery in those days, you see. And there was no help for it. My father is a hatter. He still keeps a shop in the Rue du Coq. Nothing but millions of money, or a social cataclysm can open out the way to my goal. And of the two alternatives, I don't know now that the revolution is not. The easier if I bore your friend's name, I should have a chance to get on. Hush, here comes the manager. Goodbye. And Finot rose to his feet. I am going to the opera. I shall very likely have a duel on my hands tomorrow, for I have put my initials to a terrific attack on a couple of dancers, under the protection of two generals. I am giving it them hot and strong at the opera. Aha, said the manager. Yes, they are stingy with me, returned Finot, now cutting off a box, and now declining to take 50 subscriptions. I have sent in my ultimatum. I mean to have 100 subscriptions out of them, and a box 4 times a month if they take my terms. I shall have 800 readers, and 1,000 paying subscribers, so we shall have 1,200 with the new year. You will end by ruining us, said the manager. You are not much hurt with your 10 subscriptions. I had 2 good notices put into the Constitutional. Oh, I am not complaining of you, cried the manager. Goodbye till tomorrow evening, Lausto, said Finot. You can give me your answer at the Franchise. There is a new piece on there. And as I shall not be able to write the notice, you can take my box. I will give you preference. You have worked yourself to death for me, and I am grateful. Felicien Vernou offered 20,000 francs for a third share of my little paper, and to work without a salary for a 12-month. But I want to be absolute master. Goodbye. He is not named Finot Finaud Slyboots for nothing, said Lucien. He is a gallows bird that will get on in the world, said Etienne, careless, whether the wily schemer overheard the remark or not, as he shut the door of the box. He said the manager, he will be a millionaire. He will enjoy the respect of all who know him. He may perhaps have friends some day. Good heavens, what a den, said Lucien. And are you going to drag that excellent creature into such a business? He continued, looking at Florine, who gave them side glances from the stage. She will carry it through too. You do not know the devotion and the wiles of these beloved beings, said Lausto. They redeem their failings and expiate all their sins by boundless love. When they love, said the manager, a great love is all the grander in an actress by reason of its violent contrast with her surroundings. And he who finds it finds a diamond worthy of the proudest crown, lying in the mud, returned Lausto. But Coralie is not attending to her part, remarked the manager. Coralie is smitten with our friend here, all unsuspicious of his conquest. And Coralie will make a fiasco. She is missing her cues. This is the second time she had not heard the prompter. Pray go into the corner, monsieur, he continued. If Coralie is smitten with you, I will go and tell her that you have left the house. No, no, cried Lausto, tell Coralie that this gentleman is coming to supper, and that she can do as she likes with him, and she will play like Emile Mars. The manager went, and Lucien turned to Etienne. What do you mean to say that you will ask that druggist through Emile Florine to pay 30,000 francs for 1/2 a share, when Finot gave no more for the whole of it, and ask without the slightest scruple? Lausto interrupted Lucien, before he had time to finish his expostulation. My dear boy, what country can you come from? The druggist is not a man, he is a strong box delivered into our hands by his fancy for an actress. How about your conscience? Conscience, my dear fellow, is a stick which everyone takes up to beat his neighbor, and not for application to his own back. Come now, who the devil are you angry with? In one day chance has worked a miracle for you, a miracle for which I have been waiting these 2 years. And you must needs amuse yourself by finding fault with the means. What you appear to me to possess intelligence, you seem to be in a fair way to reach that freedom from prejudice which is a first necessity to intellectual adventurers in the world we live in. And are you wallowing in scruples worthy of a nun who accuses herself of eating an egg with concupiscence? If Florine succeeds, I shall be editor of a newspaper with a fixed salary of 250 francs per month. I shall take the important plays and leave the vaudevilles to Vernou. And you can take my place and do the boulevard theaters, and so get a foot in the stirrup. You will make 3 francs per column, and write a column a day. 30 columns a month means 90 francs. You will have some 60 francs worth of books to sell to Barbet. And lastly, you can demand 10 tickets a month of each of your theatres. That is 40 tickets in Allen. Sell them for 40 francs to a Barbet who deals in them. I will introduce you to the man, so you will have 200 francs coming in every month. Then, if you make yourself useful to Finot, you might get 100 francs for an article in this new weekly review of his, in which case you would show uncommon talent, for all the articles are signed, and you cannot put in slipshod work as you can on a small paper. In that case, you would be making 100 crowns a month. Now, my dear boy, there are men of ability like that poor d'Arthez who dines at Flicotalks every day, who may wait for 10 years before they will make 100 crowns, and you will be making 4,000 francs a year by your pen to say nothing of the books you will write for the trade if you do work of that kind. Now a subprefect's salary only amounts to 1,000 crowns, and there he stops in his arrondissement, wearing away time like the rung of a chair. I say nothing of the pleasure of going to the theatre. Without paying for your seat, for that is a delight which quickly palls, but you can go behind the scenes in 4 theaters, be hard and sarcastic for a month or two, and you will be simply overwhelmed with invitations from actresses, and their adorers will pay court to you. You will only dine at Flicko Talks when you happen to have less than 30 sous in your pocket, and no dinner engagement at the Luxembourg at 5 o'clock. You did not know which way to turn now. You are on the eve of entering a privileged class. You will be one of the 100 persons who tell France what to think in 3 days' time. If all goes well, you can, if you choose, make a man's life a curse to him by putting 30 jokes at his expense in print at the rate of 3 a day. You can, if you choose, draw a revenue of pleasure from the actresses at your theaters. You can wreck a good play and send all Paris running after a bad one. If Doriat declines to pay you for your marguerites, you can make him come to you and meekly and humbly implore you to take 2,000 francs for them if you have the ability, and knock off 2 or 3 articles that threat to spoil some of Doriat's speculations, or to ruin a book on which he counts. You will see him come climbing up your stairs like a clematis, and always at the door of your dwelling, as, for your novel, the booksellers who would show you more or less politely to the door at this moment will be standing outside your attic in a string, and the value of the manuscript, which old Doguereau valued at 400 francs, will rise to 4,000. These are the advantages of the journalist's profession, so let us do our best to keep all newcomers out of it. It needs an immense amount of brains to make your way, and a still greater amount of luck. And here, are you quibbling over your good fortune? If we had not met today, you see, at Flicko Talks, you might have danced attendance on the booksellers for another 3 years, or starved like d'Arthez in a garret by the time that d'Arthez is as learned as Bayle and as great a writer of prose as Rousseau. We shall have made our fortunes, you and I, and we shall hold his in our hands. Wealth and fame to give, or to hold Finot, will be a deputy and proprietor of a great newspaper, and we shall be whatever we meant to be, peers of France or prisoner for debt in St. Pelagie. So Finot will sell his paper to the highest bidder among the ministers, just as he sells favorable notices to Mme Bastian, and runs down Emile Virginie, saying that Mme Bastian's bonnets are superior to the millinery, which they praised at first, said Lucien, recollecting that scene in the office. My dear fellow, you are a simpleton. Lousteau remarked dryly 3 years ago. Finot was walking on the uppers of his boots, dining for 18 sous at Tabar's, and knocking off a tradesman's prospectus, when he could get it for 10 francs. His clothes hung together, by some miracle as mysterious as the Immaculate Conception. Now Finot has a paper of his own worth about 100,000 francs, what with subscribers who pay and take no copies, genuine subscriptions, and indirect taxes levied by his uncle. He is making 20,000 francs a year. He dines most sumptuously. Every day he has set up a cabriolet within the last month. And now at last behold him the editor of a weekly review, with a 6th share, for which he will not pay a penny, a salary of 500 francs per month, and another 1,000 francs for supplying matter, which costs him nothing, and for which the firm pays you yourself to begin with. If Finot consents to pay you 50 francs per sheet, will be only too glad to let him have 2 or 3 articles for nothing. When you are in his position, you can judge Finot. A man can only be tried by his peers. And for you, is there not an immense future opening out before you, if you will blindly minister to his enmity, attack at Finot's bidding and praise? When he gives the word, suppose that you yourself wish to be revenged upon somebody. You can break a foe or friend on the wheel. You have only to say to me, Lousteau, let us put an end to so-and-so, and we will kill him by a phrase put in the paper morning by morning and afterwards. You can slay the slain with a solemn article in Finot's weekly. Indeed, if it is a matter of capital importance to you, Finot would allow you to bludgeon your man in a big paper with 10 or 12,000 subscribers, if you make yourself indispensable to Finot. Then, are you sure that Florine can bring her druggist to make the bargain? Asked Lucien, dazzled by these prospects. Quite sure. Now comes the interval. I will go and tell her everything at once in a word or two. It will be settled tonight. If Florine once has her lesson by heart, she will have all my wit and her own besides. And there sits that honest tradesman, gaping with open-mouthed admiration at Florine, little suspecting that you are about to get 30,000 francs out of him. More twaddle. Anybody might think that the man was going to be robbed, cried Lousteau. Why, my dear boy, if the minister buys the newspaper, the druggist may make 20,000 francs in 6 months on an investment of 30,000. Matifat is not looking at the newspaper, but at Florin's prospects, as soon as it is known that Matifat and Camusot they will go shares that Matifat and Camusot are proprietors of a review, the newspapers will be full of friendly notices of Florine and Coralie. Florin's name will be made. She will perhaps obtain an engagement in another theatre. With a salary of 12,000 francs, in fact Matifat will save 1,000 francs every month in dinners. And presents to journalists, you know nothing of men, nor of the way things are managed. Poor man, said Lucien, he is looking forward to an evening's pleasure. And he will be sawn in two with arguments, until Florine sees Finot's receipt for a sixth share of the paper, and tomorrow I shall be editor of Finot's paper, and making 1,000 francs a month. The end of my troubles is in sight, cried Florin's lover. Lousteau went out, and Lucien sat like one bewildered, lost in the infinite of thought soaring above this everyday world in the wooden galleries. He had seen the wires by which the trade in books is moved. He has seen something of the kitchen, where great reputations are made. He had been behind the scenes, he had seen the seamy side of life. The consciences of men involved in the machinery of Paris, the mechanism of it all as he watched Florine on the stage. He almost envied Lousteau his good fortune. Already for a few moments, he had forgotten Matifat in the background. He was not left alone for long, perhaps for not more than 5 minutes, but those minutes seemed an eternity. Thoughts rose within him that set his soul on fire as the spectacle on the stage had heated his senses. He looked at the women with their wanton eyes all the brighter for the red paint on their cheeks, at the gleaming bare necks, the luxuriant forms outlined by the lascivious folds of the basquina, the very short skirts that displayed as much as possible of limbs, encased in scarlet stockings, with green clocks to theme a disquieting vision for the pit. A double process of corruption was working within him in parallel lines, like two channels that will spread sooner or later in flood time. And make one, that corruption was eating into Lucien's soul as he leaned back in his corner, staring vacantly at the curtain, one arm resting on the crimson velvet cushion and his hand drooping over the edge. He felt the fascination of the life that was offered to him, of the gleams of light among its clouds. And this so much the more keenly because it shone out like a blaze of fireworks against the blank darkness of his own obscure, monotonous days of toil. Suddenly, his listless eyes became aware of a burning glance that reached him through a rent in the curtain and roused him from his lethargy. Those were Coralie's eyes that glowed upon him. He lowered his head and looked across at Camusot, who just then entered the opposite box. That amateur was a worthy silk mercer of the Rue des Bourdonnais, stout and substantial, a judge in the commercial court, a father of 4 children, and the husband of a second wife at the age of 56, with a cap of gray hair on his head. He had the smug appearance of a man who has his 80,000 francs of income, and having been forced to put up with a good deal that he did not like in the way of business, has fully made up his mind to enjoy the rest of his life, and not to quit this earth until he has had his share of cakes, and ale, a brow the color of fresh butter and florid cheeks like a monk's jowl seemed scarcely big enough to contain his exuberant jubilation. Camusot had left his wife at home, and they were applauding Coralie to the skies. All the rich man's citizen vanity was summed up and gratified in Coralie. In Coralie's lodging, he gave himself the airs of a great lord of a bygone day. Now, at this moment, he felt that half of her success was his. The knowledge that he had paid for it confirmed him in this idea. Camusot's conduct was sanctioned by the presence of his father-in-law, a little old fogey with powdered hair and leering eyes, highly respected nevertheless. Again Lucien felt disgust rising within him. He thought of the year when he loved Mme de Bargeton with an exalted and disinterested love. And at that thought, love as a poet understands it spread its white wings about him. Countless memories drew a circle of distant blue horizon about the great man of Angoulême, and again he fell to dreaming. Up went the curtain, and there stood Coralie and Florine upon the stage. "He is thinking about as much of you as of the Grand Turk, my dear girl," Florine said in an aside while Coralie was finishing her speech. Lucien could not help laughing. He looked at Coralie. She was one of the most charming and captivating actresses in Paris, rivaling Mme. Perrin and Emile Fleuriet, and destined likewise to share their fate. Coralie was a woman of a type that exerts at will a power of fascination over men, with an oval face of deep ivory tint, a mouth red as a pomegranate, and a chin subtly delicate in its contour as the edge of a porcelain cup. Coralie was a Jewess of the sublime type. The jet-black eyes behind their curving lashes seemed to scorch her eyelids. You could guess how soft they might grow, or how sparks of the heat of the desert might flash from them, in response to a summons from within the circles of olive shadow about them. were bounded by thick arching lines of eyebrow magnificent mental power wellnigh amounting to genius seemed to dwell in the swarthy forehead, beneath the double curve of ebony hair that lay upon it like a crown and gleamed in the light like a varnished surface. But like many another actress, Coralie had little wit in spite of her aptness at greenroom repartee, and scarcely any education in spite of her boudoir experience. Her brain was prompted by her senses, her kindness was the impulsive warm-heartedness of girls of her class. But who could trouble over Coralie's psychology when his eyes were dazzled by those smooth, round arms of hers? The spindle-shaped fingers, the fair white shoulders and breast, celebrated in the Song of Songs, the flexible curving lines of throat, the graciously molded outlines, beneath the scarlet silk stockings. And this beauty worthy of an Eastern poet was brought into relief by the conventional Spanish costume of the stage. Coralie was the delight of the pit. All eyes dwelt on the outlines, molded by the clinging folds of her bodice, and lingered over the Andalusian contour of the hips, from which her skirt hung fluttering wantonly with every movement. To Lucien, watching this creature who played for him, alone, caring no more for Camusot than a street boy in the gallery cares for an apple paring, there came a moment when he set desire above love and enjoyment above desire, and the demon of lust stirred strange thoughts in him. I know nothing of the love that wallows in luxury and wine and sensual pleasure, he said within himself. I have lived more with ideas than with realities. You must pass through all experience, if you mean to render all experience. This will be my first great supper, my first orgy in a new and strange world. Why should I not know for once the delights which the great lords of the 18th century sought so eagerly of wantons of the opera? Must one not first learn of courtesans and actresses the delights, the perfections, the transports, the resources, the subtleties of love, if only to translate them afterwards into the regions of a higher love than this? And what is all this after all, but the poetry of the senses? 2 months ago these women seemed to me to be goddesses guarded by dragons that no one dared approach. I was envying Lausto just now, but here is another handsomer than Florine. Why should I not profit by her fancy, when the greatest nobles buy a night with such women, with their richest treasures? When ambassadors set foot in these depths, they fling aside all thought of yesterday or tomorrow. I should be a fool to be more squeamish than princes, especially as I love no one as yet. Lucien had quite forgotten Camusot to Lausto. He had expressed the utmost disgust for this most hateful of all partitions, and now he himself had sunk to the same level, and carried away by the casuistry of his vehement desire, had given the reins to his fancy. Coralie is raving about you, said Lausto, as he came in. Your countenance, worthy of the greatest Greek sculptors, has worked unutterable havoc behind the scenes. You are in luck, my dear boy. Coralie is 18 years old, and in a few days' time she may be making 60,000 francs a year by her beauty. She is an honest girl still, since her mother sold her 3 years ago for 60,000 francs. She has tried to find happiness and found nothing but annoyance. She took to the stage in a desperate mood. She has a horror of her first purchaser, de Marsay, and when she came out of the galleys, for the king of dandies soon dropped her, she picked up old Camusot. She does not care much about him, but he is like a father to her, and she endures him and his love several times already. She has refused the handsomest proposals. She is faithful to Camusot, who lets her live in peace. So you are her first love. The first sight of you went to her heart like a pistol shot. Florine has gone to her dressing room to bring the girl to reason. She is crying over your cruelty. She has forgotten her part. The play will go to pieces. And good day to the engagement at the gymnase, which Camusot had planned for her. Poor thing, said Lucien. Every instinct of vanity was tickled by the words. He felt his heart swell high with self-conceit. More adventures have befallen me in this one evening, my dear fellow, than in all the first 18 years of my life. And Lucien related the history of his love affairs with Mme de Bargeton, and of the cordial hatred he bore the Baron du Châtelet. Stay, though the newspaper wants a bête noire, we will take him up. The Baron is a buck of the Empire and a ministerialist. He is the man for us. I have seen him many a time at the opera. I can see your great lady as I sit here. She is often in the Marquise d'Espard's box. The Baron is paying court to your lady love, a cuttlefish bone that she is. Wait, Finot has just sent a special messenger round to say that they are short of copy at the office. Young Hector Merlin has left them in the lurch because they did not pay for white lines. Finot, in despair, is knocking off an article against the opera. Well, now, my dear fellow, you can do this play. Listen to it and think it over, and I will go to the manager's office and think out 3 columns about your man and your disdainful fair one. They will be in no pleasant predicament tomorrow. "So this is how a newspaper is written," said Lucien. "It is always like this," answered Lausto. "These 10 months that I have been a journalist, they have always run short of copy at 8 o'clock in the evening. Manuscript sent to the printer is spoken of as copy doubtless, because the writers are supposed to send in a fair copy of their work, or possibly, the word is ironically derived from the Latin word copia for copy, is invariably scarce. We always mean to have a few numbers ready in advance, a grand idea that will never be realized," continued Lausto. "It is 10 o'clock, you see, and not a line has been written. I shall ask Vernu and Nathan for a score of epigrams on deputies, or on Chancellor Cruz, or on the ministry, or on friends of ours. If it needs must be, a man in this pass would slaughter his parent, just as a privateer will load his guns with silver pieces taken out of the booty sooner than perish. Write a brilliant article, and you will make brilliant progress in Finot's estimation, for Finot has a lively sense of benefits to come, and that sort of gratitude is better than any kind of pledge pontificates, always accepted, for they invariably represent something solid. What kind of men can journalists be, are you, to sit down at a table and be witty to order? Just exactly as a lamp begins to burn when you apply a match, so long as there is any oil in it." Lausto's hand was on the lock when Du Bruel came in with the manager. "Permit me, monsieur, to take a message to Coralie. Allow me to tell her that you will go home with her after supper, or my play will be ruined. The wretched girl does not know what she is doing, or saying she will cry when she ought to laugh, and laugh when she ought to cry. She has been hissed once already. You can still save the piece, and after all, pleasure is not a misfortune." "I am not accustomed to rivals," Sir Lucian answered. "Pray don't tell her that," cried the manager. "Coralie is just the girl to fling Camusot overboard and ruin herself. In good earnest, the proprietor of the Golden Cocoon, worthy man, allows her 2,000 francs a month, and pays for all her dresses and claqueurs." "As your promise pledges me to nothing save your play," said Lucian, with a sultan's airs. "But don't look as if you meant to snub that charming creature," pleaded Du Bruel. "Dear me, am I to write the notice of your play and smile on your heroine, as well?" exclaimed the poet. The author vanished with a signal to Coralie, who began to act forthwith in a marvelous way. Vignal, who played the part of the alcalde, and revealed for the first time his genius, as an actor of old men, came forward amid a storm of applause to make an announcement to the house. "The piece which we have the honor of playing for you this evening, gentlemen, is the work of Roman 2,000 Real and de Courcy." "Why, Nathan is partly responsible," said Lausto. "I don't wonder that he looked in." "Coralie, Coralie," shouted the enraptured house. "Florine, too," roared a voice of thunder from the opposite box, and other voices took up the cry, "Florine and Coralie." The curtain rose. Vignal reappeared between the two actresses. Matifat and Camusot flung wreaths on the stage, and Coralie stooped for her flowers and held them out to Lucian. For him, those 2 hours spent in the theater seemed to be a dream. The spell that held him had begun to work when he went behind the scenes, and in spite of its horrors, the atmosphere of the place, its sensuality and dissolute morals, had affected the poet. Still untainted nature, a sort of malaria that infects the soul, seems to lurk among those dark, filthy passages filled with machinery and lit with smoky, greasy lamps. The solemnity and reality of life disappear. The most sacred things are matter for a jest. The most impossible things seem to be true. Lucian felt as if he had taken some narcotic, and Coralie had completed the work. He plunged into this joyous intoxication. The lights in the great chandelier were extinguished. There was no one left in the house, except the boxkeepers busy taking away footstools and shutting doors, the noises echoing strangely through the empty theater. The footlights blown out as one candle sent up a fetid reek of smoke. The curtain rose again, a lantern was lowered from the ceiling, and firemen and stage carpenters departed on their rounds. The fairy scenes of the stage, the rows of fair faces in the boxes, the dazzling lights, the magical illusion of new scenery and costume, had all disappeared, and dismal darkness, emptiness, and cold reigned in their stead. It was hideous. Lucian sat on in bewilderment. "Well, are you coming, my boy?" Lausto's voice called from the stage. Jumped down. Lucian sprang over. He scarcely recognized Florine and Coralie in their ordinary quilted paletots and cloaks, with their faces hidden by hats and thick black veils. Two butterflies returned to the chrysalis stage, could not be more completely transformed. "Will you honor me by giving me your arm?" Coralie asked tremulously. "With pleasure," said Lucian. He could feel the beating of her heart throbbing against his like some snared bird, as she nestled closely to his side, with something of the delight of a cat that rubs herself against her master, with eager silken caresses. "So we are supping together," she said. The party of four found two cabs, waiting for them at the door in the Rue des Fosses du Temple. Coralie drew Lucien to one of the two in which Camusot and his father-in-law old Cardat were seated already. She offered Du Breuil a fifth place, and the manager drove off with Florine Matifat and Lauste. "These hackney cabs are abominable things," said Coralie. "Why don't you have a carriage?" returned Du Breuil. "Why," she asked pettishly, "I do not like to tell you before Roman 1000 Cardat's face, for he trained his son-in-law, no doubt, would you believe it, little and old, as he is Roman. 1000 Cardat only gives Florine 500 francs a month, just about enough to pay for her rent and her grub. And her clothes, the old Marquis de Rochefide offered me a brougham 2 months ago, and he has 600,000 francs a year, but I am an artist and not a common hussy." "You shall have a carriage the day after tomorrow," Miss said. Camusot benignly, "You never asked me for one." "As if one asked for such a thing as that. What, you love a woman, and let her paddle about in the mud, at the risk of breaking her legs? Nobody but a knight of the yardstick likes to see a draggled skirt hem." As she uttered the sharp words that cut Camusot to the quick, she groped for Lucien's knee, and pressed it against her own, and clasped her fingers upon his hand. She was silent. All her power to feel seemed to be concentrated upon the ineffable joy of a moment, which brings compensation for the whole wretched past of a life, such as these poor creatures lead, and develops within their souls a poetry of which other women, happily ignorant of these violent revulsions, know nothing. "You played like Emile Mars herself towards the end," said Du Breuil. "Yes," said Camusot, "something put her out at the beginning, but from the middle of the second act to the very end, she was enough to drive you wild with admiration. Half of the success of your play was due to her." "And half of her success is due to me," said Du Breuil. "This is all much ado about nothing," said Coralie in an unfamiliar voice, and seizing an opportunity in the darkness, she carried Lucien's hand to her lips and kissed it, and drenched it with tears. Lucien felt thrilled through and through by that touch, for, in the humility of the courtesan's love, there is a magnificence which might set an example to angels. "Are you writing the dramatic criticism?" Monsieur said, Du Breuil addressing Lucien. "You can write a charming paragraph about our dear Coralie." "Oh, do us that little service," pleaded Camusot down on his knees. "Metaphorically speaking, before the critic, you will always find me ready to do you a good turn at any time." "Do leave him his independence," Coralie exclaimed angrily. "He will write what he pleases." "Papa Camusot, buy carriages for me instead of praises." "You shall have them on very easy terms," Lucien answered politely. "I have never written for newspapers before, so I am not accustomed to their ways. My maiden pen is at your disposal." "That is funny," said Du Breuil. "Here we are in the Rue de Bondy," said Cardat. Coralie's sally had quite crushed the little old man. "If you are giving me the first fruits of your pen, the first love that has sprung up in my heart shall be yours," whispered Coralie, in the brief instant that they remained alone together in the cab. Then, she went up to Florine's bedroom to change her dress for a toilette previously sent. Lucien had no idea how lavishly a prosperous merchant will spend money upon an actress or a mistress, when he means to enjoy a life of pleasure. Matifat was not nearly so rich a man as his friend Camusot, and he had done his part rather shabbily, yet the sight of the dining-room took Lucien by surprise. The walls were hung with green cloth with a border of gilded nails. The whole room was artistically decorated, lighted by handsome lamps. Stands full of flowers stood in every direction. The drawing-room was resplendent with the furniture in fashion in those days. Chandelier, a carpet of Eastern design, and yellow silken hangings, relieved by a brown border. The candlesticks, fire-irons, and clock were all in good taste, for Matifat had left everything to Grindat, a rising architect, who was building a house for him, and the young man had taken great pains with the rooms when he knew that Florine was to occupy them. Matifat, a tradesman to the backbone, went about carefully, afraid to touch the new furniture. He seemed to have the totals of the bills always before his eyes, and to look upon the splendors about him as so much jewelry imprudently withdrawn from the case. "And I shall be obliged to do as much for Florentine," old Cardat's eyes seemed to say. Lucien at once began to understand Lausteau's indifference to the state of his garret. Etienne was the real king of these festivals. Etienne enjoyed the use of all these fine things. He was standing just now on the hearthrug, with his back to the fire, as if he were the master of the house, chatting with the manager, who was congratulating Du Breuil. "Copy, copy," called Finot, coming into the room. There is nothing in the box, the printers are setting up my article, and they will soon have finished. We will manage, said Etienne. There is a fire burning in Floren's boudoir, there is a table there. And if Roman 1000 Matafat will find us paper and ink, we will knock off the newspaper, while Florine and Coralie are dressing. Cardot, Camusot, and Matafat disappeared in search of Quill's penknives, and everything necessary suddenly, the door was flung open. And Tullia, one of the prettiest opera dancers of the day, dashed into the room. They agree to take the 100 copies, dear boy, she cried, addressing Finot. They won't cost the management anything, for the chorus and the orchestra, and the corps de ballet, are to take them, whether they like it or not, but your paper is so clever that nobody will grumble. And you are going to have your boxes. Here is the subscription for the first quarter, she continued, holding out a couple of banknotes. So don't cut me up. It is all over with me, groaned Finot. I must suppress my abominable diatribe, and I haven't another notion in my head. What a happy inspiration divine lies, exclaimed Blondet, who had followed the lady upstairs, and brought Nathan Vernou and Claude Vignon with him. Stop to supper, there is a dear, or I will crush the butterfly. As thou art, there will be no professional jealousies, as you are a dancer. And as to beauty, you have all of you too much sense to show jealousy in public. Oh dear, cried Finot. Nathan, Blondet, Dubreuil, help, friends, I want 5 columns. I can make 2 of the play, said Lucien. I have enough for 1, added Lousteau. Very well, Nathan Vernou and Dubreuil will make the jokes at the end, and Blondet, good fellow, surely will vouchsafe a couple of short columns. For the first sheet, I will run round to the printer. It is lucky that you brought your carriage, Tullia. Yes, but the Duke is waiting below in it, and he has a German minister with him. Ask the Duke and the minister to come up, said Nathan. A German, they are the ones to drink, and they listen too. He shall hear some astonishing things to send home to his government, cried Blondet. Is there any sufficiently serious personage to go down to speak to him? Asked Finot. Here, Dubreuil, you are an official, bring up the Duc de Rhettor and the minister, and give your arm to Tullia, dear me. Tullia, how handsome you are tonight. We shall be 13 at table, exclaimed Matafat, paling visibly. No, 14, said a voice in the doorway, and Florentine appeared. I have come to look after Milord Cardot, she added, speaking with a burlesque English accent. And besides, said Lousteau, Claude Vignon came with Blondet. I brought him here to drink, returned Blondet, taking up an inkstand. Look here, all of you must use all your wit before those 56 bottles of wine. Drive it out, and of all things stir up Dubreuil. He is a vaudevillist, he is capable of making bad jokes if you get him to concert pitch. And Lucien wrote his first newspaper article at the round table in Floren's boudoir by the light of the pink candles lighted by Matafat. Before such a remarkable audience, he was eager to show what he could do. The Panorama Dramatique. First performance of the Alcalde, in a fix, an imbroglio in 3 acts. First appearance of Mademoiselle Florine, Mademoiselle Coralie Vignal. People are coming and going, walking and talking. Everybody is looking for something, nobody finds anything. General hubbub. The Alcalde has lost his daughter and found his cap. But the cap does not fit, it must belong to some thief. Where is the thief? People walk and talk and come and go more than ever. Finally, the Alcalde finds a man without his daughter, and his daughter without the man, which is satisfactory for the magistrate, but not for the audience. Quiet being resorted, the Alcalde tries to examine the man. Behold, a venerable Alcalde, sitting in an Alcalde's great armchair, arranging the sleeves of his Alcalde's gown. Only in Spain do Alcaldes cling to their enormous sleeves, and wear plated lawn ruffles about the magisterial throat. A good half of an Alcalde's business on the stage in Paris, this particular Alcalde, wheezing and waddling about like an asthmatic old man, is Vignal, on whom Potier's mantle has fallen. A young actor, who personates old age so admirably that the oldest men in the audience cannot help laughing, with that quavering voice of his, that bald forehead, and those spindle shanks trembling under the weight of a senile frame. He may look forward to a long career of decrepitude. There is something alarming about the young actor's old age. He is so very old you feel nervous lest senility should be infectious. And what an admirable Alcalde! He makes what a delightful uneasy smile, what pompous stupidity, what wooden dignity, what judicial hesitation. How well the man knows that black may be white or white black. How eminently well he is fitted to be minister to a constitutional monarch. The stranger answers every one of his inquiries by a question. Vignal retorts in such a fashion that the person under examination elicits all the truth from the Alcalde. This piece of pure comedy, with a breath of Molière throughout, puts the house in good humor. The people on the stage all seem to understand what they were about, but I am quite unable to clear up the mystery, or to say wherein it lay, for the alcalde's daughter was there personified by a living, breathing Andalusian, a Spaniard with a Spaniard's eyes, a Spaniard's complexion, a Spaniard's gait and figure, a Spaniard from top to toe, with her poniard in her garter, love in her heart, and a cross on the ribbon about her neck. When the act was over and somebody asked me how the piece was going, I answered, "She wears scarlet stockings with green clocks to them. She has a little foot no larger than that in her patent leather shoes, and the prettiest pair of ankles in Andalusia. Oh, that alcalde's daughter brings your heart into your mouth. She tantalizes you so horribly that you long to spring upon the stage and offer her your thatched hovel and your heart, or 30,000 livres per annum, and your pen. The Andalusian is the loveliest actress in Paris, Coralie, for she must be called by her real name, can be a countess or a grisette, and in which part she would be more charming one cannot tell. She can be anything that she chooses. She is born to achieve all possibilities. Can more be said of a boulevard actress?" With the second act, a Parisian Spaniard appeared upon the scene, with her features cut like a cameo, and her dangerous eyes. "Where does she come from?" I asked in my turn, and was told that she came from the green room, and that she was Mademoiselle Florine. But upon my word, I could not believe a syllable of it, such spirit was there in her gestures, such frenzy in her love. She is the rival of the alcalde's daughter, and married to a grandee, cut out to wear an Almaviva's cloak with stuff sufficient in it for 100 boulevard noblemen. Emile Florine wore neither scarlet stockings with green clocks nor patent leather shoes, but she appeared in a mantilla, a veil which she put to admirable uses. Like the great lady that she is, she showed to admiration that the tigress can be a cat. I began to understand from the sparkling talk between the two that some drama of jealousy was going on. And just as everything was put right, the alcalde's stupidity embroiled everybody again: torchbearers, rich men, footmen, Figaro's grandees, alcalde's dames, and damsels. The whole company on the stage began to eddy about and come and go and look for one another. The plot thickened again. I left it to thicken for Florine the jealous, and the happy Coralie had entangled me once more in the folds of mantilla and basquina, and their little feet were twinkling in my eyes. I managed, however, to reach the third act without any mishap. The commissary of police was not compelled to interfere, and I did nothing to scandalize the house. Wherefore I begin to believe in the influence of that public and religious morality about which the Chamber of Deputies is so anxious. That anyone might think there was no morality left in France, I even contrived to gather that a man was in love with two women who failed to return his affection, or else that two women were in love with a man who loved neither of them. The man did not love the alcalde, or the alcalde had no love for the man, who was nevertheless a gallant gentleman, and in love with somebody, with himself perhaps, or with heaven, if the worst came to the worst, for he becomes a monk. And if you want to know any more, you can go to the Panorama Dramatique. You are hereby given fair warning: you must go once to accustom yourself to those irresistible scarlet stockings with the green clocks, to little feet full of promises, to eyes with a ray of sunlight shining through them, to the subtle charm of a Parisienne disguised as an Andalusian girl, and of an Andalusian masquerading as a Parisienne. You must go a second time to enjoy the play, to shed tears over the love-distracted grandee, and die of laughing at the old alcalde. The play is twice a success. The author who writes it is said, in collaboration with one of the great poets of the day, was called before the curtain, and appeared with a love-distraught damsel on each arm, and fairly brought down the excited house. The two dancers seemed to have more wit in their legs than the author himself. But when once the fair rivals left the stage, the dialogue seemed witty at once, a triumphant proof of the excellence of the piece. The applause and calls for the author caused the architect some anxiety, but Roman 1000 de Cursi. The author, being accustomed to volcanic eruptions of the reeling Vesuvius beneath the chandelier, felt no tremor as, for the actresses, they danced the famous bolero of Seville, which once found favor in the sight of a council of reverend fathers and escaped ecclesiastical censure. In spite of its wanton dangerous grace, the bolero in itself would be enough to attract old age, while there is any lingering heat of youth in the veins, and out of charity, I warn these persons to keep the lenses of their opera glasses well polished. While Lucien was writing a column which was to set a new fashion in journalism and reveal a fresh and original gift, Lausto indited an article of the kind, described as Moer's sketch of contemporary manners, entitled The Elderly Beau. The buck of the empire, he wrote, is invariably long, slender, and well preserved. He wears a corset, and the cross of the Legion of Honor his name was originally Potelet, or something very like it. But to stand well with the court he conferred a due upon himself. And due Potelet, he is until another revolution a baron of the empire, a man of two ends, as his name Potelet a post implies he is paying his court to the Faubourg Saint-Germain after a youth gloriously and usefully spent as the agreeable train-bearer of a sister of the man, whom decency forbids me to mention by name, due Potelet, has forgotten that he was once in waiting upon her imperial highness, but he still sings the songs composed for the benefactress, who took such a tender interest in his career, and so forth, and so forth. It was a tissue of personalities silly enough for the most part, such as they used to write in those days other papers, and notably the Figaro have, brought the art to a curious perfection, since Lausto compared the baron to a heron, and introduced Mme de Bargeton, to whom he was paying his court as a cuttlefish bone, a burlesque absurdity, which amused readers who knew neither of the personages. A tale of the loves of the heron, who tried in vain to swallow the cuttlefish bone, which broke into 3 pieces when he dropped it, was irresistibly ludicrous. Everybody remembers the sensation which the pleasantry made. In the Faubourg Saint-Germain, it was the first of a series of similar articles, and was one of the 1,001 causes which provoked the rigorous press legislation of Charles Roman X. An hour later, Blondet, Lausto, and Lucien came back to the drawing-room, where the other guests were chatting. The Duke was there, and the minister, the 4 women, the 3 merchants, the manager, and Finot, a printer's devil with a paper cap on his head, was waiting even then for copy. "The men are just going off if I have nothing to take them," he said. "Stay a bit, here are 10 francs, and tell them to wait," said Finot. "If I give them the money, sir, they would take to typography, and good night to the newspaper." "That boy's common sense is appalling to me," remarked Finot, and the minister was in the middle of a prediction of a brilliant future for the urchin, when the 3 came in. Blondet read aloud an extremely clever article against the romantics. Lausto's paragraph drew laughter, and by the Duc de Retter's advice an indirect eulogium of Mme d'Espard was slipped in lest the whole Faubourg Saint-Germain should take offense. "What have you written?" asked Finot, turning to Lucien. And Lucien read, quaking for fear, but the room rang with applause when he finished. The actresses embraced the neophyte, and the 2 merchants following suit half choked the breath out of him. There were tears in Du Bruel's eyes as he grasped his critic's hand, and the manager invited him to dinner. "There are no children nowadays," said Blondet, "since Roman 1000 de Chateaubriand called Victor Hugo a sublime child. I can only tell you quite simply that you have spirit and taste, and write like a gentleman." "He is on the newspaper," said Finot as he thanked Etienne, and gave him a shrewd glance. "What jokes have you made?" inquired Lausto, turning to Blondet and Du Bruel. "Here are Du Bruel," said Nathan. "Now that Roman 1000 Le Vicomte d'A is attracting so much attention, they will perhaps let me alone." "Roman 1000 Le Vicomte Demosthenes was heard to say yesterday. An ultra-condemning Roman 1000 Pasquer's speech said his program was only a continuation of Decazes' policy." "Yes," said a lady, "but he stands on a monarchical basis. He has just the kind of leg for a court suit." "With such a beginning, I don't ask more of you," said Finot. "It will be all right. Run round with this," he added, turning to the boy. "The paper is not exactly a genuine article, but it is our best number yet." And he turned to the group of writers already. Lucien's colleagues were privately taking his measure. "That fellow has brains," said Blondet. "His article is well written," said Claude Vignon. "Supper," cried Matifat. The Duke gave his arm to Florine, Coralie went across to Lucien, and Tullia went in to supper between Émile Blondet and the German minister. "I cannot understand why you are making an onslaught on Mme de Bargeton and the Baron du Châtelet. They say that he is prefect designate of the Charente, and will be master of requests some day." Mme de Bargeton showed Lucien the door as if he had been an impostor, said Lausto. "Such a fine young fellow," exclaimed the minister. Supper, served with new plate Sevres porcelain and white damask, was redolent of opulence. The dishes were from Chevet, the wines from a celebrated merchant on the Quai Saint-Bernard, a personal friend of Matifat's. For the first time Lucien beheld the luxury of Paris displayed. He went from surprise to surprise, but he kept his astonishment to himself like a man who had spirit and taste, and wrote like a gentleman, as Blondet had said. As they crossed the drawing-room, Coralie bent to Florine. "Make Camusot so drunk that he will be compelled to stop here all night," she whispered. "So you have hooked your journalist, have you?" returned Florine, using the idiom of women of her class. "No, dear, I love him," said Coralie, with an adorable little shrug of the shoulders. Those words rang in Lucien's ears borne to them. By the fifth deadly sin, Coralie was perfectly dressed. Every woman possesses some personal charm in perfection. And Coralie's toilette brought her characteristic beauty into prominence. Her dress, moreover, like Floren's, was of some exquisite stuff, unknown, as yet to the public, a mousseline de soie, with which Camusot had been supplied a few days before the rest of the world, for as owner of the golden cocoon, he was a kind of providence in Paris to the Lyons silkweavers. Love and toilet are like color and perfume for a woman, and Coralie in her happiness looked lovelier than ever. A looked for delight, which cannot elude the grasp, possesses an immense charm for youth perhaps in their eyes. The secret of the attraction of a house of pleasure lies in the certainty of gratification. Perhaps many a long fidelity is attributable to the same cause. Love for love's sake, first love, indeed, had blent with one of the strange violent fancies which sometimes possess these poor creatures, and love and admiration of Lucien's great beauty taught Coralie to express the thoughts in her heart. "I should love you if you were ill and ugly," she whispered as they sat down. What a saying for a poet! Camusot utterly vanished. Lucien had forgotten his existence. He saw Coralie, and had eyes for nothing else. How should he draw back this creature, all sensation, all enjoyment of life, tired of the monotony of existence, in a country town, weary of poverty, harassed by enforced continence, impatient of the claustral life of the Rue de Cluny, of toiling without reward? The fascination of the underworld of Paris was upon him. How should he rise and leave this brilliant gathering? Lucien stood with one foot in Coralie's chamber, and the other in the quicksands of journalism, after so much vain search, and climbing of so many stairs, after standing about and waiting in the Rue de Sentier. He had found journalism a jolly boon companion, joyous over the wine his wrongs had just been avenged. There were two for whom he had vainly striven to fill the cup of humiliation and pain which he had been made to drink to the dregs. And now tomorrow they should receive a stab in their very hearts. Here is a real friend, he thought as he looked at Lousteau. It never crossed his mind that Lousteau already regarded him as a dangerous rival. He had made a blunder. He had done his very best when a colorless article would have served him admirably well. Blondet's remark to Finot that it would be better to come to terms with a man of that caliber had counteracted Lousteau's knowing jealousy. He reflected that it would be prudent to keep on good terms with Lucien, and at the same time to arrange with Finot to exploit this formidable newcomer. Must be kept in poverty. The decision was made in a moment, and the bargain made in a few whispered words. He has talent. He will want the more. La. Good. A supper among French journalists always fills me with dread, said the German diplomatist with serene urbanity. He looked, as he spoke, at Blondet, whom he had met at the Comtesse de Montcornet's. It is laid upon you, gentlemen, to fulfill a prophecy of Blücher's. What prophecy? Asked Nathan. When Blücher and Sachin arrived on the heights of Montmartre in 1814, pardon me, gentlemen, for recalling a day unfortunate for France, Sachin, a rough brute, remarked, now, we will set Paris alight. Take very good care that you don't, said Blücher. France will die of that, nothing else can kill her. And he waved his hand over the glowing, seething city that lay like a huge canker in the valley of the Seine. There are no journalists in our country, thank heaven, continued the minister. After a pause, I have not yet recovered from the fright that the little fellow gave me, a boy of 10, in a paper cap, with the sense of an old diplomatist. And tonight I feel as if I were supping with lions and panthers, who graciously sheathed their claws in my honor. It is clear, said Blondet, that we are at liberty to inform Europe that a serpent dropped from your excellency's lips this evening, and that the venomous creature failed to inoculate Emile Tullia, the prettiest dancer in Paris, and to follow up the story with a commentary on Eve and the scriptures, and the first and last transgression. But have no fear, you are our guest. It would be funny, said Finot. We would begin with a scientific treatise on all the serpents found in the human heart and human body, and so proceed to the corps diplomatique, said Lousteau. And we could exhibit one in spirits, in a bottle of brandied cherries, said Verneau. Till you yourself would end by believing in the story, added Vignon, looking at the diplomatist. Gentlemen, cried the Duc de Rhetore, let sleeping claws lie. The influence and power of the press is only dawning, said Finot. Journalism is in its infancy. It will grow in 10 years' time. Everything will be brought into publicity. The light of thought will be turned on all subjects, and the blight of thought will be over it all, corrected Blondet. Here is an apothegm, cried Claude Vignon. Thought will make kings, said Lousteau. And undo monarchs, said the German. And therefore, said Blondet, if the press did not exist, It would be necessary to invent it forthwith, but here we have it and live by it. You will die of it, returned the German diplomatist. Can you not see that, if you enlighten the masses and raise them in the political scale, you make it all the harder for the individual to rise above their level? Can you not see that, if you sow the seeds of reasoning among the working classes, you will reap revolt, and be the first to fall victims? What do they smash in Paris when a riot begins? The street lamp, said Nathan, but we are too modest to fear for ourselves, we only run the risk of cracks. As a nation, you have too much mental activity to allow any government to run its course without interference. But for that, you would make the conquest of Europe a second time and win with the pen all that you failed to keep with the sword. Journalism is an evil, said Claude Vignon. The evil may have its uses, but the present government is resolved to put it down. There will be a battle over it. Who will give way? That is the question. The government will give way, said Blondet. I keep telling people that with all my might, intellectual power is the great power in France. And the press has more wit than all men of intellect put together, and the hypocrisy of Tartuffe besides. Blondet, you are going too far. Called Finot. Subscribers are present. You are the proprietor of one of those poison shops. You have reason to be afraid, but I can laugh at the whole business even if I live by it. Blondet is right, said Claude Vignon. Journalism, so far from being in the hands of a priesthood, came to be first a party weapon, and then a commercial speculation carried on without conscience or scruple. Like other commercial speculations, every newspaper, as Blondet says, is a shop to which people come for opinions of the right shade. If there were a paper for hunchbacks, it would set forth plainly morning and evening in its columns the beauty, the utility, and necessity of deformity. A newspaper is not supposed to enlighten its readers, but to supply them with congenial opinions. Give any newspaper time enough, and it will be base, hypocritical, shameless, and treacherous. The periodical press will be the death of ideas systems, and individuals, nay, it will flourish upon their decay. It will take the credit of all creations of the brain. The harm that it does is done anonymously. We, for instance, I, Claude Vignon, you Blondet, you Lousteau, and you Finot, we are all Plato's Aristides, and Cato's Plutarch's men. In short, we are all immaculate. We may wash our hands of all iniquity. Napoleon's sublime aphorism, suggested by his study of the convention, no one individual is responsible for a crime committed collectively, sums up the whole significance of a phenomenon, moral or immoral. Whichever you please, however shamefully, a newspaper may behave, the disgrace attaches to no one person. The authorities will resort to repressive legislation, interposed Du Brule. A law is going to be passed, in fact. Pooh, retorted Nathan, what is the law in France against the spirit, in which it is received the most subtle of all solvents? Ideas and opinions can only be counteracted by opinions and ideas. Vignon, continued, by sheer terror and despotism, and by no other means can you extinguish the genius of the French nation, for the language lends itself admirably to allusion and ambiguity. Epigram breaks out the more for repressive legislation. It is like steam in an engine without a saphative valve. The king, for example, does right if a newspaper is against him. The minister gets all the credit of the measure, and vice versa. A newspaper invents a scandalous libel. It has been misinformed. If the victim complains, the paper gets off with an apology for taking so great a freedom. If the case is taken into court, the editor complains that nobody asked him to rectify the mistake, but ask for redress, and he will laugh in your face and treat his offense as a mere trifle. The paper scoffs if the victim gains the day, and if heavy damages are awarded, the plaintiff is held up as an unpatriotic obscurantist and a menace to the liberties of the country, in the course of an article purporting to explain that Monsieur So-and-so is as honest a man as you will find in the kingdom. You are informed that he is not better than a common thief. The sins of the press, pooh, mere trifles. The curtailers of its liberties are monsters, and give him time enough, the constant reader is persuaded to believe anything you please. Everything which does not suit the newspaper will be unpatriotic, and the press will be infallible. One religion will be played off against another, and the charter against the king. The press will hold up the magistracy to scorn for meting out rigorous justice to the press, and applaud its action when it serves the cause of party. Hatred. The most sensational fictions will be invented to increase the circulation. Journalism will descend to mountebank's tricks, worthy of Bobach. Journalism would serve up its father with the Attic salt of its own wit sooner than fail to interest or amuse the public. Journalism will outdo the actor who put his son's ashes into the urn to draw real tears from his eyes, or the mistress who sacrifices everything to her lover. Journalism is in fact the people in folio form interrupted. Blondit, the people with hypocrisy added and generosity lacking, said Vignon, all real ability, will be driven out from the ranks of journalism. As Aristides was driven into exile by the Athenians, we shall see newspapers started in the first instance by men of honor falling sooner or later into the hands of men of abilities even lower than the average, but endowed with the resistance of flexibility of indisruptible qualities denied to noble genius. Nay, perhaps the future newspaper proprietor will be the tradesman with capital sufficient to buy venal pens. We see such things already indeed. But in 10 years' time, every little youngster that has left school will take himself for a great man, slash his predecessors from the lofty height of a newspaper column, drag them down by the feet, and take their place. Napoleon did wisely when he muzzled the press. I would wager that the opposition papers would batter down a government of their own, setting up just as they are battering the present government. If any demand was refused, the more they have, the more they will want in. The way of concessions, the parvenu journalist will be succeeded by the starveling hack. There is no salve for this sore, it is a kind of corruption, which grows more and more obtrusive and malignant the wider it spreads, the more patiently it will be endured until the day comes when newspapers shall so increase and multiply in the earth that confusion will be the result. A second Babel. We all of us, such as we are, have reason to know that crowned kings are less ungrateful than kings of our profession, that the most sordid man of business is not so mercenary, nor so keen in speculation, that our brains are consumed to furnish their daily supply of poisonous trash. And yet we all of us shall continue to write like men who work in quicksilver mines, knowing that they are doomed to die of their trade. Look there, he continued, at that young man, sitting beside Coralie. What is his name? Lucien. He has a beautiful face, he is a poet, and what is more, he is witty, so much the better for him. Well, he will cross the threshold of one of those dens, where a man's intellect is prostituted. He will put all his best and finest thought into his work. He will blunt his intellect and sully his soul. He will be guilty of anonymous meannesses, which take the place of stratagem, pillage, and ratting to the enemy in the warfare of condottieri. And when, like hundreds more, he has squandered his genius in the service of others who find the capital, and do no work, those dealers in poisons will leave him to starve if he is thirsty, and to die of thirst if he is starving. Thanks, said Finot. But dear me, continued Claude Vignon, I knew all this, yet here am I in the galleys, and the arrival of another convict gives me pleasure. We are clever, Blondit, and I, then, messieurs this and that, who speculate in our abilities, yet nevertheless we are always exploited by them. We have a heart somewhere beneath the intellect. We have not the grim qualities of the man who makes others work for him. We are indolent, we like to look on at the game, we are meditative. And we are fastidious, they will sweat our brains and blame us for improvidence. I thought you would be more amusing than this, said Florine. Florine is right, said Blondit. Let us leave the cure of public evils to those quacks, the statesmen, as Charlotte says, quarrel with my own bread and butter never. Do you know what Vignon puts me in mind of, said Lousteau, of one of those fat women in the Rue du Pelican, telling a schoolboy, my boy, you are too young to come here. A burst of laughter followed the sally, but it pleased Coralie. The merchants meanwhile ate and drank and listened. What a nation this is, you see so much good in it, and so much evil, said the minister, addressing the Duc de Rhetore. You are prodigals, who cannot ruin yourselves, gentlemen. And so, by the blessing of chance, Lucien, standing on the brink of the precipice, over which he was destined to fall, heard warnings on all sides. Arthez had set him on the right road, had shown him the noble method of work, and aroused in him the spirit before which all obstacles disappear. Lousteau himself, partly from selfish motives, had tried to warn him away by describing journalism and literature in their practical aspects. Lucien had refused to believe that there could be so much hidden corruption. But now, he had heard the journalists themselves crying woe for their hurt. He had seen them at their work, had watched them tearing their foster-mother's heart to read auguries of the future. That evening he had seen things as they are. He beheld the very heart's core of corruption of that Paris, which Blücher so aptly described, and so far from shuddering at the sight, he was intoxicated with enjoyment of the intellectually stimulating society in which he found himself. These extraordinary men, clad in armor damascened by their vices, these intellects environed by cold and brilliant analysis, seemed so far greater in his eyes than the grave and earnest members of the Brotherhood. And besides all this, he was reveling in his first taste of luxury. he had fallen under the spell his capricious instincts awoke. For the first time in his life he drank exquisite wines. This was his first experience of cookery, carried to the pitch of a fine art. A minister, a duke, and an opera dancer had joined the party of journalists, and wondered at their sinister power. Lucien felt a horrible craving to reign over these kings, and he thought that he had power to win his kingdom finally. There was this Coralie made happy by a few words of his, by the bright light of the wax candles through the steam of the dishes, and the fumes of wine. She looked sublimely beautiful to his eyes, so fair had she grown with love. She was the loveliest, the most beautiful actress in Paris, the brotherhood, the heaven of. Noble thoughts faded away before a temptation that appealed to every fiber of his nature. How could it have been otherwise? Lucien's, author's vanity, had just been gratified by the praises of those who know, by the appreciation of his future rivals. The success of his articles and his conquest of Coralie might have turned an older head than his. During the discussion, moreover, everyone at table had made a remarkably good supper, and such wines are not met with everyday. Lousteau, sitting beside Camusot, furtively poured cherry brandy several times into his neighbor's wineglass, and challenged him to drink, and Camusot drank, all unsuspicious, for he thought himself in his own way a match for a journalist. The jokes became more personal when dessert appeared, and the wine began to circulate. The German minister, a keen-witted man of the world, made a sign to the Duke and Tullia, and the three disappeared with the first symptoms of vociferous nonsense which precede the grotesque scenes of an orgy in its final stage. Coralie and Lucien had been behaving like children all the evening. As soon as the wine was uppermost in Camusot's head, they made good their escape down the staircase, and sprang into a cab. Camusot subsided under the table. Matifat, looking round for him, thought that he had gone home with Coralie, left his guests to smoke, laugh, and argue, and followed Florine to her room. Daylight surprised the party, or more accurately, the first dawn of light discovered one man still able to speak, and Blondit, that intrepid champion, was proposing to the assembled sleepers a health to Aurora the rosy-fingered. Lucien was unaccustomed to orgies of this kind. His head was very tolerably clear as he came down the staircase, but the fresh air was too much for him. He was horribly drunk when they reached the handsome house in the Rue de Vendôme, where the actress lived. Coralie and her waiting woman were obliged to assist the poet to climb to the first floor. Lucien was ignominiously sick, and very nearly fainted on the staircase. "Quick, Berenice, some tea, make some tea," cried Coralie. "It is nothing, it is the air." Lucien got out, "and I have never taken so much before in my life." "Poor boy, he is as innocent as a lamb," said Berenice, a stalwart Norman peasant woman, as ugly as Coralie was pretty. Lucien, half unconscious, was laid at last in bed. Coralie, with Berenice's assistance, undressed the poet with all a mother's tender care. "It is nothing," he murmured again, and again, "it is the air, thank you, mamma." "How charmingly he says mamma," cried Coralie, putting a kiss on his hair. "What happiness to love such an angel, mademoiselle. Where did you pick him up?" "I did not think a man could be as beautiful as you are," said Berenice. When Lucien lay in bed, he was very drowsy, he knew nothing, and saw nothing. Coralie made him swallow several cups of tea, and left him to sleep. "Did the porter see us? Was there anyone else about?" she asked. "No, I was sitting up for you." "Does Victoire know anything?" "Rather not," returned Berenice. 10 hours later Lucien awoke to meet Coralie's eyes. She had watched by him. As he slept he knew, poet, that it was almost noon. But she still wore the delicate dress abominably stained which she meant to lay up as a relic. Lucien understood all the self-sacrifice and delicacy of love, fain of its reward. He looked into Coralie's eyes in a moment. She had flung off her clothing, and slipped like a serpent to Lucien's side. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon Lucien was still sleeping, cradled in this voluptuous paradise. He had caught glimpses of Coralie's chamber, an exquisite creation of luxury, a world of rose color and white. He had admired Floren's apartments, but this surpassed them in its dainty refinement. Coralie had already risen, for if she was to play her part as the Andalusian she must be at the theater by 7 o'clock. Yet she had returned to gaze at the unconscious poet, lulled to sleep in bliss. She could not drink too deeply of this love that rose to rapture, drawing close the bond between the heart and the senses to steep both in ecstasy. For in that apotheosis of human passion, which of those that were twain on earth that they might know bliss to the full, creates one soul to rise to love in heaven, lay Coralie's justification, who moreover would not have found excuse in Lucien's more than human beauty. To the actress kneeling by the bedside, happy in love within her, it seemed that she had received love's consecration. Berenice broke in upon Coralie's rapture. Here comes Camusot, cried the maid, and he knows that you are here. Lucien sprang up at once. Innate generosity suggested that he was doing Coralie an injury. Berenice drew aside a curtain, and he fled into a dainty dressing room whither Coralie and the maid brought his clothes with magical speed. Camusot appeared, and only then did Coralie's eyes alight on Lucien's boots warming in the fender. Berenice had privately varnished them, and put them before the fire to dry, and both mistress and maid alike forgot that telltale witness. Berenice left the room with a scared glance at Coralie. Coralie flung herself into the depths of a settee, and bade Camusot seat himself in the gondole, a round-backed chair that stood opposite. But Coralie's adorer, honest soul, dared not look his mistress in the face. He could not take his eyes off the pair of boots. Ought I to make a scene and leave Coralie? He pondered. Is it worthwhile to make a fuss about a trifle? There is a pair of boots wherever you go. These would be more in place in a shop window, or taking a walk on the boulevard on somebody's feet. Here, however, without a pair of feet in them, they tell a pretty plain tale. I am 50 years old, and that is the truth. I ought to be as blind as Cupid himself. There was no excuse for this mean-spirited monologue. The boots were not the high-lows at present in vogue, which an unobservant man may be allowed to disregard up to a certain point. They were the unmistakable, uncompromising Hessians, then prescribed by fashion, a pair of extremely elegant beta-celled boots, which shone in glistening contrast against tight-fitting trousers, invariably of some light color, and reflected their surroundings like a mirror. The boots stared the honest silk mercer out of countenance, and it must be added they pained his heart. "What is it?" asked Coralie. "Nothing." "Ring the bell," said Coralie, smiling to herself at Camusot's want of spirit. "Berenice," she said, when the Norman handmaid appeared, "just bring me a button-hook, for I must put on these confounded boots again. Don't forget to bring them to my dressing-room tonight." "What, your boots?" faltered out Camusot, breathing more freely. "And whose should they be?" she demanded haughtily. "Were you beginning to believe a great stupid O?" "And he would believe it too," she went on, addressing Berenice. "I have a man's part in what's-his-name's piece, and I have never worn a man's clothes in my life before. The bootmaker, for the theatre, brought me these things to try if I could walk in them, until a pair can be made to measure. He put them on, but they hurt me so much that I have taken them off, and after all I must wear them." "Don't put them on again, if they are uncomfortable," said Camusot. The boots had made him feel so very uncomfortable himself. "Mademoiselle would do better to have a pair made of very thin morocco, sir, instead of torturing herself, as she did just now. But the management is so stingy," she was crying. "Sir, if I was a man, and loved a woman, I wouldn't let her shed a tear. I know you ought to order a pair for her." "Yes, yes," said Camusot. "Are you just getting up, Coralie?" "Just this moment. I only came in at 6 o'clock, after looking for you everywhere. I was obliged to keep the cab for 7 hours. So much for your care of me. You forget me for a wine bottle. I ought to take care of myself now, when I am to play every night so long as the Alcalde draws. I don't want to fall off after that young man's notice of me." "That is a handsome boy," said Camusot. "Do you think so? I don't admire men of that sort. They are too much like women, and they do not understand how to love like you stupid old businessmen. You are so bored with your own society." "Is monsieur dining with Madame?" inquired Berenice. "No, my mouth is clammy." "You were nicely screwed yesterday, Papa Camusot. I don't like men who drink, I tell you at once." "You will give that young man a present, I suppose," interrupted Camusot. "Oh yes, I would rather do that than pay as Florine does. There, go away with you, good for nothing, that one loves, or give me a carriage to save time in future. You shall go in your own carriage tomorrow to your manager's dinner at the Rocher de Cancale. The new piece will not be given next Sunday." "Come, I am just going to dine," said Coralie, hurrying Camusot out of the room. An hour later Berenice came to release Lucien. Berenice, Coralie's companion, since her childhood, had a keen and subtle brain in her unwieldy frame. "Stay here," she said. "Coralie is coming back alone. She even talked of getting rid of Camusot if he is in your way, but you are too much of an angel to ruin her heart's darling. As you are, she wants to clear out of this. She says to leave this paradise and go and live in your garret. Oh, there are those that are jealous and envious of you, and they have told her that you haven't a brass farthing and live in the Latin Quarter. And I should go too, you see, to do the housework, but I have just been comforting her, poor child. I have been telling her that you were too clever to do anything so silly. I was right, wasn't I, sir? Oh, you will see that you are her darling, her love, the god to whom she gives her soul. Yonder old fool has nothing but the body. If you only knew how nice she is, when I hear her say her part over my Coralie, my little pet. She deserved that God in heaven should send her one of his angels. She was sick of the life she was so unhappy with her mother that used to beat her. And sold her, yes sir, sold her own child. If I had a daughter, I would wait on her hand and foot as I wait on Coralie. She is like my own child to me. These are the first good times she has seen since I have been with her, the first time that she has been really applauded. You have written something, it seems. And they have got up a famous claque for the second performance. Braulard has been going through the play with her, while you were asleep. Who Braulard? Asked Lucien. It seemed to him that he had heard the name before. He is the head of the claqueurs, and she was arranging with him the places where she wished him to look after her. Florine might try to play her some shabby trick, and take all for herself for all she calls herself her friend. There is such a talk about your article on the boulevards. Isn't it a bed fit for a prince? She said, smoothing the lace bedspread. She lighted the wax candles, and to Lucien's bewildered fancy, the house seemed to be some palace. In the cabinet des filles Camusot had chosen the richest stuffs from the golden cocoon for the hangings and window curtains. A carpet fit for a king's palace was spread upon the floor, the carving of the rosewood furniture caught, and imprisoned the light that rippled over its surface. Priceless trifles gleamed from the white marble chimney-piece. The rug beside the bed was of swan skins, bordered with sable. A pair of little black velvet slippers, lined with purple silk, told of happiness awaiting the poet of the Marguerites. A dainty lamp hung from the ceiling, draped with silk. The room was full of flowering plants, delicate white heaths and scentless camellias. In stands marvelously wrought, everything called up associations of innocence. How was it possible in these rooms to see the life that Coralie led in its true colors? Berenice noticed Lucien's bewildered expression. Isn't it nice? She said coaxingly. You would be more comfortable here, wouldn't you, than in a garret? You won't let her do anything rash. She continued, setting a costly stand before him, covered with dishes abstracted from her mistress. Dinnertable, lest the cook should suspect that her mistress had a lover in the house. Lucien made a good dinner, Berenice waiting on him. The dishes were of wrought silver, the painted porcelain plates had cost a louis d'or apiece. The luxury was producing exactly the same effect upon him that the sight of a girl walking the pavement with her bare flaunting throat and neat ankles produces upon a schoolboy. How lucky Camusot is, cried he. Lucky, repeated Berenice. He would willingly give all that he is worth to be in your place. He would be glad to barter his gray hair for your golden head. She gave Lucien the richest wine that Bordeaux keeps for the wealthiest English purchaser, and persuaded Lucien to go to bed, to take a preliminary nap, and Lucien, in truth, was quite willing to sleep on the couch that he had been admiring. Berenice had read his wish, and felt glad for her mistress. At 10:30 that night, Lucien awoke to look into eyes brimming over with love. There stood Coralie in most luxurious night attire. Lucien had been sleeping. Lucien was intoxicated with love, and not with wine. Berenice left the room with the inquiry, what time tomorrow morning? At 11 o'clock, we will have breakfast in bed. I am not at home to anybody before 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Coralie and her lover were sitting together. The poet, to all appearance, had come to pay a call. Lucien had been bathed and combed and dressed. Coralie had sent to Collio's for a dozen fine shirts, a dozen cravats, and a dozen pocket handkerchiefs for him, as well as 12 pairs of gloves in a cedarwood box. When a carriage stopped at the door, they both rushed to the window and watched Camusot alight from a handsome coupe. I would not have believed that one could so hate a man and luxury. I am too poor to allow you to ruin yourself for me, he replied, and thus Lucien passed under the Caudine Forks. Poor pet, said Coralie, holding him tightly to her. Do you love me so much? I persuaded this gentleman to call on me this morning. She continued, indicating Lucien, to Camusot, who entered the room. I thought that we might take a drive in the Champs-Élysées to try the carriage. Go without me, said Camusot, in a melancholy voice. I shall not dine with you. It is my wife's birthday. I had forgotten that. Poor Musot, how badly bored you will be, she said, putting her arms about his neck. She was wild with joy at the thought that she and Lucien would handle this gift together. She would drive with him in the new carriage, and in her happiness, she seemed to love Camusot. She lavished caresses upon him. If only I could give you a carriage every day, said the poor fellow. Now, sir, it is 2 o'clock, she said, turning to Lucien, who stood in distress and confusion, but she comforted him with an adorable gesture. Down the stairs she went, several steps at a time, drawing Lucien after her, the elderly merchant following in their wake like a seal on land, and quite unable to catch them up. Lucien enjoyed the most intoxicating of pleasures. Happiness had increased Coralie's loveliness to the highest possible degree, She appeared before all eyes an exquisite vision in her dainty toilette. All Paris in the champs, Élysées beheld the lovers. In an avenue of the Bois de Boulogne, they met a calèche Mme d'Espard, and Mme de Bargeton looked in surprise at Lucien, and met a scornful glance from the poet. He saw glimpses of a great future before him, and was about to make his power felt. He could fling them back in a glance, some of the revengeful thoughts which had gnawed his heart ever since they planted them there. That moment was one of the sweetest in his life, and perhaps decided his fate. Once again, the Furies seized on Lucien at the bidding of pride. He would reappear in the world of Paris. He would take a signal revenge all the social pettiness hitherto trodden underfoot by the worker. The member of the Brotherhood sprang up again, afresh in his soul. Now he understood all that Lousteau's attack had meant. Lousteau had served his passions, while the Brotherhood, that collective mentor, had seemed to mortify them in the interests of tiresome virtues and work, which began to look useless and hopeless in Lucien's eyes. Work, what is it but death to an eager pleasure-loving nature? And how easy it is for the man of letters to slide into a far niente existence of self-indulgence, into the luxurious ways of actresses and women of easy virtues. Lucien felt an overmastering desire to continue the reckless life of the last 2 days. The dinner at the Rocher de Cancale was exquisite. All Floren's supper guests were there, except the minister, the duke, and the dancer Camusot too was absent. But these gaps were filled by two famous actors and Hector Merlin, and his mistress. This charming woman, who chose to be known as Mme du Val-Noble, was the handsomest and most fashionable of the class of women, now euphemistically styled lorettes. Lucien had spent the 48 hours, since the success of his article in Paradise. He was feted and envied, he gained self-possession, his talk sparkled. He was the brilliant Lucien de Rubempré, who shone for a few months in the world of letters and art. Finot, with his infallible instinct for discovering ability, scenting it afar as an ogre might scent human flesh, cajoled Lucien, and did his best to secure a recruit for the squadron under his command. And Coralie watched the maneuvers of this purveyor of brains, saw that Lucien was nibbling at the bait, and tried to put him on his guard. "Don't make any engagement, dear. Boy, wait, they want to exploit you. We will talk of it tonight." "Pshaw," said Lucien, "I am sure I am quite as sharp and shrewd as they can be." Finot and Hector Merlin evidently had not fallen out over that affair of the white lines and spaces in the columns, for it was Finot who introduced Lucien to the journalist. Coralie and Mme du Val-Noble were overwhelmingly amiable and polite to each other, and Mme du Val-Noble asked Lucien and Coralie to dine with her. Hector Merlin, short and thin with lips always tightly compressed, was the most dangerous journalist present. Unbounded ambition and jealousy smoldered within him. He took pleasure in the pain of others, and fomented strife to turn it to his own account. His abilities were but slender, and he had little force of character, but the natural instinct which draws the upstart towards money and power served him as well as fixity of purpose. Lucien and Merlin at once took a dislike to one another for reasons not far to seek. Merlin, unfortunately proclaimed, allowed the thoughts that Lucien kept to himself. By the time the dessert was put on the table, the most touching friendship appeared to prevail among the men, each one of whom in his heart thought himself a cleverer fellow than the rest. And Lucien, as the newcomer, was made much of by them. All they chatted frankly and unrestrainedly. Hector Merlin alone did not join in the laughter. Lucien asked the reason of his reserve. "You are just entering the world of letters, I can see," he said. "You are a journalist with all your illusions left. You believe in friendship. Here we are friends or foes. As it happens, we strike down a friend with the weapon which by rights should only be turned against an enemy. You will find out before very long that fine sentiments will do nothing for you if you are naturally kindly. Learn to be ill-natured, to be consistently spiteful. If you have never heard this golden rule before, I give it you now in confidence, and it is no small secret. If you have a mind to be loved, never leave your mistress until you have made her shed a tear or two. And if you mean to make your way in literature, let other people continually feel your teeth. Make no exception, even of your friends. Wound their susceptibilities, and everybody will fawn upon you." Hector Merlin watched Lucien as he spoke, saw that his words went to the neophyte's heart like a stab. And Hector Merlin was glad. Play followed. Lucien lost all his money, and Coralie brought him away, and he forgot for a while in the delights of love the fierce excitement of the gambler which was to gain so strong a hold upon him. When he left Coralie in the morning and returned to the Latin Quarter, he took out his purse and found the money he had lost. At first, he felt miserable over the discovery and thought of going back at once to return a gift, which humiliated him. Beuth had already come as far as the Rue de la Harpe. He would not return now that he had almost reached the Hotel de Cluny. He pondered over Coralie's forethought as he went till he saw in it a proof of the maternal love which is blended with passion in women of her stamp, for Coralie, and her like passion, includes every human affection. Lucian went from thought to thought, and argued himself into accepting the gift. I love her. He said, we shall live together as husband and wife, I will never forsake her. What mortal short of a Diogenes could fail to understand Lucian's feelings, as he climbed the dirty, fetid staircase to his lodging, turned the key that grated in the lock and entered, and looked round at the unswept brick floor, at the cheerless grate, at the ugly poverty and bareness of the room. A package of manuscript was lying on the table. It was his novel. A note from Daniel D. Arthez lay beside it. Our friends are almost satisfied with your work, dear, poet D. Arthez wrote. You will be able to present it with more confidence. Now they say to friends and enemies, we saw your charming article on the Panorama Dramatique. You are sure to excite as much jealousy in the profession as regret among your friends here, Daniel. Regrets? What does he mean? Exclaimed Lucian. The polite tone of the note astonished him. Was he to be henceforth a stranger to the brotherhood? He had learned to set a higher value on the good opinion and the friendship of the circle in the Rue des Quatre Vents, since he had tasted of the delicious fruits offered to him by the eve of the theatrical underworld. For some moments, he stood in deep thought. He saw his present in the garret, and foresaw his future in Coralie's rooms. Honorable resolution struggled with temptation, and swayed him now this way, now that he sat down, and began to look through his manuscript to see in what condition his friends had returned it to him. What was his amazement, as he read chapter after chapter, to find his poverty transmuted into riches by the cunning of the pen, and the devotion of the unknown great men, his friends of the Brotherhood. Dialogue, closely packed, nervous, pregnant, terse, and full of the spirit of the age, replaced his conversations, which seemed poor and pointless prattle. In comparison, his characters, a little uncertain in the drawing now, stood out in vigorous contrast of color and relief. Physiological observations, due no doubt to Horace Bianchon, supplied links of interpretations between human character and the curious phenomena of human life. Subtle touches, which made his men and women live. His wordy passages of description were condensed, and Roman 508, the misshapen, ill-clad child of his brain, had returned to him as a lovely maiden with white robes and rosy-hued girdle and scarf. An entrancing creation. Night fell and took him by surprise, reading through rising tears, stricken to earth by such greatness of soul, feeling the worth of such a lesson, admiring the alterations which taught him more of literature and art than all his 4 years' apprenticeship of study and reading. In comparison, a master's correction of a line made upon the study always teaches more than all the theories and criticisms in the world. What friends are these? What hearts? How fortunate I am, he cried, grasping his manuscript tightly. With the quick impulsiveness of a poetic and mobile temperament, he rushed off to Daniel's lodging. As he climbed the stairs and thought of these friends, who refused to leave the path of honor, he felt conscious that he was less worthy of them than before. A voice spoke within him, telling him that if D. Arthez had loved Coralie, he would have had her break with Camusot. And besides this, he knew that the Brotherhood held journalism in utter abhorrence, and that he himself was already to some small extent a journalist. All of them, except Merox, who had just gone out, were in D. Arthez's room when he entered it, and saw that all their faces were full of sorrow and despair. What is it? He cried. We have just heard news of a dreadful catastrophe. The greatest thinker of the age, our most loved friend, who was like a light among us for 2 years, Louis Lambert, has fallen a victim to catalepsy. There is no hope for him, said Bianchon. He will die, his soul wandering in the skies, his body unconscious on earth, said Mitchell Christian solemnly. He will die as he lived, said D. Arthez. Love fell like a firebrand in the vast empire of his brain, and burned him away, said Leon Giraud. Yes, said Joseph Bridow, he has reached a height that we cannot so much as see. We are to be pitied, not Louis, said Fulgence Riddle. Perhaps he will recover, exclaimed Lucian. From what Merox has been telling us, recovery seems impossible, answered Bianchon. Medicine has no power over the change that is working in his brain. Yet there are physical means, said D. Arthez. Yes, said Bianchon, we might produce imbecility instead of catalepsy. Is there no way of offering another head to the spirit of evil? I would give mine to save him, cried Mitchell Christian. And what would become of European Federation? Asked D. Arthez. Ah, true, replied Mitchell Christian, our duty to humanity comes first to one man afterwards. I came here with a heart full of gratitude to you all, said Lucian. You have changed my alloy into golden coin. Gratitude for what do you take us? Asked Bianchon. We had the pleasure added Fulgence. Well, so you are a journalist, are you? Asked Leon Giraud. The fame of your first appearance has reached even the Latin Quarter. I am not a journalist, yet, returned Lucien. Aha, so much the better, said Mitchell Christian. I told you so, said d'Arthez. Lucien knows the value of a clean conscience when you can say to yourself, as you lay your head on the pillow at night, I have not sat in judgment on another man's work. I have given pain to no one, I have not used the edge of my wit to deal a stab to some harmless soul, I have sacrificed no one's success to a jest, I have not even troubled the happiness of imbecility, I have not added to the burdens of genius. I have scorned the easy triumphs of epigram. In short, I have not acted against my convictions. Is not this a viaticum that gives one daily strength? But one can say all this surely, and yet work on a newspaper, said Lucien. If I had absolutely no other way of earning a living, I should certainly come to this. Oh, 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 cried Fulgence, his voice, rising a note each time. We are capitulating, are we? He will turn journalist. Leon Giraud said gravely. Oh, Lucien, if you would only stay and work with us. We are about to bring out a periodical in which justice and truth shall never be violated. We will spread doctrines that perhaps will be of real service to mankind. You will not have a single subscriber, Lucien broke in with Machiavellian wisdom. There will be 500 of them, asserted Mitchell Christian, but they will be worth 500,000. You will need a lot of capital, continued Lucien. No, only devotion, said d'Arthez. Anybody might take him for a perfumer's assistant, burst out Mitchell Christian, looking at Lucien's head and sniffing comically. You were seen driving about in a very smart turnout with a pair of thoroughbreds, and a mistress for a Prince Coralie herself. Well, and is there any harm in it? You would not say that, if you thought that there was no harm in it, said Bianchon. I could have wished Lucien a Beatrice, said d'Arthez, a noble woman who would have been a help to him in life. But Daniel asked Lucien, love is love, wherever you find it, is it not? Ah, said the Republican member, on that one point, I am an aristocrat, I could not bring myself to love a woman, who must rub shoulders with all sorts of people in the green room, whom an actor kisses on stage. She must lower herself before the public smile, on everyone lift her skirts, as she dances and dress like a man, that all the world may see what none should see save I alone, or, if I loved such a woman she should leave the stage, and my love should cleanse her from the stain of it. And if she would not leave the stage, I should die of mortification, jealousy, and all sorts of pain. You cannot pluck love out of your heart as you draw a tooth. Lucien's face grew dark and thoughtful. When they find out that I am tolerating Camusot, how they will despise me, he thought. Look here, said the fierce Republican with humorous fierceness, you can be a great writer, but a little play actor you shall never be, and he took up his hat and went out. He is hard, is Mitchell Christian, commented Lucien. Hard and salutary like the dentist's pincers, said Bianchon. Mitchell foresees your future perhaps in the street at this moment. He is thinking of you with tears in his eyes. d'Arthez was kind and talked comfortingly, and tried to cheer Lucien. The poet spent an hour with his friends. Then he went, but his conscience treated him hardly, crying to him, you will be a journalist, as the witch cried to Macbeth, that he should be king hereafter. Out in the street, he looked up at d'Arthez's windows, and saw a faint light shining in them, and his heart sank. A dim foreboding told him that he had bidden his friends good-bye for the last time. As he turned out of the Place de la Sorbonne into the Rue de Cluny, he saw a carriage at the door of his lodging. Coralie had driven all the way from the Boulevard du Temple, for the sake of a moment with her lover, and a good-night Lucien found her sobbing in his garret. She would be as wretchedly poor as her poet, she wept, as she arranged his shirts and gloves and handkerchiefs in the crazy chest of drawers. Her distress was so real and so great that Lucien, but even now chidden for his connection with an actress, saw Coralie as a saint ready to assume the hairshirt of poverty. The adorable girl's excuse for her visit was an announcement that the firm of Camusot, Coralie, and Lucien meant to invite Matifat, Florine, and Lausto, the second trio, to supper. Had Lucien any invitations to issue to people who might be useful to him? Lucien said that he would take counsel of Lausto. A few moments were spent together, and Coralie hurried away. She spared Lucien the knowledge that Camusot was waiting for her below. Next morning at 8 o'clock, Lucien went to Etienne Lausto's room, found it empty, and hurried away to Florine Lausto. And Florine settled into possession of their new quarters like a married couple, received their friend in the pretty bedroom, and all three breakfasted sumptuously together. "Why I should advise you, my boy, to come with me to see Felicien Vernou," said Lousteau, when they sat at table, and Lucien had mentioned Coralie's projected supper. "Ask him to be of the party, and keep well with him, if you can keep well with such a rascal. Felicien Vernou does a feuilleton for a political paper. He might perhaps introduce you, and you could blossom out into leaders in it at your ease. It is a liberal paper like ours. You will be a liberal, that is the popular party. And besides, if you mean to go over to the ministerialists, you would do better for yourself, if they had reason to be afraid of you. Then there is Hector Merlin and his Mme Duval Noble. You meet great people at their housejukes and dandies and millionaires. Didn't they ask you and Coralie to dine with them?" "Yes," replied Lucien, "you are going too." And so is Florine. Lucien and Etienne were now on familiar terms after Friday's debauch, and the dinner at the Rocher de Canquil. "Very well, Merlin is on the paper. We shall come across him pretty often. He is the chap to follow close on Finot's heels. You would do well to pay him attention. Ask him and Mme Duval Noble to supper. He may be useful to you before long, for rancorous people are always in need of others, and he may do you a good turn if he can reckon on your pen." "Your beginning has made enough sensation to smooth your way," said Florine. "Take advantage of it at once, or you will soon be forgotten." "The bargain, the great business is concluded." Lousteau continued that Finot, without a spark of talent in him, is to be editor of Doriat's weekly paper, with a salary of 600 francs per month, and owner of a sixth share, for which he has not paid 1 penny. And I, my dear fellow, am now editor of our little paper. Everything went off, as I expected. Florine managed superbly. She could give points to Talleyrand himself. "We have a hold on men through their pleasures," said Florine, "while a diplomatist only works on their self-love. A diplomatist sees a man made up for the occasion. We know him in his moments of folly, so our power is greater." And when the thing was settled, Matifat made the first and last joke of his whole druggist's career, put in Lousteau. "He said, this affair is quite in my line. I am supplying drugs to the public." "I suspect that Florine put him up to it," cried Lucien. "And by these means, my little dear, your foot is in the stirrup," continued Lousteau. "You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth," remarked Florine. "What lots of young fellows wait for years, wait till they are sick of waiting for a chance to get an article into a paper. You will do like Émile Blondet in 6 months' time. You will be giving yourself high and mighty airs," she added, with a mocking smile in the language of her class. "Haven't I been in Paris for 3 years?" said Lousteau. "And only yesterday Finot began to pay me a fixed monthly salary of 300 francs and 100 francs per sheet for his paper." "Well, you are saying nothing," exclaimed Florine, with her eyes turned on Lucien. "We shall see," said Lucien. "My dear boy, if you had been my brother, I could not have done more for you," retorted Lousteau, somewhat nettled. "But I want answer for Finot. Scores of sharp fellows will besiege Finot for the next 2 days with offers to work for low pay. I have promised for you, but you can draw back if you like. You little know how lucky you are," he added, after a pause, "all those in our set combine to attack an enemy in various papers, and lend each other a helping hand all round." "Let us go in the first place to Felicien Vernou," said Lucien. He was eager to conclude an alliance with such formidable birds of prey. Lousteau sent for a cab, and the pair of friends drove to Vernous House on the second floor up an alley in the Rue Mandar. To Lucien's great astonishment, the harsh, fastidious, and severe critic's surroundings were vulgar to the last degree. A marbled paper, cheap and shabby, with a meaningless pattern, repeated at regular intervals, covered the walls, and a series of aqua tints in gilt frames decorated the apartment where Vernou sat at table with a woman, so plain that she could only be the legitimate mistress of the house, and 2 very small children perched on high chairs with a bar in front to prevent the infants from tumbling out. Felicien Vernou, in a cotton dressing gown, contrived out of the remains of one of his wife's dresses, was not over well pleased by this invasion. "Have you breakfasted, Lousteau?" he asked, placing a chair for Lucien. "We have just left Florine. We have been breakfasting with her." Lucien could not take his eyes off Mme Vernou. She looked like a stout, homely cook with a tolerably fair complexion, but commonplace to the last degree. The lady wore a bandana tied over her nightcap, the strings of the latter article of dress being tied so tightly under the chin that her puffy cheeks stood out on either side. Shapeless, beltless garment fastened by a single button at the throat enveloped her from head to foot in such a fashion that a comparison to a milestone at once suggested itself. Her health left no room for hope. Her cheeks were almost purple, her fingers looked like sausages. In a moment, it dawned upon Lucien how it was that Vernu was always so ill at ease in society here, was the living explanation of his misanthropy, sick of his marriage, unable to bring himself to abandon his wife and family. He had yet sufficient of the artistic temper to suffer continually from their presence. Vernu was an actor by nature bound, never to pardon the success of another, condemned to chronic discontent because he was never content with himself. Lucien began to understand the sour look, which seemed to add to the bleak expression of envy on Vernu's face, the acerbity of the epigrams with which his conversation was sown, the journalist's pungent phrases, keen and elaborately wrought as a stiletto, were at once explained. "Let us go into my study," Vernu said, rising from the table. "You have come on business, no doubt." "Yes and no," replied Etienne Lousteau. "It is a supper, old chap." "I have brought a message from Coralie," said Lucien. Vernu looked up at once at the name, "to ask you to supper tonight at her house, to meet the same company as before at Florence, and a few more besides Hector Merlin and Duval Noble, and some others. There will be play afterwards." "But we are engaged to Mahoudeau this evening, dear," put in the wife. "What does that matter?" returned Vernu. "She will take offense if we don't go, and you are very glad of her when you have a bill to discount. This wife of mine, my dear boy, can never be made to understand that a supper engagement for 12 o'clock does not prevent you from going to an evening party that comes to an end at 11. She is always with me while I work," he added. "You have so much imagination," said Lucien, and thereby made a mortal enemy of Vernu. "Well," continued Lousteau, "you are coming, but that is not all. Roman 1000 de Rubempré is about to be one of us, so you must push him in your paper, give him out for a chap that will make a name for himself in literature, so that he can put in at least a couple of articles every month. Yes, if he means to be one of us, and will attack our enemies as we will attack his, I will say a word for him at the opera tonight," replied Vernu. "Very well, goodbye till tomorrow, my boy," said Lousteau, shaking hands with every sign of cordiality. "When is your book coming out?" "That depends on Doriat. It is ready," said Vernu paterfamilias. "Are you satisfied?" "Yes and no." "We will get up a success," said Lousteau, and he rose with a bow to his colleague's wife. The abrupt departure was necessary indeed, for the two infants engaged in a noisy quarrel were fighting with their spoons and flinging the pap in each other's faces. "That, my boy, is a woman who all unconsciously will work great havoc in contemporary literature," said Etienne. When they came away, "Poor Vernu cannot forgive us for his wife. He ought to be relieved of her in the interests of the public," and a deluge of bloodthirsty reviews and stinging sarcasms against successful men of every sort would be averted. What is to become of a man with such a wife? And that pair of abominable brats, have you seen Rigaudin in Picard's La Mason and Loterie? You have well, like Rigaudin. Vernu will not fight himself, but he will set others fighting. He would give an eye to put out both eyes in the head of the best friend. He has, you will see him, using the bodies of the slain for a stepping stone, rejoicing over everyone's misfortunes, attacking princes, dukes, marquises, and nobles because he himself is a commoner, reviling the work of unmarried men, because he forsooth has a wife, and everlastingly preaching morality, the joys of domestic life, and the duties of the citizen. In short, this very moral critic will spare no one, not even infants of tender age. He lives in the Rue Mandar with a wife who might be the Mamamauchi of the bourgeois gentilhomme, and a couple of little Vernus as ugly as sin. He tries to sneer at the Faubourg Saint-Germain, where he will never set foot, and makes his duchesses talk like his wife. That is the sort of man to raise a howl at the Jesuits, insult the court, and credit the court party with the design of restoring feudal rights, and the right of primogeniture regist, the one to preach a crusade for equality. He that thinks himself the equal of no one. If he were a bachelor, he would go into society. If he were in a fair way to be a royalist poet with a pension and the cross of the Legion of Honor, he would be an optimist. And journalism offers starting points by the hundred. Journalism is the giant catapult set in motion by pygmy hatreds. Have you any wish to marry after this? Vernu has none of the milk of human kindness in him. It is all turned to gall. And he is emphatically the journalist, a tiger, with two hands that tears everything to pieces, as if his pen had the hydrophobia. It is a case of gunophobia, said Lucien. Has he ability? He is witty, he is a writer of articles, he incubates articles, he does that all his life, and nothing else. The most dogged industry would fail to graft a book on his prose fellowship, is incapable of conceiving a work on a large scale of broad effects of fitting characters harmoniously in a plot which develops. Till it reaches a climax, he has ideas, but he has no knowledge of facts. His heroes are utopian creatures, philosophical or liberal notions. Masquerading, he is at pains to write an original style, but his inflated periods would collapse at a pinprick from a critic, and therefore he goes in terror of reviews like everyone else who can only keep his head above water with the bladders of newspaper puffs. What an article you are making out of him. That particular kind, my boy, must be spoken and never written. You are turning editor, said Lucien. Where shall I put you down? At Coralie's. Ah, we are infatuated, said Lausto. What a mistake. Do as I do with Florine, let Coralie be your housekeeper, and take your fling. You would send a saint to perdition, laughed Lucien. Well, there is no damning, a devil, retorted Lausto. The flippant tone, the brilliant talk of this new friend, his views of life, his paradoxes, the axioms of Parisian Machiavellism, these things impressed Lucien. Unawares, theoretically, the poet knew that such thoughts were perilous, but he believed them practically useful. Arrived in the Boulevard du Temple, the friends agreed to meet at the office between 4 and 5 o'clock. Hector, Merlin would doubtless be there. Lausto was right. The infatuation of desire was upon Lucien, for the courtesan who loves knows how to grapple her lover to her by every weakness in his nature, fashioning herself with incredible flexibility to his every wish, encouraging the soft, effeminate habits which strengthen her hold. Lucien was thirsting already for enjoyment. He was in love with the easy, luxurious, and expensive life which the actress led. He found Coralie and Camusot intoxicated with joy. The gymnase offered Coralie an engagement after Easter on terms for which she had never dared to hope. And this great success is owing to you, said Camusot. Yes, surely the Alcalde would have fallen flat, but for him, cried Coralie, if there had been no article, I should have been in for another 6 years of the Boulevard theaters. She danced up to Lucien and flung her arms round him, putting an indescribable silken softness and sweetness into her enthusiasm. Love had come to Coralie, and Camusot, his eyes fell looking down, after the wont of mankind in moments of sharp pain. He saw the seam of Lucien's boots, a deep yellow thread used by the best bootmakers of that time, in strong contrast with the glistening leather. The color of that seam had tinged his thoughts during a previous conversation with himself, as he sought to explain the presence of a mysterious pair of Hessians in Coralie's fender. He remembered now that he had seen the name of Gay Rue de la Michaudière printed in black letters on the soft white kid lining. You have a handsome pair of boots, sir, he said. Like everything else about him, said Coralie. I should be very glad of your bootmaker's address. Oh, how like the Rue des Bourdonnais to ask for a tradesman's address, cried Coralie. Do you intend to patronize a young man's bootmaker? A nice young man, you would make do keep to your own top boots. They are the kind for a steady-going man with a wife and family and a mistress. Indeed, if you would take off one of your boots, sir, I should be very much obliged, persisted Camusot. I could not get it on again, without a button-hook, said Lucien, flushing up. Berenice will fetch you one we can do with some here, jeered Camusot. Papa Camusot, said Coralie, looking at him with cruel scorn, have the courage of your pitiful baseness. Come, speak out. You think that this gentleman's boots are very like mine. Do you not? I forbid you to take off your boots. She added, turning to Lucien. Yes, Roman 1000 Camusot. Yes, you saw some boots lying about in the fender here the other day, and that is the identical pair. And this gentleman was hiding in my dressing room at the time, waiting for them. And he had passed the night here. That was what you were thinking, Hein, think. So I would rather you, Roman 999. It is the simple truth. I am deceiving you. And if I am, I do it to please myself. She sat down. There was no anger in her face, no embarrassment. She looked from Camusot to Lucien. The two men avoided each other's eyes. I will believe nothing that you do not wish me to believe, said Camusot. Don't play with me, Coralie. I was wrong. I am either a shameless baggage that has taken a sudden fancy, or a poor unhappy girl who feels what love really is for the first time, the love that all women long for. And whichever way it is, you must leave me, or take me as I am, she said with a queenly gesture that crushed Camusot. Is it really true, he asked, seeing from their faces that this was no jest, yet begging to be deceived. I love Mademoiselle, Lucien faltered out. At that word Coralie sprang to her poet and held him tightly to her. Then, with her arms still about him, she turned to the silk mercer as if to bid him see the beautiful picture made by two young lovers. Poor Musat, take all that you gave to me back again. I do not want to keep anything of yours, for I love this boy here madly, not for his intellect, but for his beauty. I would rather starve with him than have millions with you. Camusat sank into a low chair, hid his face in his hands, and said not a word. Would you like us to go away? She asked. There was a note of ferocity in her voice, which no words can describe. Cold chills ran down Lucian's spine. He beheld himself burdened with a woman, an actress, and a household. Stay here, Coralie, keep it all, the old tradesman said at last, in a faint, unsteady voice that came from his heart. I don't want anything back there. Is the worth of 60,000 francs here in the furniture. But I could not bear to think of my Coralie in want, and yet, it will not be long before you come to want, however great this gentleman's talent. Maybe he can't afford to keep you. We, old fellows, must expect this sort of thing. Coralie, let me come and see you sometimes. I may be of use to you, and I confess it. I cannot live without you. The poor man's gentleness, stripped as he was of his happiness, just as happiness had reached its height, touched Lucian deeply. Coralie was quite unsoftened by it. Come as often as you wish, poor Musat, she said. I shall like you all the better when I don't pretend to love you. Camusat seemed to be resigned to his fate, so long as he was not driven out of the earthly paradise, in which his life could not have been all joy. He trusted to the chances of life in Paris, and to the temptations that would beset Lucian's path. He would wait a while, and all that had been his should be his again sooner or later. Thought the wily tradesman, this handsome young fellow would be unfaithful. He would keep a watch on him, and the better to do this, and use his opportunity with Coralie. He would be their friend. The persistent passion that could consent to such humiliation terrified Lucian. Camusat's proposal of a dinner at Verrey's in the Palais Royal was accepted. What joy, cried Coralie as soon as Camusat had departed. You will not go back now to your garret in the Latin Quarter. You will live here, we shall always be together. You can take a room in the Rue Charlotte for the sake of appearances, and vogue le galère. She began to dance her Spanish dance with an excited eagerness that revealed the strength of the passion in her heart. If I work hard, I may make 500 francs a month, Lucian said. And I shall make as much again at the theatre. Without counting extras, Camusat will pay for my dresses, as before. He is fond of me. We can live like Croesus on 1,500 francs a month. And the horses and the coachman and the footman inquired. Berenice. I will get into debt, said Coralie, and she began to dance with Lucian. I must close with Finot after this, Lucian exclaimed. There, said Coralie, I will dress and take you to your office. I will wait outside in the boulevard for you with the carriage. Lucian sat down on the sofa and made some very sober reflections as he watched Coralie at her toilet. It would have been wiser to leave Coralie free than to start all at once with such an establishment. But Coralie was there before his eyes, and Coralie was so lovely, so graceful, so bewitching, that the more picturesque aspects of Bohemia were in evidence, and he flung down the gauntlet to fortune. Berenice was ordered to superintend Lucian's removal and installation, and Coralie, triumphant, radiant, and happy, carried off her love, her poet, and must needs go all over Paris on the way to the Rue Saint-Fiacre. Lucian sprang lightly up the staircase, and entered the office with an air of being quite at home. Colloquent was there, with the stamped paper still on his head, and old Giraudeau told him again, hypocritically enough, that no one had yet come in. But the editor and contributors must meet somewhere or other to arrange about the journal, said Lucian. Very likely, but I have nothing to do with the writing of the paper, said the Emperor's captain, resuming his occupation of checking off wrappers with his eternal brown. Was it lucky or unlucky Finot chanced to come in at that very moment to announce his sham abdication, and to bid Giraudeau watch over his interests? No shilly-shally with this gentleman. He is on the staff, Finot added for his uncle's benefit, as he grasped Lucian by the hand. Oh, is he on the paper? Exclaimed Giraudeau, much surprised at this friendliness. Well, sir, you came on without much difficulty. I want to make things snug for you here, lest Etienne should bamboozle you, continued Finot, looking knowingly at Lucian. This gentleman will be paid 3 francs per column, all round, including theatres. You have never taken anyone on such terms before, said Giraudeau, opening his eyes. And he will take the 4 boulevard theatres. See that nobody sneaks his boxes, and that he gets his share of tickets. I should advise you, nevertheless, to have them sent to your address, he added, turning to Lucian, and he agrees to write besides 10 miscellaneous articles of 2 columns each, for 50 francs per month for 1 year. Does that suit you? Yes, said Lucian, circumstances had forced his hand.